Nthevast expansi off Jayazu continent, Theonsa thriving prosperity. Hasfada dint oblivion, now shrouded beneath Theamina sloud Sephor. Thieris thick with Thecrid Sintoff gunpowder, and our cloud slud slum. Menacingly overthaland, each inch steep head indecency of conflict. Their relentless turmoil has plunged this realman town precedented chaos. Major sects find themselves ensnared in the vortex of warfare, suffering grievous losses and diminished strength. Those eons formidable powers, which had reigned supreme, no struggle to maintain. Their former glory in thu echo force merciless trials. Theon's majestic seat of Fisi soft he sects noli ein ruins, mirrorum nant soft their former grandeur. The bustling vibranxiavi yesteryear shosh transformed into a hunting salation. Mannion celestrious factions, decimate in personnel and deplete de resources, have gradually devolved into insignificant sects, clinging desperately to their meager territory as in a bid for survival. Amidst this chaotic battleground, however, some lesser sects shave seized the opportunitatories. Originally obscure within Jaya's continent, these sects boasted only a handful of promising, disciple sant sources. Yet, Thuer has a four dead thema chance to flourish position to the French soft conflict, the endurim and impact, allowing them to navigate the crevices of existency and quiet liamass strength. They deftly maneuver between he major powers, attempts ligning with onitosicor sources, and their times uniting with Ephelom or sex to confront crises. Through Azeria so fast to strategies, these smaller sects shave gradually expanded. Their disciples exhibiting remarkable advancements, and their overall strength surging. Some have even ascended to prominence following exceptional performances in battles through the rediscovery of long lost legendary texts, thereby shaping the power dynamic soft Jaya's continent. Recently, under the spice soft Dacia Empire, the rampant chaos of warfare has begun to subside. The Dacia Empire, wielding its formidable national strength and unparalleled authority, has effectively dissuaded and deterred the Estelin sitting conflict. Some factions, wary of the empire's warnings, have curbed their belligerence. Nevertheless, peace across Jews who continent thus not being wholly restored. Years of warfare have still a deep seated driven cess among the factions, rendering resolution of conflict a daunting endeavor. Inserted in border regions so ambiguous oness of power transition, skirmishes continue to up sporadically. Although hisa clashes are insufficient to reunite widespread conflict, these are like undercurrents, threatening to disrupt the fragile epiace. Nestled at the foot of Mount Washenlize's cluded village, seeming Laforgang bethworld. Here, a few households sing a giant simple, austere living, adhering to ancient agricultural traditions, toiling day after day upon the barren soil. Among them resides Yifan, along with his parents and sister, Yichin. They inhabit a mott's that shed cottage, its roof univan and some actions decayed, exuding an air of precariousness. Yifan's father is a down-to-earth farmer, remarkably strongish betehis lack of formal education. Together with this wife, he diligent light in stove few meager curso fland, which he held scanthar vests barely sufficient to sustain the family. Yifan, a bright and clever boy, may appear unremarkable, yet I ear so flaborant the filed shaver entered his kindarkan course. Clad in simple, coarse garments, his light frame believes saniner strength. In a bid to improve his family's financial circumstances, Yifanto ill tirelessly. He ventures into the mountains to gather firewood, his slender figure darting through Tetris at times. He accompanies the village yielders to forage for medicinal herbs, carefully seeking out valuable plants. Though he's earning serene meager, they contribute a small but vital supplement to the household income. Despite the harsh reality of Safi's environment, Yifan harbors grand aspirations within Yishi art. Hedream Siphonida departing from the Shumble village, Vin to ring into Thuder world to forge his own path. He hopes to earn more through his forts, altering his family's fate, providing his parents with a better life, and affording his sister, Yichin, the opportunity for education akin to Tatoff children in Thesity, allowing her to live happiness. Today, as is customary, Yifan ascends the mountain to gather firewood. Hef follows the familiar trail, the tranquility of the forest punctured by the sound of his footsteps and their hide chopping off his axe. However, Hes soon to sees an unusual presence. Strange figures appear on the mountain, their expressions varied, garbeden worn yet distinctive attire. Filled with curiosity, Yifan inquires of Thozini. It is revealed that in the central region of Jaya's continent, there on sea existed a renowned and powerful first sect. This sect, Vast in scale, Washoe met numerous masters, boasting an abundance of martial arts and treasures. Yet, in a recent brutal conflict, this sect suffered devastating losses. Countless older Sandalite disciples perished, unique martial arts texts swerelost, and resources were plundered or destroyed amidst chaos. Inhabitable, they were a compelled toeth draw from the tumultuous central region, choosing Thermote Washan as their sanctuary. Dueta their significant losses, they have been relegatedos tata sofe their sect, rebranding, them Silvisas Washan sect, with the hope for recuperating gone striving for resurgence and wave it. Chapter 2. A month later in the past few days, Yifan has been tirelessly seeking information regarding the Huashan sect, fully aware of its vast influence and profound heritage. Amidst the current turmoil of the martial world, where many minor sects struggle to sustain themselves, the Huashan sect stands unwavering and resolute. Yifan has also learned that once settled within the Huashan sect, they will be recruiting a new batch of disciples. The prospect of joining the Huashan sect should naturally attract a multitude of talented youths. For becoming a disciple there could lead to boundless opportunities. However, Yifan finds himself less than intrigued. He understands that he harbors no grand ambitions of dominating the martial realm. His daily thoughts revolve solely around how to provide a better life for his family. Yet, there is one aspect of the Huashan sect that stirs his heart, a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 silver taels for each disciple. Coming from a humble household, where his family of 4 barely manages to make ends meet, such an amount is far from trivial. This sum would not only cover their expenses for an entire month, but also leave a slight surplus. With this surplus, he could purchase better bedding for his parents and buy some nice things for his younger sister, even enabling her to attend school. The Huashan sect is set to officially commence disciple recruitment at the beginning of next month, a date that ignites a hopeful spark within Yifan's heart, prompting him to seriously consider the possibility of joining the sect, even if merely for that monthly silver a month later. The entrance of the Huashan sect buzzes with activity, teeming with a throng of youths. The morning sun casts its golden rays upon the imposing plaque at the gate, emanating an aura of mystery and solemnity. Among them, each youth harbors their own thoughts and dreams. Some, like Yifan, hail from ordinary families. In this tumultuous world, even basic sustenance poses a challenge, as their families fret daily over the meager silver needed for rice, oil, and salt. Upon hearing of the Huashan sect's recruitment, they are drawn by the prospect of earning a silver tael or 2 each month, even if it means performing menial tasks. This opportunity is an immense temptation for their impoverished households, compelling them to try their luck. Conversely, a portion of the youths are affluent scions from nearby towns, adorned in lavish attire and exquisite jade accessories, standing out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Having grown up in opulence, they regard wealth with indifference, pursuing instead the renowned martial prowess of the Huashan sect. In their eyes, entering the Huashan sect to study advanced martial arts would render any future endeavor, be it chivalrous deeds or family protection, effortlessly achievable. Before long, a robust middle-aged man strides out from the Huashan sect. Clad in a flowing black robe that billows with the wind, his chiseled features exude an air of stern authority, his piercing gaze radiating an undeniable air of command. After surveying the crowd, he proclaims, "Today, we are recruiting disciples aged between 8 and 15. Those who meet the criteria, follow me." His voice resonates with a deep timbre, reverberating at the mountain gate. Yifan, having just turned 10, stands amidst the throng, his youthful face adorned with a look of determination and aspiration. Upon hearing the requirements, he feels a surge of joy. Knowing he is eligible, thus, he cautiously follows the man, accompanied by a group of similarly youthful boys, each with their own complex emotions. As they step into the Huashan sect, they are greeted by a breathtaking landscape of layered peaks and meticulously arranged buildings, where delicate wisps of mist weave through pavilions and towers, creating an ethereal ambience that captivates all. Soon, they arrive at an expansive plaza, its ground paved with enormous, polished bluestones that reflect their silhouettes. In the center stands a stone platform, aged and weathered, its surface etched with marks of time, a testament to its history. Upon the platform rests a spherical object, exuding a lustrous sheen, as if harboring immense energy. Surrounding the platform are individuals clad in uniform attire, standing tall and alert, some maintaining order with a serious demeanor, while others diligently record notes at small tables, the scratching of their brushes filling the air. The middle-aged man, observing the youths gathered in the plaza, raises his voice. The sphere before you is the aptitude testing orb, crafted by the ancestors of our sect through great toil and ingenuity. It is a remarkable artifact. You shall line up and test your aptitude one by one. A single color indicates a first-level aptitude, signifying a challenging path in martial cultivation. 2 colors denote a second-level aptitude, with each additional color indicating a higher level of aptitude, facilitating your journey in martial arts. The highest, a 7th-level aptitude, is a legendary rarity, while the lowest, a 0, reveals an utter lack of aptitude for our sect's martial arts. Let the testing commence. With that command, the testing begins. One by one, the youths nervously approach the stone platform, placing their hands on the orb. The first to test, a boy appearing around 14 or 15, places his trembling hands upon the orb, which emits a faint blue glow, indicating a first-level aptitude. Disappointment washes over the onlookers, who shake their heads. A few others follow, revealing 2 colors, classifying them as second-level aptitudes, eliciting soft gasps of surprise from the crowd. As the testing progresses, a boy with a 3rd-level aptitude causes a stir, drawing envious glances from many. The highest result so far comes from a robust boy of about 13 or 14, who reveals a dazzling 4 colors shimmering from the orb, an impressive aptitude indeed. However, the majority of the youths ultimately display a 0 aptitude, the orb remaining unresponsive, resembling an ordinary stone. Those deemed lacking in aptitude leave with downcast expressions. Guided out of the sect by the disciples. When it is Yifan's turn, he takes a deep breath and steps forward with resolute strides. Gently placing his hand on the orb, it soon reveals a single color, an indication of first-level aptitude. Though he anticipated this outcome, as he never fancied himself possessing exceptional aptitude, a twinge of disappointment nonetheless stirs within him. Alongside him, 5 or 6 others also display a first-level aptitude. Although they rank as the least gifted disciples, they remain in the plaza, quietly awaiting their fate. Once all the youths have tested, fewer than 50 remain in the plaza. The middle-aged man, witnessing the conclusion of the testing, raises his voice once more. Those with first-level aptitude shall assist in the Dan Hall, where you will learn about pharmacology and healing, contributing to the sect. The rest will proceed to the outer Disciples' Hall for foundational martial training, where senior brothers will inform you of our sect's regulations. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may do so now. Our sect does not compel anyone. With that, the middle-aged man leaps with a powerful stride, soaring through the air like an arrow released from its bow, vanishing in a shadowy blur, leaving the youths to ponder their futures within the Huashan sect, each filled with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Chapter 3: The Path to Rebuilding First-Level Aptitude. Follow me, calls a senior brother. This youth, possessing striking features akin to a finely carved jade, radiates an almost ethereal glow under the sun, his eyes shimmering like stars. Yifan and a few other boys trail behind him as they hastily make their way forward. After approximately half an hour of brisk walking, they finally arrive at the foot of a towering peak, shrouded in swirling mists that lend it an air of enigma. Upon closer inspection, the entrance to the peak is marked by 2 prominent characters. Dan Hall, a guard brother, stands solemnly by, his demeanor serious and dignified. The leading brother approaches him, exchanging a few hushed words before guiding Yifan and the others into the interior. They traverse a winding mountain path, the fragrant blooms and verdant foliage on either side filling the air with delightful scents. Soon, they arrive before a grand hall, its majestic architecture and intricate carvings exuding an aura of antiquity and solemnity. Upon entering, they find 2 individuals resembling attendants seated within. The guiding brother steps forward to briefly introduce Yifan and the others. Before departing without further delay, one of the attendants, noticing the newcomers, speaks slowly. You are all first-level aptitude newcomers, thus deemed eligible for cultivation. However, you must understand that the Dan Hall is currently in a unique period, with numerous tasks to attend to and a shortage of manpower. Therefore, since you have arrived, you will need to assist with various duties here. As for your future, it will depend on your individual capabilities, which may lead to different arrangements. Here, you will have 2 hours each day dedicated to learning about herb gathering and potion crafting. Gathering medicinal herbs and concocting elixirs is of paramount importance in our Dan Hall. To achieve success within the Dan Hall, it is essential to firmly grasp these fundamental skills. Moreover, you must also acquire the medical arts to save lives, for our Dan Hall is not solely dedicated to alchemy. Understanding how to heal is equally vital, as these two aspects complement each other. Aside from the 2 hours allocated for study, the remainder of your time should be spent assisting your senior brothers and sisters in treating the wounded, which serves as an excellent opportunity for practical experience. If there are no patients in need of care, you may aid in organizing various books and materials, many of which contain invaluable wisdom passed down from our predecessors. After sharing these words, another steward standing nearby produced an iron token and waved it, saying, "Pay close attention, for this is the identity token of our sect. This token is crucial to your standing within the sect, and you must come forward in turn to register your information. Then, you will need to drop a drop of blood onto the token. Once your blood merges with it, this token will signify your identity within the sect. It contains pertinent information about the sect, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it records various rules and prohibitions. You must take great care of it. Shortly, someone will come to escort you to your respective quarters, and you will also receive the sect's attire. The attire holds significance, as its style or color may vary according to identity and rank. For now, simply collect what is stipulated by in the preceding 2 months." Yifan's life has been exceedingly busy. Aside from the mere 2 hours dedicated to study, the majority of his energy has been devoted to assisting his senior brothers and sisters in tending to the wounded. During this period, he would rise early each day, often before dawn, and, after a brief wash, hasten to the location where the injured were housed. There, he would find his seniors already engaged in their tasks. And upon his arrival, he would immediately immerse himself in the work. He would aid in examining the patient's injuries. Sometimes, they were merely superficial wounds, which he would clean, apply medication, and bandage in instances of more severe injuries. He would heed instructions, carefully transporting the injured and readily supplying necessary medical instruments or medications. Even late into the night, when most had retired, Yifan might still be attending to those requiring special care under the dim flicker of candlelight, scarcely finding a moment's respite. Beginning in the 3rd month, Yifan's focus shifted to the study hall, where he was perpetually engaged in a plethora of tasks. On one hand, he was responsible for organizing the numerous and disorderly books, a task far from simple. Under the guidance of a senior, he categorized them meticulously into sections such as the Chronicles of the Jojo Continent, medical treatises, and martial arts manuals, carefully placing each tome on its designated shelf, a process demanding both patience and precision. Concurrently, he studied literacy alongside other youths. At the humble desk in the study hall, he followed the instructor's lead, painstakingly reading and writing each character, practicing diligently. Furthermore, he began to delve into foundational knowledge concerning the meridians and acupoints. The instructor sketched diagrams of the human acupoints and meridian pathways on a worn wooden board, and Yifan listened intently, his eyes wide with focus, occasionally jotting down notes to aid his memory. Eager to firmly grasp these intricate yet wondrous concepts, during this time, as Yifan embarked upon his journey within the Huashan sect, he was filled with curiosity about this unfamiliar school. Thus, he proactively sought information from other seniors to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the Huashan sect. It turned out that the Huashan sect was a formidable first-rate power within the Jojo continent, renowned far and wide, boasting an influence that could not be underestimated. Originally situated in the heart of the central region, it occupied one of the most prosperous and resource-rich locales. The spiritual energy in the central area was exceptionally abundant, with countless rare spiritual herbs and minerals, and the sect, originally known as Shirtian sect, thrived rapidly due to its advantageous geographic position. The sect attracted numerous powerful cultivators, ranging from elders in the nascent soul stage to high-ranking members in the divine transformation stage, creating a vibrant and flourishing atmosphere. However, fate took a turn, as the Jojo continent was suddenly engulfed in chaos. This turmoil affected a vast area, drawing nearly the entire continent into conflict. Various factions engaged in fierce battles for resources, territory, or cultivation techniques, leading to a struggle for survival. The Huashan sect, then known as Shirtian sect, could not remain aloof from this turmoil. Amidst intense combat, Shirtian sect faced unprecedented challenges. Powerful figures from various sects formed alliances to launch attacks against it. Due to the formidable strength and aggressive tactics of their opponents, the sect's elite and higher-ups suffered significant casualties in countless battles. Many nascent soul elders perished, and over half of the high-ranking members in the divine transformation stage were lost, leaving behind scenes so harrowing they were almost unbearable to witness. In the wake of this relentless conflict, the sect master did not escape unscathed in a bid to protect the remaining strength of the sect. He recklessly charged into the enemy ranks. Although he ultimately succeeded in repelling the enemy's frenzied assault, he sustained grave injuries. His primordial spirit was severely damaged, his physical form riddled with wounds, and his cultivation level consequently plummeted. Following this ordeal, Shirtian sect was left severely weakened, and its once majestic stronghold lay in ruins. The remaining members convened and recognized the necessity of finding a relatively safe haven to recuperate and preserve their strength, with the hope of one day making a resurgence. Though the Huashan region in the eastern domain was not the most spiritually enriched area, it was notably discreet, lacking the presence of overly powerful factions. Thus, they gritted their teeth and, out of necessity, relocated the entire sect to the Huashan Mountains. Upon their arrival, to avoid drawing undue attention, given the notorious reputation of the former Shirtian sect, they collectively agreed to rename themselves the Huashan sect. Embarking on a path of low-profile yet hopeful reconstruction. Chapter 4. The alchemical tome. The Huashan sect possesses a legendary and unparalleled alchemical skill, handed down by its founding ancestor. The origins of this skill are shrouded in mystery. The founding ancestor, by chance, stumbled upon an ancient and enigmatic relic, which seemed to conceal countless secrets and treasures steeped in history, within which this extraordinary skill was hidden. After acquiring this skill, the founding ancestor began to practice it. However, the profundity and complexity of the skill proved daunting, and even with exceptional talent, the founding ancestor could only grasp a fraction of it at the time. Yet, even this rudimentary understanding propelled the founding ancestor's power to new heights, and his reputation rapidly spread across the Jiuzhou continent. Gradually, he vanquished numerous heroes and champions, establishing himself as the preeminent figure of the Jiuzhou continent. This skill, however, was not meant for the unworthy. With such extraordinary power and influence, the founding ancestor established the Shirtian sect. From its inception, the Shirtian sect was meticulously planned and well-structured. The sect comprised 4 main halls: the Disciples' Hall, which managed the affairs of the disciples; the Dan Hall, dedicated to the study of alchemical techniques; the Artifact Hall, focused on crafting various magical artifacts; and the Law Enforcement Hall, responsible for upholding the sect's discipline. In addition to these 4 main halls, there were 2 essential halls crucial for the growth and advancement of the disciples: the Mission Hall, which provided various practical tasks for the disciples to undertake, allowing them to acquire rare resources and treasures while accumulating valuable combat experience; and the Technique Hall, a veritable treasure trove of techniques, housing a plethora of skill manuals from which each newly initiated disciple could select the most suitable one for their cultivation. Within the power structure of Shirtian sect, the highest authority is naturally held by the sect master. Beneath the sect master, various positions assist in managing sect affairs, including elders who have stood firm within the sect for many years, possessing profound cultivation and rich experience. They are tasked with advising the sect master, making decisions on significant matters, and guiding the younger disciples. The protectors are responsible for safeguarding the sect master and the sect's safety, demonstrating formidable strength to confront dangers as they arise. The stewards execute and manage various specific tasks, serving as a crucial element in ensuring the sect's daily operations run smoothly. As for the disciples of Shirtian sect, their hierarchy is distinctly defined, comprising outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and personally taught disciples. Currently, Yifan is merely classified as the lowest-ranking outer disciple within the Shirtian sect. This situation arose because, due to the recent turmoil in Jiuzhou, the Dan Hall was inundated with injured individuals and in dire need of additional hands to assist. Yifan, possessing relatively modest qualifications, might not have garnered much attention from other halls, yet the urgency of the Dan Hall led to his assignment there. Upon his entry into the sect, Yifan faced a considerable challenge. He was illiterate. Within Shirtian sect, the various rules and regulations of the sect were meticulously documented in written form, encompassing a vast array of topics, including daily conduct norms, the acquisition and distribution of sect resources, the responsibilities and tasks of each hall, and the essential procedures for selecting techniques from the Technique Hall. Due to his illiteracy, he was unable to comprehend these rules, and thus he spent several days in the Dan Hall in a state of confusion. It was only recently that he learned to read and, through his fellow disciples, discovered that he could select a suitable cultivation method from the Hall of Techniques. This revelation stirred a sense of anticipation within him, for a good cultivation method was crucial for establishing himself within the Zhitian sect and for his future development. Today, after diligently completing his tasks as usual, Yi Fan let out a long sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and brushed off the dust from his clothes before retrieving his disciple's token from his pocket. He scrutinized the route marked on the token. It resembled a winding thread, guiding him toward the Hall of Techniques. Following the path, Yi Fan walked step by step, his heart brimming with curiosity and expectation for the Hall of Techniques. At last, he arrived at the hall. Its grandeur was imposing, and the lofty entrance evoked a sense of reverence. Behind the counter at the entrance sat an elderly man, clad in tattered garments, their colors faded by the ravages of time. His hair was gray and somewhat disheveled, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, each line seemingly narrating the hardships of the years gone by. At that moment, he appeared somewhat dazed, his eyes tightly shut as if lost in his own world. Approaching him respectfully, Yi Fan bowed deeply and cautiously presented his disciple's token. The old man did not even open his eyes. He merely moved his lips slightly and spoke slowly. New disciples may choose a technique for themselves. Go ahead and select one. Once you have made your choice, just let me know for registration. Thank you, Senior, Yi Fan replied, maintaining his respectful demeanor. With that, he ventured into the depths of the Hall of Techniques. His gaze wandered among the towering bookshelves, marveling at the plethora of cultivation manuals, his heart filled with both excitement and trepidation. As he walked, he observed the various texts. Some were ensconced in exquisite brocade boxes adorned with intricate runes, while others lay simply displayed, their pages yellowed from frequent handling. Yi Fan scratched his head, deep in thought, unsure of which cultivation method to choose. After all, he had initially joined the Huashan sect merely for the promise of a few coins to improve his family's living conditions. And he knew very little about cultivation. Deep in contemplation, he gradually made his way deeper into the hall. The light around him seemed to dim as he progressed, and in the hazy distance, he spotted something peculiar. Amidst the numerous manuals, it stood out conspicuously. It resembled a censer, but bore the shape of a tripod. Or perhaps it was an alchemical furnace. It emitted an aura of antiquity, adorned with strange patterns that resembled enigmatic runes, unlike anything Yi Fan had ever seen. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he tentatively reached out to grasp the odd object for a closer inspection. However, just as his fingers brushed against it, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Yi Fan blinked in surprise, but dismissed it, thinking it might be some sort of formation mechanism. He continued onward. When he reached a nondescript corner, he unexpectedly discovered a manual titled The Marvelous Treatise on Alchemy. Its pages appeared ancient, imbued with a sense of historical weight. Yi Fan thought to himself that since he had little understanding of other cultivation methods, perhaps this book, related to alchemy, would enable him to earn some money in the future to better his family's life. Without hesitation, he chose it as his selection. After finalizing his choice, Yi Fan made his way back to the entrance. There, the old man still had his eyes closed. Yi Fan gently placed the manual on the counter and softly said, "Senior, I have made my selection." Only then did the old man slowly open his eyes. Take a glance at the manual, jot down some information in a ledger, and return the book to Yi Fan. He carefully tucked the manual away, bowed respectfully once more, and swiftly returned to his quarters. Chapter 5. The first cultivation. Yi Fan returned to his quarters, weary from the day's exertions. As soon as he entered, he eagerly pulled out the precious marvelous treatise on alchemy from his pocket and sat down at a humble table, carefully opening the book to study its contents. The book appeared to be quite old, its pages yellowed and emanating an aura of antiquity, yet Yi Fan knew it contained countless treasures within. The text detailed various alchemical techniques, beginning with the most fundamental concepts, such as how to select raw materials for alchemy and how to discern the freshness of these ingredients, knowledge essential for any novice. These basics were not difficult for Yi Fan to grasp. His eyes were glued to the pages as he silently committed the information to memory. However, as he progressed further, the content grew increasingly profound, presenting complex interpretations of alchemical patterns and the intricate arrangements of alchemical formations. Knowledge that Yi Fan found challenging to comprehend. In addition to the alchemical techniques, the book contained valuable formulas. Some were for healing wounds, capable of swiftly restoring vitality to the injured, while others were for enhancing one's cultivation, seemingly able to unblock the practitioner's internal obstacles and elevate their power. Moreover, the text included some medical skills, encompassing the knowledge of the 8 extraordinary meridians and the body's acupuncture points that Yifan had previously learned in the Dan Hall, but with greater detail. It meticulously described the pathways of each meridian and their connections to various organs, presenting a grand and intricate map of human energy. The section on acupuncture points resembled a constellation, each point possessing its unique function, stimulation methods, and prohibitions. Yifan was captivated, his eyes alight with desire and focus. As if the words before him were shimmering treasures of mystery. In no time, he became engrossed, lost in the material. The faces of his family members flashed in his mind. If he could master this knowledge, he would be able to earn more money, alleviating his parents from their grueling labor, allowing them to enjoy a life of comfort, while also ensuring a better future for his beloved sister, dressing her in beautiful clothes and enabling her to pursue a better education. As he read, Yifan gradually recognized a dilemma. While he could grasp the simpler sections, the deeper content became increasingly obscure. Regarding medical skills, he had encountered a fair amount of related knowledge while assisting with the treatment of injuries over the past few months, and he could understand most principles of diagnosis and treatment. However, a particular technique involving silver needles posed a challenge. No matter how intently he studied it, he could only grasp its surface. This unique technique, achieved through the insertion of silver needles into acupoints for healing, resembled a delicate life-repairing art known as 9 Heavens silver needles. Unfortunately, the book's description of this technique was somewhat vague, as if deliberately obscuring key details, which left Yifan feeling frustrated. He understood that mastering this needle technique would greatly enhance his ability to treat injuries. As for alchemy, Yifan discovered its numerous requirements. First and foremost, alchemy necessitated the use of alchemical fire, a type of flame unlike ordinary fire, imbued with special energy attributes capable of fully extracting the essence of the medicinal materials. Furthermore, the alchemist must possess an in-depth understanding of the properties of various herbs, being acutely aware of each herb's attributes, effects, and their interrelations of mutual promotion and inhibition. Only then could one accurately combine the herbs in the correct proportions and refine them in the alchemical furnace, undergoing a series of intricate procedures to ultimately produce a pill. Yet all these processes hinged upon one crucial element: true qi. True qi served as the driving force behind the processes of alchemy and healing. Without sufficient true qi, all efforts would be mere theoretical discussions. Thus, it was imperative to first learn some foundational skills before embarking on this journey. Deeply immersed in these realizations, Yifan silently vowed to learn some martial arts starting tomorrow. He hoped to quickly master alchemical techniques and fully grasp the enchanting medical skills, enabling him to earn money and ultimately fulfill his aspiration of providing a better life for his family. As he continued reading, fatigue washed over him like a heavy weight, and his consciousness gradually blurred until he fell into a light slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in a strange realm, caught between reality and fantasy, when suddenly a familiar image surfaced in his mind. It was the peculiar object he had seen in the Hall of Techniques, a thing of unique design, at first glance resembling a censer, adorned with exquisite patterns and an ancient hue, its surface seemingly etched with indecipherable ancient runes. Upon closer inspection, it resembled an alchemical furnace, its rounded body having presumably birthed countless miraculous pills, exuding a faint aroma of herbs. Or perhaps it was a tripod, emanating a robust yet mysterious aura, as if it bore the weight of time and the passage of years. At that moment, this object, whether a censer, an alchemical furnace, or a tripod, quietly hovered within his mind. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed his consciousness, and a cultivation method appeared before him without warning. The 3 bold characters Shirtian Gong suddenly flashed in Yifan's mind, as if they were imbued with an extraordinary power, exuding an infinite sense of mystery. Following this, a line of text appeared. Devour all things under heaven. Nothing is beyond consumption. Nothing is beyond refinement. Subsequently, the relevant information regarding the first layer of the Shirtian Ju also emerged. Yifan gazed at these words, his eyes brimming with astonishment and excitement, silently pondering. What kind of martial art is this? It appears to be remarkably profound. With a heart full of trepidation, Yifan took a deep breath and cautiously attempted to begin his first cultivation according to the first chapter of Shirtian Gong. His heart felt like a restless deer, filled with both fear of the unknown and anticipation for the wondrous effects of the technique. As the Shirtian Gong began to operate slowly, the atmosphere in the room seemed to ignite in an instant. The once tranquil spiritual energy awakened as if summoned by a mysterious force, emitting a crackling sound that started faintly, reminiscent of raindrops falling on lotus leaves, but soon grew increasingly intense, akin to the thunderous gallop of 1,000 horses. The spiritual energy surged into the room through the cracks of the door and windows, like eager kittens drawn to a scent, rushing in fervently. They wove into Yifan's body like animated threads, while a vast amount of spiritual energy meticulously converged along the intricate meridians within him, gradually gathering towards the Dantian. As the Shirtian Gong continued its operation, Yifan could distinctly feel his meridians transforming, as if parched land was finally receiving nourishing rain, gradually becoming full and vibrant. Simultaneously, a remarkable phenomenon manifested on the surface of his body as a copious amount of black liquid seeped out through his pores. This black liquid emitted a pungent odor, reminiscent of a foul mixture of rotting fish and shrimp, swiftly permeating the room with an overwhelming stench. Yifan remained focused on the operation of the technique. After completing a full cycle, he sensed that a considerable amount of spiritual energy had already accumulated within him, yet he did not pause, continuing to circulate the technique. As he began the second cycle, beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, a sign that it was beginning to feel the pressure. By the third cycle, Yifan felt he had reached the limits of his endurance. Every nerve in his body felt like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment, while his muscles ached painfully under the immense strain. Chapter 6. Not a dream. Yifan gradually ceased the operation of the technique, the breath circulating within him seeming to be paused, slowly returning to tranquility. It was as if he had awoken from a profound meditation, gently opening his eyes as his vision cleared. He found himself still seated steadily at the table, where the Alchemy Mastery book lay quietly, its cover adorned with ancient patterns and strange designs glimmering with a mysterious sheen in the faint candlelight. Initially, Yifan suspected that he might have merely dreamt, for the sensation of immersing himself in the cultivation was utterly surreal. Suddenly, an unbearable, pungent odor invaded his nostrils without warning, reminiscent of decayed herbs mingled with charred wood, a truly foul stench akin to rotting fish and shrimp. He instinctively frowned, then directed his gaze toward his body. To his astonishment, he found his entire outfit drenched and sticky, as if enveloped in a thick syrup, with something peculiar clinging to his skin. Yifan felt a mix of confusion and unease as he unfastened his clothing to investigate, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. His body was covered in an unknown black liquid, thick as rice paste and reeking of a nauseating odor, clearly the source of the pungent smell that filled the air. A shock coursed through Yifan. It dawned on him that everything that had just transpired was indeed real, not a mere figment of his imagination. He began to meticulously recall the events in his mind, remembering the Shirtian Gong that had fortuitously led him into cultivation. He concentrated and endeavored to explore the secrets of this technique within his mind. Indeed, the content of Shirtian Gong unfurled like a scroll, revealing, "Devour all things under heaven. Nothing is beyond consumption. Nothing is beyond refinement." Those bold characters radiated a powerful and majestic aura, allowing one to sense the extraordinary nature of this technique. Following this, he beheld the first chapter of the technique, precisely the portion he had just practiced. As he continued to gaze, his attention was caught by a subsequent section on body refinement. It suddenly struck Yifan that this technique required mutual reinforcement in cultivation. No wonder he had felt overwhelmed by the formidable power earlier. He had been so exhilarated that he had failed to fully comprehend the entirety of the technique's content. With this realization, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling both reckless and fortunate. At this moment, he noticed that dawn was approaching, with faint morning light seeping through the cracks of the window. Yifan glanced at his body, still smeared with the black liquid, and frowned. He gently opened the door to his room, peering outside with caution, relieved to find the area desolate and devoid of people. He quickly tiptoed out of the room and made his way to a pond at the summit of the Dantang Peak. The pond was surrounded by smooth stones and lush aquatic plants, its surface tranquil as a mirror, reflecting the soft golden glow of the morning light. Upon reaching the pond, Yi Fan leapt in without hesitation. The icy water enveloping him in an instant, he diligently scrubbed himself clean, especially the areas tainted by the black liquid, washing multiple times to ensure thoroughness. He also meticulously cleaned his clothes, watching as the black liquid was gradually diluted and washed away by the water. After cleansing himself, Yi Fan looked down at his body, and to his surprise, he was taken aback. Previously, due to lengthy exposure to the scorching sun, his skin had been darkened and rough, akin to weathered bark. Yet now, his exposed skin was smooth as jade, as if every pore had been meticulously polished, appearing rejuvenated, like that of a newborn babe. He couldn't help but marvel at how merely circulating the technique for 3 cycles had already expelled such impurities from his body. The process of cleansing the sinews and bones, countless thoughts surged through his mind. If he continued this practice, what extraordinary realm might his body attain? Clearly, the Shirtian Gong was indeed remarkable. He had only just experienced the cleansing of his sinews and had yet to commence the refinement of his bones. Lost in thought, he began to envision the incredible transformations that would occur should he refine his skin, sinews, and internal organs according to the technique. The prospect filled him with excitement. He understood that the body was fundamental. Only by solidifying his foundation could he achieve greater heights on his path of cultivation. For now, he must gradually temper his flesh and bones, gathering true energy. This marked the true commencement of his cultivation journey. With a heart full of beautiful expectations for the future, Yi Fan envisioned a time when he would grow powerful, enabling him to earn more money in this world that valued strength above all. By then, his parents would no longer need to toil, and his sister Yi Qin could enjoy a good life. The thought of his family's joyful faces filled Yi Fan with motivation. Having come to these realizations, he wrung out his freshly washed clothes and donned them over his now clean body, returning to his room with a refreshing feeling. As dawn broke, the sky turned a pale blue with wispy white clouds drifting by. Heralding the start of a new day, Yi Fan knew he had to prepare to assist in organizing various books or alchemical materials as usual. Although it was laborious work, he recognized it as a form of training. And at this moment, he felt a sense of hope and an infinite drive propelling him forward. Upon arriving at the study, Yi Fan began to tidy up, and before long, he discovered that most of the items had already been organized. After all, it had been over 3 months since the Shirtian sect had relocated and rebranded as the Huashan sect, so the number of items to arrange was limited. During this time, everyone had worked together, and all the goods transferred from the central domain to the Huashan sect were now neatly arranged. Meanwhile, the senior disciples who had been injured had mostly recovered their vitality during this period, and the sect was regaining its former vigor and vitality. After a busy period, Yi Fan finally found a moment of respite. He wandered leisurely through the Huashan sect, unknowingly arriving near the mission hall. He had only heard of the mission hall before and had never entered. Today, out of curiosity, he decided to step inside. As soon as he entered the mission hall, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Truly bustling with activity, one wall of the grand hall was adorned with an enormous display screen, flickering with a cold light, showcasing a variety of tasks and their corresponding rewards scrolling by. Some tasks offered astonishingly generous rewards, while others appeared rather mundane, yet all were meticulously arranged by the sect. Alongside another wall stood a row of counters, where disciples clad in sect attire diligently managed the requests of their fellow disciples seeking to accept tasks. Additionally, beneath another wall was a small window designated for item exchanges. The items displayed within the window were a dazzling array, featuring various rare elixirs that exuded potent medicinal energy, weapons glimmering with a frosty sheen, clearly masterfully forged, and ancient tomes of martial arts techniques that seemed to harbor boundless power. However, all these treasures could only be exchanged using sect points. To earn sect points, one had to obediently undertake tasks. Of course, possessing high-quality elixirs, divine weapons, or unparalleled techniques could also be traded for points. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness regarding his own situation. He barely earned 1 or 2 silver coins each month, which he unhesitatingly sent home to support his family. Fortunately, the sect took good care of its disciples, providing free food and accommodation, alleviating worries about daily expenses. Yet, this left him with no money at all. Especially since today marked his first visit to the task hall, and having never completed a task before, he naturally had no points to tea that moment. He could only stand there, gazing longingly at the enticing items and tasks. His mind swirling with thoughts. Chapter 7. The first task. Standing in the task hall, Yifan's eyes were fixated on the large screen, his gaze diligently searching through the myriad of tasks. He understood that for someone new to this place, finding a suitable task was of utmost importance. The screen flickered with various task information, overwhelming to behold. Fortunately, Yifan maintained his focus, and at last, he spotted 2 tasks issued by the elders of the Alchemy Hall, both appearing well suited for a novice like him. Point 1 task involved serving as an assistant to an alchemist. Being able to assist an alchemist was a significant opportunity for Yifan, as it promised 5 sect points daily, a considerable reward for someone as financially strapped as he was. The other task required him to tend to a private herb garden belonging to an elder, also earning 5 points each day. Yifan pondered the pros and cons of these 2 tasks, acutely aware that choosing to become an assistant would allow him to closely observe the alchemical process and learn the alchemist's skills. Mastering the art of alchemy was a profound pursuit, and if he succeeded, it could yield great benefits in the future, potentially allowing him to amass considerable wealth. Conversely, tending to the private herb garden would grant him deeper insights into the properties and pharmacology of various herbs, a knowledge of immense value for his future endeavors. He deliberated for a long time between the 2 tasks, contemplating which path to take. Ultimately, Yifan resolved to become the assistant. He believed that acquiring alchemical skills was the immediate priority. Once he mastered the art of alchemy, he could earn more money. With finances secured, he could then focus on studying herbal properties. Having made up his mind, Yifan swiftly accepted the task of being the assistant. He proceeded to report to the alchemist as required. Upon arrival, he politely stated his purpose to the alchemist, who scrutinized him for a moment before nodding slightly. The alchemist briefly outlined some important points to remember for the job starting the next day and instructed Yifan to return and prepare. Subsequently, Yifan returned to his modest quarters, which consisted merely of a small bed, a rickety table, and a chair. His room furnished with little else, yet he paid no mind to such simplicity. Sitting on his bed, he intended to focus and continue his cultivation. He gradually activated the first layer of the heaven-devouring arts. As he channeled the technique, he could distinctly feel a mysterious force circulating within him. This session of cultivation felt markedly different from the last. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly through his meridians, completing 5 full cycles before he sensed his inner energy reaching its limit. At that moment, a considerable amount of murky black liquid began to seep from his body, emitting a faint metallic scent, an indication of purging impurities through cultivation. Through this session, Yifan had effectively entered the ranks of cultivators. Though he remained unaware of it, his current state could be classified as the first level of body refinement, marking a new beginning and the starting point on his path to becoming powerful. However, following this cultivation session, Yifan encountered a rather vexing issue. His body seemed excessively frail. Even slight movements left him feeling overwhelmed. As if he were burdened beyond his limits, he furrowed his brow, contemplating how he could possibly continue cultivating under such conditions. This would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle on his path to mastery, and he needed to devise a solution. He sat there in deep thought for quite some time, yet remained at a loss. Just as he began to feel disheartened, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the alchemy marvel placed on the table. A spark ignited in his mind, and an idea suddenly flashed. Why not use elixirs to aid in his cultivation? After all, elixirs possessed miraculous effects that might improve his current physical condition. Thus, Yifan promptly began searching through the formulas in the alchemy marvel for a suitable elixir. The tome contained a plethora of recipes, each page densely filled with various herb combinations, preparation methods, and the effects of the elixirs. Yifan diligently perused the pages, filled with anticipation. Soon, his eyes lit up as he discovered a concoction known as the Body Refinement Pill, which was perfectly suited to his needs. The ingredients required for this pill were relatively simple, necessitating only 3 basic herbs. After a rough estimate, he realized that purchasing these 3 herbs would cost about 5 taels of silver, a significant sum for Yifan. Yifan immersed himself in his disciple token, an important item bestowed by the sect that not only served as proof of identity but also allowed access to various sect information. He quickly located the exchange information for the 3 herbs and discovered that using sect points, he could acquire each set for only 2 points. This revelation left Yifan deeply contemplative. It seemed that on the path of cultivation, money was indispensable. To elevate his abilities, he would indeed require substantial financial support, as relying solely on techniques was far from sufficient. His immediate goal was to obtain the body refinement pill, utilizing the elixir's power to continuously strengthen his body, thus enabling him to persist with the heaven-devouring ART. Yi Fan meticulously memorized the recipe and preparation method for the body refinement pill, ensuring he would not forget any detail. Afterward, he rose to wash himself at the nearby pond. After cleansing the impurities expelled from his body, he returned and lay down on his bed. He closed his eyes, ready for a restful sleep, as he would begin his duties as an assistant the following day, aiming to earn those 5 points. The next morning, as the first light of dawn began to illuminate the sky, Yi Fan arrived early at the alchemist's chamber to await his arrival. The morning breeze carried a refreshing chill, and as he stood before the somewhat antiquated door of the alchemist's room, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the day ahead. His gaze radiated focus and determination. After all, having been in the alchemy hall for over 3 months, each experience assisting the alchemist was a precious opportunity for growth. Before long, with a soft creak, the alchemist slowly opened the door to the chamber and stepped inside. Yi Fan promptly followed closely behind, mirroring his movements. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, the alchemist made his way directly to the enormous cauldron at the center. Yi Fan, not daring to be negligent, noticed remnants of ashes and impurities from the last alchemical session around the cauldron and immediately set about cleaning it thoroughly. He meticulously wiped every corner of the cauldron as if handling a rare treasure, his earnestness earning him quiet respect. After a moment of contemplation, the alchemist began to call out the names of several herbs. Yi Fan listened intently, then swiftly searched the herb racks for the required items. His time in the alchemy hall over the past 3 months had not been wasted. He recognized many of the simpler herbs. Moreover, the shelves were clearly labeled with the names of the herbs. Yi Fan deftly navigated through the stacked racks, his eyes scanning the herb containers, and in no time, he gathered all the necessary herbs and neatly arranged them on a nearby table. Throughout the day, the alchemist appeared exceptionally busy, with flames in the cauldron flickering vigorously, filling the chamber with a bizarre blend of herbal aromas. However, it seemed the alchemist was experimenting with a particularly intricate recipe, as the flames were extinguished and reignited multiple times without yielding any successful elixirs. Nevertheless, the alchemist remained quite amiable. He glanced at Yi Fan, who had been assisting him, and retrieved the sect identity token from his pocket, crediting Yi Fan's token with 5 points. Then, with a hint of fatigue barely discernible, he said to Yi Fan, "You've worked hard today. Come back tomorrow." Yi Fan respectfully acknowledged and slowly exited the alchemical chamber. Chapter 8. The Path of Cultivation. In the following days, Yi Fan continued his role as an assistant. While the tasks of an assistant could be somewhat tedious, Yi Fan approached them with utmost diligence. Every morning, he would arrive early at the alchemical chamber, meticulously cleaning and organizing the necessary tools, ensuring that everything was in order for the alchemist's arrival. He subsequently began to assist the alchemist in preparing the necessary materials for potion making. From meticulously weighing various rare herbs to skillfully blending special mineral powders, he adhered strictly to the alchemist's instructions, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. As a result, through his diligent efforts, he naturally earned 5 points for his sect each day. Day after day, this continued until the 10th day. Yet the alchemist had still not succeeded in concocting a single elixir. The alchemy chamber was shrouded in swirling smoke, permeated by a pungent, burnt odor, with remnants of numerous failed potions scattered across the floor. The alchemist, wearing an expression of exhaustion and despair, frowning, he anxiously paced within the chamber, ultimately deciding, in resignation, to take a few days to rest. Attempting to calm his mind and reflect deeply to uncover the reasons for his failures, while also hoping to find an opportune moment to resume his alchemical endeavors. At that moment, Yi Fan mustered his courage to express to the alchemist his desire to borrow his cauldron to learn how to concoct body-refining pills. His eyes sparkled with a fervent yearning, and the alchemist, after a moment of contemplation, granted his request. Yi Fan was well aware, however, that he faced numerous challenges. As for the crucial alchemical fire, he did not possess it for the time being. But fortunately, there was the earth fire available in the chamber. Over the past 10 days, he had been observant and attentive, and through his meticulousness and focus, he learned the method of using earth fire for alchemy. This filled Yi Fan with exhilaration as he eagerly made his way to the task hall with the 50 points he had accumulated over the past few days. The task hall was bustling with activity, and as Yi Fan navigated through the throngs of people, he headed straight to the counter for herb exchange. Without hesitation, he exchanged all 50 points for the herbs required to concoct the body-refining pills. And after a careful count, he obtained materials for 25 batches of body-refining pills. With these herbs in hand, Yi Fan returned to his residence. That night, he was so excited that he tossed and turned, his mind racing with visions of the alchemical process and the potential issues that might arise. After a long wait, dawn broke, and Yi Fan, brimming with energy and excitement, arrived at the alchemy chamber. Standing before the cauldron, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, and after stabilizing his mind, he embarked on his journey of alchemy. He cautiously added the herbs, carefully controlling the heat, and focused intently on every subtle change in the earth fire. However, the fates proved unkind, and after expending 10 portions of herbs, he had yet to successfully produce a single potion. Gazing at the ashes and formless remnants of his failed concoctions, Yi Fan did not succumb to despair. Instead, he composed himself and paused his actions. He sat to the side, meticulously comparing each step of his alchemical process with the intricate methods described in the marvelous book of alchemy. After a thorough and detailed examination, he finally identified the root cause of his failures. It turned out that the timing of the herb additions had been inaccurate. This seemingly minor yet crucial issue stemmed from occasionally being a bit too quick or too slow. With these minute discrepancies leading to his previous failures, upon discovering the reason, Yi Fan felt a glimmer of hope. He revitalized himself, reignited the earth fire, and began the process anew. Yet, the path of alchemy remained fraught with obstacles. After 4 more failures, he finally succeeded in producing a batch of body-refining pills. However, this batch yielded only a single pill, and judging by its appearance and the aura it emanated, its quality was decidedly subpar. Merely a low-grade first-tier pill. In the realm of the 9 provinces, pills were strictly categorized into 9 tiers, each further divided into upper, middle, lower, and top grades. There were even legendary 10th-tier pills, but such marvels existed only in folklore, having never been witnessed by any mortal eye. Nonetheless, Yi Fan did not allow the inferior quality of this pill to dishearten him. On the contrary, he felt invigorated. He proceeded to use the remaining 9 portions of herbs for further alchemical attempts. Initially, each batch yielded only a single low-tier body-refining pill, but as his experience accumulated and his techniques grew more adept, he eventually managed to produce up to 5 pills per batch, including some mid-tier and upper-tier body-refining pills. After considerable effort, Yi Fan successfully crafted a total of 25 pills, comprising 3 upper-tier pills, 5 mid-tier pills, and the remainder being low-tier body-refining pills. Witnessing the fruits of his labor, Yi Fan was filled with immense joy. He casually tossed one of the mid-tier body-refining pills into his mouth, and it dissolved instantly, releasing a warm medicinal energy that spread throughout his body. Yi Fan quickly channeled his cultivation technique, guiding the medicinal energy through his internal meridians. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. He focused intently on the flow of the energy, feeling as though his body was enveloped in a warm radiance. This cycle continued unabated, and by the 7th cycle, he still felt invigorated, but it was not until the 8th cycle that he sensed his body reaching its limits. Even so, he could distinctly feel impurities being expelled from his body. And through this cultivation, Yi Fan successfully broke through to the 2nd level of body refining. Yet, he did not allow the elation of this breakthrough to cloud his judgment. Instead, he calmly decided to head to the task hall. Upon seeing Yi Fan, the clerk at the task hall displayed a hint of surprise. Yi Fan placed all the crafted pills on the counter, indicating his desire to exchange them for points. After a meticulous count and assessment, the clerk ultimately exchanged them for 150 portions of body-refining pill materials. Without a moment's delay, Yi Fan hurried back to the alchemy chamber to resume his crafting of body-refining pills. He immersed himself in the process, oblivious to everything around him. After a prolonged effort, when he finally transformed all the herbs into pills, night had fallen. The chamber was filled with the fragrant aroma of the pills, and a pile of freshly crafted body-refining pills lay neatly arranged on the floor. Satisfied with his work, Yi Fan tidied up the chamber, secured the finished pills, and then returned to his residence. Utterly exhausted, without a thought, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep, restorative sleep. dreaming as though he were still engaged in the alchemical process. As autumn faded into winter and the seasons changed, 5 years slipped by in what felt like the blink of an eye. Throughout these long 5 years, Yi Fan's life had settled into a fixed rhythm, repeating two crucial activities day by day: alchemy and cultivation. In the past, due to limitations in his circumstances, he had to borrow alchemical chambers from others to conduct his experiments, at that time. The process was fraught with difficulties and inconveniences, requiring him to be mindful of others' moods while adhering to various complex borrowing rules. However, after 5 years of relentless effort, he finally gained the ability to rent his own alchemical chamber, freeing himself from the feelings of dependency that had once plagued him in his cultivation journey. Yi Fan achieved remarkable results. He successfully broke through to the 5th level of qi refining, a stage that many cultivators might take years to attain. In the realm of alchemy, he reaped even greater rewards. Initially, he could only concoct body-refining pills, which significantly enhance a cultivator's physical prowess. Over time, through continuous research and exploration of alchemical techniques, he gradually mastered the methods for crafting a wider variety of pills. Besides body-refining pills, he also learned to concoct recovery pills, qi-refining pills, and rejuvenation pills. Recovery pills could swiftly restore a cultivator's spiritual energy when it was depleted, while qi-refining pills aided practitioners in better absorbing and refining the natural spiritual energy during the qi-refining stage. Rejuvenation pills, a rare second-tier healing elixir, were excellent for treating both external and internal injuries. Additionally, during his body-refining phase, Yi Fan recognized the importance of a robust physique for cultivation, dedicating a significant amount of energy to honing his body. Through rigorous training and the aid of pills, his physique became exceptionally solid, akin to a fortified fortress, laying a firm foundation for his long-term development on the path of cultivation. Today, he had already become a highly regarded second-tier alchemist. Throughout these 5 years, he amassed considerable wealth through his achievements in alchemy and cultivation. Wealth flowed into his pockets like a never-ending stream, and concurrently, his points within the sect soared to new heights. With the support of his newfound riches and points, he not only improved his own cultivation conditions, but also ensured a comfortable life for his family. His parents no longer needed to toil over mundane matters, and his sister had ample resources to pursue her aspirations, allowing her to study or cultivate without worry. Although Yi Fan had achieved much in various aspects, he also harbored his own regrets. In the alchemical process, the alchemical fire held immense significance, greatly enhancing the efficiency and success rate of potion making. Yet, he had yet to possess his own alchemical fire. However, he was not entirely without gains. He exchanged his sect points for a low-tier alchemical cauldron. Though its grade was modest, it sufficed for his current alchemical needs. Furthermore, he acquired a storage ring, while the space within this ring was not vast. Measuring only a foot in length and width, it was adequate for Yi Fan's current requirements. After all, his possessions were still limited, and compared to the time before he had the storage ring, it provided him with considerable convenience. Chapter 9. Yi Fan's thoughts throughout these 5 years. Yi Fan's journey in cultivation has been replete with surprises and adventures. Upon breaking through to the 1st level of qi refining, while meticulously studying the marvelous book of alchemy, he mastered a unique and formidable skill, the 9 Heavens Silver Needle. The 9 heavenly needles are of immense significance. Each needle appears to embody the essence of the heavens and the earth, with a faint luminescence swirling around their shafts. Once deployed, they descend like divine artifacts from the celestial realms, exhibiting astonishing might and possessing remarkable lethal and healing properties. Upon reaching the 2nd stage of qi refinement, Yi Fan commenced his training in the formidable Devouring Heaven technique. Through relentless practice and exploration, he unexpectedly comprehended the exquisite art of the mirage steps within this technique. When executed, Yi Fan's figure flickers like an ethereal phantom, darting unpredictably in every corner. With each step, an unusual force seems to ripple beneath his feet, as if the surrounding space is disturbed by his movements, making it nearly impossible for foes to track his whereabouts. Proving exceptionally effective in combat or evading peril. Now, Yi Fan has successfully ascended to the 5th stage of qi refinement. In his profound exploration of the Devouring Heaven technique, he has made a groundbreaking discovery, grasping a marvelous skill known as condensing qi into a cauldron. The origins of this intriguing technique are quite fascinating. A mysterious object has long resided in Yi Fan's mind, possessing a peculiar shape that resembles an ancient, weighty cauldron, a a fragrant incense burner, and certain features of an alchemical furnace. This enigmatic item was obtained by Yi Fan inadvertently in the Hall of Techniques, quietly existing in his consciousness, emanating a compelling allure. One day, while immersed in the study of the devouring heaven technique, an intense intuition surged within him. Instinctively, he began to gather his true energy in the palm of his hand, and as if compelled by an unseen force, he started to condense it into the form of that mysterious object in his mind. Before long, a small gas cauldron identical to the mysterious object materialized in his palm. This diminutive cauldron, no larger than a teacup, appeared exquisite and enigmatic. Initially, Yi Fan did not grasp the special significance of this small cauldron, but as he delved deeper into the training of the devouring heaven technique, he gradually realized that this inadvertently condensed cauldron was the key to unlocking the true essence of the technique. It is noteworthy that the esteemed ancestor of the Huashan sect, who dedicated his life to the devouring heaven technique, passed away without uncovering its true entry method, having only scratched the surface of its secrets. Although the cauldron Yi Fan has condensed is diminutive, it contains tremendous potential, particularly when he commenced the second chapter of the devouring heaven technique. This tiny gas cauldron began to manifest its wondrous abilities. It can devour and refine various spiritual herbs and elixirs, a trait that embodies the true essence of the devouring heaven technique, to consume all things under heaven, leaving nothing unassimilated or unrefined. As long as spiritual entities exist between heaven and earth, this small cauldron seems capable of processing them, transforming them into energy or useful resources for Yi Fan on his path to immortality. However, Yi Fan is acutely aware that the devouring heaven technique is profoundly intricate, not something that can be mastered overnight. It demands meticulous refinement of the physical body, commencing with the skin, where every inch must undergo the permeation and tempering of spiritual energy, akin to enduring countless tiny yet persistent pricks. Next comes the sinews and bones, which must be resilient and sturdy, withstanding pressures beyond ordinary imagination during cultivation, transforming from within under the infusion of spiritual energy, becoming as indestructible as fine steel, while the tendons, connecting bones to muscles, must also be imbued with elasticity and vitality through the refinement of spiritual energy. The internal organs are of paramount importance, akin to a remarkably intricate microcosm, where the liver must endure the nourishment and tempering of spiritual energy, transforming into a vital organ for energy storage and conversion, and the heart must maintain a steady rhythm amidst the powerful currents of spiritual energy, serving as the core of vitality, much like the stabilizing needle of the sea. Likewise, the lungs, spleen, and kidneys must evolve through this arduous process, enabling them to withstand the overwhelming spiritual force during the operation of the devouring heaven technique, lest a frail body be utterly destroyed by such immense power. Over the past 5 years, Yi Fan has exerted every ounce of effort in that humble yet herb-scented alchemy room. He toiled day and night, crafting elixirs. The flames blazed brightly, casting a glow on his resolute yet weary face, as the herbs transformed under his careful concoction into pills brimming with potent spiritual energy. After refining the elixirs, he tirelessly resumed his training. His existence became saturated with alchemical pursuits and cultivation, leaving no time for leisure. Fortunately, all his efforts bore fruit. As he labored and trained fervently, he gradually became aware of his perceptual abilities quietly expanding. Now, within a radius of several dozen meters around him, it felt as though he possessed a unique little world. The grasses sprouting from the ground, lush and verdant, revealed every vein of their leaves to his perception. The towering trees, from their deeply buried roots to every leaf trembling in the breeze, were all within his awareness. Even the tiny ants scuttling across the ground seemed to present a clear image in his mind. The lively insects flitting through the grass emitted soft, rhythmic sounds, akin to a gentle nocturne of nature, which he could keenly perceive. Yi Fan brimmed with confidence regarding this newfound ability, believing that no matter the object, be it a flying bird or a falling leaf, he could detect their presence the moment they entered his range. However, Yi Fan understood that cultivation is not merely a matter of self-imposed isolation. The path to immortality is long and boundless, akin to an expansive sea of stars. If one remains confined to a small corner, relying solely on solitary practice, it would be woefully inadequate. Only through diverse experiences, Akin to birds soaring through the skies or fish swimming in the vast oceans, can one bravely explore the unfamiliar world beyond, embracing various new challenges and encountering different environments, spiritual energies, and opportunities. Can one hope for substantial growth in their cultivation? Yet, since his birth into this world, Yifan has been confined to a small village at the foot of Huashan, never having ventured beyond its borders. He has grown accustomed to the sunrises and sunsets of the village, familiar with the wrinkles on the faces of the elders and the laughter of children, but the world beyond remains a distant legend to him. Although he is fortunate to have entered the Huashan sect, a path to immortality, he still finds himself trapped within this modest alchemical hall. Each day, he busies himself with alchemy, tirelessly experimenting with various formulas, controlling the fire and pairing herbs to produce higher quality elixirs. Each alchemical endeavor resembles a battle without smoke, with every pill encapsulating the essence of his hard work. During his rare moments of leisure, he immerses himself in cultivation, striving to unearth more potential within his body. Occasionally, when he misses his family, he carefully sends back a portion of the meager silver he earns at the sect to his home at the foot of Huashan, bringing joy to his parents and sister, Yiqin. Throughout these years, his footsteps have scarcely ventured beyond the confines of Huashan's days, turned into weeks. The yearning to break free and explore the world burgeoned in Yifan's heart like a seed breaking through the soil. Growing ever stronger, finally, he resolved to gather his belongings and minimal provisions before walking toward the room where the steward of the alchemical hall was stationed. The steward sat behind a worn table, the sound of the abacus clicking in his hands as he calculated the various accounts of the alchemical hall. Yifan cautiously approached, articulating his desire to embark on an exploration. The steward slowly raised his head. Scrutinizing the frail and inexperienced youth before him, he thought to himself, "This is merely a new disciple who joined the Huashan sect a few years ago. What makes this boy special? With an unremarkable appearance and no outstanding talent, he is akin to a small stone washed up on the riverbank, utterly inconspicuous among the vast array of Huashan disciples. He is just an ordinary disciple in the alchemical hall, starkly contrasting with those gifted in alchemy or possessing unique cultivation insights. From the perspective of the disciple hierarchy, this boy barely qualifies as an outer disciple. He would be more aptly described as a registered disciple or a menial worker, a disciple of such little significance in the sect." The steward mused, what achievements could he possibly attain if he ventured out? Whatever he chooses to do, let him be. Thus, with a casual wave of his hand, the steward granted Yifan's request with little thought. Chapter 10. Stepping into the world, Yifan slowly exited the grand gates of the Huashan sect, which loomed majestically, emanating an ancient and dignified aura under the sunlight. He couldn't resist glancing back, filled with nostalgia and reluctance for the place he had called home for so long. The intricately carved beams, the crimson gates, and the bold characters on the plaque seemed to encapsulate the most vivid memories of his time there. However, Yifan did not linger. He knew he had his own path to traverse, and thus he hastened down the mountain. Following the winding mountain path, Yifan's heart raced with anticipation. Soon, he returned to his home at the foot of the mountain. The sight of his home filled him with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The well-known flowers and plants in the courtyard, the old low walls, and the cozy rooms all exuded the essence of home. The kind faces of his parents and the innocent smile of his sister, Yiqin, allowed Yifan's heart to completely relax. The family gathered together, and Yifan excitedly recounted his experiences on the mountain to his parents and sister. He described how the masters of the Huashan sect taught him martial arts with both strictness and affection, and how his fellow disciples engaged in vigorous sparring at the training grounds. Each scene and object from the mountain was depicted in exquisite detail, as his parents and sister listened with expressions of surprise and curiosity. After their conversation, Yifan comfortably rested at home for the night. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly. The familiar bed and comforting atmosphere seemed to restore the carefree feelings of his childhood. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window's cracks, illuminating Yifan's face. He opened his eyes, and a surge of desire to venture out ignited within him. Although he had never stepped beyond his doorstep and was uncertain of where to go, he understood that to witness the world beyond, he must first leave the place that nurtured him. Regardless of the unknown realm outside, a bold determination surged within Yifan's heart. He felt that as long as he pressed forward, he could not go wrong. Thus, he bid farewell to his parents and sister and set off aimlessly towards the mountain's edge. He followed the well-trodden mountain path, flanked by lush forests. At that moment, the view along the mountain road was remarkably open. It stretched out before him, deserted and tranquil. Occasionally, a brilliantly colored bird would flit overhead, tracing a beautiful arc before vanishing into the depths of the woods, followed by the melodious chirping of insects, rising and falling like a symphony of nature. After walking for about 3 hours, Yifan finally encountered an official road. This road was wide, its surface well-trodden by the passage of carts and pedestrians. Horse-drawn carriages occasionally ambled by, the sounds of hooves and wheels intertwining to create a unique rhythm. Sometimes, he could also spot fellow travelers like himself, some carrying bundles, resolutely advancing step by step. Occasionally, elegantly dressed individuals galloped past on horseback, the bells adorning their steeds ringing brightly, resonating through the air. Gazing at the expansive official road, Yifan felt somewhat at a loss, unsure of which direction to take. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to inquire with a passerby for directions. Spotting a seemingly honest traveler carrying a bundle, he approached him politely to ask for guidance. The traveler informed Yifan that the capital of the Daxia Empire was a bustling and lively place, suggesting he head in that direction if he wished to broaden his horizons. After pondering for a moment, Yifan found some merit in the advice and chose to proceed towards the capital of the Daxia Empire. After walking approximately 20 to 30 li, he approached a small town. As he drew nearer, he noticed that the number of people on the official road began to increase. Some were small traders, balancing loads filled with local specialties. Others appeared to be families from afar, children frolicking ahead while adults called after them. Witnessing this lively scene, Yifan's face brightened with longing, and he quickened his pace. Eager to immerse himself in the bustle, entering the town, he discovered that although it was not large, a spacious street ran through its entirety. The shops lining the street were abundant, offering a dazzling array of embroidered goods and handicrafts. Vibrant in color and exquisite in craftsmanship, there were also food stalls wafting mouth-watering aromas that made one's mouth water. Numerous inns and guesthouses were available for weary travelers to rest. Feeling somewhat fatigued from his long journey and captivated by the lively atmosphere, Yifan decided to find an inn to rest. His gaze swept the street until he finally entered a clean and tidy establishment. The innkeeper greeted him warmly, and Yifan expressed his desire for a room. As the innkeeper led him to his quarters, he shared information about the inn, boasting that all the food was prepared from fresh ingredients procured daily and was exceedingly delicious. Taking the innkeeper's word for it, Yifan requested a meal. Soon, a delightful spread was served. Fragrant rice, several exquisite side dishes, and a bowl of hot soup. Yifan indulged heartily, and once satiated, he did not forget about his martial arts training. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to channel his energy, feeling the qi flow gently through his meridians, gradually dissipating the fatigue from his journey. Before he realized it, night fell, and Yifan lay down to sleep in the inn, enjoying a restful night. The next morning, upon waking, Yifan felt refreshed and invigorated. As he stepped out of the inn, a voice called out to him, "Young master, would you like to hire a carriage?" Traveling by carriage is both convenient and comfortable. After a brief moment of silence, Yifan pondered how long it might take him to walk to the capital, and nodded in agreement. He inquired, "How is the carriage hired?" The man, beaming with a smile, replied, "Young master, our carriage is rented by the day. 1 tael of silver will secure it for 10 days, which is quite a bargain." Finding the price reasonable, Yifan nodded in acceptance. The man, pleased with Yifan's agreement, signaled, and soon, a sturdy carriage approached, emanating an ancient charm, drawn by a robust horse. Yifan stepped aboard and instructed the driver to head towards the previously agreed-upon destination, the capital of the Daxia Empire. Initially, the carriage traveled steadily along the official road, and Yifan sat inside, watching the scenery blur past. However, after a while, he began to sense something amiss. He noticed that the carriage was veering off the official road, entering increasingly remote paths. As they continued, the surroundings grew more desolate, and the number of passers-by diminished. Yifan furrowed his brow. Despite his lack of experience in the world, he instinctively felt that something was not right. Just as he prepared to inquire with the driver about the situation, the carriage suddenly stopped without warning. Startled, Yifan had no time to react before a group of about 10 burly men emerged on the road ahead, brandishing various weapons. Some wielded long knives that glinted in the sunlight, while others carried stout clubs. They gazed at Yifan with greedy and sinister eyes, their intentions clear. Meanwhile, the carriage driver dismounted and silently blocked Yifan's exit, effectively trapping him. Yifan sighed in resignation, fully aware that he had encountered a band of robbers. Boy, hand over your money. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Just consider it your misfortune, growled the leader of the gang. A man with a dark complexion and a hulking frame that resembled a small mountain, exuding an air of intimidation. Judging by his practiced demeanor, it was evident that he had engaged in such nefarious deeds before. In this world, as long as one was swift and efficient, such criminal acts would remain unnoticed. Even if, by an extreme stroke of luck, someone happened to witness the crime, no one would dare intervene. For everyone preferred to avoid trouble. Furthermore, the authorities turned a blind eye to such matters, feigning ignorance as if they were deaf and mute. The gang of men stared intently at Yifan. Recognizing that he appeared to be a young master of some family, dressed impeccably. However, it struck them as odd that he had ventured out without a single servant, rendering him an easy target for their schemes. Yifan remained calm, unafraid as he faced the group of men, narrowing his eyes slightly before making a subtle movement. In an instant, he executed his unique mysterious steps, a technique so peculiar that he seemed to vanish like a wisp of smoke from the very spot he stood. The gang was taken aback, and to their astonishment, they found that the weapons they had been gripping tightly had somehow ended up in Yifan's hands. With the weapons in hand, Yifan glanced over the men, a sinister smile creeping across his face, which sent chills down their spines. Robbery? Hand over everything you have, or else ha. The gang members' hearts sank at his words. They realized that this young man was not the easy prey they had anticipated, but rather a formidable adversary. Today, they had unwittingly crossed paths with someone far beyond their capabilities, inviting their own demise. They knew all too well that they stood no chance against Yifan. Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, the gang ultimately surrendered their possessions, not wishing to lose their lives over a mere handful of wealth. Yifan fixed his icy gaze on the leader and commanded, "You will drive the carriage for me. If you were to encounter such actions from you again in the future." Yifan deliberately paused for a moment, and then a voice as cold and piercing as ice echoed, "Kill." That chilling voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, causing the group of burly men to involuntarily shudder. After uttering those words, Yifan gracefully returned to the carriage. Under the intimidation of Yifan, the leading thug dared not show any signs of defiance and could only silently assume the role of the coachman. Go! Go! With the shouts of the thug, the carriage began to move slowly. It ambled back along the original path to the official road, raising a small cloud of dust, and then headed towards the capital of the Great Xia Empire. As the carriage grew increasingly distant, it left behind a group of disheartened thugs standing in place. Jiangxing, like a dazzling pearl, shone brightly upon this vast land. Here, the streets bustled with the constant flow of traffic and throngs of people, exuding an air of prosperity and liveliness. On the bustling streets, the calls of vendors rose and fell, creating an unending symphony. Various shops displayed a dazzling array of goods, their vibrant colors captivating the eye. In the most vibrant area of the city stood the Drunken Immortal Tower, like a majestic yet hospitable giant. Its exquisitely carved beams and painted rafters sparkled under the sunlight, beckoning passers-by to this moment. A carriage came to a gentle stop at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Tower. This carriage appeared ordinary, yet its wooden structure seemed to exude the stories of time, radiating an aura of antiquity and elegance. The curtain was gently lifted, and a youth of about 15 or 16 years descended from the carriage. His black hair flowed like silk in the wind, dancing freely, each strand brimming with vitality. His skin was as fair as the first snow of winter, making him particularly conspicuous among the crowd. His features were strikingly handsome, the contours of his face seemingly sculpted by nature itself, with a perfect combination of features creating a captivating portrait, especially his pair of eyes, which sparkled brilliantly, as if they contained countless stars, shimmering with a lively and intelligent light. This youth was none other than the 15-year-old Yifan. Not long ago, Yifan had encountered a band of robbers. Each of these robbers appeared ferocious, wielding long knives, their eyes filled with menace. They surrounded Yi Fan's carriage, believing they could easily claim their prize. However, Yi Fan remained composed. Exuding a calmness that transcended his years, he engaged in negotiations with the leader of the robbers, his words imbued with decisiveness and determination, yet not lacking in wit, swiftly dismissing the leading robber with just a few well-chosen phrases. At this moment, Yi Fan adjusted his attire and entered the tavern with poise. As it was still early for mealtime. Only a handful of patrons occupied the tavern's hall. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of dishes. Tables and chairs arranged neatly, the floor meticulously cleaned, while various paintings adorned the walls, adding a touch of cultural ambience to the place. After surveying his surroundings, Yi Fan chose a seat by the window. From this vantage point, he could observe the bustling crowds and the lively market scene outside. He then casually ordered a few small dishes, which were promptly served at his table. The exquisite dishes released an irresistible fragrance, their vibrant colors resembling delicate works of art. As time passed, the number of patrons in the tavern gradually increased. Laughter and cheerful conversations filled the hall, where diners of various backgrounds gathered in a bustling atmosphere. Yi Fan sat quietly, listening to the diners engage in discussions about various topics. Some enthusiastically shared their recent experiences, such as a newly opened interesting shop featuring exotic treasures. Others recounted grand gatherings showcasing astonishing performances. There were also tales of ancient legends, like pearls scattered in the river of time, being picked up and displayed by the diners. Nearby, someone expressed indignation over a child who helped an elderly person after a fall, yet was extorted for money. Their words were laced with condemnation of such societal ills. Meanwhile, another person gossiped about the daughter of one family admiring the son of another, analyzing whether their families were a suitable match and speculating on their prospects. Yi Fan listened quietly to these casual exchanges, occasionally captivated by amusing stories, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After satisfying his hunger, he felt a sense of ease wash over him at this moment. The lively market outside seemed to beckon him, prompting him to rise and prepare to explore further, wishing to experience more of Jiangqing's vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 12. The benevolence of healers. Yi Fan strolled along the bustling streets of Jiangqing, his eyes filled with wonder and curiosity, resembling a naive village boy witnessing the world for the first time. Constantly glancing around, he first noticed the anxious parents waiting at the school gate, some smiling as they welcomed their children home. Next, he observed the imposing law enforcers marching with a firm and synchronized stride, maintaining order and peace within the city. Then, he marveled at the thriving shops where customers formed long lines, eagerly purchasing their desired goods, creating a lively scene. Further along, Yi Fan arrived at a spacious public square, which was a veritable sea of people, with individuals of all ages engaged in various activities, some flying kites, others dancing and singing, while many leisurely strolled and chatted. Yi Fan continued to wander, stopping intermittently to admire the myriad sights of the city. Suddenly, a gasp caught his attention, and following the sound, he saw an elderly man with white hair had inexplicably fallen to the ground. The old man struggled to extend a hand, repeatedly calling for help, yet the passers-by seemed oblivious, hastening past as if they were deaf and blind. With an innocent heart, Yi Fan did not overthink the situation. He immediately reached out and gently placed his hand on the old man's wrist, beginning to take his pulse with earnest focus. With his eyes slightly closed and brow furrowed, Yi Fan seemed entirely absorbed in sensing the fluctuations of the old man's vital signs. After a thorough examination, he slowly opened his eyes and calmly retrieved an old-looking leather pouch from his spatial ring. Although the pouch appeared unremarkable, upon opening it, one would be dazzled to find it neatly filled with slender, exquisite silver needles. These needles glimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if imbued with some mysterious power. Yi Fan skillfully selected several needles, then without hesitation, accurately inserted them into the various acupoints on the old man's body. As seconds ticked by, the formerly pale and weak old man gradually began to regain strength. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and color returned to his face. Following this, Yi Fan swiftly and gently withdrew the silver needles one by one. As the last needle was extracted, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of dark, foul blood. Strangely, after expelling this blood, the old man not only did not appear weaker, but instead breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling an incredible lightness in his body, as if the long-standing ailments that had plagued him for years had vanished completely. It turned out that what Yi Fan had just performed was his unique skill, the Nine Heavens Silver Needle technique. Coupled with Yi Fan's vital energy, this technique was nothing short of exquisite, capable of curing illness and saving lives, and even transforming decay into vitality. Seeing the old man fully recovered, Yi Fan felt a surge of joy within himself. He smiled gently, tidied up his belongings, and turned to leave. However, just then, the recently revived old man hurriedly called out, "Benefactor, please wait a moment. Today, your life-saving grace is something I cannot repay. I happen to have a supreme card from the Dragon Dan Pavilion. I hope you will accept it as a small token of gratitude." Saying this, the old man tremblingly produced a card radiating a faint golden light from his bosom and handed it to Yi Fan. Faced with such sincere generosity from the old man, Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and replied, "Elder, you are too kind. Healing and saving lives is the duty and obligation of our healers. Truly, there is no need for thanks. Please take back this card." After saying this, Yi Fan once again turned to leave. Yet, the old man resolutely pressed the card into Yi Fan's hand, his eyes filled with earnest hope. Sincerely wishing for Yi Fan to provide his contact information, faced with the old man's fervent persistence, Yi Fan felt somewhat helpless. He gently shook his head and slowly spoke, "Elder, I am truly just a boy from the countryside. I merely came out to broaden my horizons and see the world beyond. In fact, I just arrived in Jiangxing today and haven't even found a place to stay." As he spoke, a hint of naivety and confusion appeared on Yi Fan's face. Upon hearing this, the old man paused in surprise but quickly regained his composure. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he extended an invitation to Yi Fan. "In that case, young man, why not stay at my home for a while? I happen to have a vacant room." Yi Fan, being a youth still innocent to the ways of the world, was embarking on his first journey away from home, navigating the complexities and dangers of society with little knowledge. Thus, when he beheld the elderly man with a benevolent expression and sincere words, a wave of warmth and trust surged within him. Without much contemplation, he nodded in acquiescence, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, esteemed elder. I shall humbly comply with your wishes." At this moment, Yi Fan was entirely unaware of the true identity and background of this seemingly ordinary old man. In truth, this unassuming elder was none other than Long Tian, the renowned leader of the Dragon Elixir Pavilion of the illustrious Great Xia Empire. Years ago, during the cataclysmic Nine Provinces War that shook the entire continent, even the formidable Dragon Elixir Pavilion was not spared, suffering significant losses. The pavilion master, Long Tian, bore grave injuries and was compelled to return to his hometown, Jiangxing, to recuperate. Just moments ago, while taking a solitary stroll, his old wounds unexpectedly flared up, causing excruciating pain. Had he not fortuitously encountered Yi Fan, the consequences would have been dire. After a period of observation and interaction, Long Tian, drawing upon his extensive experience in discerning character, astutely recognized that Yi Fan was no ordinary individual. It is worth noting that as the esteemed master of the Dragon Elixir Pavilion, he commanded numerous skilled alchemists and had relied on exceptionally rare elixirs to tenuously suppress his afflictions over the years. Yet, even after years of such efforts, his injuries had not fully healed. Astonishingly, this seemingly youthful and unremarkable boy had managed, with but a few deft acupuncture needles, to obliterate the torment of his long-standing pain as if it had never existed. Chapter 13. An awkward encounter. Such miraculous medical techniques were nothing short of breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Long Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the scene before him, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. The exquisite finesse of the technique and the incredible efficacy left him in profound admiration for the practitioner. At that moment, Long Tian's gaze inadvertently fell upon the simple yet pure-hearted youth. The boy's countenance was strikingly handsome, with clear and bright eyes that radiated an innate innocence and kindness. Long Tian's heart stirred, and a thought suddenly emerged. His son and daughter-in-law had been missing since the harrowing Nine Provinces War, likely having met with misfortune. Fortunately, he still had a clever and charming granddaughter named Longli, who was currently managing affairs at the Dragon Elixir Pavilion's headquarters. Coincidentally, Longli was of a similar age to Yi Fan. If he could facilitate a union between them, he would have a worthy successor and could rest easy. With this in mind, Long Tian resolved to invite Yifan to reside in his home. Thus, he racked his brain for various methods and eventually succeeded in inviting Yifan to the Long family estate. Furthermore, to create more opportunities for interaction, Long Tian arranged for Yifan's room to be situated adjacent to his granddaughter Long Li's. Once all preparations were in place, Long Tian promptly sent an urgent message via carrier pigeon to Long Li, who was far away at the Dragon Elixir Pavilion headquarters. The letter detailed the circumstances and informed her that her grandfather had found a suitable husband for her, leaving the rest to her discretion. Upon receiving her grandfather's letter, Long Li, who had been buried under a mountain of paperwork, did not hesitate to set aside her work, mount her horse, and gallop back home. Throughout her journey, Long Li's heart raced with excitement, her mind filled with various imaginings of Yifan. After settling into the Long household, Yifan took a brief respite before engaging in casual conversation with Long Tian. Their discourse flowed freely as they exchanged insights on martial arts cultivation and various intriguing tales from the martial world. After a while, Yifan stood to take his leave, turning toward the room that had been assigned to him. Upon entering his room, Yifan gently closed the door and sat cross-legged beside the bed. Taking a deep breath to adjust his internal energy, he then formed hand seals and began to cultivate the Devouring Heaven technique. As the technique activated, a powerful suction emanated from his body, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy as if it had been summoned. This energy surged into Yifan's body like a tidal wave. Rapidly flowing through his meridians, it traversed through his vital channels and organs, continuously nourishing his physique. With the accumulation and foundation he had built over time, his breakthrough was imminent. A faint rumble resonated within him. And in the blink of an eye, a flash of spiritual light signaled that Yifan had successfully advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement. After the breakthrough, Yifan did not immediately cease his cultivation. Instead, he continued to guide the spiritual energy to solidify his newly attained level. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, Yifan finally opened his eyes, a hint of satisfaction gleaming within them. He looked down at his body and noticed a thin layer of black grime covering his skin, a byproduct of his cultivation process. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and strode toward the adjacent bathroom. Turning on the faucet, warm water cascaded down, cleansing his body, while Yifan meticulously washed away the impurities, relishing the comfort that the flowing water provided. Just as he finished bathing and reached for a towel to dry himself before stepping out, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open without warning. Instinctively, Yifan turned around and found a girl of similar age standing in the doorway. This girl was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as luminous as snow, delicate and smooth like mutton fat jade. Her petite, straight nose turned slightly upwards, adding a playful charm, while her dark, bright eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky. Her alluring, rosy lips beckoned one to steal a kiss. Such a captivating beauty could only be described with phrases like fish sinking in flour, shaming the moon. In that moment, the girl stood there, astonished, her voice a series of exclamations. This. Clearly, she had not expected to encounter a stranger in the midst of bathing. The sudden turn of events left her flustered, unsure of how to navigate this awkward situation. Yifan had not anticipated that the person appearing at this moment was not Long Tian, but rather someone else entirely. Heavens! How could he have been so careless as to forget to lock the door? Staring blankly at the scene before him, Yifan found himself utterly dazed on the other side. Long Li was equally taken aback. Having just returned home, she had intended to indulge in a relaxing hot bath before resting. Who could have predicted that she would find herself in such an embarrassing predicament? In a flurry, Long Li retreated from the bathroom like a startled deer. Yet, as she stood at the doorway, the image of Yifan's bewildered expression lingered in her mind. Could this be the future husband her grandfather had found for her? Upon closer inspection, he indeed appeared to be quite handsome and charming. As Long Li pondered this, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yifan finally regained his composure. After hastily donning his clothes, he took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and pushed open the bathroom door to step outside. However, upon catching sight of the girl still standing in place, a flush crept across his face, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Without a moment to spare, Yifan dashed away like greased lightning towards his own room. Watching Yifan flee in a panic, Long Li's emotions grew increasingly complex. Though she had gleaned some information about Yifan from her grandfather, The reality of their face-to-face encounter was unexpectedly profound and difficult to articulate. Yi Fan trudged back to his room with somewhat heavy footsteps, gently closing the door behind him. He slumped into a chair. Feeling like a deflated balloon, that moment, his emotions were a tangled mess. He had never imagined that he would meet a girl in such an ostensibly mundane circumstance, and even more unexpectedly, that their encounter would be so painfully awkward. Chapter 14. A mutual affection. The girl's radiant and captivating visage played in a continuous loop within Yi Fan's mind, akin to a scene from a film. No matter how hard he tried to dispel the persistent image, it proved futile. Did I truly develop feelings for her? Yi Fan murmured to himself, and once that thought took root, it proliferated like wild grass. Consuming his every thought, he found himself contemplating his future, envisioning what life would be like should he and Longli be together. However, every time he attempted to sketch a clear picture, it appeared shrouded in fog. Utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, Longli returned to her room, her thoughts equally tumultuous. She sat quietly by the bedside, her gaze lost in the distance, replaying every moment of her encounter with Yi Fan in her mind. Curiosity filled her heart for this unexpected fiancé. Despite the less-than-ideal circumstances of their first meeting, for some inexplicable reason, a flicker of anticipation for what the future might hold began to rise within her. This unfamiliar yet subtle emotion left her both excited and uneasy, as if an invisible hand were guiding her toward an unknown destiny. In a spacious, brightly lit dining room, a round table was elegantly set at the center. At this moment, Long Tian, Longli, and Yi Fan were gathered around a splendid dinner table, ready to indulge in a lavish feast. The table was adorned with a dazzling array of exquisite dishes, including fragrant braised abalone, tender and juicy steamed grouper, and enticing longjing shrimp, among others. These culinary delights left Yi Fan utterly astounded, for he had never before encountered such a bountiful and luxurious spread. Overwhelmed, he felt somewhat out of place and particularly constrained. Observing this, Long Tian chuckled heartily, saying, "Brother Yi, there is no need to be so reserved. Consider yourself at home." Yi Fan awkwardly nodded and picked up his chopsticks. Longli stole a glance at Yi Fan before quickly lowering her head. That moment, Long Tian picked up a piece of abalone and placed it into Yi Fan's bowl, remarking, "Brother Yi, do try this dish. It has been meticulously prepared by the chef." Gratefully, Yi Fan accepted and tasted it, instantly igniting his taste buds and leaving him singing its praises. However, for Long Tian and his granddaughter Longli, such a meal was merely an ordinary home-cooked affair. They effortlessly wielded their chopsticks, engaging in cheerful conversation as they dined. As their dialogue deepened, Yi Fan gradually relaxed, his previously tense nerves easing, and the atmosphere shifted to one of warmth and harmony. At this juncture, Long Tian seized the opportunity to inquire about Yi Fan's family situation. After some conversation, he learned that Yi Fan was currently single. With a slight smile, Long Tian gestured towards Longli and jokingly suggested, "Brother Yi, how about you consider becoming my granddaughter's fiancé? Just look at her. She is both beautiful and well-behaved, and you are of similar age. You two would make quite the perfect match. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's face flushed crimson, and his heart raced, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Longli, too shy to respond, lowered her head like a delicate flower in bloom. Despite her embarrassment, she couldn't help but steal glances at Yi Fan, secretly pondering his thoughts. Noting their silence, Long Tian burst into laughter and continued, "Since neither of you is speaking, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. In due course, I shall host a grand engagement banquet for you both, and no one is allowed to back out with that." He playfully winked at Yi Fan, his face brimming with satisfaction. Just as Long Tian finished speaking, he excused himself, citing pressing matters, leaving Yi Fan and Longli alone in the cozy ambience. Yi Fan gazed at Longli, his eyes filled with affection, and a warm tide surged within him. He had never imagined he would have the fortune to walk alongside such an extraordinary young woman. Drawing a deep breath, he seemed to inhale courage itself and mustered all his strength to say, "Longli, I am truly honored to become your boyfriend." Longli, upon hearing his words, slowly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with glistening tears, akin to brilliant stars in the night sky. She slightly trembled her lips and softly replied, "Yi Fan, I, too, am overjoyed to be by your side." With that, They exchanged smiles, their expressions radiant like flowers blooming in the spring. At that moment, their hearts were intertwined, brimming with endless happiness and sweetness. They understood that from this moment forward, their journey through life would undoubtedly shine with vibrant colors, filled with countless beautiful possibilities. Bound by the threads of fate, they embraced tightly, as if to embed each other deeply into their souls, making one another an indispensable part of their lives. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, the clamor and busyness of the surrounding world fading into obscurity. At this moment, only their entwined figures appeared strikingly clear and real. Yifan gently reached out, slowly caressing Long Li's silky, flowing hair, the delicate sensation at his fingertips entrancing him. Each touch allowed him to genuinely feel the softness and warmth that belonged solely to Long Li. A sensation akin to the gentle sunlight of spring warming his heart, filling him with boundless yearning and earnest hopes for a beautiful future. He knew that from this moment on, regardless of the storms they might face on life's path, be it laughter or tears, they would walk hand in hand together. The days and nights to come would witness the love story they would write together. Long Li nestled comfortably against Yifan's sturdy embrace. Her cheek pressed against his warm chest, she closed her eyes, quietly listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, akin to a melodious symphony resonating in her ears. This moment of tranquility and happiness felt like a clear spring nourishing her heart. She was acutely aware that she had found her true love, the one who could provide her with support and whom she could wholeheartedly trust. Henceforth, no matter how the world may change, they would remain by each other's side, forever. As time passed, their love would deepen, and they would traverse every stage of life together, creating beautiful memories. Whether in times of prosperity or adversity, they would advance hand in hand, bravely facing all challenges. For they believed that as long as they loved each other, nothing could hinder their progress. Chapter 15. The long-abandoned alchemy room. Yifan, my brother, you have finally completed your cultivation. I have been waiting for you for so long. Could you share with me the interesting experiences you had at Huashan Sect? In the garden of the Long family estate, Long Li bounded over to Yifan like a cheerful fawn, her voice sweet and melodic. Upon hearing her, Yifan turned to look, only to see the young girl's alabaster face slightly flushed from her recent sprint, resembling a perfectly ripe apple, adorably enticing. Her bright, starry eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to Yifan's ear, eager not to miss a single thrilling detail. Dressed in a flowing gown as white as snow, the gentle breeze made the hem flutter, giving her an ethereal quality, akin to a fairy descending from the heavens. The way the fabric danced in the wind indicated that it was undoubtedly crafted from exquisite silk, its worth surely substantial. Since Yifan began his daily training here, Long Li had consistently appeared on time, eagerly recounting her tales from Huashan Sect. Yifan naturally held deep affection for this innocent, lively, and endearing girl. However, there was one thing he kept to himself, the mysterious object in his mind, resembling a censer, an alchemical furnace, or even a tripod. After all, this was his personal secret. Not even the closest of individuals could be privy to it. For should it be revealed, it might attract unforeseen troubles and controversies. Other than that, Yifan shared nearly everything else regarding Huashan Sect with Long Li. After finally managing to send Long Li away, Yifan let out a gentle sigh and looked down at the storage ring on his hand. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, his brow furrowed. The various cultivation resources stored within were nearly depleted. It appeared that merely focusing on cultivation would not suffice. The carefully prepared resources at Huashan Sect were now running low. If he did not devise a way to quickly acquire more funds to purchase new resources, his subsequent progress in cultivation would undoubtedly be severely hindered. Pondering this, Yifan fell into deep thought. However, aside from his proficiency in alchemy, he had little else to offer. But could anyone truly believe that a mere 15-year-old boy could heal? That was nothing short of a fantasy. As for alchemy, he had yet to even possess alchemical fire. The thought of asking Long Tian to borrow a room at Longdan Pavilion felt somewhat embarrassing. After all, he was currently living with the Long family, and they had even introduced their granddaughter Long Li to him as a potential fiancée. After much contemplation, Yifan ultimately resolved to share his predicament with Long Li, hoping she might propose a good solution to help him navigate his current challenges. Upon understanding Yifan's situation, Long Li chuckled softly and said, You are now my fiancé before the gate. So feel free to use my resources as you wish. However, The situation at Longdan Pavilion is rather intricate. In my opinion, it would be best to avoid going there for now. In truth, Longli was acutely aware that if outsiders discovered Yi Fan was her betrothed, he would likely face life-threatening dangers. Following the harrowing events of the Jiuzhou conflict, Longdan Pavilion had suffered significant blows. First, her grandfather Long Tian was gravely injured, and then Long Li's parents mysteriously vanished. Coupled with the enormous wealth accumulated by Longdan Pavilion, it had attracted the covetous gaze of many with ulterior motives. Numerous nobles and influential figures seeking to forge alliances with the Long family for their own gain were as abundant as the stars in the sky, countless and beyond enumeration. Given Yi Fan's current abilities, it would not take much for others to easily overpower him. Long Li furrowed her brow, deep in thought for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile, saying, "In my family's old house, there is a cache of alchemical fire passed down through generations. Strangely enough, to this day, neither my parents nor my grandfather, not even myself, have succeeded in taming it, despite our earnest attempts. Why, Yi Fan? Why not give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's heart blossomed with joy. For if he could truly possess that strand of Danfire, it would be akin to gaining wings like a tiger. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. After listening to Long Li's words, a ripple of excitement surged within him. Astonishingly, hidden deep within the ancestral residence of the Long family, there lay a strand of Danfire that had yet to be subdued by anyone. For someone like him, who relentlessly pursued the pinnacle of alchemical skill, this was undoubtedly a tantalizing discovery. The significance of Danfire to an alchemist is akin to the indomitable blade in a warrior's hand. It is an indispensable element. Once he possessed this wondrous Danfire, he would be able to concoct elixirs of superior quality and enhanced efficacy, while also drastically reducing the time and precious resources required for alchemy. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Fan resolutely nodded and declared, "Very well, I am willing to give it a try." Seeing Yi Fan's swift agreement, Long Li's previously taut features instantly softened into a radiant smile. And she gently said, "Then let us not delay, and set off at once. I shall personally guide you to witness the true form of that mysterious Danfire." With that, she gracefully stepped forward, leading the way, while Yi Fan closely followed, both hastening towards that realm filled with unknowns and surprises. As they walked side by side, they gradually departed from the spacious and serene courtyard of the Long family estate. Their steps were light yet resolute, as if embarking on a journey brimming with mystery and uncertainty. Following the winding path, they delved deeper into the heart of the Long family residence. Along the way, the ancient architecture stood in scattered harmony. The old corridors resembled the river of time, bearing countless stories of the past, while exquisite courtyards unfolded like tranquil paintings, exuding an air of elegance. However, as they pressed onward, the surroundings began to take on a more desolate appearance. At last, after a lengthy traverse, they arrived at a place long forgotten by time, a dilapidated alchemical chamber. This chamber stood solitary, reminiscent of a lost world. Chapter 16. The blue flame. The walls were mottled and cloaked in thick dust, rendering the original colors nearly indiscernible. The roof tiles were broken and incomplete, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps, casting patterns of light and shadow in every corner of the room. Cobwebs hung like intricate nets, enveloping the entire space. The center of the chamber, a massive alchemical furnace stood out prominently. It resembled a slumbering giant, quietly lurking within the crumbling room. Although its surface was covered in dust, one could still faintly sense its former majesty and solemnity. Long Li halted, extending her finger towards the furnace, and softly stated, "This is the place." Her voice echoed in the stillness, imbued with a sense of indescribable reverence. She continued, "Within this furnace lies the Danfire passed down from our ancestors. It is said that this Danfire possesses immense power and is extremely domineering. Throughout history, many have attempted to conquer it for their own use, yet all have met with failure." As she recounted this history, her brow furrowed slightly, perhaps lamenting the tales of yore. Upon hearing this, a flicker of unwavering determination surged in Yi Fan's eyes, and he solemnly declared, "Given the circumstances, I shall give it a try." No sooner had he spoken than he began to walk steadily towards the mysterious furnace, exuding an aura of unyielding resolve, as if fully prepared to face the unknown challenges ahead. As Yi Fan approached the furnace and gently lifted the lid, An overwhelming wave of scorching heat surged forth like a tidal wave. The intense heat washed over him, rendering him nearly unable to bear it. As if he were standing inside a roaring furnace, he furrowed his brow, pondering, why is the temperature within this furnace so high? It nearly exceeds my limits. Instinctively, Yi Fan turned to glance at Long Li, only to find her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, dampening her lustrous black hair. The pristine white garment she wore clung tightly to her skin, especially accentuating the curves of her silhouette, evoking a myriad of thoughts. Yi Fan felt his heart race, yet he quickly steadied himself. Inhaling deeply before directing his gaze back to the interior of the furnace, before him danced a strand of deep blue flame, flickering gently as if it were a sapphire shimmering against the night sky. Radiating an enchanting glow, the roaring flames appeared like thick, swirling smoke, evoking a dreamlike quality. At times, the blue flame surged with ferocity, resembling a dragon thrashing in fury, poised to unleash its devastating force. Its flames leapt skyward, as if intent on igniting the very heavens. The wild tongues of fire voraciously licked at everything in proximity, whether it be unyielding metal or fragile wood. Upon contact with this terrifying flame, all would be mercilessly consumed, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. Simultaneously, the air echoed with crisp, melodious crackles, as if the untamed forces of nature were unabashedly releasing their primal energy. The heat rolled in waves, surging forth like a relentless tide, cascading around them. The searing warmth seemed intent on melting the very world, rendering it impossible to approach. Even the slightest proximity would result in unbearable burns. Yi Fan beheld this astonishing display of fire. He was filled with awe and reverence. Occasionally, the blue flames resembled ardent dancers of the soul, gracefully swirling beneath the deepening night. Their movements were fluid and enchanting, akin to celestial beings descending to earth, or playful sprites at play. The blue light exuded from the furnace was particularly striking and beguiling, as if it were revealing its beauty and mystery to the world, captivating all who witnessed the spectacle. It shone like the most resplendent star in the night sky, emanating brilliant luminosity that illuminated everything around. The flames leaped joyfully, reminiscent of countless shooting stars streaking across the tranquil night, bringing fleeting yet breathtaking brilliance. Each flicker of flame seemed to challenge the cold fearlessly and strive to break free from its own shackles. It burned fiercely, not to succumb to oblivion, but to pursue that moment of ultimate glory. With unwavering resolve and courage, it ignited the once silent air into a fervent and uplifting symphony. In the grandiose melody composed by the roaring flames, it seemed that all existence gradually turned to ash. Yet, amidst the ashes, the glimmers of new life were quietly nurtured. Perhaps this is the wondrous nature of existence, where destruction and rebirth are eternally intertwined. A cycle unbroken. Yi Fan sat quietly before the ethereal blue flames, legs crossed, exuding an air of calm and solemnity. With eyes gently closed, he inhaled deeply and began to circulate the enigmatic Shirtian Gong. As the technique flowed, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the blue flames, continuously pouring into Yi Fan's being. This energy seemed to possess a life of its own, racing through his meridians, bringing waves of heat. Yet, Yi Fan exhibited no signs of discomfort, instead reveling in the sensation. Feeling invigorated as if basking in warm sunlight, he understood that this was the formidable power of Dan Fire. It was merging with his inherently potent true energy, devouring one another. Each collision sparked intense tremors. Yet these tremors brought no discomfort. Rather, they refined and purged his true energy, propelling his strength to new heights. While Yi Fan devoted himself to the refinement of the Dan Fire, outside the chamber, Long Li's emotions were a complex tapestry. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the closed door, filled with both anticipation and profound worry. She fervently hoped for Yi Fan's success in subduing the Dan Fire, for should he triumph, he would undoubtedly become a formidable alchemist, bringing endless glory to the Long family, along with immeasurable wealth and resources. Yet, she equally fretted over the possibility of unforeseen circumstances leading to Yi Fan's injury or even peril as these thoughts crossed her mind. Her hands instinctively clenched, the palms damp with perspiration. Chapter 17. Subjugating the Dan Fire. Time flowed like fine sand through an hourglass, each grain slipping away. However, Yi Fan steadfastly remained by the blazing alchemical furnace. Fully engrossed in the refinement of the roaring Dan fire, at this moment, he was enveloped by the profound and enigmatic blue flames, appearing to merge with the fire itself, indistinguishable from one another. His face contorted in agony, sweat poured down like rain from his forehead, saturating his garments. Yet, despite this, the resolute light in his bright eyes shone unwaveringly, revealing a fierce determination to persevere until his goals were achieved. Clenching his teeth, his hands trembled slightly as he exerted every ounce of strength to harness the ferocious and unruly Dan fire. As time passed, each violent flicker of the flames sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, akin to countless sharp blades slicing through his skin and searing his very marrow. Nevertheless, confronted with such an unprecedented challenge, Yi Fan showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he pressed forward with even greater courage. Finally, after enduring a lengthy and arduous refining process, Yi Fan, through his indomitable will and unparalleled skill, successfully subdued the rebellious Dan fire. In that instant, he distinctly felt a powerful and majestic force surging into his body. Like the relentless flow of a mighty river, flooding through his limbs and bones. Slowly, Yi Fan opened his eyes, a wave of ecstatic joy sweeping across his countenance. At that moment, his heart brimmed with unparalleled delight and profound pride. He understood that mastering this formidable Dan fire today signified a crucial first step on his path to becoming a top-tier alchemist. The future awaiting him promised to be resplendently bright. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan gradually concentrated his spiritual energy into the palm of his hand. A soft blue glow began to emanate from his palm, and soon, a flickering blue flame, resembling a lively spirit, danced in his grasp. This flame swayed gracefully, exuding a fervent and mysterious aura. Yi Fan gazed intently at the Dan fire, a profound sense of reverence swelling within him. It is known that this Dan fire is a precious relic of the Long family's ancestors, said to have been acquired after enduring countless hardships in an ancient ruin. Furthermore, alongside this miraculous Dan fire, an antique Dan furnace and a tome detailing profound alchemical techniques were also discovered. In those days, the Long family's ancestors, employing the exquisite methods contained within this alchemical tome, diligently researched and ultimately mastered exceptional alchemical skills. Subsequently, they resolutely established the renowned Long Dan Pavilion, which gained widespread acclaim. Gently caressing the Dan fire in his hand, Yi Fan felt as though he could sense the boundless power contained within it. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to bestow upon this flicker of Dan fire a resounding name, Tianhua. This name not only highlighted the Dan fire's strength and uniqueness, but also embodied Yi Fan's infinite hopes for his future path in alchemy. At this juncture, Yi Fan's gaze shifted to the exquisite Dan furnace before him. In stark contrast to the ordinary furnaces he had previously utilized at the Huashan sect, which were merely exchanged for sect points, this furnace was truly a rare treasure. Crafted from superior materials and exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship, it was adorned with intricate patterns and runes, emanating an air of antiquity and solemnity. Undoubtedly, with such a top-tier Dan furnace at his disposal, Yi Fan believed that his journey in alchemy would soar to new heights. Pondering this, Yi Fan thought that since there existed this mysterious and ancient furnace, he might as well attempt to concoct an elixir using it to assess the results. With this determination, he wasted no time and set his plan into motion. He gently raised his hand, and with a mere thought, a gem-embedded storage ring, shimmering with a faint glow, appeared upon his finger. Focusing his mind, he delved into the ring, swiftly locating the corner where the remaining herbs were stored. Following that, the precious herbs, as if summoned, floated gracefully from the storage ring, aligning neatly upon the stone table before Yi Fan. He meticulously sorted and organized these herbs, placing them aside according to their types and effects. Each herb exuded a unique fragrance, refreshing and invigorating to the senses. Having completed this task, Yi Fan took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind in preparation for the alchemical process. With his palms pressed together, his inner essence surged forth, and a blue flame erupted from his palm. This flame danced with vitality, radiating intense heat. Yi Fan carefully controlled the size and temperature of the flame, ensuring it was perfectly suited for alchemical refinement. He then picked up a herb, accurately tossing it into the furnace point one after another. The second, the third. As time passed, more and more herbs were successively cast into the Dan furnace. Under the scorching blue flames, the herbs gradually melted and melded together, forming rich elixirs. Yi Fan attentively observed the transformations within the furnace, continuously adjusting the flame's intensity and angle to ensure the elixirs were thoroughly refined and harmoniously blended. Once all the herbs had merged into the elixirs, he swiftly enacted the incantation, further condensing and refining the liquid into the rounded shapes of nascent elixirs. The next step was the pivotal sealing phase. Yi Fan's hands moved in intricate patterns, casting complex runes that shot forth from his fingertips, embedding themselves within the elixirs in the furnace. In an instant, the furnace trembled slightly, its lid sealing automatically, locking in the internal essence completely. After a period of anticipation, Yi Fan sensed the moment had finally arrived. He invoked the incantation once more and opened the lid. Instantly, a brilliant radiance burst forth from the furnace, illuminating the entire room. As the light faded, Yi Fan focused his gaze and beheld perfectly round, translucent elixirs resting serenely at the bottom of the furnace, glimmering like exquisite pearls. These elixirs were flawless in both color and form, far superior to those he had previously concocted in the Huashan sect's earth fire. Moreover, the yield from this batch had significantly improved, with almost no waste. The quality of the elixirs had undergone a remarkable transformation, promising even more pronounced effects. Observing the fruits of his labor, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, a contented smile gracing his features. Chapter 18. Surviving Yi Fan's gaze was fixed upon the antique Dan furnace before him, emanating an air of mystery, a glint of uncontainable brilliance flashing in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his right hand, as if performing a magic trick, the massive furnace vanished in an instant, effortlessly stored within the storage ring adorning his finger. Following this, Yi Fan swiftly and carefully gathered the freshly concocted elixirs, placing each one into an exquisite jade vial. Once all the elixirs were safely stored, he did not hastily depart like an ordinary person. Instead, he slowly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, entering a state of profound cultivation. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, strength is the ultimate measure of everything. Powerful individuals are exalted and revered, while the weak are as insignificant as ants, subject to bullying. Yi Fan deeply comprehended this harsh yet undeniable truth, which fueled his relentless pursuit of greater power, never once allowing himself to falter. At this moment, Yi Fan retrieved a smooth, crystal-clear qi refining pill from his bosom, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air, and without hesitation, placed it into his mouth. As the pill dissolved instantly, a surge of potent medicinal energy rapidly spread throughout his body. Yi Fan immediately activated his unique technique, Devouring Heaven technique, and in that instant, he felt as though he transformed into an infinite black hole, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy like a tidal wave. This rich spiritual energy flowed unceasingly through Yi Fan's meridians into his dantian, undergoing several cycles of refinement before gradually merging with his own true energy. Nourished by such immense spiritual power, Yi Fan's cultivation soared, and at a certain moment, he felt a jolt throughout his body as the bottleneck shattered, successfully advancing into the 7th level of the qi refinement stage. Yi Fan took a deep breath, slowly stabilizing his newly attained cultivation. He then gradually straightened his posture, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, preparing to depart from the dilapidated alchemical chamber. Yi Fan stepped out of the chamber with steady strides. A chill greeted him. He looked up to find that the night had already enveloped the sky, a blanket of darkness punctuated by a few scattered stars twinkling faintly. The absence of Long Li, who should have awaited him outside the chamber, indicated that she had likely returned ahead of him. Yi Fan did not linger, making his way directly towards the Long family's hall. Before he even reached the entrance, he could hear the sounds of laughter and merriment emanating from within. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted Long Tian and Long Li, the grandfather and granddaughter, engaged in animated conversation at the table. Just then, they also noticed Yi Fan's arrival. However, before Yi Fan could utter a greeting, the impatient Long Li eagerly inquired, "Brother Yi Fan, did you succeed in refining the danfire? Show us, please." Her lively eyes sparkled with anticipation as they fixed upon him. Yi Fan smiled gently, raising his right hand, and with a mere thought, a brilliant blue flame, as radiant as a gemstone, coalesced in his palm. The flame flickered and danced as if alive, breathtakingly beautiful, witnessing this astonishing sight. Long Li could not contain her excitement, bursting into jubilant cheers. Beside him, Long Tian gazed with wide eyes and slightly parted lips, clearly astounded by the spectacle before him. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and could not help but exclaim, "How astonishing! Such pure and formidable alchemical fire is truly rare." Subsequently, Yifan carefully retrieved the precious alchemical furnace from his bosom, cradling it in both hands and presenting it to Long Tian, saying, "Thank you, Elder Long, for your generous kindness. This furnace has been immensely beneficial to me, and now it shall return to its rightful owner." Long Tian, upon witnessing this, hurriedly waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Dear young friend Yifan, there is no need for such formality. Since you have successfully refined the alchemical fire, the furnace naturally belongs to you. This is indeed your fortuitous opportunity." With that, he burst into hearty laughter. Secretly congratulating himself on the wisdom of his earlier decision to bring Yifan into the Long family. Holding the furnace in his grasp, Yifan felt its substantial weight, and a wave of indescribable emotions surged within him. He was acutely aware that, although he had achieved some modest accomplishments on his path of cultivation, a long and arduous journey still lay ahead of him. Yet, in this moment, fear was absent from his heart. His gaze was resolute, as if he could already envision the brilliant future that awaited him in the spacious and solemn hall of the Long family. Yifan stood quietly, his previously tumultuous emotions now akin to the raging waves of a tempestuous sea. Difficult to quell, his eyes were fixed intently upon the seemingly ordinary yet infinitely profound alchemical fire before him, as if it had become an integral part of his very existence. Yifan understood all too well that what lay before him was not merely an ordinary flame. It resembled a towering peak, symbolizing a crucial threshold he was about to surpass on his journey of growth, and a pivotal milestone toward his success. Reflecting on the myriad hardships and trials he had endured along the way, as well as the individuals who had once offered him assistance and support, especially Long Tian's high hopes for him, and the expectations of his parents, along with the gaze of his sister, Yiqian, Yifan felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. He slowly extended his hands to retrieve the alchemical liquid, cradling the furnace as though it were a rare treasure. Holding it tightly in his grasp, sensing the gentle warmth emanating from the furnace, an inexplicable surge of emotion and determination welled up within him. He silently vowed in his heart, regardless of how treacherous and arduous the road ahead may be, fraught with thorns and trials, I shall not retreat even a single step. I will forge ahead with courage and resolve, shattering all obstacles, continually challenging my limits and transcending myself. Yifan was acutely aware that to genuinely realize the grand dream nestled deep within his heart, not only to bring glory to the Long family, but also to ensure a good life for his parents and sister Yiqian at the foot of Mount Hua, and to contribute a powerful strength to the entire realm of cultivation, he must persistently strive to enhance his abilities through relentless training. Thus, even if a storm awaited him, he remained undaunted, for he firmly believed that as long as he harbored this passion and conviction, one day he would ascend to the peak and gaze down upon all living beings. Yifan decided that he would visit the market and Longdan Pavilion early the next morning, hoping to make some fruitful discoveries. Simultaneously, he needed to seize the time to cultivate, for time waits for no one, and he must swiftly enhance his strength. After finishing dinner and returning to his room, Yifan contemplated that with both the alchemical fire and furnace now in his possession, it was time to procure some medicinal herbs the following day to concoct the necessary pills. After all, practicing the Shitian Gong would be arduous without the aid of elixirs, as his body would struggle to bear the burden of absorbing more energy without a robust foundation. He began to ponder which herbs were essential, which could be postponed, which would be beneficial for his cultivation, and which elixirs could be profitable. After all, he did not possess an abundance of silver and needed to budget wisely. Moreover, some herbs were not easily found and might require significant time to locate. Chapter 19. What is the price? On the following morning, as sunlight cascaded upon the earth, Yifan leisurely pushed open his door and set out on his journey. He strolled through the streets, delighting in the dazzling splendor of Jiangqing's bustling scene. The market was a fair distance from the Long family estate, yet for Yifan, this was not a taxing trek. Since departing from Mount Hua sect, considerable time had elapsed. The once naive youth, filled with curiosity about the world, was no longer the same, having lost the habit of gaping in wonder at every new sight. With a light-hearted gait, Yifan soon traversed bustling streets. The roads were alive with the sounds of vehicles and a continuous flow of pedestrians, while various shops and stalls lined the streets, presenting a dazzling array of goods that dazzled the senses. The cacophony of vendors' calls and the lively haggling formed a vibrant symphony of marketplace life, filling the air. Yifan took an interest in the shops he passed, examining the diverse array of displayed items. Occasionally, he would pause to engage in brief conversations with the enthusiastic stall owners, inquiring about the origins or uses of their wares. As he continued, Yifan spotted a quaint tea house not far ahead. It was midday, the sun blazing fiercely, and he felt a bit parched and fatigued, so he stepped inside the tea house, intending to take a brief respite. Upon entering, a rich aroma of tea enveloped him. The establishment was bustling with patrons, every seat occupied, and the din of conversation filled the air. After scanning the room, Yifan finally found an available seat and ordered a pot of fine tea. He lifted the cup to his lips, savoring the fragrant warmth, which lingered delightfully on his palate. Leaning back in his chair, he leisurely enjoyed the fragrant tea while observing the diverse array of people around him. Some patrons were animatedly discussing tales of the martial world. Others were intently listening to storytellers, occasionally erupting in applause. The lively scene stirred within Yifan a sense of wonder. Indeed, the myriad facets of life are splendidly captivating. This place was a hub of vibrancy, where individuals of all kinds congregated. Merchants haggled in various dialects, while curious travelers from distant lands surveyed their surroundings. Not to mention, individuals like Yifan, wandering the world with a sense of chivalry. Some possessing formidable skills, others choosing to remain discreet. Here, people exchanged news, negotiated trades, or simply relished the brief yet precious moments of tranquility. After finishing his fragrant tea, Yifan rose to continue his journey. Before long, he arrived at a sizable weapons shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling display of various weapons that left him awestruck. Swords, spears, and halberds of every kind gleamed coldly. Yifan strolled over to the section displaying long swords. Gently lifting one into his hands, he gripped the hilt, swinging it a few times to gauge its weight and balance. At that moment, the shopkeeper noticed his actions and hurried over with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed guest, your discerning eye is commendable. The sword you hold is forged from the finest iron, meticulously crafted through countless refinements, its sharpness unrivaled in the world." Yifan smiled slightly upon hearing this, then slowly returned the long sword to its place and turned to explore other weapons, continuing his leisurely browsing. After departing from the splendid weapons shop, he walked briskly through the bustling streets, soon arriving at an elegantly designed bookstore. Although modest in size, the interior held a treasure trove of wonders. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance of ink wafted through the air, refreshing his spirit. The shelves within were meticulously arranged, brimming with an array of books that dazzled the eye. These tomes spanned numerous subjects, encompassing enigmatic martial arts manuals and detailed biographies chronicling historical figures and events. There were fantastical tales of chivalry, as well as poetry that depicted the beauty of nature and romance. Each book seemed to exude a unique charm, enticing readers to delve into their mysteries. As Yifan wandered through this sea of literature, one particular ancient text titled Jianghu Shi caught his attention. He carefully pulled it from the shelf, brushing off the dust from its cover, and then began to turn its pages. Instantly, captivating tales sprang forth, vividly depicting the myriad wonders of the martial world. Some recounted the valiant deeds of heroes traversing the land with swords in hand. Others illustrated the breathtaking duels between martial arts masters. And there were those lesser-known sect histories and treasures hidden deep within the martial realm. Yifan became wholly absorbed in this rich tapestry of stories, his heart racing at the feats of gallant heroes and marveling at the intricate plots. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly as he remained entranced by the endless pleasures this Jianghu Shi bestowed upon him. Upon leaving the bookstore, Yifan strolled leisurely through the market, his gaze casually sweeping over the myriad stalls lining the streets, his eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. The atmosphere here is abuzz with vibrant voices, teeming with life, as a myriad of goods dazzles the eye, fully showcasing the prosperity of Jiang City. Unbeknownst to him, Yifan found himself standing before another weapon shop. He paused. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the array of weapons displayed within. Suddenly, a long sword with an ancient design captivated his gaze. As he beheld the blade shimmering with a cold light and the exquisitely carved patterns on the hilt, he couldn't help but recall the band of robbers he had encountered just before departing from Mount Hua. Despite possessing extraordinary martial arts and the ability to swiftly escape with the Mizhuang step technique, he had been left defenseless against the fierce assaults of his foes, lacking even a decent weapon, let alone any effective offensive skills. Reflecting on this, Yifan felt a surge of determination and stepped confidently into the weapon shop. The shopkeeper, quick to notice Yifan's entrance, immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. Enthusiastically inquiring, "Young sir, I trust you have come to purchase a weapon." Yifan nodded slightly in agreement, then pointed towards the sword that had captured his heart and asked, "Mr. Shopkeeper, may I inquire about the price of this sword?" Following the direction of Yifan's finger, the shopkeeper glanced at the long sword, a fleeting expression of pride crossing his face before he leisurely replied, "Young sir, you truly possess a discerning eye. This sword is a treasured heirloom of our shop, boasting a rich history of several centuries, and its value is undoubtedly remarkable. Let's not beat around the bush. I offer it to you for a flat price of 100 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Yifan could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Though his knowledge of weapons was limited, he instinctively sensed that this sword was indeed of considerable worth. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively nodded and responded, "Very well, I shall take this sword." With that, he reached into his bosom, retrieving a heavy silver ingot and placing it upon the counter. The shopkeeper's previously tense demeanor instantly transformed, blooming into a radiant smile reminiscent of spring flowers, laced with a hint of flattery and servility as he exclaimed, "Ah, young sir, you truly are a generous individual, since you have taken such a liking to this exquisite sword. It is now yours." Yifan nodded slightly, extending his right hand to firmly grasp the sword. The moment it touched his palm, he felt a weighty sensation, as if this was not merely an ordinary weapon, but a treasure imbued with boundless power and a mysterious aura. He silently commended the sword, feeling immensely satisfied with its heft. Subsequently, he gently gripped the hilt with his left hand and swung it with a flourish. The long sword sprang forth from its sheath like a spirited dragon, accompanied by a crisp sound. In an instant, a chilling light erupted, and a bone-chilling aura enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. The blade shimmered with a flickering cold light, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky, dazzling and captivating, while the fierce sword energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, relentlessly pressing upon the heart and soul. Observing the unparalleled sword in his hand, Yifan felt an undeniable joy swell within him. He understood that this sword was far from ordinary. Its exceptional quality and immense power exceeded his prior expectations. With such a formidable weapon at his disposal, he was certain that his strength would experience a significant enhancement, granting him added assurance and confidence as he traversed the martial world in the future. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, witnessing Yifan's profound admiration for the sword and the powerful aura he exuded, felt a surge of elation. He was well aware of the sword's true value, yet seeing Yifan's lavish spending without hesitation, he resolutely chose to sell it to this audacious young gentleman. At that moment, observing Yifan's contented demeanor, the shopkeeper mused to himself, "Look at this young man's conduct and his generous nature. He must be no ordinary individual, perhaps a scion of a prominent family or an esteemed lineage." With this thought, the shopkeeper's gaze towards Yifan grew increasingly respectful, while Yifan carefully sheathed the gleaming sword. Then turned to the shopkeeper, bowing slightly with sincere gratitude, "Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper." Having uttered his thanks, he turned and departed, his steps steady and light, swiftly disappearing into the throng. After leaving the weapon shop, Yifan did not pause but continued to meander leisurely through the bustling marketplace. As he walked, he contemplated his upcoming itinerary. He understood well that this city, Jiang City, was merely a minor stop on his extensive journey, with his true destination still far ahead. Countless unknown opportunities awaited his exploration, alongside endless challenges that he must overcome. Yet, Yifan felt no trepidation, for he knew that only through enduring hardships could he continuously enhance his strength. At this moment, Yifan was weaving through the crowded, clamorous market streets. His figure resembled a lone boat, skillfully navigating the surging currents of the crowd. The streets were lined with a plethora of shops, each more captivating than the last, overwhelming the senses. Yifan's gaze flitted like a nimble bird, quickly scanning each storefront, pausing briefly before shifting his attention elsewhere. However, whenever he passed by the apothecaries, his steps would involuntarily slow, sometimes even leading him to enter the shops to explore further. Thus, he frequently traversed from one apothecary to another. After haggling with the shopkeepers, he successfully exchanged the various pills he carried for a considerable amount of silver coins. Without hesitation, he then hurried towards the shops selling precious medicinal herbs. He meticulously selected and compared the quality and prices of each herb, soon acquiring a substantial quantity of rare ingredients. Undoubtedly, Yifan's actions were aimed at laying a solid foundation for his future cultivation journey, paving the way toward a higher realm of martial arts. Subsequently, Yifan entered another weapon shop. Under the careful recommendations of the shopkeeper, he diligently selected and purchased a set of exceptionally protective soft armor. This armor was said to withstand a strike from a 9th-level foundational practitioner, making it an invaluable piece of protective gear for someone like Yifan. With anticipation swelling within him, he stepped into a shop selling spirit beasts. As he entered, the cacophony of voices washed over him like a tidal wave. The shop was bustling with crowds, with clerks shouting sales pitches and engaging in spirited negotiations with buyers, creating a lively atmosphere. Various stalls displayed an assortment of exotic spirit beasts, each housed in exquisite cages, some docile and gentle, while others were restless and agitated. Yifan navigated through the throng with keen interest, his gaze scanning the multitude of spirit beasts like a thorough scanner. Suddenly, a fiery cloud phoenix caught his eye. This phoenix was entirely crimson, akin to burning flames, with resplendent wings that shimmered with dazzling brilliance. It held its head high, with sharp, lively eyes that seemed to perceive all. More importantly, Yifan keenly sensed the powerful fire attribute spiritual energy contained within this fiery cloud phoenix. The more he observed, the more he was enamored, thinking to himself, if I could possess such a charming yet formidable fiery cloud phoenix as a steed, my future journeys would undoubtedly be much more efficient. Thus, he hastened towards the stall owner to inquire about the price of the fiery cloud phoenix. As Yifan continued to admire the phoenix, contemplating the potential advantages of having such a remarkable companion, the stall owner's high price caused him to furrow his brow. However, Yifan did not easily concede. Instead, he engaged the stall owner in a lengthy and intense negotiation. Leveraging his eloquence, after several rounds of back and forth, they finally reached an agreement. Yifan successfully purchased the long-desired fiery cloud phoenix at a price that left him quite satisfied. He approached the cage with joy, gently opening the door and cautiously extending his hand to touch the phoenix's feathers. As his fingertips brushed against the soft, warm plumage, he felt a surge of powerful energy flowing through him. Tenderly stroking the fiery cloud phoenix, he softly murmured, "From this day forth, let us embark on this unknown journey together. I believe that with you by my side, my path will be smooth and filled with joy." At that moment, Yifan's face radiated uncontainable joy, and he brimmed with boundless hopes and expectations for the future. Finally, Yifan stepped into the mysterious and highly anticipated talisman shop. The air within was imbued with a faint, peculiar fragrance, and the shelves were lined with an array of colorful talismans, each exuding a faint spiritual light, as if they possessed life. These talismans, each with various functions, dazzled the senses. Some talismans shimmer with an earthy yellow glow, capable of forming an impenetrable shield to withstand formidable attacks. Others radiate a fiery red light, unleashing blazing flames that inflict devastating damage upon foes. Still others emanate a soft azure luminescence, assisting cultivators in hastening their absorption of spiritual energy, thereby enhancing their training speed. Yifan meticulously examined each talisman, carefully selecting those that aligned with his actual needs and budget. After a period of thoughtful consideration, he ultimately chose several high-grade talismans, cautiously stowing them away. These talismans not only boasted superior quality but also promised remarkable efficacy, and he believed they would undoubtedly prove invaluable during critical moments, aiding him in navigating perilous situations. Upon completing his purchases, Yifan departed the shop with a heart full of joy and satisfaction, making his way toward the center of the marketplace. In the distance, a grand and majestic edifice loomed skyward. resembling a colossal beast nestled in its domain. This building was none other than the renowned Long Dan Pavilion, prominently situated at the heart of the marketplace, making it particularly eye-catching at this moment. The entrance of Long Dan Pavilion buzzed with activity, a constant flow of patrons. Some wore smiles as they hurried away, clutching precious elixirs. Others approached with eager anticipation, hastily stepping inside to seek treasures. The entire scene was vibrant and bustling, a testament to the flourishing business of Long Dan Pavilion. Yi Fan marveled inwardly. Indeed, the Long Dan Pavilion lives up to its illustrious reputation. Driven by intense curiosity, he strode purposefully into the pavilion. Upon crossing the threshold, the sight before him left him utterly speechless, as he stood in awe for a moment, unable to utter a word. The interior was adorned in resplendent opulence. A visual feast of beauty. Gigantic crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting dazzling light that illuminated the hall as if it were day. The walls were embedded with countless precious gems, glimmering and reflecting light in a mesmerizing display. Rows of exquisite wooden shelves stood orderly, laden with a plethora of miraculous elixirs. There were rejuvenating pills, as green as jade, capable of instantly healing severe injuries. Fiery red explosive pills, which could significantly enhance a warrior's strength in a short time. And translucent spirit-opening pills, which aid in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. An array of elixirs dazzled the senses, overwhelming Yi Fan. He stood there, quietly admiring the scene, internally praising. Truly, Long Dan Pavilion is the foremost alchemical establishment in the Jiuzhou continent. The convergence of such rare treasures here is simply incredible. He leisurely wandered through the pavilion, his steps slow and steady, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, frequently pausing on the neatly arranged precious elixirs that emitted strange glows, contemplating their effects and whether they warranted the expenditure of his hard-earned wealth. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious robe appeared before him like a ghost, with a smile and a courteous demeanor. He softly inquired, "Esteemed friend, I see you lingering here. You must have come specifically to procure elixirs, am I correct?" Yi Fan, acknowledging the man's words with a slight nod, replied at a measured pace, "Indeed, I initially came to survey the offerings, but I am uncertain if your esteemed pavilion has what I urgently require." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's smile broadened, radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring. He quickly reassured, "Rest assured, my friend. Long Dan Pavilion is renowned for its diverse array of elixirs. No matter how demanding your needs may be, we shall undoubtedly meet them. Please, allow me to guide you deeper into the pavilion for a more thorough selection." With that, the middle-aged man led the way, and Yi Fan followed closely behind. As they walked, Yi Fan beheld numerous rare elixirs, some resembling smooth, lustrous pearls, others sparkling like transparent jade, and still others twinkling with mysterious light, captivating him beyond measure, filling him with genuine admiration for the profound depth and formidable prowess of Long Dan Pavilion. After a brief journey, they arrived at a relatively secluded and elegantly appointed room. The middle-aged man courteously invited Yi Fan to take a seat and then waved his arm, instructing his attendant to promptly bring forth fragrant high-quality tea. Once Yi Fan was comfortably seated, the middle-aged man personally presented a steaming cup of tea before him, beaming as he said, "Esteemed friend, please take a moment to enjoy this tea. May I inquire what type of elixir you are seeking today? Or what specific effects you require?" Yi Fan gracefully lifted the teacup, gently blowing away the steam before cautiously taking a small sip of the fragrant brew. He then set the cup down, his expression becoming serious as he replied earnestly, "I am in urgent need of certain herbs, preferably those of notable efficacy and superior quality." The middle-aged man across from him, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly displayed a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in his eyes upon hearing this request. His lips curled into a knowing smile as he exclaimed, "Ah, my friend certainly speaks with candor, to be honest. Although Long Dan Pavilion may not be vast, we possess a comprehensive selection of rare herbs. If you can specify your precise needs, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." After saying this, he fixed his penetrating gaze on Yi Fan, awaiting his response. Yi Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the middle-aged man's assertions, before calmly stating, "I seek a snow lotus that has matured for a full millennium, as well as a 500-year-old Ganoderma. Might your esteemed establishment have such stock?" The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, momentarily wore an expression of surprise, clearly taken aback by Yi Fan's requests. However, he quickly regained his composure. Chuckling as he replied, "Oh, I did not expect you to specifically request such rare materials. Fortunately for you, we just happen to have both of these items in stock. However, these herbs are indeed precious rarities, and their value is self-evident." He paused deliberately, gauging Yi Fan's reaction. Yi Fan, maintaining his calm demeanor, smiled lightly and replied, "That is of no concern. Price is not my primary consideration, as long as the herbs provided by your establishment are genuine and effective. What is the harm in spending a little extra?" Witnessing Yi Fan's generous spirit, the middle-aged man felt a surge of delight and eagerly nodded. Of course. Our establishment prides itself on integrity, ensuring fairness in all dealings. Since you trust us, please follow me to the storeroom to procure your herbs." With that, he rose and gestured invitingly, leading Yi Fan toward the storage area. The middle-aged man, with a resolute demeanor and steady countenance, gracefully turned and walked ahead, as if this area were entirely familiar to him. Yi Fan followed closely behind, matching his pace with utmost diligence, not daring to slacken in his vigilance. Thus, they progressed deeper into the Long Dan Pavilion. Within this establishment, Yi Fan had indeed gathered a wealth of treasures. In addition to the various rare herbs needed for the common elixirs, he had deliberately acquired herbs for the Qi-gathering pill, bone-strengthening pill, and foundation establishment pill. After a careful selection and negotiation, he finally secured all the items he required. Looking at his storage ring brimming with treasures, a satisfied smile spread across his face. However, despite possessing the supreme card granted by Long Tian, Yi Fan chose not to utilize it for this transaction. Consequently, this procurement nearly depleted all the silver he had on hand. After completing his purchases, Yi Fan did not opt to ride the imposing Fire Cloud Phoenix he had just acquired to return to the Long family estate. Instead, he strolled leisurely along the return path, taking pleasure in the surrounding scenery and the bustling crowds. The shops lining the streets displayed an array of wares, with the sounds of haggling filling the air. The joyful laughter of children playing echoed through the alleys, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, as Yi Fan ambled back, his mind was anything but carefree. He was meticulously calculating his forthcoming training regimen, fully aware that, despite his recent notable achievements and significant strengthening of his capabilities, the road to becoming a true peerless powerhouse remained long and fraught with challenges. The herbs he had just purchased would undoubtedly serve as crucial support in his quest for further strength, yet he understood that relying solely on these elixirs was far from sufficient. To realize his aspirations, he needed to exert double the effort, engaging in daily rigorous training and participating in intense, brutal practical experiences to gradually narrow the gap between himself and the top-tier experts. As he continued his reflections while walking, he suddenly sensed a faint aura fluctuation. As if someone were tailing him, he halted, scanning his surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Yi Fan, unwilling to take chances, resolved to alter his route, veering away while heightening his vigilance, prepared to confront any potential danger. As the journey continued, Yi Fan moved with the caution of a vigilant cheetah, each step taken with exceptional care. His gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, missing not a single rustle or whisper in the surroundings. Simultaneously, he remained keenly observant of the environmental changes around him. Suddenly, Yi Fan's acute senses detected anomalies in several locations. What appeared to be ordinary corners subtly hinted at unnatural traces, as if meticulously arranged by someone. These subtle signs tightened Yi Fan's heart. He became increasingly convinced that someone lurked in the shadows, watching his every move. However, Yi Fan did not falter. Instead, he swiftly made a decision to turn the tables on his unseen observer. With an unchanging expression, he maintained his previously unhurried pace, feigning ignorance of the intentions of the hidden figure. Resolutely advancing along his planned route, Yi Fan pressed forward. The rhythm of his steps underwent a subtle transformation. He quietly altered his path, appearing indifferent while harboring hidden motives. Moreover, as he moved further away, his pace gradually quickened, as if eager to evade any potential pursuers behind him. Eventually, Yi Fan arrived at the outskirts of Jiangsheng. Gazing at the broad road before him, he unhesitatingly turned away, embarking on a little-known, secluded path. This winding trail was overgrown with weeds, seemingly devoid of human presence. Yi Fan delved deeper into this desolate area. the sounds of humanity gradually faded, replaced by a disquieting silence and solitude. At this moment, apart from the occasional chirping of birds, no other sounds could be heard. Yi Fan walked alone along this narrow path, his silhouette flickering in and out of view beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, as though he were isolated from the world. "Stand still and hand over your money, or I shall not be courteous," a voice rang out, and Yi Fan turned to see a young boy behind him. Noticing Yi Fan's lack of response, the boy spoke again. "I shall say this once more. Hand over your money and storage ring, or do not blame me for being rude." Yi Fan remained silent, his eyes revealing a glimmer of determination and resolve. He understood that this confrontation was inevitable. He must protect both his belongings and his dignity. With that, he slowly drew the sword he had recently purchased. Preparing to face this unexpected battle. Chapter 23. Continuous breakthrough. The boy, seeing Yi Fan draw his sword, showed no signs of fear. Yi Fan glared coldly at him. "You're about my age. Why resort to such actions?" "My father has been gravely injured and needs money for treatment," the boy replied. "Oh." Yi Fan paused, then continued, "Let us make a deal. I will help you treat your father, and you will become my subordinate." "How does that sound?" "If you can save my father, my life is yours." "Very well, lead me to your father for his treatment." The boy's name was Li Ming, and his father was also a practitioner who had been wounded in the chaos of the 9 provinces, requiring substantial funds for healing. To gather the necessary money for his father's medical expenses, Li Ming had been forced to take desperate measures, unaware that he would encounter a person as benevolent as Yi Fan. Li Ming brought Yi Fan to his home, where they met his father. After a thorough examination, Yi Fan discovered that Li Ming's father was gravely injured and needed immediate treatment. Thus, he began to treat Li Ming's father. And under Yi Fan's 9 heaven silver needles, the man finally returned to normal. As long as he takes care to rest thereafter, he will fully recover. Li Ming gazed at Yi Fan with immense gratitude, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Thank you, brother Yi Fan. You have not only saved my father's life but also salvaged our family. From now on, I, Li Ming, shall be your subordinate. Through thick and thin, I will stand by your side." Yi Fan smiled gently, patting Li Ming's shoulder. "Very well, you shall be my little follower. Together, we will face the challenges ahead and grow together." From that day forth, both Li Ming and his father became loyal followers of Yi Fan. They not only provided meticulous care for Yi Fan in daily life, but also became his capable assistants in his endeavors. Together, they confronted challenges, grew side by side, and co-authored their own glorious chapter. After curing Li Ming's father, Yi Fan instructed him to take good care of his father and promised to return the next day. He then bid farewell and returned to the Long family's ancestral home. Upon seeing Yi Fan's return, Long Li was overjoyed and inquired where he had been without her. Yi Fan truthfully informed her that he had gone to procure some items. After finishing dinner, they each retreated to their rooms to cultivate. The following morning, Yi Fan arrived at Li Ming's home as promised and discovered that Li Ming's father could already get out of bed and looked significantly better. Li Ming expressed his gratitude profusely upon seeing Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was a matter he ought to do. Subsequently, Yi Fan and Li Ming discussed the follow-up care plan for Li Ming's father to ensure his complete recovery. During their conversation, Yi Fan realized that Li Ming had a keen interest in medicine and decided to impart some of his medical knowledge to him, hoping he would become an excellent doctor. In the afternoon, Yi Fan returned to the Long family's ancestral home, where Long Li had been waiting eagerly. She excitedly shared with Yi Fan that she had made a significant breakthrough in her cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt immense satisfaction. He knew of Long Li's hard work and determination and believed she would undoubtedly become an outstanding martial artist in the future. As night fell, after sharing dinner with Long Li, they each returned to their rooms to continue their cultivation. Yi Fan sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in concentration, as the vital energy within him flowed gently, gradually entering a profound state. He realized that his cultivation had advanced once more. Yi Fan swiftly focused his mind, and under the influence of the devouring heaven technique, the entire room became unusually agitated, with the ambient spiritual energy surging into his body like a tidal wave. Vast amounts of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, flowing through the 8 extraordinary vessels, organs, and into his Dantian. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. He lost count of how many cycles he underwent as he sensed the spiritual energy in his Dantian gradually condensing into a liquid state. Rich and potent, boom. A tremendous sound erupted as Yifan successfully broke through to the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. The small cauldron formed by his condensed Qi in his palm had now grown to the size of 2 teacups. Yifan was aware that this object could refine the spiritual energy from herbs and elixirs for cultivation, though its other uses would require further exploration in the future. Upon introspection, Yifan noticed that the spiritual energy in his dantian had become increasingly viscous, almost tangible, emitting a low rumble as it flowed. He felt a surge of joy, knowing this was a sign of his cultivation improvement. Continuing to circulate the devouring heaven technique, he guided the spiritual energy through his meridians. With each cycle, he felt his strength grow. As time passed, Yifan sensed his cultivation steadily improving, and his understanding of the devouring heaven technique deepened. He knew that if he continued on this path, his strength would reach an entirely new height. Boom! In the tranquil night, a faint sound shattered the silence. Yifan successfully broke through to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage and had consecutively advanced 2 minor realms in a short span. With his cultivation rising, he felt a refreshing stream of energy flowing within him, as if he had undergone a rebirth through fire. Filled with an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort, he gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling as though he had been completely transformed, exuding an ethereal aura that transcended the mundane. Rising to his feet, he approached his bed, bowing his head in contemplation, reflecting on the changes brought about by his cultivation advancement and the path that lay ahead. Chapter 24. Mountain Trials. Yifan solemnly entrusted Li Ming with a crucial task, to wholeheartedly pursue wealth and diligently cultivate to enhance his own strength. Moreover, if possible, it would be best to establish an efficient and expansive intelligence network. To this end, Yifan generously left a substantial sum of silver with Li Ming as initial capital to kickstart this plan. At this moment, Yifan was well equipped. He possessed invaluable martial arts manuals, as well as the essential alchemical fire and alchemy furnace. Additionally, he had a magnificent steed, the Fire Cloud Phoenix, beneath him. Furthermore, he had mastered a remarkable foot technique, the mysterious steps, which could aid him in swiftly escaping perilous situations when necessary. However, despite possessing numerous advantages, Yifan was acutely aware of his lack of a potent offensive martial technique. Yet, he understood that such matters could not be rushed and required patience for the right opportunity to arise. Yifan had already made arrangements with Long Li and Long Tian to meet at the Longdan Pavilion in the capital of the Great Xia Empire. At that time, a grand engagement ceremony would be held for Yifan and Long Li. Meanwhile, Li Ming and his father would remain in Jiangcheng, quietly initiating various affairs to expand their influence. With all arrangements in place, Yifan set forth on his solitary journey once more. Compared to when he had departed from the Huashan sect, he not only had advanced his cultivation but also now had the imposing Fire Cloud Phoenix as a formidable companion. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, the Great Xia Empire stood as a dazzling pearl. Resilient through the test of countless years, shining brilliantly. One of the key factors supporting this massive empire was the enigmatic ancestor of the tribulation stage, who resided in the core capital of the 9 provinces. His reputation renowned and his presence commanding respect from all directions, he stood resolutely at the very heart of this vast land, akin to a stabilizing pillar, impervious to the tumultuous changes of the outside world, unyielding in the face of adversity. Not only that, the 4 corners of the Great Xia Empire were each guarded by a formidable expert of exceptional prowess. In the east, a master of the transformation realm held dominion. The west was the realm of a fusion expert. Similarly, both the south and north boasted unparalleled guardians overseeing their respective territories. These 4 awe-inspiring figures, revered throughout the realm, were conferred the title of the 4 war gods by the emperor of the Great Xia Empire. They possessed not only extraordinary martial prowess but also exceptional leadership and strategic insight. Under their command, the 4 regions maintained order, their borders fortified like an impregnable fortress, while harmony and tranquility reigned within. Whether faced with external invasions or internal rebellions, none could evade their keen perception and formidable counterattacks. At this very moment, the young Yifan raced towards the eastern capital, Dongqing, mounted on his spirit beast, the fiery phoenix. He harbored a clear objective in his heart. First, to procure rare cultivation resources in the bustling marketplace of Dongqing and the renowned Longdan Pavilion, and then to venture towards the mysterious and perilous Wanshou mountain range. Located at the border between the eastern and central regions, it was said to conceal countless rare spiritual herbs and treasures, yet it was also a stronghold for many powerful demon beasts. However, for Yi Fan, who relentlessly pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, such dangers could not deter his forward march. Since successfully breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, Yi Fan had found himself ensnared in a prolonged bottleneck, unable to advance further. Yet, he understood the importance of establishing a solid foundation at every stage of cultivation. Thus, he resolutely embarked on the journey to Wanshou mountain range. Upon entering the mountain range, Yi Fan prudently chose to begin his trials in the outermost areas. He initially set his sights on the relatively weaker first-tier demon beasts, honing his skills through combat with them. As time passed, he gradually acclimated to the fierce battle environment, and his strength began to grow. He subsequently took on the more powerful second-tier demon beasts, each battle serving as a test of his limits. Yet Yi Fan never once considered surrendering. Lacking any formidable offensive martial techniques at this stage, he recognized the urgent need to enhance his agility and dexterity. Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing the elusive shadow step technique. Day after day, regardless of wind or rain, or the scorching sun, Yi Fan persistently refined his footwork skills. Gradually, his mastery of the shadow step became increasingly proficient, allowing him to execute it with effortless grace. His form shifting like a wraith. Whether confronted with the swift attacks of demon beasts or navigating complex terrain, Yi Fan adeptly evaded danger, maneuvering with ease. This wondrous shadow step not only became a potent weapon in battle, but also his last line of defense in critical moments. After all, in the treacherous Wanshou mountain range, no one could predict the terrifying foes that might emerge at any moment. Only by possessing sufficient self-preservation capabilities could one endure in this perilous world and strive for greater heights. Having refined the astonishing shadow step, Yi Fan meticulously selected a secluded cave as his retreat for deep cultivation. Without hesitation, he consumed a precious body-tempering pill, swiftly closing his eyes to channel the enigmatic Shirtian Gong. As the technique circulated, a torrent of spiritual energy surged through his meridians and organs like a mighty river. Yet, this power brought not comfort but an excruciating pain, akin to countless steel needles piercing deep within, threatening to overwhelm him. Nevertheless, Yi Fan understood that the body-tempering pill was best utilized for self-forging, and despite the agony, he gritted his teeth and persevered. At that moment, every meridian, every acupoint, even every pore of his being, eagerly absorbed the surrounding rich spiritual energy as if starved infants. The once placid spiritual energy now surged with vitality, flooding into Yi Fan's body from all directions. The sound of his meridians pulsating echoed through the cave, signaling an imminent breakthrough. After a prolonged period of arduous training, his physical body had reached its current limit, and the time had come to attempt a higher level of attainment. Thus, Yi Fan unhesitatingly retrieved a glimmering qi-gathering pill. Tilting his head to swallow it whole, for Yi Fan, each realm must be meticulously refined to perfection. Only then would he consider breaking into the next level. The pill's medicinal power gradually infused his limbs. The true energy within his dantian surged with astonishing speed, akin to a flood breaking free from a dam. Seconds ticked by, and he sensed the true energy gradually leveling off. Suddenly, a powerful and jarring wave of energy erupted from within him, violently crashing against the solid barrier of the 9th level of Qi refinement. This wave struck like an indomitable hammer, forcefully prying open the long-closed gates of transcendence. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated throughout the cave. In that instant, a brilliant light radiated from Yi Fan, illuminating the surrounding darkness. At last, he had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. As the morning sun rose, casting its golden rays across the land, and the evening sun set, painting the horizon in fiery hues before gradually dimming, Yi Fan remained engrossed in his cultivation. The cauldron shaped by the energy in his palm had grown to the size of a water barrel. At this moment, he fixated intently on the mysterious small cauldron within his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered a brand new martial technique within, the lightning sword technique. Upon closer examination, he learned that this sword technique comprised 9 forms, each intricately connected in a seamless flow. At that moment, a vivid image appeared in his mind, depicting a nimble figure adeptly practicing the exquisite sword technique. Yi Fan dared not slacken his efforts, fully immersing himself in the study of this technique. Rising slowly, he exited the cave where he had been cultivating. He reached out to draw forth a sword, carefully acquired in Jiangsheng. Following the image in his mind, he began to practice each move of the technique. Initially, his movements felt somewhat clumsy, but as time passed, the sword became an extension of his will. Yi Fan's strikes were silent yet swift as lightning, each stroke faster than the last, with precision that continuously improved. Almost every strike landed exactly where he intended. Thus, Yi Fan tirelessly practiced, and after a period of dedicated training, he successfully mastered the first 3 forms of the lightning sword technique. At this moment, he felt a significant enhancement in his combat abilities. For Yi Fan, the once menacing first-tier demon beasts of the outer region now posed no threat or challenge. Without hesitation, Yi Fan advanced deeper into the treacherous heart of the forest. The Wanshou mountain range was vast and perilous, its sheer size astonishing. This mysterious and dangerous mountain range was distinctly divided into 3 zones: the outer, inner, and core regions. In the outer region, although risks existed, it was relatively safe. However, once one stepped into the inner region, it was an entirely different world. Here, danger lurked at every turn, with each step potentially concealing deadly threats. Even the weakest demon beasts here possessed terrifying 4th-tier strength, while 5th, 6th, 7th, and even 8th-tier beasts were commonplace, lying in wait among the trees, ready to launch lethal attacks on intruders. Even more daunting were the occasional encounters with the invincible 9th-tier beast kings. These kings wielded cataclysmic power, instilling fear in countless souls. Despite this, adventurers flocked to the inner region, lured by the vast opportunities that accompanied such risks. Precious herbs, rare minerals, and mysterious relics could all become treasures sought after throughout a lifetime. At that moment, as the young Yi Fan had just ventured into the inner region, he was met with a heart-pounding encounter. Not far ahead, a massive demon wolf emerged from a shadowy cave. Its fur stood on end like steel needles, glinting with a chilling sheen. Its emerald eyes burned like hellfire, fixated on Yi Fan, radiating insatiable hunger and malice. Clearly, to this ravenous demon wolf, Yi Fan had become a rare and delectable prey. Suddenly, the wolf howled, its piercing cry echoing through the valley, as if heralding the arrival of death for Yi Fan. In the blink of an eye, it charged towards him with lightning speed. As the demon wolf surged forward, the peculiar demonic patterns adorning its body began to shimmer with an eerie radiance, distorting the surrounding ardent. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze akin to a blazing torch, locking onto the ferocious demon wolf ahead. In an instant he flickered, employing a wondrous footwork technique, his form becoming ethereal and elusive like a wraith. At that moment, Yi Fan resolutely unleashed his most formidable technique, the 3rd strike of the lightning sword art. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, swift as lightning, leaving the onlookers momentarily blinded. The fierce demon wolf had barely approached Yi Fan, missing even the opportunity to pounce, when it was struck squarely in the head by this merciless sword strike. In an instant, blood splattered, staining the ground and creating a gruesome tableau. Yet, in the face of such a remarkable victory, Yi Fan remained remarkably composed, devoid of any astonishment, as if such triumphs were merely routine for him. Subsequently, Yi Fan advanced a step, deftly swiping his sword to slice open the wolf's abdomen. At that moment, a thumb-sized demon core, exuding a faint brownish glow, came into view. It is worth noting that among the myriad of demon beasts, only those of formidable strength, achieving the 4th rank, possessed the potential to evolve such a precious demon core within their bodies. Yi Fan carefully picked up the demon core, first wiping it on his clothing to remove the blood and grime. He then raised his left hand, gradually manifesting a petite and exquisite furnace in his palm. As he placed the demon core into the furnace, something extraordinary occurred. The core seemed to respond to an irresistible force, swiftly transforming into a pure essence of energy. This energy surged through Yi Fan's arm and into his body, akin to a refreshing spring flowing through parched earth, nourishing his meridians and acupoints. Chapter 26. Foundation Establishment Realm. Yi Fan unhesitatingly invoked the Devouring Heaven technique, causing a faint glow to envelop his body, as a torrent of immense energy surged into him. As the technique rapidly circulated, Yi Fan could distinctly feel the energy coursing through his meridians, gradually being refined and absorbed. Before long, a visible ripple of energy emanated from Yi Fan, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. His already formidable aura soared like a rocket, experiencing a tremendous enhancement. Just moments ago, Yi Fan had painstakingly broken through to the peak of the Qi refining stage, yet under the influence of this potent energy, the new realm became remarkably stable, as if he had been cultivating for an extended period. Haha, indeed, breakthroughs occur more swiftly within the Myriad Beast Mountain range. Yi Fan exclaimed to himself, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He quickly stored the body of the demon wolf into his storage ring. In the ensuing days, Yi Fan remained within the inner region of the Myriad Beast Mountain range. While fraught with peril, this place brimmed with opportunities for someone of Yi Fan's caliber, possessing the devouring heaven technique and considerable strength. Through his own efforts and a stroke of luck, Yi Fan repeatedly triumphed over various formidable demon beasts, his cultivation steadily advancing. Eventually, after a prolonged period of trials, Yi Fan successfully broke through to the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, just a step away from the foundation establishment stage. At this point, his already limited storage ring was overflowing with an assortment of demon beast corpses, and his collection of demon cores was quite substantial. Realizing that further exploration might entail even greater risks, Yi Fan decisively opted to retreat to the periphery of the Myriad Beast Mountain range. He navigated cautiously, ultimately locating the concealed cave he had discovered upon entering the inner region. After a brief respite, Yi Fan commenced the alchemical process for crafting foundation establishment pills. Having meticulously prepared the necessary rare herbs beforehand, he now needed only to follow the specific methods and procedures for their refinement. Yi Fan had transformed in ways that were indescribable. He seemed markedly different from his former self. He had grown increasingly composed and introspective, his profound gaze shining with the brilliance of twinkling stars in the night sky. Particularly his eyes, which resembled two resplendent celestial bodies, seemingly containing countless legendary tales. Upon hastily returning to the cave at the periphery, Yi Fan barely afforded himself a moment's rest, for every second was precious to him. He swiftly retrieved the alchemical furnace acquired from the Long family and unhesitatingly began crafting the foundation establishment pills. Time passed quietly, and after 2 full hours, Yi Fan successfully concocted a batch of foundation establishment pills. To his delight, this batch yielded a total of 9 pills. Yi Fan scrutinized the pills carefully, selecting the finest among them. Without hesitation, he placed the top-tier pill into his mouth and immediately activated the enigmatic devouring heaven technique. As the technique unfolded, a warm current surged throughout his body, sweeping away all fatigue and revitalizing him, instilling a sense of vigor and vitality. Simultaneously, the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to be summoned, converging towards Yi Fan without cease. It first flowed through the meridians surrounding him, then traversed through crucial acupoints and organs, establishing extraordinary cycles of energy. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated within Yi Fan's body. In that instant, he keenly sensed a cataclysmic transformation unfolding within him. Akin to a phoenix reborn from ashes, his form achieved an unprecedented state of perfection. Moreover, his consciousness was greatly enhanced, doubling in strength compared to before. Undoubtedly, Yi Fan had successfully breached into the foundation establishment realm. Having accomplished this breakthrough, Yi Fan took a deep breath and slowly raised his left hand. A glimmering light flickered in his palm as a petite, intricately designed cauldron materialized, emanating an aura of mystery. This small cauldron possessed an insatiable allure, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into its depths. Then, Yi Fan turned his attention to the demon beast corpses and cores he had recently slain. Invoking his will, the cauldron, akin to a great whale siphoning water, swiftly consumed the cores of these demon beasts. As the cores were absorbed, Yi Fan could distinctly feel his previously restless realm gradually stabilizing. Once his foundation was thoroughly solidified, he rose, stretched his limbs, and resolutely re-entered the inner region of the Myriad Beast Mountain range. Here, the demon beasts were even more formidable, yet Yi Fan exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, his eyes ignited with a fervent fighting spirit. Shortly after entering the inner region, Yi Fan encountered a 5th-tier demon beast. He flickered, approaching the beast like a specter, his sword dancing to unleash a flurry of sharp sword lights. Although the 5th-tier demon beast was fierce, It quickly fell under Yi Fan's exquisite swordplay. However, Yi Fan did not pause. He pressed deeper into the mountains, engaging in fierce battles with 6th and 7th tier demon beasts. Each confrontation was heart-stopping, yet Yi Fan, armed with extraordinary swordsmanship and indomitable will, triumphed over each formidable adversary. Finally, in a secluded valley, Yi Fan faced an exceptionally terrifying 8th tier demon beast. This creature was colossal, radiating a palpable aura of dread. Confronted with such a formidable foe, Yi Fan dared not underestimate it. He focused intently on executing his most favored lightning sword, Artit. In an instant, sword lights crisscrossed as thunder roared. Yi Fan's figure darted around the demon beast, each strike imbued with the power of lightning, fiercely penetrating the beast. After a grueling battle, Yi Fan was drenched in blood, covered in numerous wounds, yet he remained undaunted. Ultimately, at a great cost, Yi Fan succeeded in slaying the 8th tier demon beast. At this moment, Yi Fan was utterly exhausted. Gritting through the pain, he retrieved several precious pills from his robes and consumed them. Harnessing the medicinal power of the pills, he began to channel his energy to heal his wounds. After a while, he felt a slight resurgence of strength and laboriously rose to his feet. Staggering towards the lifeless 8th tier demon beast, gazing at the core pulsating with rich energy, Yi Fan could not help but smile with satisfaction, knowing full well that this core would play a crucial role in his future cultivation journey. Chapter 27. The marvelous use of condensing qi into a cauldron. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with emotion as time flew by like a fleeting shadow, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Thus, after a thorough search, he finally located a relatively safe area where he could devote himself to focused cultivation. Once Yi Fan settled down, adjusting his breathing, he began to channel the surrounding natural spiritual energy. The thin spiritual energy, previously dispersed in the air, seemed to respond to a mysterious force, gradually coalescing towards Yi Fan. As time progressed, the spiritual energy accumulated further, forming robust spirals. They spiraled like dragons in the air before surging with astonishing speed into Yi Fan's body, directly entering through the crown of his head. In that instant, Yi Fan's internal meridians seemed to awaken, operating at full throttle. Each meridian flowed like an unstoppable river, fervently absorbing the continuous influx of spiritual energy and compressing and refining it. After a series of intricate and exquisite transformative processes, the vast, magnificent spiritual energy was ultimately transmuted into the pure and concentrated true energy residing within the Dantian. This true energy accumulated increasingly within the Dantian, resembling an expansive ocean brimming with boundless energy. Should any onlooker witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless, filled with astonishment. Such a miraculous and spectacular sight is exceedingly rare, far beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Behold, Yi Fan had his eyes tightly shut, fully engrossed in mobilizing the spiritual power within his body, slowly operating according to the incantations of the Devouring Heaven technique. As the technique progressed, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the top of his head. An astonishing spectacle ensued. Under the influence of this formidable suction, the surrounding air appeared to warp, with visible white streams of energy converging like a tide towards the crown of Yi Fan's head. These streams were invaluable celestial spiritual energies, continuously flowing in from all directions, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. Above Yi Fan's head, the surging celestial spiritual energy began to gradually coalesce, ultimately transforming into a delicate and exquisite bronze ancient cauldron. This small cauldron exuded an air of ancient mystery, its surface adorned with esoteric symbols and patterns. Even more astonishingly, once this cauldron had taken form, it seemed to possess a life of its own, autonomously spinning and generating a formidable devouring force. Under the influence of this power, the celestial spiritual energy within a 10-meter radius was unreservedly drawn into it. Even the dust upon the ground was swept up, engulfed within this diminutive furnace. However, unlike other ordinary techniques, the Devouring Heaven technique practiced by Yi Fan could completely seal the absorbed spiritual energy within his body, preventing any loss whatsoever. The energy drawn into the cauldron was akin to being imprisoned within an indestructible cage, compelled to obediently flow along his meridians, ultimately converging in Yi Fan's Dantian. It is crucial to understand that for most martial artists, though they can absorb celestial spiritual energy from the external environment through various techniques, The physiological structure of the human body imposes limitations. Whether through breathing or the opening and closing of pores, a portion of the energy inevitably dissipates unnoticed, in other words, even if they expend considerable time and effort to absorb spiritual energy, the actual proportion that can be transformed into their own true energy and stored in the Dantian is quite limited. Yet, the devouring heaven technique that Yifan was currently employing completely shattered this norm. With the aid of the cauldron formed above his head, he successfully achieved perfect sealing and 100% transformation of the spiritual energy, resulting in almost negligible waste. Such an extraordinary efficacy is a testament to the dominance and ferocity of this technique. As Yifan devoted himself to training this wondrous technique, he felt a mysterious and formidable energy surging ceaselessly into his body, akin to a torrential flood, unstoppable in its flow. Empowered by this force, Yifan instantaneously transformed, akin to a tiger sprouting wings, with his strength significantly enhanced. As seconds ticked by, Yifan's cultivation within his body grew at an astonishingly rapid pace, leaving one astounded. This rate of growth was simply inconceivable. As if a tranquil lake had suddenly churned into tumultuous waves, or a long-dormant volcano had erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, as the moon descended and the morning sun ascended, when Yifan finally emerged from his meditative state. Gently opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, he was astonished to discover that it was already the following morning. Unbeknownst to him, he had been immersed in cultivation for an entire night. At this moment, Yifan felt distinctly that his body housed an inexhaustible reservoir of power, as if this force was poised to erupt at any moment. After this night of diligent cultivation, Yifan was elated to realize that his cultivation had successfully broken through to the second level of the foundation establishment stage. With such a miraculous technique in hand, an unprecedented surge of confidence and ambition welled up within Yifan. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered in his cultivation, given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming a supreme powerhouse of global renown. Contemplating this, Yifan's eyes suddenly sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Akin to resplendent stars illuminating the night sky, that overwhelming sense of confidence blazed within him like a roaring flame, continuously rising and swirling in his chest. Yifan's gaze widened in shock as he beheld the cauldron formed of condensed energy before him. This cauldron radiated a mysterious and potent aura, eliciting a sense of reverence within him. Recalling the striking words from the opening of the devouring heaven technique, "Devour all things under heaven. Nothing is beyond consumption, nothing is beyond refinement." An audacious thought emerged in Yifan's mind. He swiftly opened his storage ring and retrieved several well-preserved carcasses of formidable beasts. These creatures had once been powerful, but now they were lifeless shells. Taking a deep breath, Yifan cautiously placed one of the beast carcasses into the condensed cauldron, the moment of contact between the carcass and the cauldron's wall. A wondrous occurrence unfolded. The cauldron trembled slightly, then emitted dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire space with an ethereal glow. Following this, an astonishing scene emerged. The carcass was astonishingly decomposed into countless minute particles, which gradually transformed into a rich and pure mass of spiritual energy. This mass of energy seemed to possess life, autonomously converging towards Yifan's head and palms. Yifan felt a refreshing and invigorating sensation permeating his entire being, every pore greedily inhaling this pure spiritual energy as if it were gasping for breath. As more and more spiritual energy surged into his body, Yifan could distinctly sense his cultivation rapidly advancing. Soon, the second level of the foundation establishment stage stabilized, while Yifan's physical capacity reached its limits. Chapter 28. Entering the capital, Yifan slowly closed his eyes, calming his mind to carefully sense the powerful force within him, surging like tumultuous waves. This force resembled a long-dormant behemoth gradually awakening, showcasing its astonishing might. This was the magical ability bestowed upon him by the second level of the foundation establishment stage, making him feel as though he had undergone a profound transformation. After extensive practice and the accumulation of combat experience, Yifan understood that if he could skillfully merge the ethereal agility of the misty steps with the swift ferocity of the lightning sword technique, he would possess sufficient strength to contend with formidable opponents at the 5th or even 6th level of the foundation establishment stage. Whenever he contemplated this, a powerful sense of confidence and fighting spirit surged within him. However, Yi Fan was acutely aware that this was far from his true limit. If, upon this foundation, he were to utilize the mysterious and extraordinary condensation technique, he would likely be unmatched within the entire Foundation establishment realm. Yet, this terrifying technique was exceedingly remarkable. Should it inadvertently be exposed to the public, particularly to those with ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly bring about endless troubles. Therefore, unless faced with life-and-death situations, Yi Fan would not recklessly deploy this trump card. At this moment, Yi Fan distinctly felt that after breaking through to the second level of the Foundation establishment stage, he was nearing the limits of what he could endure. Thus, he decisively withdrew from the perilous depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Subsequently, he carefully selected a relatively safe passage and leaped onto the broad back of the spirit beast Fire Cloud Phoenix, gently patting its neck to signal it to hasten towards the capital of the Great Xia Empire. Yi Fan sat steadily upon the expansive and blazing back of the Fire Cloud Phoenix, resembling a blazing flame streaking through the sky. They raced onward, traversing the vast and perilous 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a region teeming with fierce beasts and mysterious creatures. Yet, with the Fire Cloud Phoenix's remarkable sensitivity and Yi Fan's proficient beast-handling skills, they encountered no danger along the way, as the sun gradually ascended to its zenith. A radiant sunbeam illuminated the sky, and Yi Fan finally caught sight of the capital's towering walls piercing the clouds. These walls resembled a slumbering dragon coiled upon the horizon, imposing and awe-inspiring. As they drew closer, Yi Fan couldn't help but gaze upward, captivated by the grandeur of this magnificent city. The walls towered several dozen meters high, constructed from massive blocks of bluestone, unassailable in their strength. Banners fluttered atop the walls, soldiers brandishing long spears stood at the ready, exuding an air of solemnity. Yi Fan understood that this was the capital of the Great Xia Empire, the very core of the nation. It represented not only the center of political power but also a place of economic prosperity and cultural flourishing. As he reflected on this, a profound sense of reverence welled up within him. The bustling scenes of the city gradually unfolded before his eyes. Streets bustling with traffic and throngs of pedestrians. Shops lining the streets, brimming with an array of goods. Laughter and cheer emanating from the taverns and tea-houses. Everything appeared so extraordinarily vibrant, surpassing all of Yi Fan's previous imaginings. Yi Fan recognized the significance of this place. It symbolized not merely supreme power, but also a sacred realm long coveted by countless practitioners. He had come here bearing an important mission, to become engaged to Longli, and additionally, to seek a rare spiritual herb that could aid him in breaking through his current cultivation limitations. Rumors whisper that such miraculous elixirs may only reveal themselves within the enigmatic auction house of the capital. Yi Fan composed, adjusted his attire and skillfully guided the Fire Cloud Phoenix, descending gracefully before the majestic city gates like a burning cloud of flames. With elegant poise, he dismounted his steed and leisurely retrieved an identity token, carefully arranged for him by Long Tian at the Dragon Pill Pavilion. The sentinel guarding the city received the token, scrutinized it closely before respectfully returning it to Yi Fan, stepping aside to grant him unobstructed passage. Yi Fan strode confidently into the city, instantly awestruck by the vibrant scene that unfolded before him. Flanking the expansive thoroughfare stood a myriad of exquisitely adorned shops, each brimming with a kaleidoscope of dazzling wares. Radiant jewelry, mystical artifacts emanating strange luminescence, fragrant spiritual herbs, and medicinal pills, a veritable cornucopia that left one breathless. The streets bustled with a throng of people from all corners of the world, some engaged in lively conversation while others hurried past, creating a vivid tapestry of bustling market life. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan pressed forward, resolutely heading towards the auction house, fully aware that it might be the only place where he could find the coveted item he so desperately sought. For Yi Fan, this was merely a trivial step along his lengthy path of cultivation, yet the ultimate goal he pursued remained a lofty, distant realm filled with infinite possibilities. That moment, a distinctive and highly anticipated auction was fervently unfolding within a grand hall. This auction hall resembled an opulent palace or resplendent museum, its walls adorned with exquisite artworks. Brilliant lights cascaded from the ceiling like a constellation of stars, illuminating the pieces with an enchanting brilliance. Upon arriving at the entrance of the auction hall, Yi Fan gazed inside, where a throng of attendees jostled together, the air thick with excitement and chatter. With considerable effort, he managed to carve a path through the crowded assembly and found a place near the front rows. Standing still, he surveyed the room, patiently awaiting the formal commencement of the auction. After the passage of a brief interval, a subtle sound of approaching footsteps drew everyone's attention towards the heavy curtain at the back. Anticipation hung in the air as a graceful figure emerged. The woman wore a flowing azure gown, its fabric billowing like clouds. Upon closer inspection, the gown was crafted using the most traditional weaving techniques. Its delicate patterns soft to the touch, seemingly infused with the artisan's devotion and emotions. Even more astonishing were the vividly embroidered phoenixes adorning the gown, poised to take flight, exuding an ethereal grace. The beauty before them was petite and elegantly wrapped in the azure fabric, which accentuated her alluring curves. Her slender waist, ample bosom, and rounded hips formed an enchanting silhouette. Each line of her figure flowed seamlessly, devoid of any excess, a living embodiment of exquisite artistry. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her cascading raven locks danced in the gentle breeze, while her lips, slightly parted, revealed pearly teeth. She radiated an irresistible allure, reminiscent of a pristine lotus emerging from water. Enchantress. Yi Fan marveled silently, swiftly averting his gaze as he observed her gliding gracefully towards the auction podium. Upon reaching the stage, she delicately raised her porcelain-like hand, grasping the auction hammer, and gently struck the table, producing a melodious sound. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Great Xia Auction House. On behalf of this establishment, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and warm welcome to you all. It is my utmost honor to declare that this auction is now officially underway. As her words resonated, the enchanting auctioneer wielded the hammer with fluidity. As if performing a beautiful dance, she eloquently introduced the first item on the auction block, narrating its captivating tale and historical significance. In that instant, the hall fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had suspended. All eyes were magnetically drawn to the auction stage, eager not to miss a single detail. As the auction progressed methodically, waves of bidding surged like crashing tides upon the shore. Each item showcased sparkled like celestial pearls against the night sky, exuding a mesmerizing glow. They were akin to treasures meticulously crafted by skilled artisans, embodying countless hours of labor and wisdom. It was evident that each piece had undergone extensive preparation before being presented, carrying not only material value but weaving together enchanting tales that captivated the heart. The atmosphere during the bidding was palpably tense, as if time had coalesced into that singular moment. The audience remained transfixed, their gazes locked upon the stunning auctioneer. She parted her lips, exclaiming, "Let the bidding commence." Her voice rang out crisp and clear, akin to thunder splitting the sky. In an instant, paddles were raised, movements deliberate and measured. Rare treasures appeared in succession, each successfully claimed. Finally, the spotlight turned to a fire spirit herb, resting quietly on the display table, emanating a faint yet distinctive glow. While remarkable, its commonality rendered it less rare. Thus, starting at a modest price of 1,000 taels of silver, a sum inconsequential to the wealthy attendees present. Yet this seemingly ordinary herb was precisely what Yi Fan had longed for. As it was an indispensable ingredient for crafting the bone refinement pill, Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement, though he maintained an outward facade of composure. When the auctioneer invited bids, a brief silence enveloped the room. After all, such herbs were not typically regarded as coveted treasures. Just as hesitation lingered among the crowd, Yi Fan decisively raised his paddle and offered a reasonable bid. The onlookers turned their gazes towards him. A mix of surprise and curiosity reflected in their eyes. However, unexpectedly, no one countered his bid, perhaps perceiving the fire spirit herb's value as insufficient or being wary of Yi Fan's resolute demeanor. Thus, without any contention, Yi Fan successfully acquired the herb at his initial bid. Rising, he strode confidently backstage to settle the payment and claim his prize. Once all formalities were completed, he carefully stowed the fire spirit herb away and returned to the hall. Resuming his seat, he remained there, scanning the surroundings, hopeful for further items of interest to emerge. Regrettably, as the auction concluded, Yi Fan found no additional treasures that stirred his heart. Despite a tinge of disappointment, The acquisition of the vital fire spirit herb rendered his visit worthwhile. As the auction drew to a close, the crowd dispersed like receding tides. Yi Fan exited the venue at a leisurely pace. His stature tall and steps light, seemingly at odds with the surrounding clamor. Upon leaving the hall, he turned towards the bustling marketplace. Entering, he ambled through, flanked by an array of stalls displaying a dazzling assortment of goods. Vendors enthusiastically hawking their wares, Yi Fan's gaze skimmed over the stalls, occasionally pausing to inspect items of no use to him. He picked up a piece of coarse beast hide, gently stroking it before shaking his head and returning it. Then, he examined an oddly shaped beast gourd, contemplating before placing it back down. Thus, he continued to walk and observe, sorting through various useless items, low-quality hides and gourds, along with some spiritual herbs he had personally gathered but found unhelpful for his current cultivation. He negotiated suitable prices with the respective vendors. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Yi Fan finally raised his head, he saw the sky gradually suffused with the soft hues of twilight. The flow of people in the marketplace began to thin. After a moment's contemplation, he set his sights on the imposing Dragon Pill Pavilion at the center of the market. As Yi Fan gazed upward at the sky, the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the approach of night. Realizing that time was not on his side, he paused momentarily in contemplation before promptly deciding to set off for the renowned Long Dange, located at the heart of the marketplace. Previously informed by his friend Lonely, he had learned of an exceptional restaurant nearby, which would provide him the perfect opportunity to indulge in a sumptuous and delectable dinner before leisurely making his way to Long Dange. Upon arriving at the center of the marketplace, Yi Fan's gaze was instantly captivated by an unusually striking small building. With its crimson walls and emerald tiles, the structure exuded an antique charm, emanating a rich historical aura that seemed to bear witness to myriad tales and legends accumulated over the ages. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary headquarters of Long Dange. It was said that Long Dange not only established a grand headquarters here, but also had branches scattered across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, akin to stars blanketing the sky. Each day, countless seekers of elixirs flocked to its doors, and the flourishing business surpassed all imagination, yielding astonishing profits. At this moment, during the twilight hours, the front of the Long Dange headquarters was abuzz with a throng of people, flowing in and out like a ceaseless river. Some hurried along, seemingly intent on purchasing urgently needed elixirs, while others strolled leisurely, as if merely there to appreciate the renowned elegance of the pavilion. Directly across the road from Long Dange's headquarters stood a seemingly unassuming restaurant that, in reality, was famed far and wide. With its unique offerings and mouth-watering delicacies, this establishment successfully attracted numerous patrons eager to savor its culinary delights, creating a bustling atmosphere. This restaurant shone like a brilliant gem set within the thriving metropolis of Kyoto, renowned for its deeply rooted traditional cuisine and impeccable service experience. As he stepped into the restaurant, a wave of tranquility and elegance washed over him. The ambience was serene and inviting, as if it could completely separate itself from the clamor and chaos of the outside world. The decor was thoughtfully crafted, with every detail reflecting the designer's ingenuity and care. Elegant, ancient paintings adorned the walls, depicting landscapes, flora, and fauna, alongside exquisite ornaments that sparkled like stars in the night sky. These elements intertwined seamlessly, weaving captivating culinary narratives that allowed diners to appreciate the allure of culture while savoring exquisite dishes. Soft lighting cascaded gently throughout the restaurant, creating a dreamlike, tranquil, and warm atmosphere. The chandeliers above the tables and the wall sconces cast a glow that was neither glaring nor overly dim, perfectly illuminating the path for patrons while warming every guest's heart. The interior layout was spacious and bright, thoughtfully accommodating the diverse needs of its clientele. The private dining rooms were uniquely designed, furnished with plush, comfortable sofas that made one feel as though they were sinking into clouds. Exquisite tableware was meticulously arranged on the tables, resembling works of art awaiting their moment of use. Here, guests could enjoy a private and exclusive dining experience, feeling the warmth and comfort akin to home. Conversely, the open dining area offered a completely different experience. Here, patrons could engage closely with the chefs, witnessing firsthand how they skillfully transformed fresh ingredients into delectable dishes, watching the chef's deft techniques and focused expressions, and inhaling the fragrant aromas wafting through the air. One's appetite was inevitably heightened. This interactive dining experience not only added to the enjoyment, but also deepened the appreciation of the culinary craftsmanship behind each dish. Oh, what a paradise of gastronomy this is! Here, one can indulge in a plethora of mouth-watering delicacies. The menu boasts a dazzling array of dishes, featuring not only traditional local specialties but also modern culinary innovations. It is worth noting that each dish is crafted by highly experienced chefs whose culinary skills and distinctive seasoning techniques result in creations that tantalize the senses. Whether it's the succulent, juicy roasted meats, or the aromatic, rich-flavored game, or the exquisitely crafted staple foods, a single bite transports one to unparalleled realms of delight. Moreover, the staff members exuded warmth and enthusiasm, consistently maintaining a polite and professional demeanor as they wholeheartedly attended to each guest's needs. They would even offer precise recommendations tailored to individual tastes and dietary preferences, ensuring that patrons felt the comfort and warmth of home as they relished their meals. Undoubtedly, this place is a sanctuary where one can completely unwind and revel in the joys of life. Whether one seeks to share beautiful, unforgettable moments with family or wishes to gather with friends for heartfelt conversations, this restaurant stands as the ideal choice. Its unique charm and unparalleled cuisine have successfully captivated a multitude of diners. Yifan mused to himself, no wonder Lonely had persistently recommended this establishment. It truly lives up to its reputation. After indulging in exquisite food and drink, Yifan cast a glance at the Long Dange across the street before striding purposefully inside. Upon entering Long Dange, Yifan was greeted by rows of counters filled with a variety of elixirs, with some areas showcasing an array of medicinal herbs. The staff were exceedingly warm, busy attending to the comings and goings of guests. Yifan wandered around Long Dange before summoning a staff member, requesting assistance in locating Lonely and Long Tian. Upon hearing Yifan's name, the staff member immediately recognized him as someone specially mentioned by the owner, and without hesitation, led Yifan to Lonely. Lonely was in a private room on the top floor, having arrived in Kyoto several days prior with her grandfather, Long Tian, while Yifan had been occupied for quite some time in the Wanshou mountain range. Yifan followed the staff member up the stairs, finally arriving at a door. The staff member gently knocked and announced, "Miss, the person you were expecting has arrived," before turning to leave. Chapter 31. Engagement Banquet. Lonely opened the door, and upon seeing Yifan, she was overwhelmed with excitement, throwing herself into his embrace. Having traversed mountains and rivers, this moment of reunion, filled with long-held longing and anticipation, erupted forth, like a drowning person grasping a final lifeline. Lonely clung to Yifan with all her strength, as if trying to merge their souls into one, never to part again. Her tears, like scattered pearls, flowed uncontrollably, soaking the fabric of Yifan's chest. Yifan, equally resolute, embraced Lonely tightly, feeling the warmth of her body and the rapid beating of her heart. In that instant, his heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. He understood that for this moment of reunion, they had endured countless hardships and a prolonged wait. Now, this hard-won gathering felt like the most precious gift from the heavens, worthy of a lifetime of cherishing and safeguarding. In this brief yet profoundly warm moment, time seemed to stand still. However, beautiful moments are often fleeting. Though reluctant to part, they eventually proceeded to pay their respects to Lonely's grandfather, Long Tian. After conversing with Long Tian, the two returned to their room, deeply enamored with one another, eagerly anticipating their next, longer reunion. Hand in hand, growing old together, the engagement banquet sincerely invites your witness to create beautiful memories. Exquisite invitations were carefully sealed and dispatched to various corners of the realm. Each invitation seemed to carry boundless joy and anticipation, fluttering like a swarm of colorful butterflies to the homes of the dignitaries in the great Xia Empire's Kyoto. Just as these invitations were being delivered, astonishing news swiftly spread throughout the city. Next Monday, Lonely, the only granddaughter of the Long Dange master, would hold a grand engagement banquet. This news swept through the populace like a tempest. People began to speculate, who exactly is Yifan? Why had they never heard of him before? It felt as though he had suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth. In an instant, a flurry of conjectures and curiosity filled the streets and alleys. However, for the nobility and wealthy scions, their sentiments were tinged with helplessness. After all, to become the fiancé of the Long Dange master's granddaughter, Yifan must undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualities. Yet, most knew nothing about him. and this air of mystery left them feeling somewhat unsettled. Among those feeling particularly discontent, two individuals stood out. One was Prince Xia Feng of the Great Xia Empire. He had always believed that with his exalted status as a prince, marrying Long Li would be an effortless endeavor. Moreover, if the union were to succeed, leveraging the Long family's immense wealth and resources would undoubtedly solidify his position as prince. But now, with an unexpected rival emerging, his plans were thwarted, igniting a deep-seated resentment within him. The other discontented individual was Jia Run, the grandson of the deputy master of Long Dongye. In his eyes, Long Li is not merely a captivating beauty. She embodies a vast treasury of wealth. Should he succeed in marrying her, the entire Long Dan Pavilion would likely fall into his grasp, as the prospect of imminent glory and riches dissipates like a fleeting dream. How could Jiaran simply concede? Thus, beneath the facade of this seemingly joyous engagement, turbulent undercurrents swirl, and a struggle for dominance appears inevitable. On the eve of the engagement banquet, the emotions of the lovers, Yi Fan and Long Li, are as tumultuous as the surging sea. Their anticipation rises like the tides, each wave crashing upon their hearts, while unease simmers like a fathomless whirlpool, occasionally dragging their spirits downward. They are acutely aware that this engagement feast is far from a mere celebration. It serves as a bridge to their future, laden with solemn vows exchanged between them. Yet, amidst the curious and skeptical gazes from the outside world, they remain steadfastly united, believing that their rock-solid love can withstand any adversity. Nestled in the heart of the imperial city, Long Dan Pavilion tonight gleams with resplendence, a spectacle of opulence. Countless exquisite glass lanterns dangle high, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that twinkle like stars in the night sky. This dazzling display not only reflects the joyous smiles of every guest who has come to offer their congratulations, but also infuses the night with an ethereal ambience. Today marks the auspicious occasion of Yi Fan and Long Li's engagement. As word of their union spreads, it sweeps through the imperial city, igniting exuberance among the populace, with an air of festivity permeating the streets. Yi Fan, a young swordsman of humble origins, has risen to prominence through his remarkable intellect and extraordinary courage amidst the turbulent world of martial heroes. Dressed in a simple yet elegant green robe, his attire does not overshadow his gallant demeanor. Rather, it enhances his charm and striking appearance. In his bright, profound eyes lies an unquenchable yearning for a beautiful future. Beside him stands Long Li, the singular heiress of Long Dan Pavilion and the cherished jewel of the current head of the Long family, Long Tian. Not only is she blessed with an unparalleled beauty that could topple kingdoms, but her martial prowess is equally formidable, rivaling that of any man. Today, she adorns herself in a magnificent phoenix crown and flowing robes, the dazzling jewels and vibrant silks harmoniously mingling, rendering her as enchanting as a celestial being descended from the heavens, captivating all who gaze upon her. The banquet hall is alive with activity, teeming with esteemed guests. Individuals of all walks of life, including renowned heroes, gifted scholars, and powerful court officials, flow in like a tide. These distinguished figures cluster in groups, sharing laughter and merriment, or engage in intimate conversations, exchanging insights and experiences. While the atmosphere is vibrant and joyous, it simultaneously exudes a gravity befitting the occasion. Yi Fan and Long Li walk side by side, smiles gracing their faces as they navigate through the bustling crowd. They pause frequently to acknowledge each guest with a respectful nod, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Whether addressing formidable martial heroes, erudite scholars, or influential dignitaries, Yi Fan and Long Li maintain a demeanor of humility and grace, leaving an impression of their refined upbringing and extraordinary character. Chapter 32. Sudden change at that moment, the once lively hall fell into an eerie silence, all actions ceasing as the abrupt sound of footsteps startled the guests. Their gazes riveted to the entrance, a figure burst into view like a gust of wind, clad in resplendent attire, yet bearing an expression as dark as a stormy sky, as if shrouded in frost. This individual was none other than the formidable crown prince, Xia Feng. Following closely behind were several imposing, menacing guards, each robust and wielding sharp weapons, instilling fear in all who beheld them. The crown prince, known for his pride and ambition, was infuriated upon learning of Long Li's impending engagement to another. Enraged, he had rushed forth to confront the matter. Yi Fan, You audacious scoundrel, merely a nameless wretch. What right do you have to wed the woman I have long desired? Xia Feng's face was icy, his eyes glinting with malice, his voice a chilling whisper that seemed to freeze the air itself. Yet, in the face of such a fierce inquiry and the hostile demeanor of his opponent, Yi Fan exhibited an unexpected calmness. He raised his head slightly, meeting Xia Feng's piercing gaze with unwavering tranquility, and replied, "Your Highness, please temper your anger. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Long Li and I share a deep, mutual affection and have willingly chosen to become engaged today, with the intention of walking together through life. I hope you can bless our union." Though Yi Fan's words were composed, the conviction behind them was unmistakable. His statement rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into water, prompting nods of agreement from those present, as the truth that true love is invaluable resonated deeply within their hearts. However, a subtle smirk played at the corners of Xia Feng's lips, revealing his unwillingness to relent easily. With a casual gesture of his hand, he signaled his formidable guards to advance. "Since you all believe love to be priceless, let us see just how profound this so-called true affection between you two truly is." Before Xia Feng's chilling words had fully settled, the guards lunged at Yi Fan with the ferocity of wolves. Just as it seemed Yi Fan would be overwhelmed, a clear voice rang out. "No one is to harm him." It was Long Li, who had been steadfastly by Yi Fan's side, stepping forward without hesitation to shield him. Despite her voice carrying a hint of fragility, the determination within was undeniable. Facing the advancing guards without a trace of fear, her striking gaze seemed to challenge them, as if to repel them with sheer will. The atmosphere turned tense, teetering on the brink of chaos. With Long Li's authoritative command echoing through the hall, it was as if a thunderclap had silenced the raucous gathering. The previously boisterous banquet hall fell into a hushed stillness. All eyes magnetically drawn to the brave and beautiful woman who stood resolute in a graceful leap, Long Li ascended with the elegance of a phoenix poised to take flight, brandishing a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light. She directed it towards the ferocious guards, her movements fluid and commanding. Each action exuded an innate nobility while showcasing her extraordinary martial skills. However, at this critical juncture, a deep, penetrating voice suddenly broke through the tension. "Stop." The authoritative command came from a mysterious dark guard dispatched to ensure the crown prince's safety. Towering and imposing, he radiated an intangible pressure, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. "This is the capital. Such reckless behavior cannot be tolerated." Upon the dark guard's sudden appearance, Xia Feng's narrowed eyes flashed with a mixture of resentment and fury, his voice a venomous whisper. "Kill him." The chilling order dripped with malice. Sending shivers through the crowd, as the guards, trained and ruthless, surged towards Yi Fan like ravenous wolves. He, possessing merely the modest cultivation of the second layer of foundation establishment, seemed no more than a defenseless lamb before their might. Just as it appeared that Yi Fan's fate was sealed, Long Li, ever his protector, stepped forward without hesitation, resolutely placing herself between him and the impending danger. With a slight tremor, an aura of fearless determination radiated from her. In a heartbeat, the guards unleashed their overwhelming force, the impact of their strike crashing upon Long Li's fragile form. In that instant, the sheer terror of their overwhelming strength surged through her, as if a torrential flood had breached her defenses. With a sudden gasp, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from Long Li's mouth, resembling a crimson fountain, instantly staining her pristine white garment with a shocking shade of red. Yet, despite suffering such grievous injuries, Long Li resolutely clenched her jaw, summoning every ounce of strength to uphold her wavering form, refusing to succumb easily. Her once ethereal visage now appeared as pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Yi Fan, revealing an endless depth of concern and worry. At last, upon confirming Yi Fan's safety, the tautness of Long Li's nerves seemed to unravel, and she could no longer bear the heavy toll of her injuries. Slowly toppling backward, "Do not worry about me." Just before consciousness slipped into darkness, Long Li uttered these final words to Yi Fan in an almost imperceptible whisper. With that, her enchanting eyes gently closed, as if she had drifted into a serene slumber. Chapter 33. The manifestation of the cauldron spirit. Yi Fan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixated upon his beloved, Long Li, lying amidst a pool of blood. His heart plummeted into an abyss, weighed down by a burden akin to 1,000-pound stone. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from his eyes, flowing like a deluge that swiftly soaked his vision. The scene before him was nothing short of a nightmare. Leaving him in disbelief and engulfed in despair, he understood that from this moment forth, his life would forever bear an indelible scar, and no matter how the years may unfold or how the world may change, the profound anguish of losing Longley would remain unhealed. That heart-wrenching pain, penetrating to the core, would accompany him through every protracted night and day. Simultaneously, an inferno of rage and hatred ignited within Yi Fan's heart. He silently vowed to seek justice for his beloved Longley, ensuring that the architect of this tragedy, the Crown Prince, would pay a grievous price and receive the punishment he deserved. Even if the path ahead were strewn with thorns and fraught with challenges, he would not entertain the slightest notion of retreat. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the Long Dan Pavilion, as if the very air had solidified. The hall was shrouded in silence, save for the faint sounds of breath rising and falling. The once haughty nobles and dignitaries had gathered here, their expressions grave, their eyes fixed ahead, seemingly awaiting a moment of great significance. Yi Fan curled up beside Longley like a wounded beast. His body trembling slightly, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from exertion. His once clear eyes were now ablaze with unbridled fury, burning fiercely as if they sought to incinerate all who stood before him. Standing beside Yi Fan, Long Tian appeared outwardly calm, yet the tension in his facial muscles and furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil of anger and concern. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his emotions and addressed the distant Crown Prince. Xia Feng, in a cold tone, "Your Highness, does being the heir to the throne grant you the license to act with impunity? My granddaughter's life hangs in the balance. I implore you to withdraw your forces and depart immediately." Upon hearing Long Tian's words, Crown Prince Xia Feng slowly turned, a flicker of barely perceptible guilt crossing his face. Perhaps even he recognized that his actions had crossed a line, yet the pride of his position prevented him from easily admitting fault. He hesitated briefly before leading his entourage away from the Long Dan Pavilion without uttering another word. What was once a joyous and splendid engagement banquet, adorned beautifully and filled with an atmosphere of happiness, was abruptly shattered by the Crown Prince's intrusion, akin to a tempest sweeping through and disrupting the previously harmonious ambience. Reactions varied among the onlookers. Some shook their heads in resignation, lamenting the misfortunes that had befallen what should have been a celebration. Others stifled chuckles, finding amusement in the unexpected turn of events, while some expressed sympathy for those directly affected, feeling sorrow and concern. However, many found the unfolding drama captivating, as if it were an unforeseen farce that added a splash of color to their otherwise mundane lives. As a skilled healer, Yi Fan immediately rushed to examine Longley upon witnessing her injuries. After a thorough and meticulous assessment, he was astonished to discover the severity of her wounds. Internal bleeding was profuse and relentless. Longley lay with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion ashen and devoid of vitality. Despite the presence of numerous accomplished alchemists within the Long Dan Pavilion, they were rendered powerless against such a dire condition. Yi Fan's medical prowess was unparalleled, yet even after exerting all his efforts to save her, he could not rouse Longley from her unconscious state. Although he successfully repaired her damaged vital organs, she remained in a deep slumber. Gazing upon Longley's frail and heart-wrenching form, Yi Fan's heart brimmed with sorrow and rage. He could not accept this cruel reality and silently vowed to discover a way to restore Longley to health and vitality. "Ha! How utterly ridiculous!" A clear, mocking laughter echoed in Yi Fan's ears, reverberating incessantly. Following that, a cold, slightly derisive feminine voice drifted into his consciousness. "All for a mere woman, and in your sorrow, you inadvertently awakened the legendary devouring heaven body. Do you still foolishly believe you can save her?" The voice bore a distinct charm, interwoven with disdain, mockery, and a hint of condescension. Yet, despite its tone, it was remarkably melodious, akin to a celestial hymn that entranced the listener. "Who are you? Who is speaking?" Yi Fan was startled by the sudden voice, swiftly scanning his surroundings in search of its source. Yet no matter how diligently he peered, he could not discern the figure of the speaker. "Do not waste your efforts searching, foolish one. I am the spirit of the devouring heaven cauldron. You may call me Shirling Air." Just as Yi Fan's confusion deepened, the cool voice resonated again within his mind. Concentrating all his mental faculties, he directed his attention inward to his consciousness. Indeed, within that enigmatic space of the small cauldron, the ghostly voice echoed once more, "I in the vacant, desolate space." The voice reverberated, creating an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down his spine. There, a woman clad in a simple long dress sat gracefully within a petite cauldron, her posture dignified and elegant, her legs poised within. Yi Fan gazed, captivated, momentarily lost in reverie. How could such an ethereal beauty exist in this world? Akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Upon closer inspection, he beheld her tall, slender figure and graceful demeanor, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze. Her skin was fair as snow, glistening as if it could be shattered by a mere breath. Her exquisitely crafted features appeared as though they had been meticulously sculpted by divine hands. The white dress she wore resembled frost, pure and immaculate, accentuating her otherworldly beauty. Chapter 34. The healing plan. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with emotion, as clear and profound as a tranquil autumn lake, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. Her long, elegant legs flowed with natural grace, epitomizing perfection. Her naturally rosy lips, when turned upward, revealed a captivating smile that enchanted all who beheld it. At that moment, she playfully wiggled her bare feet within the cauldron. Their delicate beauty akin to finely crafted art. It is no exaggeration to say that this maiden's beauty was stunningly extraordinary, prompting one to marvel. How stunningly captivating she is. Given the situation's gravity, and due to this woman's influence, you have awakened the legendary devouring heaven body. Thus, I shall not stand idly by and will certainly lend you my support. However, the circumstances are dire. This woman has lost 2 of her 3 souls and 7 spirits, leaving only 1 soul remaining, and her physical form has sustained grievous injuries. Therefore, the immediate priority is to heal her body. Furthermore, from this point onward, you must annually infuse her with sufficient life force. Only then can you sustain the flickering ember of her remaining vitality. Subsequently, you must carefully place her in a specially crafted IC, otherwise even the slightest misstep would undoubtedly lead to her demise, with no hope of survival. Of course, should you ultimately succeed in completing these tasks, when your cultivation reaches its zenith, you must agree to undertake a certain task on behalf of this emperor. As for the specifics of this task, I shall reveal it to you when the time is ripe. It is essential to understand that in this world, rewards are never easily obtained without effort. Yi Fan was fully aware of the implications of this situation. He gazed firmly at Scherlinger, who was eagerly curious about his plans and couldn't help but press him. "So, what exactly are your concrete thoughts now? Speak and let me hear." Yi Fan's expression instantly turned grave. After taking a deep breath, he resolutely replied, "As the saying goes, a man of honor must uphold his word. Since I have already committed to this matter, I shall not go back on my promise." Upon hearing Yi Fan's steadfast declaration, Scherlinger was momentarily taken aback, but her delicate, willow-like brows quickly furrowed, as if she still harbored some doubt towards him. Nevertheless, she eventually spoke, "Very well, I shall trust you this once. However, let us not dwell on this further. To save her, we must first gather 3 specific medicinal ingredients: soul-nourishing grass, soul stones, and soul crystals. Additionally, the last resort is that you possess sufficient spiritual power, enabling you to nurture the remaining soul within her." After articulating these thoughts, Scherlinger sealed her lips, refraining from uttering another word. Yi Fan, after absorbing Scherlinger's explanations, did not respond immediately but began to survey his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed that the alchemists in the Dragon Pill Pavilion had successfully healed Longli to a state nearing recovery. Seeing this, Yi Fan swiftly turned to Long Tian and inquired, "May I ask, Pavilion Master Long, do you possess any special medicines for treating spiritual injuries, or perhaps an ice coffin to preserve her body?" Faced with Yi Fan's sudden question, Long Tian hesitated briefly before quickly focusing his thoughts and responding in a hushed tone through a telepathic method. "Might I inquire why young Master Yi has brought this up?" Yi Fan, upon noticing his reaction, promptly organized the information he had just received from Scherlinger into a coherent understanding and elaborated on it to Long Tian. Throughout this process, he disclosed everything pertinent without reservation, yet he was careful to omit any sensitive details. Long Tian listened in silence for a moment before responding. Soul-nourishing grass did indeed exist in the past. Yet during the tumultuous times of the 9 provinces, It was heavily requisitioned by the imperial family of the Great Xia Empire, and with the demands of war, little remains. As for the other two, I have yet to hear of them, so I cannot ascertain their availability. However, there is indeed an ice coffin, which I prepared due to my own injuries that took time to heal. Long Tian gravely retrieved an ice coffin from his storage space, handling it with utmost care. This coffin appeared unremarkable, crafted from ordinary materials. However, it now bore an immensely significant mission. Scherlinger's gentle yet anxious voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. This ordinary ice coffin can only serve as a temporary measure. We must find a millennium ice to replace it within 3 months. Otherwise, even a deity descending could scarcely remedy the situation. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt a deep sense of helplessness wash over him. Since the incident began, their pleas for assistance had been met with reluctance, and apart from those associated with the Dragon Pill Pavilion, most had made excuses to withdraw. Faced with such circumstances, Yi Fan felt utterly despondent. Long Tian, too, bore an expression of guilt, acutely aware that he had disappointed many friends who had come to assist, despite their earnest efforts in a dire situation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to apologize to his friends with a heavy heart and dismiss them one by one. With solemn expressions, Long Tian and Yi Fan supported the gravely injured Long Li as they made their way back to Long Tian's somewhat antiquated chamber. Upon entering, Long Tian wasted no time. He swiftly produced several glowing jade stones from his bosom and danced his hands like shadows, precisely embedding the stones in various corners of the room. As the stones settled into place, mysterious runes illuminated, weaving into a complex web of energy. This was the array meticulously arranged by Long Tian. After completing the setup, he exhaled slightly in relief, yet he knew time was of the essence and could not afford any delay. He swiftly approached a wall, murmuring incantations, causing the once unremarkable surface to ripple like water. Subsequently, a deeply concealed stone door slowly rose, revealing a dim passage leading underground. Long Tian cautiously protected Long Li as they ventured into this secretive corridor. The atmosphere within was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura, the stone walls adorned with archaic symbols and patterns, as if narrating an unknown history. At the passage's end lay a hidden chamber, and as Yi Fan stood within, he beheld various mysterious and ancient artifacts. His gaze fell upon a particular mask emanating a faint glow, seemingly concealing endless secrets. At that moment, Long Tian approached, carefully retrieving the mask and presenting it to Yi Fan, saying, "This is a shape-shifting mask, a precious heirloom passed down from my ancestors. I now entrust it to you. You must understand that given your current predicament, Prince Xiafeng would certainly not let you off easily if you were to venture out recklessly." With that, Long Tian produced a token of the Dragon Pill Pavilion and solemnly instructed, "Please keep this token safe. It may come in handy at an unexpected moment. By the way, do you require anything else? Just let me know, and I shall do my utmost to prepare it for you." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan replied, I would like to select a storage ring with a larger capacity." Soon, he found a suitable storage ring and adorned it on his finger. Next, he meticulously gathered the remaining soul-nourishing grass and various herbs he required, not forgetting to include a substantial amount of silver in his pouch. Finally, Yi Fan approached the ice coffin containing Long Li. The coffin, crystalline and transparent, resembled a fine piece of art. He stowed it in a larger storage ring, while in reality, it had been discreetly placed into the Shirtian Ding by Scherlinger. The larger ring merely served as a fade to conceal their actions. Having completed these preparations, Yi Fan took a deep breath, equipped with these invaluable items, and embarked on an unknown journey. As night descended, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility, he meticulously arranged his belongings within the room. Once everything was in order, he gently opened the wardrobe and donned a set of dark, form-fitting attire. This garment was not only resilient against the cold, but also facilitated movement. Next, he picked up the shape-shifting mask bestowed by Long Tian and carefully affixed it to his face. The mask was exquisitely crafted, seemingly conforming perfectly to his features. With a slight adjustment, it could transform into various appearances. After completing these tasks, Yi Fan inhaled deeply, casting a final glance around the familiar furnishings of the room, before quietly pushing open the door and merging into the night. At this moment, the entire Dragon Pill Pavilion remained steeped in a serene atmosphere, with no one noticing Yi Fan's departure. Like a wraith, he navigated the alleys, avoiding the main roads where others might linger, opting instead for winding, less traveled paths. He was acutely aware that, despite the guise provided by the shape-shifting mask, the perilous journey to the northernmost ice mountain in search of Millennium Ice was fraught with danger. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Ever since this incident, Yifan's once straightforward and carefree nature had undergone a profound transformation. Now, he approached every endeavor with meticulous thought and utmost caution, no longer willing to take reckless risks. Furthermore, without sufficient incentives, he would never act impulsively. Although this shift rendered him somewhat aloof and worldly, it was a necessary quality for survival in this ruthless world. As he strolled through a dense, shadowy forest, Yifan was enjoying a leisurely walk when suddenly, the sounds of intense fighting reached his ears. The clamor was as fierce and urgent as a tempest, instantly capturing his attention. A sense of instinct urged him to refrain from meddling, lest he invite trouble upon himself. However, another thought flickered through his mind. Perhaps this conflict could yield unexpected benefits? Thus, after a brief internal struggle, Yifan could no longer suppress his curiosity and resolved to cautiously approach the scene to investigate. Through the layered branches, Yifan focused his gaze and beheld a group of mysterious individuals clad in black, encircling a woman in white, launching a breathtaking assault against her. The woman found herself ensnared amidst a perilous situation, yet her demeanor remained unyielding. Wielding a gleaming long sword, she executed her moves with unparalleled ferocity. Each strike resonated with the sound of slicing wind, causing the cloaked assailants to hesitate in their advance. Hidden in the shadows, Yifan observed intently and soon discerned a crucial detail. These dark-clad figures seemed intent on acquiring a particular object possessed by the woman. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a luminous orb radiating a faint ethereal glow. This spirit orb, resplendent and translucent, resembled the most radiant star in the night sky, and even from a distance, one could perceive the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy it contained. A clever scheme took root in Yifan's mind. Stealthily, he maneuvered to the rear of the black-clad figures and concealed himself, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Both sides fought with all their might, neither yielding an inch. Gradually, fatigue began to manifest in both the attackers and the white-clad woman, each bearing the marks of their fierce struggle. Just as the conflict reached a stalemate, with both parties on the brink of exhaustion, Yifan seized the moment and struck with the swiftness of lightning. His movements were as elusive as a specter, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed forward and snatched the precious spirit orb. Rather than revealing his true form, he seamlessly transformed his appearance using a mask of many faces. Instantly adopting the guise of a gallant young hero, feigning urgency, he called out, "Which rogue dares commit murder in this place? Cease at once." The sudden appearance of an unknown figure took both the black-clad assailants and the white-clad woman by surprise, momentarily leaving them unable to discern friend from foe, thus throwing them into disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Yifan darted away like an arrow loosed from a bow. Once he successfully escaped the scene, Yifan could not suppress a surge of triumph, feeling quite pleased with his cleverness. As he hurried along, he mused to himself, "This unexpected acquisition of the spirit orb must hold extraordinary significance and may prove invaluable at a critical juncture in the future." With this thought, he quickened his pace, heading straight toward the towering ice mountain in the north. Chapter 36. The journey to the ice mountain time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in a mere 10 days, Yifan found himself at the foot of the majestic ice mountain at the northernmost edge of the realm. This desolate place was seldom trodden by human feet, the biting cold wind howling like a sharp blade. Penetrating to the bone, as he gazed upon the landscape, the accumulation of pristine white snow stretched endlessly, resembling a fairy tale world cloaked in silver. Yet, beneath this seemingly enchanting facade lay an overwhelming chill and solitude. Yifan stood firm, inhaling the crisp air laced with a hint of frost. The biting wind surged into his nostrils and lungs, yet his spirit remained resolute, growing ever more determined. He understood that he was steadily approaching the goal that resided within his heart. In such a harsh environment, his steps were not marked by hesitation but rather by a steady and powerful resolve. His eyes sparkled with an indomitable will, exuding a tenacity that would not yield. It seemed that no matter how many adversities lay ahead, rugged mountains or treacherous paths, they could not deter his relentless advance. Yi Fan's solitary figure traversed the snowy expanse, each footprint deeply embedded in the vast white landscape, a testament to his unwavering determination and courage. From a distance, the ice mountain loomed like a colossal giant, its various forms captivating the eye. Some portions were steep and sheer, piercing the clouds like a sword, exuding an aura of majesty and ferocity. Others were more gently undulating, resembling a serpentine ice dragon, quietly resting upon the earth, imparting a sense of grandeur and vastness. As he drew closer, he beheld an array of wondrous sights. Certain areas appeared as towering peaks formed from colossal ice blocks, majestic and awe-inspiring. Others resembled elongated ice slides, smooth and flowing, as though crafted by nature for amusement. There were also deep ice caves, exuding a chilling aura from their entrances, shrouded in dim light, enveloped in an air of mystery that incited an irresistible urge to explore, as if one had stepped into a dreamlike world of ice and snow. When warm sunlight cascaded upon the ice mountain, the entire structure shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. The transparent ice layers sparkled under the sunlight, resembling countless diamonds embedded within, a sight so resplendent that it could enchant any beholder. This magnificent and mysterious beauty was enough to leave any onlooker spellbound, entranced by its allure. Upon closer inspection of the ice peaks, one would notice not only their diverse shapes, but also their varying sizes. Some ice pinnacles stretched endlessly, extending for dozens of kilometers. From above, they resembled an unending sea of white, tumultuous and grand, a force of nature that was utterly indescribable. Among these peaks were some that soared into the clouds, akin to magnificent ice castles, proudly standing against the sky. Their spires pierced the cerulean expanse, their walls as solid as rock, seemingly showcasing nature's unparalleled craftsmanship. Meanwhile, other ice caves appeared deep and shadowy, concealing secrets hidden within the heart of the mountain. What mysteries lay within, known only to the intrepid adventurers who dared to uncover them? Under the dazzling sunlight, the surface of the ice mountain radiated a blinding brilliance, the light dancing like playful spirits. Constantly shifting in color and form at times, it burned bright like a raging flame, red and radiant. At others, it mirrored the clear azure of the sea, intoxicatingly blue, and occasionally, it resembled glistening emeralds, fresh and vibrant. From afar, these lights intertwined, forming a breathtakingly beautiful tapestry, dreamlike and ethereal, inviting one to lose themselves in its splendor. In this vast and mysterious realm of ice and snow, one felt as though they had entered a transcendent dreamscape. Everything here was so pristine and immaculate. The delicate snowflakes descended like feather-light plumes, draping the world in a thick blanket of silver. The air was filled with a crisp and refreshing essence, invigorating the lungs and uplifting the spirit. Whether the towering, perilous ice peaks or the expansive, gentle plains of ice, all evoked a sense of awe and reverence. The ice peaks rose sharply towards the heavens, their jagged summits seeming to pierce the sky, showcasing a grandeur that was breathtaking, while the glaciers appeared as the gentle embrace of Mother Earth, welcoming every visitor with open arms. Standing here, one could feel the boundless power and enchanting allure of nature, a sensation that lingered in the heart long after leaving. Yi Fan treaded cautiously upon the ice surface, each step requiring utmost care, as if any misstep could lead to a disastrous fall. He was acutely aware of the lurking dangers beneath the icy veneer, understanding that a moment's inattention could plunge him into an abyss. Legends spoke of the millennia-old ice, a rare and precious treasure with various rumored hiding places. Some claimed it resided atop the towering mountain, while others insisted it lay buried deep within its icy core. Nevertheless, Yi Fan resolutely chose to forge ahead towards the mountain's peak. At this juncture, the biting winds howled past, slicing through the air like sharp blades against his skin. Despite Yi Fan's mastery at the second stage of foundation building, he still found himself struggling against the frigid elements. In desperation, he unleashed the fiery energy within him, enveloping himself in a warm barrier of flames. With this, he felt a slight reprieve from the cold. His gaze remained fixed on the distant summit of the ice mountain, unwavering and intense. Each step felt weighed down, as if leaden, yet he understood that this journey would not be smooth. It would be fraught with countless challenges. However, the thought of the legendary thousand-year-old ice helping his beloved Longli ignited a powerful force within him. This strength propelled him forward, unyielding in his resolve. Even if the path ahead was fraught with thorns and obstacles, he would grit his teeth and overcome every hurdle. Determined to reach his goal at all costs. Chapter 37. The summit of the ice mountain. As Yifan steadfastly pressed onward, he distinctly felt the temperature plummeting at an alarming rate. The bone-chilling cold surged around him like an invisible torrent, mercilessly assaulting his body. The icy winds that whipped across the surface felt like sharp arrows, piercing his skin with waves of excruciating pain. Each breath he took released clouds of visible vapor, crystallizing in the frigid air, a tangible manifestation of his steadfast determination and indomitable spirit amidst the cold expanse. However, even in the face of such an exceedingly harsh environment, Yifan remained resolute, showing neither hesitation nor retreat. He clenched his jaw, stepping forward with a steady and powerful gait, advancing step by step, slowly yet unwaveringly, towards his destination. At last, after enduring a long and arduous journey, Yifan successfully reached the summit of the iceberg. The winds here were even more ferocious and biting than before, howling with an intensity that seemed capable of freezing a person to their very bones. Nevertheless, Yifan did not allow fear to take root in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the immense spiritual power within him and unleashed the alchemical fire technique he had mastered. In an instant, a blazing inferno erupted from his palm, swiftly enveloping him in a protective barrier of flames. The searing light and warmth emitted by the alchemical fire, akin to the gentle sun of winter, bestowed upon Yifan a rare sense of comfort. This warmth further ignited his fighting spirit and confidence, solidifying his belief that he could adeptly confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead. At this moment, Yifan stood firmly at the pinnacle of the iceberg, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the world below. The magnificent vista stirred within him a profound sense of pride and fulfillment. However, after meticulously scanning the entire summit, he was astonished to discover that the fabled Millennium Ice was not present. Just as his heart raced and his nerves tightened in search of the ancient ice, a colossal snow wolf suddenly appeared before him, as if out of nowhere. Its body was entirely white, resembling a moving miniature snow mountain, its fur billowing slightly in the frigid wind, exuding an air of majesty. Most striking were its eyes, which glowed with an eerie green light, akin to two burning ghostly flames, emanating a chilling aura of ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Yifan's heart jolted, and he instantly realized he might have fallen into a life-and-death crisis. Without hesitation, he drew the sharp long sword that he always kept at his side, gripping it tightly, while positioning himself in an optimal defensive stance, his full attention fixed on the menacing beast before him. Ready to engage in the imminent fierce battle, surprisingly, the seemingly ferocious snow wolf did not charge directly at him as he had anticipated. Instead, it abruptly changed direction, racing towards a perilous cliff at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the snow wolf reached the edge of the precipice, then leaped gracefully, its form akin to a delicate snowflake, plunging into the unfathomable depths below, swiftly vanishing beyond the steep cliffside. Only at this moment did Yifan feel his racing heart begin to calm. He exhaled deeply, wiping away a fine sheen of sweat that had inexplicably formed on his brow. Reflecting on the harrowing encounter, a shiver ran down his spine. This unexpected encounter with the snow wolf profoundly underscored the realization that the iceberg harbored not only the treacherous trials of nature, but also concealed the lethal threats posed by various ferocious beasts. Nevertheless, Yifan's fervent desire to locate the legendary Millennium Ice remained unshaken. On the contrary, this perilous experience only served to further fuel his determination to forge ahead, undaunted by the daunting obstacles ahead. He silently vowed that regardless of the countless hardships and daunting challenges that awaited him, he would grit his teeth and persevere until he successfully unearthed that mysterious and precious Millennium Ice. Yifan's gaze remained fixed on the direction in which the snow wolf had vanished, his brow furrowed, his eyes scanning the surroundings with keen intensity. After a meticulous examination, he finally made a discovery. Hidden within what seemed to be an impassable area was a winding, elusive path. Flanking the path on one side were towering, steep cliffs. On the other lay a bottomless, dark fissure, resembling a gaping maw poised to devour any unfortunate soul. Just as Yifan prepared to step onto this mysterious pathway to explore further, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A rustling sound of fluttering garments echoed, and a group of shadowy figures suddenly materialized atop the summit. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a band of individuals clad in black attire. Their faces obscured by dark cloth, leaving only their cold, unfeeling eyes visible, all gripping various gleaming weapons that radiated a chilling aura of malice. These figures emerged like phantoms, and at their forefront stood a towering figure exuding a formidable presence. With a voice as frigid as ice, he bellowed at Yi Fan. "You little brat, it took us considerable effort to finally locate you. Now, you have nowhere to escape. Speak your final words quickly, or you shall have no chance to do so." Faced with this sudden threat, Yi Fan was startled, yet he quickly regained his composure. He spread his feet slightly, clenched his fists, and tensed his muscles. Instantly entering a combat-ready stance, his gaze fixed intently on the malevolent figures before him, he assessed their strength. At first glance, the leader appeared to possess unfathomable prowess, at least at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. The others, too, were formidable, most hovering between the 4th and 6th levels. A bone-chilling aura permeated the air, heightening the already tense atmosphere to a breaking point, as if a single spark could ignite a cataclysmic battle. Yi Fan's expression turned grave as he asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Even in death, I demand to know. Could it be that you are assassins sent by Prince Xiafeng?" Chapter 38. The battle at the summit. Ha ha. The self-assured leader of the black-clad figures let out a chilling laugh, slowly responding, "In that case, let us ensure you die with clarity. We are not under the prince's command, but rather, we are from the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion, sent here to eliminate you. I must admit, our young master is truly astute, having anticipated your arrival at this iceberg. Today shall be your demise. If you know what's good for you, will you end your life willingly, or would you prefer to experience my methods?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression shifted, and he shouted in fury, "That young master! I'm the son-in-law of the Pavilion Master. Your actions are nothing short of treason." However, the masked leader of the black-clad figures erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha! Precisely because of that, you must die. Once you are eliminated, our young master will step into his rightful position as the next Pavilion Master. Attack!" With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to charge. In an instant, the valley erupted with the deafening sounds of metal clashing and the roars of battle. Yi Fan moved like a specter, employing his elusive footwork to deftly evade wave after wave of fierce attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he counterattacked decisively, each strike as precise and fierce as a tempest, rendering them nearly impossible to withstand. With his hands firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, its blade glimmering with a dazzling light under the sun, Yi Fan unleashed a dazzling display of lightning-fast swordsmanship, honed through countless life and death experiences in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. As the sword light flickered, one enemy after another fell, their blood staining the snow beneath. Yi Fan darted across the battlefield with the agility of lightning, his sword flashing coldly, each swing accompanied by a sharp gust of sword energy, showcasing his extraordinary combat prowess. This fierce battle raged on for several minutes, with Yi Fan's swordplay overwhelming the black-clad figures, their numbers dwindling as time passed. Eventually, only their leader remained, struggling against Yi Fan's relentless assault, showing signs of fatigue. "Now, tell me, who sent you?" Yi Fan's icy voice cut through the battlefield like a chilling wind, causing shivers to run down the spines of those present. "Humph! You think that by defeating these useless fools, you can claim victory over me? You are sorely mistaken," the masked leader scoffed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Yet, Yi Fan was not incensed by his words. Instead, he secretly circulated his powers, condensing his true energy into a colossal energy cauldron. Meanwhile, he continued his merciless assault with lightning-quick sword strikes aimed directly at his opponent. Observing Yi Fan's fierce attack, the leader's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. He swiftly raised his long knife, preparing to cleave down upon Yi Fan. But in that instant, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Yi Fan, drawing his long knife uncontrollably towards him, even pulling his own body forward. In a flash, the masked leader found himself engulfed by the mysterious energy cauldron in Yi Fan's grasp. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately channeled all his strength into refining this adversary. Within the confines of the Qi Ding, the cloaked leader in black was gripped by terror, as he witnessed his longsword and hands transforming into wisps of spiritual energy at an alarming rate. The excruciating pain and the dread of death shattered his composure, compelling him to plead for mercy. "Spare my life. Great hero, please spare me. If you let me go, I will divulge everything. Tell me, who sent you here, and are there others in your company?" Yifan's voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the air with undeniable authority. The chill in his tone seemed to penetrate the very soul, instilling a shiver in all who heard it. "I will speak. I will speak." It was Vice Pavilion Master Jia's command. "Young Master Jiaran awaits us at the entrance outside the ice mountain." The black-clad man, already pale with fear, trembled as he answered. He understood the formidable prowess of this youthful warrior before him. Any further concealment could spell his doom. Upon hearing the words of the black-clad man, a glint of cold light flashed in Yifan's eyes. With a swift motion of his hands, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped the man tightly in the blink of an eye. The black-clad figure ignited like a piece of paper aflame, rapidly consumed until he was reduced to pure spiritual energy, which Yifan absorbed into his being. As this energy coursed through him, Yifan felt a tremendous power circulating within his meridians. He dared not relax for a moment. Hastily, he channeled this force into his dantian. Moments later, a brilliant radiance erupted from Yifan's body, and his aura surged upward. In an instant, he successfully broke through to the third level of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, Yifan was not content with this achievement. His gaze swept over the fallen black-clad figures, and with a thought, he performed another spell, refining and absorbing their corpses one by one. With each body transformed into spiritual energy and melded into him, Yifan's cultivation grew increasingly solid, his foundation more robust. After completing this, Yifan exhaled a breath of turbid air and collected the scattered storage rings around him. At this moment, he had fully returned to his normal state, yet his profound eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Akin to the brightest star in the night sky, Yifan gazed intently at the narrow path leading to the cliff's edge, pondering inwardly. This journey is unlikely to be peaceful, however, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead. I shall persevere. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and stepped forward onto the path. As he progressed, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced around him. Enduring the biting chill and the onslaught of the fierce wind, Yifan trudged on with great difficulty. After several arduous hours, he finally arrived at an icy gorge resembling a valley. Standing at the entrance of the gorge, Yifan looked out, beholding a land eternally blanketed in ice and snow. The thick snow lay like a white velvet carpet, covering the entire valley. The surrounding peaks towered into the clouds, resembling colossal giants standing proudly. A mist hung in the air, ethereal and dreamlike, adding an air of mystery to the region. Chapter 39. The Ice Valley. After a prolonged trek, Yifan finally reached his destination. He paused, weary, his gaze fixed upon the narrow mountain path ahead, and a surge of tension and anticipation welled within him. This path wound and twisted, flanked by towering ice cliffs, as if leading to an unknown realm. Yifan inhaled deeply, cautiously stepping onto the mountain trail, each step taken with utmost care. The cold wind howled past, biting and fierce, yet he showed no sign of retreat. As he silently advanced, a gentle voice, like a breath of fresh air, suddenly reached his ears. "Are you here to seek the Millennium Ice?" The unexpected voice startled Yifan, causing him to look up abruptly, where he beheld a woman clad in a flowing white gown standing not far away. She resembled a spirit emerging from the snow. Her skin was as pale as snow, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her white gown billowed gracefully in the wind, enhancing her ethereal and mysterious presence. For a moment, Yifan was entranced, speechless, and it took him a while to regain his senses. After some conversation, he learned that this enchanting and enigmatic woman was named by Bing, a member of the Ice Clan residing in this valley. It was said that her people possessed an innate ability to control ice and snow, and Bai Bing was the beloved daughter of the clan leader. When Yifan recounted his purpose for coming here, profound worry and urgency reflected in his eyes. His beloved, Long Li, had sustained grave injuries while attempting to save him. Only by acquiring the fabled Millennium Ice could her condition be temporarily stabilized, awaiting a more permanent remedy in the future. Moved by Yifan's heartfelt tale, Bai Bing felt a stir of compassion. touched by the deep bond between Yifan and Longli, she pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Very well. I shall guide you into the Ice Valley. However, you must remember that it conceals many secrets, not all of which can be borne by every soul." Yifan nodded gratefully, affirming that he would steadfastly pursue his path, regardless of the obstacles he might face. By Bing raised her delicate arm, her graceful hands weaving through the air like a dancing fairy, casting a spell on a dazzling display. Her fingertips sparkled with radiant light, illuminating the winding, shadowy path ahead. But remember, the journey into the Ice Valley is a one-way road. Once you step inside, there is no turning back, Bai Bing warned, her eyes fixed on Yifan with a grave expression. With unwavering determination, Yifan met her gaze, responding resolutely. "I understand, and no matter how perilous the road ahead may be, I shall not falter." Under Bai Bing's guidance, the two ventured forth along the rugged mountain trail. As they delved deeper, the surrounding temperature plummeted, as if they had stepped into a glacier untouched by time. The frigid air sliced through their garments, chilling their very bones, and the atmosphere shifted ominously, a suffocating weight enveloping their hearts. Suddenly, a ferocious gust of wind surged forth, wild and untamed like a runaway stallion. The tempestuous wind swept in with a flurry of snowflakes, enveloping everything in a blinding white curtain. Drowning the world in a chaotic storm, in an instant, their vision became obscured, rendering the path and each other nearly invisible. "Quick, grab my hand," Bai Bing shouted urgently, extending her slender arm toward Yifan. Hearing her call, Yifan swiftly reached out, clasping her warm hand tightly. Together, they leaned into each other, struggling against the onslaught of the howling wind and blinding snow, forging ahead with great difficulty. At last, the storm began to abate, as if the world had been muted, returning to a serene stillness. When they opened their eyes once more, they were astonished to find themselves in an expansive region, the fabled heart of the Ice Valley. Time seemed to stand still here. The surroundings were utterly silent, devoid of any sound. No whisper of wind, no chirping of insects, nor the calls of birds. Only the occasional distant sound of water droplets echoed, clear and ethereal, breaking the brief tranquility like a pebble cast into a still lake. "Welcome to the Ice Valley," Bai Bing declared solemnly, her voice deep and resonant. "This is the most sacred place within the entire gorge. At this moment, please follow me." Yifan inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by a unique blend of anxiety and anticipation. Yet, he summoned his courage, responding firmly, "All right." Observing this, Bai Bing's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly pleased with Yifan's brave response. "Very well, since you are so earnest, I shall allow you to witness the true miracles of this world." Before she finished speaking, she gracefully raised her hands, beginning to weave intricate gestures as she performed her spell. A colossal, crystalline block of ice began to rise from the ground, shimmering like the purest crystal. This massive ice block radiated a gentle, warm light, illuminating the dim surroundings and casting an otherworldly glow upon Yifan's face. "Wow!" Yifan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he stood frozen in place, utterly captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before him. Not far away, a gigantic block of ice, emanating an intense cold, stood majestically. This ice was flawless and transparent, as though composed of the purest ice crystals. What thrilled Yifan even more was that this was the Millennium Ice he had long sought after. At that moment, Yifan's heart swelled with indescribable joy, a delightful sensation coursing through him like a clear spring replenishing every corner of his spirit. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he fixated on the Millennium Ice, as if fearing it might vanish at any moment. Just then, a miracle unfolded in the core of the Ice Valley. Yifan watched in awe as the massive ice block began to ascend slowly. As if drawn by some mysterious force, as it rose, the surrounding chill intensified, sending shivers down their spines. However, at this moment, Yifan was entirely oblivious to all these considerations. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to acquire the Millennium Cold Ice as swiftly as possible in order to rescue Longli. Chapter 40. Millennium Cold Ice. As he observed the ice block rising ever higher, Yifan's emotions surged with excitement. His heart raced, breath quickened, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. Finally, when the ice block reached a certain height and came to a halt, Yi Fan could no longer contain his inner turmoil. With a flash, he sped towards the ice block like a bolt of lightning, in a swift motion. He was before the ice block, and with breathtaking speed. He retrieved the ice coffin and the slumbering Long Li contained within it. With the assistance of Bai Bing, Yi Fan carefully positioned the ice coffin near the Millennium Cold Ice. The moment they made contact, a dazzling white light flashed, and the Millennium Cold Ice began to melt slowly, gradually merging with the ice coffin. Although this process appeared to be slow, for Yi Fan, it felt interminably long. He watched intently. His hands clenched into tight fists, palms slick with sweat. Fortunately, everything progressed smoothly. Part of the Millennium Cold Ice successfully integrated into the ice coffin, causing it to emit an even more potent chill. At last, Yi Fan had completed the first step in rescuing Long Li, preserving her body. Gazing at the tranquil form of Long Li within the ice coffin, Yi Fan exhaled deeply, a smile of relief gracing his face. He then turned to Bai Bing, bowing deeply in sincere gratitude. He placed his hand upon his chest and assured her, "Miss Bai Bing, I owe you a great debt of thanks for your assistance this time. Should you or the Ice Clan encounter any difficulties in the future, I, Yi Fan, shall do my utmost to help." Without hesitation, after uttering these words, Yi Fan inclined his head once more in respect. Bai Bing smiled and nodded, softly replying, "Young Master Yi, you are too kind. It is my honor to assist you. I hope Miss Long Li awakens soon." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was overwhelmed with gratitude. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Bai Bing, he waved goodbye and left the Cold Ice Valley, his heart brimming with joy as he strode purposefully onward. Yi Fan slowly returned to the summit of the ice mountain, the biting cold wind howling against his face, yet his gaze remained steadfast and sharp. He quietly surveyed the area below, once the site of fierce battles, and a wave of emotion washed over him. However, now, there was not a trace of the conflict that had transpired. The thick, white snow blanketed the ground like an immaculate velvet carpet, concealing the shattered ice and splattered blood, which had seemingly been buried by the merciless snow. Recalling the dying words of the masked figure, Yi Fan's expression hardened with cold resolve. He clenched his teeth, contemplating. The deputy chief Jia of the Dragon Pill Pavilion and his grandson dare to betray us. And that grandson, Jiaran, is still waiting for me at the mountain's entrance? Such audacity! A surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted from him, causing the air around to tremble slightly in response to his formidable aura. Yi Fan took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within. He swiftly formed hand seals, casting a mysterious spell that restored his original appearance. Standing tall and striking, his visage radiated an air of authority and dominance. Without hesitation, Yi Fan strode forward, heading towards the entrance of the ice mountain with an imposing gait. With each step, snowflakes danced in the air, as though he were treading upon the heads of his foes. His silhouette gradually receded, ultimately vanishing into the vast expanse of snow. Just as he approached the majestic entrance of the ice mountain, a familiar yet loathsome figure suddenly came into view. It was Jiaran. This scoundrel, who had betrayed the Dragon Pill Pavilion, now stood there as if he had been waiting for this moment. Jiaran caught sight of Yi Fan's arrival, and a flicker of unmistakable panic crossed his eyes. Yet, this fleeting fear was swiftly replaced by a fierce and malevolent glare. Yi Fan, I anticipated you would come here to seek trouble, Jiaran coldly declared, his voice dripping with disdain and provocation. Yi Fan's gaze, as frigid as ice, fixated upon his foe, his voice equally chilling. Jiaran, today marks your demise. The sins you have committed are grave and unforgivable. At this moment, the tension between them reached a boiling point. The air thick with the scent of impending violence, a breathtaking confrontation between life and death was on the verge of erupting, as if the very atmosphere had solidified in response to their standoff. Yi Fan understood well that this battle bore significant implications for him. It was not merely about upholding the honor and reputation of the Dragon Pill Pavilion. More importantly, it was about avenging himself and the one he cherished. Long Li, therefore, he had to emerge victorious, allowing for no possibility of failure. Conversely, Jiaran was equally aware that this fierce battle would determine his very existence. Gripping his weapon tightly, his body tensed, prepared to face Yi Fan's tempestuous assault. A terrifying madness flickered in Jiaran's eyes, burning with an intensity akin to raging flames. When he beheld Yi Fan emerging from the depths of the ice mountain, despair washed over him. for he realized that the subordinates he had brought along had likely perished at Yifan's hands in this bone-chilling expanse. Despite knowing he was outmatched, Jia Ren found himself with no retreat. Ensnared in a dire predicament in an instant, their immense auras collided violently in the air, the pressure rendering the atmosphere dense as lead. Nearly solidifying, at that moment, Yifan's right hand moved slightly, and a gleaming sword appeared in his grasp, emanating a mysterious glow that hinted at boundless power and Yifan's unwavering conviction. Jia Ren, today marks your end, Yifan bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, deafening in its clarity. Following this, he blurred into motion. Executing his unique technique, Phantom Steps, his form vanished as if a ghost, leaving only a vague afterimage behind. Jia Ren's face paled with fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he sensed an overwhelming threat of death bearing down upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward, desperately attempting to distance himself from Yifan. Yet, his speed was akin to that of a snail compared to Yifan's, and no matter how hard he tried, the distance between them continued to close at an alarming rate. Chapter 41. Leaving the ice mountain, Yifan moved with the swiftness of lightning, silently materializing behind Jia Ren. The sword in his hand shimmered with a cold light, its tip poised at Jia Ren's back, seemingly ready to pierce through his frail form at any moment. Suddenly, Jia Ren felt an icy killing intent approaching from behind, the shadow of death enveloping him. He turned in terror, and upon seeing Yifan's merciless expression and the sword's point so near, despair filled his eyes. "No!" Jia Ren screamed, summoning every ounce of strength for a shrill cry, but his voice was drowned beneath Yifan's lethal sword strike. With a soft thud, Yifan's sword pierced through Jia Ren's back without resistance. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across the ground, creating a stark and horrific crimson stain. Jia Ren's body quivered violently before he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The vibrant light in his once animated eyes was extinguished, replaced by an expression of profound regret and resentment. He could never have fathomed that he would perish at the hands of Yifan. An inconspicuous figure, Yifan stood quietly beside Jia Ren's corpse, his gaze sweeping over the pool of fresh blood on the ground. A surge before long, several exquisite dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, were elegantly arranged upon the table. Yifan, in a state of serene contentment, picked up a pair of chopsticks and delicately sampled the food, savoring each bite. Simultaneously, he listened with great interest to the idle chatter of the surrounding patrons, who hailed from all corners of the world, their topics as diverse as the guests themselves. Some spoke of extraordinary tales from the martial world, while others exchanged business insights. Yifan sat quietly, occasionally nodding slightly or breaking into a knowing smile. Reflecting on the moment he stepped out from the icy confines, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He felt a profound sense of relief mingled with anger and resentment over his past tribulations. Yet, through the trials and tribulations he had faced, his spirit had gradually found calm, returning him to a state of composure reminiscent of days gone by. This establishment, nestled in the bustling heart of the northern city, offered an unexpectedly tranquil ambience within its ancient and elegant decor. The atmosphere was serene and harmonious, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Amidst this rare peace, Yifan felt as if he had been transported back to the warmth of his cherished home. At that moment, he relished the delectable cuisine before him, immersed in the laughter and joviality of the other diners. Casting aside all worries, seated at the table, his gaze wandered, and he found himself lost in thought. Memories surged like a tide, and before he knew it, he was reminiscing about his distant homeland. The enchanting and mysterious foot of Mount Hui. In the depths of his recollection, he envisioned familiar landscapes, each resembling a painting unfurling before his eyes. The majestic peaks, the meandering streams, and the lush forests, all evoking a sense of fondness and warmth. Yet, what tugged at his heartstrings the most were thoughts of his parents and his beloved sister, Yiqin. Their laughter and smiles often danced in his mind, occupying the softest corners of his soul. Yifan sighed deeply, aware that returning to that hauntingly beautiful place was no longer a simple endeavor. A multitude of responsibilities and missions weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to confront the harsh realities of life and forge ahead. Despite the longing for his hometown that filled his heart, He understood that only through relentless effort and perseverance could he hope to achieve his ambitions and one day tread the path back home, amidst the splendor of this unfamiliar metropolis. A flicker of solitude and confusion washed over him. The surrounding clamor and vibrancy seemed to exist in a realm detached from his own, as if he were a solitary traveler seeking his way through the vast sea of humanity. Yet, this sensation did not dishearten him. Rather, it ignited a fervent spirit within. Clenching his fists, he resolutely reminded himself, no matter how arduous the road ahead may be, he would steadfastly uphold his beliefs and charge forward. At that moment, Yifan savored the exquisite dishes on the table while attentively listening to the low murmurs from the neighboring table. By chance, he caught wind of a mention of the nearby Taiping Mountain. It was said that the mountain harbored an abundance of precious spiritual herbs and was often frequented by mythical beasts. For martial artists, such invaluable resources were undeniably alluring. Yifan's eyes sparkled with a newfound resolve, a strong desire to explore welling up within him. Perhaps Taiping Mountain would be the key to unlocking his journey. With deep contemplation, Yifan decisively resolved to venture forth to the enigmatic Taiping Mountain. This was not solely due to his relentless pursuit of the unknown, but also a hope of discovering rare spiritual herbs, particularly the fabled soul-nurturing grass. It was clear that failing to acquire this miraculous herb would necessitate exhausting all alternatives to resolve the pressing challenges he faced. Taiping Mountain lay quietly beyond 80 miles north of the northern capital, appearing unremarkable with its modest range of just over 100 miles. Yet, this seemingly ordinary mountain was surrounded by several small towns, each vibrant yet sparsely populated. The existence and growth of these towns relied heavily on the diverse natural resources found within Taiping Mountain, making it akin to a lifeblood for them. Chapter 42. Taiping Mountain in stark contrast to the formidable Wan Beast Mountain range, where countless beasts roamed, Taiping Mountain was also a habitat for mythical creatures, albeit none that instilled fear even in the hearts of legendary Yuan cultivators. In truth, the most formidable beasts within Taiping Mountain only reached the Golden Core stage, and they remained well concealed in the depths of the mountain, rarely revealing themselves. Thus, for those at the body refining stage, as long as they exercised caution and refrained from recklessly entering the core areas of the mountain, Taiping Mountain undoubtedly served as an ideal training ground. Yifan was acutely aware of this truth. He understood that mere seclusion and self-cultivation would hardly elevate his martial skills to their pinnacle. Only through first-hand experiences of genuine combat and blood-soaked battles could he hope to carve out a name for himself in the martial world. Just as flowers nurtured in a greenhouse could never withstand the ravages of storms, those who thrived in comfort could never become true iron-blooded warriors. With this unwavering belief and determination, Yifan resolutely set forth on his journey to Taiping Mountain. Alone, he proceeded with steady and powerful strides, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. Though countless unknown trials awaited him, ferocious beasts and unforeseen challenges, he remained undaunted. The distance from his starting point to Taiping Mountain spanned approximately 80 miles. A trivial endeavor for a martial artist like Yifan. With his speed and agility, he estimated he would reach his destination in a mere 2 hours. On that clear morning, as the sun ascended, casting golden rays upon the earth and bestowing warmth and vitality upon the world, Yifan marched towards Taiping Mountain, his footsteps resolute. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, the scenery blurring past him. Before noon, he finally crossed into the realm of Taiping Mountain. Upon stepping onto this land, the sounds of roaring tigers and howling monkeys filled the air, as if welcoming this brave challenger. Yifan paused, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings, which were enveloped in lush greenery. Towering trees blocked out the sun, while exotic flowers and plants vied for attention, exuding an essence that was both primal and desolate, akin to a surging torrent crashing upon him, leaving him awestruck. However, despite its fame, Taiping Mountain was not a den of rampant beasts. With anticipation, Yifan ventured into the forest, deliberately seeking out the legendary powerful creatures. Yet after an exhaustive search, he found nothing. Not even the ordinary wild animals he was accustomed to appeared in this realm. As time passed, twilight began to descend, and the night crept in silently. Just then, Yifan halted, his gaze sharpening, resembling two piercing beams of cold light aimed at a specific direction ahead. In a fleeting moment, a colossal wolf's head materialized from the shadows. Gradually, the massive body of the wolf came into view. Its form reminiscent of a water buffalo, cloaked in a chilling shade of blood red that evoked both revulsion and fear from a distance. This adult blood wolf possessed a terrifying cultivation level of the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. Naturally, in terms of strength and defense, these beasts held a significant advantage over humans, a disparity far from trivial. Yet, human martial artists had their own unique strengths. They could wield an array of exquisite martial techniques and employ formidable weapons to greatly enhance their combat prowess. Faced with the formidable adult blood wolf, Yi Fan merely smiled faintly. He swiftly raised his arm, brandishing the glimmering long sword in his hand. In an instant, his previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of solemnity and gravity, as if he had transformed into an inviolable war deity. For martial artists, the flesh and bones of mythical beasts were invaluable resources that could significantly enhance their strength and cultivation progress. Conversely, for these powerful beasts, martial artists were equally coveted as exquisite delicacies. The cunning and cautious blood wolf did not let Yi Fan's provocation incite it to attack recklessly. Instead, it crouched low, its crimson eyes fixated on Yi Fan, seemingly searching for the opportune moment to strike. Observing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a sneer of disdain. He beckoned to the blood wolf with a teasing finger, and in a deep voice, he called out, "Foolish wolf, if you have the gall, come at me." His shout resonated like thunder, echoing across the open terrain. Finally, the blood wolf could no longer contain its fury, unleashing an enraged howl that pierced the night. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it lunged towards Yi Fan with the ferocity of a tempest, its speed akin to lightning slicing through the night sky, instantly closing the distance between them in the face of such a swift and merciless assault from the blood wolf. Yi Fan remained remarkably composed, displaying no hint of panic. With a flick of his wrist, the sword in his hand transformed into a shimmering silver dragon, thrusting forward with the might of thunder. In an instant, a cold radiance erupted, the sword chi crisscrossing in a dazzling display, embodying Yi Fan's renowned technique, the lightning sword art. Once this sword technique was unleashed, Yi Fan seemed to merge with the shadows of the sword, each swing generating a cascade of brilliant sword light, the fierce sword chi howling as it tore through the air, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's footwork was agile and unpredictable, seamlessly transitioning with the misty steps, allowing him to dart around effortlessly. Each stride covered 4 to 5 meters, his figure flickering like a wisp of smoke, darting left and right, striking with precision and retreating with equal grace. A bewildering spectacle that left onlookers in a w-as the battle intensified. Yi Fan's swordplay grew increasingly fluid and flawless, devoid of any openings. The sword in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, gracefully carving elegant arcs through the air. His footwork flowed as naturally as a stream, perfectly harmonizing the strength and speed of his entire being. At this moment, Yi Fan was entirely immersed in the exhilarating thrill of the fierce combat, oblivious to everything around him. Chapter 43. Breakthrough to the 4th layer of Foundation establishment. After a span of several minutes, the blood wolf was left battered and bloodied, its body marred by gruesome wounds that inflicted excruciating pain. Once a formidable beast, fear and astonishment now filled its heart, unable to fathom that this seemingly frail human before it wielded such terrifying power. With each passing moment, the desire to flee grew more intense within the blood wolf. Yet, contrary to its wishes, no matter how desperately it struggled to escape, it could not elude the human's grasp. "There is no escape," Yi Fan declared gravely, his voice low. With a flourish, he wielded his sword, sending forth a piercing sword chi that shot out with lethal precision. A muffled thud echoed as a vibrant spray of blood erupted, a deep gash appearing on the blood wolf's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain as the last vestiges of life slipped away. The formidable creature's massive body slowly collapsed to the ground, its eyes wide open, as if in disbelief that it had perished at the hands of a mere human with a cultivation of only the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. After dispatching the blood wolf, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Dinner is sorted. With that, he began to search for a water source. Before long, he discovered a crystal-clear stream not far away. Approaching the water's edge, Yi Fan carefully placed the blood wolf into the stream to cleanse it. During this process, he ensured that the precious beast blood flowing from its wounds was not wasted. Thus, he procured a bottle, meticulously collecting every drop of the valuable blood. He understood that he would soon use this beast blood for cultivation, refining and absorbing its essence to fortify his body. As night fell and stars twinkled in the sky, Yifan found himself alone in the vast wilderness. Skillfully, he ignited a campfire, the orange flames dancing and illuminating the surrounding darkness. Next, he severed a thick hind leg from the slain wolf, skewering it with branches and placing it over the fire to roast slowly. Sprinkling a touch of salt he carried, an enticing aroma began to waft through the air as time passed. In this desolate wilderness, he could not afford the luxury of meticulous culinary techniques, yet for Yifan, who was ravenously hungry, this was already a feast. Before long, the wolf's leg was roasted to a golden crisp, and he eagerly took a hearty bite. The meat was tender and juicy, with a subtle saltiness that brought him immense satisfaction. As he devoured the leg, he sipped from the cool stream, soon finishing the entire portion. By now, the sky was completely shrouded in darkness, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Yifan resolved to halt his journey, opting instead to find a flat spot by the stream to sit cross-legged and prepare for cultivation. He retrieved a small bottle from his pocket, containing the precious beast blood. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he began to channel the energy according to the technique he had learned, heaven-devouring cut. Gradually, a faintly shimmering, ethereal cauldron materialized between his palms. This small cauldron emitted a gentle glow, as if it possessed life. Yifan then maneuvered the cauldron towards the bottle, and the beast blood flowed into it as if drawn by some mysterious force. Before long, the entire contents of the bottle were absorbed, undergoing a marvelous transformation within the cauldron, turning into a purer and denser spiritual energy. Observing this, Yifan hurriedly guided the spiritual energy into his meridians. The energy coursed through his body, nourishing every inch of his skin, bones, and organs. Feeling the powerful energy invigorate him, Yifan quickly retrieved a body-refining pill and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, flooding his body with a scorching torrent. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain brought by the pill, diligently operating his technique to merge the medicinal power with the spiritual energy he had previously absorbed. Honing his physique. Throughout this arduous process, Yifan could distinctly feel his muscles contracting and expanding, growing increasingly firm and powerful. His skin gradually hardened like iron, capable of withstanding ordinary blades. He picked up a sharp stone shard, lightly drawing it across his arm, leaving only a faint white mark that vanished moments later. After a grueling session of cultivation, Yifan sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within, brimming with confidence for the future. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Yifan. However, his fortunes were as unpredictable as the interplay of light and shadow. Fluctuating and elusive at times, everything flowed smoothly as if the goddess of fortune smiled upon him. At other times, he would find himself ensnared in adversity, traversing treacherous paths amidst this ebb and flow of fate. Yifan encountered several ferocious beasts. Some were as colossal as small hills, while others moved with the swiftness of lightning, each exuding a chilling aura. Yet, for Yifan, these encounters were not entirely negative. On the contrary, they provided him with exceptional opportunities to enhance his strength. Each fierce battle was a valuable accumulation of real combat experience, allowing him to sharpen his skills and reflexes. Moreover, these clashes with the beasts significantly aided Yifan in condensing his qi into a cauldron. Under the pressure of dancing on the precipice of life and death, his true qi surged within him, continuously converging in his dantian. Finally, through arduous and extraordinary effort, Yifan successfully utilized the condensed qi to absorb the essence of the beasts, breaking through his bottleneck and entering the fourth layer of foundation establishment. After stabilizing his newly acquired fourth layer of foundation establishment, he did not rest on his laurels. Yifan's gaze turned resolutely toward the depths of Taiping Mountain. Regarded as the core area of this mountain range, concealing even greater unknown dangers and opportunities. Without hesitation, he strode forward with determination toward his goal. Time passed, and soon Yifan arrived at the heart of Taiping Mountain. The atmosphere here was unusually tense, as if the very air quivered under the presence of some formidable power. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the skies, and not far ahead appeared a colossal beast, the flame lion. This flame lion was cloaked in a layer of crimson fur, resembling a blazing inferno, radiant and captivating. Its gaping maw could unleash a torrent of searing flames, turning everything in its path to scorched earth. A display of immense might. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Yifan felt a twinge of nervousness, yet overwhelmingly, a surge of excitement and anticipation coursed through him. He understood that this confrontation with the flame lion would be an unprecedented trial. Should he triumph, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Thus, taking a deep breath, he gripped his sword tightly and resolutely charged toward the flame lion. Chapter 44. Soul-nourishing grass. Yifan's expression grew serious as his feet moved like the wind. His form flickering erratically, executing the mesmerizing misty steps with ghostly grace. Meanwhile, the sword in his hand glimmered with dazzling electric light, each swing reminiscent of lightning streaking across the night sky. This was the lightning sword art he had mastered. Before him, the ferocious flame lion lunged, its mouth spewing forth torrents of blazing fire as if intent on incinerating the world. The fiery onslaught of the flame lion was as fierce as a tempest. Yet Yifan showed no signs of fear. He deftly dodged left and right, effortlessly evading the lion's relentless charges. Like a feather, he danced through the waves of heat. Not only that, but Yifan also drew upon his extensive combat experience, accurately gauging the rhythm and direction of the flame lion's attacks, skillfully evading its lethal strikes time and again. However, Yifan did not merely content himself with defense. While evading, he constantly sought opportunities to counterattack. At long last, after an arduous and relentless struggle, Yifan astutely discerned a chink in the defenses of the flame lion. In an instant, he leaped forth with great vigor, his long sword thrusting towards the vital point of the beast with a force akin to thunder. A chilling scream echoed, and the massive form of the flame lion crashed to the ground. This strike from Yifan was nothing short of precise and lethal, striking directly at the heart of the beast. Leading to its demise, after vanquishing the flame lion, Yifan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he did not allow his guard to slip. He swiftly approached the carcass of the flame lion and, as expected, was rewarded with bountiful spoils of victory. The first thing that caught his eye was the inner core of the flame lion, radiating a blazing light, a rare treasure imbued with formidable energy. Additionally, there lay the intact and resilient hide of the flame lion, a material of great value. Yifan understood well the significance of these spoils. The inner core could enhance his own strength, while the precious hide could be exchanged in the market for a wealth of cultivation resources. Armed with these assets, his path in the realm of immortality would undoubtedly become more profound and secure. Yet, Yifan was acutely aware that the journey of cultivation was fraught with challenges, not a feat to be achieved overnight. Only through relentless battles and trials, accumulating experience and transcending oneself, could he truly ascend to the pinnacle of power, becoming an unparalleled force of his generation. With this thought in mind, Yifan took a deep breath and resolutely turned away, advancing towards the unknown challenges that lay ahead. In the heart of Taiping Mountain, Yifan proceeded with steady and determined strides, each step deliberate and purposeful. His gaze was sharp, fixated on the formidable beasts concealed within the dense forest, exuding an aura of immense power. These creatures were far more formidable than any he had previously encountered. Yet Yifan felt no trepidation. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. He understood that in this realm of cultivation, brimming with countless opportunities and formidable challenges, achieving greater heights necessitated continual self-challenge and the conquest of powerful foes. Only through such arduous endeavors and unwavering perseverance could one's strength experience rapid elevation. As Yifan pressed onward, he suddenly spotted 5 individuals seated upon the grass not far ahead. Each appeared to have recently endured an intensely fierce battle, their garments tattered and faces haggard, exuding an air of utter disarray. Upon noticing Yifan's approach, one of the men rose and called out to him, "Friend, please halt. We have just discovered an exceptionally rare soul-nourishing herb here. Yet a tremendously powerful beast guards it. With our combined strength, we find it exceedingly difficult to defeat it. Might you be interested in joining forces with us to confront this creature?" This man's approach was motivated by the desire to invite Yifan to collaborate. Upon hearing this, Yifan furrowed his brow slightly, a glint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Oh, May I ask what level of beast is guarding it at this moment? Another man hastily responded, based on our observations, it is likely a beast of the Golden Core realm. Yifan's mind was enlightened. He finally comprehended why these 5 experts seemed somewhat at a loss in the current predicament. After careful observation and assessment, it became evident that these individuals were of comparable strength to himself. Thus, if they wished to swiftly conclude this fierce battle within a limited time frame, they would require an overwhelming power. Otherwise, achieving that goal would be improbable. With this realization, Yifan couldn't help but ask, how shall we fairly allocate the soul-nourishing herb once acquired? At this moment, another individual in the group, with a grave expression, replied earnestly, we have already discussed this. The one who contributes most significantly to the acquisition of the herb shall rightfully claim it. The rest of us can then divide the herb's value into an equivalent amount of silver and distribute it evenly. Hearing this, Yifan pondered for a moment before nodding slightly in agreement with the proposal. Without hesitation, the group set forth, marching resolutely towards the legendary location where the soul-nourishing herb was said to grow. Time swiftly passed, and after nearly an hour, they finally reached their destination. The surrounding environment was exceptionally humid and oppressive, with thick moisture permeating the air, as if they were enveloped in a world shrouded in mist. Not far ahead, a massive cave loomed unexpectedly in their path. Before they could step inside, a foul and pungent stench wafted from within, causing their stomachs to churn. Nevertheless, with keen eyes, they could still discern the presence of a peculiar plant deep within the cave. Its length exceeding 1 meter, undoubtedly, it was the soul-nourishing herb they had been desperately seeking. The cave exuded a chilling and ominous aura, its depths obscured in darkness, and the walls were adorned with jagged stones, occasionally flickering with eerie green light, resembling the eyes of lurking demons, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 45. The arrival of the god of death. The 5 stood silently outside the cave, their expressions grave, as if sensing the impending life and death confrontation. They gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes sharp, fully focused on the dark maw of the cave, bracing themselves for what lay ahead. They understood clearly that to secure the coveted soul-nourishing herb and escape unscathed, they must successfully lure the concealed demon cloud boar from the depths of the cave and withstand its fierce onslaught for several breaths. Only then could they seize the opportunity to uproot the herb. However, they were also acutely aware that engaging in battle with the demon cloud boar within the narrow confines of the cave would severely diminish their numerical advantage. After much deliberation, they resolved to first coax the fearsome beast out into a more open area before launching their fierce attack. One by one, the 5 drew their weapons, striking them together in a harmonious display, creating a rhythmic clang that echoed through the stillness of the forest. Before long, a heavy thudding of footsteps, accompanied by a rushing wind, approached from afar, and soon a massive figure burst forth from the cave. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a gigantic creature resembling a wild boar. The demon cloud boar was immensely robust, its body cloaked in a thick layer of black fur that resembled impenetrable armor. Its 2 strong, sharp tusks protruded menacingly from either side of its mouth, nearly a meter in length, resembling shining short spears that sent chills down their spines. As it charged forth, kicking up clouds of dust and roaring thunderously, it exuded an overwhelming presence. At that moment, the ferocious demon cloud boar halted at the cave's mouth, yet did not immediately attack. Instead, it bared its fearsome tusks and growled lowly at the 5. With each breath, white mist billowed from its mouth, rapidly coalescing above its head into a dense cloud, adding to the already sinister atmosphere. Now, with this command, several figures engaged the enormous, darkly tinged demon cloud boar in a fierce battle. They fought valiantly while skillfully maneuvering the beast away from the location of the soul-nourishing herb. However, amidst the chaos, one figure stood out distinctly. Yifan. He remained steadfast, observing the unfolding scene with an air of calm detachment, as if the fierce clash bore no relevance to him. Once the demon cloud boar had been successfully lured a sufficient distance away, a gleam of determination shone in Yifan's eyes. His previously motionless form surged forth like lightning, moving with such swiftness that he appeared as a phantom, instantly reaching the soul-nourishing herb's side. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and, with remarkable precision, swiftly plucked the invaluable herb. Following this, Yifan departed the scene with his prize. After negotiating and trading, he ultimately purchased the soul-nourishing herb. Surprisingly, Yi Fan did not hoard all the wealth for himself. Instead, he demonstrated rare generosity, willingly dividing his share of the spoils among the others who had participated in the endeavor. Just as Yi Fan prepared to leave with the soul-nourishing herb in hand, a chilling, menacing voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Humph! Put down the soul-nourishing herb." He halted, turning to see two figures approaching him slowly from a distance. A young man, approximately in his 20s, strode ahead, his tall and upright figure strikingly handsome, yet his visage was marred by an icy demeanor. Following closely behind him was a slightly younger woman, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. With a delicate beauty and a gentle, submissive expression, silently keeping pace with the Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with a cold, star-like brilliance as he quietly scrutinized the pair before him. With his formidable cultivation at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, coupled with the soul of a third-tier alchemist, he effortlessly discerned the prowess of the duo. The young man exuded a powerful aura, unmistakably having reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment, while the woman beside him possessed an equally unfathomable depth. Also at the 9th level, who on earth are you to be so audacious in this place? Yi Fan's countenance darkened, and he spoke slowly, his voice reverberating like thunder towards them. The young man cast a scornful glance at Yi Fan, the corners of his mouth curling upwards in a smirk that betrayed his disdain. "You don't even know who I am, Ma Dong? Truly ignorant? Humph! But you must have heard of the Crown Prince of the Great Xia Empire. Haven Tu. It's only fair to inform you that I am a trusted subordinate of His Highness." With that, he proudly lifted his chin, as if basking in supreme glory and authority. "Ha ha ha! Now you finally recognize my esteemed identity, don't you? If you know what's good for you, hand over the soul-nourishing herb and sever an arm for me, then scurry away. Otherwise, don't blame me for my ruthlessness." Ma Dong erupted in raucous laughter, his voice echoing through the air with a jarring intensity. Yi Fan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, a fierce killing intent surging from him. He had no desire to waste words on such a brazen bully. In his eyes, only the blade could quell his fury. However, before Ma Dong could react, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness at his throat. Unbeknownst to him, a gleaming long sword had appeared like a specter at his jugular. The icy blade pressed against his skin, sending shivers down his spine and causing cold sweat to erupt as he nearly lost control of his bodily functions. "There is no one in this world that Yi Fan fears to kill. I only hope you may reform in your next life and become a kind person." Yi Fan's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotional undertone. In that moment, he resembled a deity of death descended upon the mortal realm, instilling fear without a hint of empathy. "Oh!" Ma Dong screamed in terror, his voice piercing through the sky as if striving to break the heavens. Yet, it was far too late. In that fleeting moment, he felt an excruciating pain at his throat, akin to a venomous snake's bite. Instinctively, he reached for the wound, but blood gushed forth like a torrent, splattering everywhere. Ma Dong's eyes widened in disbelief and despair. He could not fathom that Yi Fan could be so merciless, truly daring to strike in front of so many witnesses. His vision began to blur, the world around him fading to darkness. The woman standing behind Ma Dong stared in shock at the unfolding scene, unable to utter a word for a long while. Eventually, she regained her composure and sighed deeply. "Now you've truly gotten yourself into deep trouble." Her words dripped with helplessness and anger. This woman was Ma Dong's sister, Ma Lan. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Yi Fan, gritting her teeth. "You dare to kill my brother? I will not let this go unpunished." Yi Fan regarded Ma Lan with an impassive expression, having no regard for the enraged woman. He replied coolly, "Oh, how do you intend to make me pay?" His tone was eerily calm. Ma Lan trembled with rage upon hearing Yi Fan's dismissive words. Her eyes bulged, and she hissed, "I will make you pay dearly, so you understand the consequences of offending the Ma family." With that, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Yi Fan's lips curled into a derisive smile. "You, a mere frail woman, dares to threaten me with suffering?" How utterly laughable. With that, he ignored Ma Lan and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Facing Yi Fan's mockery, Ma Lan's fury intensified. Yet, she knew that confronting Yi Fan directly was unwise, so she could only stifle her rage and leave with a venomous remark. "Wait for it. One day, I will make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. She then turned and departed hastily, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. "I have never let you leave." Yi Fan's expression darkened, as if he could squeeze water from it, his deep, resonant voice rising like thunder in the air. Just as the crowd was yet to react, Yi Fan's figure vanished like a phantom. He executed the mysterious misty steps, his form flickering uncertainly, eluding detection. Simultaneously, the long sword in his hand shimmered with dazzling lightning, harmonizing flawlessly with his lightning sword technique. In an instant, Yi Fan had appeared before Ma Lan. The sword in his hand sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Ma Lan's chest with a speed that was beyond comprehension. The force was overwhelming, imbued with boundless killing intent and pressure. As this sudden, lethal strike approached, Ma Lan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with shock. She could never have imagined that she and her brother would be so easily overpowered by this seemingly unremarkable youth, unable even to defend themselves. At this moment, Yi Fan had already broken through to the 4th level of Foundation establishment. For him, challenging opponents of higher levels was a commonplace affair, and he was virtually unmatched among peers. Faced with Ma Lan, who was merely at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, slaying her was a trivial task. Moreover, if Yi Fan were to employ the legendary technique of condensing qi into a cauldron, even confronting a 1st-level Golden Core expert would not pose a significant challenge. His extraordinary strength and talent were simply astounding, leaving one in a Yi Fan stood there, his expression as cold as frost, his gaze indifferent as he observed the fallen Ma Lan. Her once vibrant life had quietly slipped away. Yet Yi Fan's heart stirred not a single ripple, for he understood well that this world was inherently cruel and merciless, where the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Only by becoming a true powerhouse could one secure a foothold on this vast continent and seek survival. Yi Fan slowly crouched down, meticulously searching the belongings of the Ma siblings. Every pocket, every package was scrutinized with utmost care, leaving no potential clue or treasure overlooked. After a thorough search, he finally made some gains, collecting precious elixirs, magical artifacts, and ancient texts containing mysterious techniques. Once he completed the search, Yi Fan formed seals with his hands and began to chant incantations. A powerful aura surged from him, rapidly coalescing into a massive gaseous ancient cauldron. Under Yi Fan's manipulation, the cauldron radiated brilliant light, enveloping the corpses of Ma Dong and Ma Lan. Subsequently, a roaring inferno ignited, swiftly incinerating their bodies to ashes, leaving behind a pure essence of spiritual energy floating in the air. Yi Fan took a deep breath, circulating his internal energy as the devouring heaven technique commenced. The ball of spiritual fire, as if summoned, transformed into a streak of light that flew directly into his body. In an instant, a searing energy spread within him, nourishing his meridians and dantian. After completing all this, Yi Fan stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and then turned away without a backward glance. His steps were firm and resolute, as if nothing could obstruct his path forward. He was acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with challenges and obstacles, yet his heart remained unwavering. No matter the difficulties or trials he encountered, he would persist with steadfast determination. For he firmly believed that through relentless effort and cultivation, one day he would ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts and achieve the grand ambitions that resided within him. In this vast and ever-changing world, only those who were truly powerful could stand undefeated amidst the ruthless competition for survival. Yi Fan held this conviction dearly, thus he tirelessly strived, step by step, towards the path of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. He understood deeply that without sufficient strength, not only would he be unable to secure his footing in this perilous and challenging world, but he would also fail to protect those dear ones he wished to safeguard. The painful events of the past, such as the tragedy involving Long Li, only strengthened Yi Fan's resolve to pursue power. Chapter 47. The eve of the grand wedding. Taiping Mountain is not particularly large, yet Yi Fan meticulously explored every corner. Upon completion, he hurried back to the North City of the Northern Territory and soon found a seemingly decent inn to rest. After all, after a prolonged journey, he needed to recuperate and contemplate his next course of action. Upon entering the inn's room, Yi Fan gently extracted the immensely precious soul-nourishing herb from his bosom, meticulously placing it above Long Li's forehead within the icy coffin. Subsequently, he summoned the robust spiritual energy from within himself, allowing it to flow slowly into the herb like a gentle stream, nurturing the last vestige of Long Li's soul. At this moment, Yi Fan gazed quietly at Long Li, who lay serenely asleep in the coffin, his eyes revealing an unparalleled resolve and determination. He silently vowed that no matter the arduous challenges that lay ahead, he would undoubtedly locate the 2 lost souls and 7 spirits of Long Li, bringing her back to life. Yi Fan sat quietly beside the chilling coffin, his eyes tightly shut, softly whispering Long Li's name. It was as if each invocation could pierce the endless darkness, reaching the depths of her slumbering soul, awakening her from her prolonged rest. However, despite harboring such fervent hope, reason reminded him that this solitary effort would be far from sufficient. Yi Fan understood that to truly rouse Long Li and bring her back to his side, he must rapidly enhance his own cultivation. For only when he possessed formidable power could he pursue the 2 souls and 7 spirits that had dissipated into the cosmos. If he failed to recover these scattered souls in time, Long Li would likely remain forever ensnared in eternal slumber, vanishing from this vast world. Contemplating this, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He shifted his steps, making his way to the window, and gently pushed it open. A chilly night breeze rushed in, tousling a few strands of hair on his forehead. Yet Yi Fan remained oblivious to the cold, silently gazing at the profound, inky darkness outside. Beneath this pitch-black canopy of night, his heart brimmed with steadfastness and courage. He clenched his fists tightly, vowing to tirelessly strive to recover Long Li's lost souls and grant her a new lease on life. This conviction burned within him like a roaring flame, illuminating the uncertain path that lay ahead. Yi Fan firmly believed that as long as he harbored a deep love for Long Li, he would undoubtedly forge ahead, overcoming any obstacles and hardships that dared to impede him. One day, he would fulfill his promise and bring his beloved back to his side. In the northern realm, deep autumn had arrived, with cold winds whispering through the air, a chilling presence. The cold moon hung high in the sky like a silver platter, casting a serene light that enveloped the vast expanse of the earth in a mysterious veil. At this moment, tranquility reigned, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with only the residence of the northern commander, the war god, contrasting starkly against this serene backdrop. This magnificent abode was ablaze with light, bustling with voices and teeming with life. Tonight marked the eve of the war god's son's grand wedding, and the entire residence was adorned in splendid splendor, reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Crimson lanterns hung high, their vibrant glow radiating an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Colorful streamers danced gracefully in the wind, akin to the silks of celestial maidens, light and lively. Every corner exuded an air of festivity and harmony, enticing all who entered to revel in its beauty. In the spacious courtyard, numerous servants hurried about, their expressions a blend of tension and excitement. They flitted between rooms, some laboring to move tables and chairs, preparing the banquet, while others meticulously arranged flowers and fruits, and still others diligently checked the various wedding supplies to ensure their readiness. Each person fulfilled their role with utmost dedication, striving to make the final preparations for the grand ceremony the following day. Stepping into the opulent hall, one could see a throng of guests gathered, exchanging hushed whispers or bursting into hearty laughter, their voices rising and falling like a jubilant symphony. These guests, hailing from distant lands, animatedly discussed the unique customs and tales of the northern realm, as well as the groom who was about to embark on his journey into matrimony. Laughter and chatter intertwined, creating a joyful melody that reverberated through the air. Venturing further into the backyard revealed an entirely different scene. The war god and his son, resplendent in their ceremonial attire, stood among a gathering of friends and family, receiving heartfelt blessings from all around. The war god stood tall and commanding, his eyes shimmering with pride and joy. His son was handsome and charming, his face radiant with a blissful smile. Surrounding them, well-wishers presented their meticulously prepared gifts, offering sincere congratulations to this father-son duo. In an instant, the backyard was filled with a warm and joyous atmosphere, stirring feelings of longing in all who witnessed it. On this tranquil night, the sky over the northern realm resembled a vast sapphire, clear and captivating to the soul. The twinkling stars emitted faint glimmers of light, seemingly bestowing their sincerest blessings upon the destined couple. Throughout this boundless land, a serene yet solemn ambience pervaded every corner. The people of the north held deep admiration and affection for their revered war god, Prince Xia Qing, At last, this valiant son of the war god had found a virtuous and gentle partner, a source of genuine contentment for all. On this special night, the entire northern realm was enveloped in an atmosphere of solemnity and tranquility. It is said that Xia Qing, the war god of the north, is a distinguished and meritorious minister of the great Xia Empire. Throughout his life, he has engaged in countless battles, achieving remarkable feats that have earned him a formidable reputation, striking fear into the hearts of his adversaries. Consequently, the current emperor of the great Xia Empire bestowed upon him the title of War God of the North in recognition of his outstanding contributions. Xia Qing had no daughters, only this one son, whom he cherished dearly. From a young age, he spared no expense in hiring 2 esteemed mentors to guide his beloved child. By day, the boy diligently practiced martial arts under a skilled master, each move showcasing the elegance of a true practitioner. By night, he immersed himself in literary classics under the guidance of a learned teacher, ever eager to learn and unyielding in his studies. Over time, this boy not only honed extraordinary martial skills but also became well-versed in literature, emerging as a truly accomplished young man of both martial prowess and intellect. Chapter 48. Indelible Memories in the Vast Expanse of the Zhouzhou Continent. There existed a powerful and prosperous nation, the Great Xia Empire. Within this empire, there was a renowned and accomplished general, Xia Qing. From his youth, Xia Qing followed the emperor of the Great Xia on a journey to conquer the world. They traveled northward, facing countless life and death battles and arduous trials, until they arrived in the war-torn northern realm. Here, enemies surged like a relentless tide. Yet Xia Qing stood undaunted, employing his exceptional wisdom and fearless spirit to lead his soldiers in repelling the foes time and again. As time flowed like a river, Xia Qing had fought valiantly in the north for over 20 springs and autumns. Through these long years, he bore the brunt of the elements, his body adorned with countless scars. Yet he steadfastly held the line, never retreating a single step. Ultimately, through arduous struggle, Xia Qing successfully quelled the turmoil in the north, ushering in a long-awaited peace and tranquility for the Great Xia Empire. For his remarkable achievements, the emperor personally conferred upon Xia Qing the title of War God of the North, granting him unparalleled honor and power. From that day forth, Xia Qing's name became the stuff of legends, celebrated far and wide. However, this valiant war god was not alone. He had a son named Xia Minghui, a name that perhaps contained Xia Qing's profound hopes for his offspring. Perhaps he wished for his child to possess a keen intellect and sharp intuition, destined to become an outstanding figure like himself. Despite his busy duties as the war god of the north, Xia Qing showered his only son with love and care. To ensure Xia Minghui received the best education, he meticulously hired 2 esteemed teachers. By day, the master imparted exceptional martial skills to Xia Minghui, allowing him to cultivate formidable abilities. By night, the other teacher instilled in him literary knowledge, nurturing his cultural refinement and moral character. It is easy to imagine that under such careful tutelage, Xia Minghui would undoubtedly grow into an exceptional talent, excelling in both martial and literary prowess, continuing to write a glorious chapter for the Xia family. After Xia Qing was bestowed the title of War God of the North, his formidable name resonated throughout the northern realm. Among his ranks, there was a loyal and accomplished general who had long admired the name of Xia Qing's son. This general had a daughter named Lin Yan, whose name was well known across the north. From a young age, she displayed extraordinary talent and courage, excelling in archery and adeptly handling fierce steeds. Furthermore, her equestrian skills were unparalleled. Effortlessly navigating her galloping horse, her swordsmanship was equally exceptional, glinting with a chilling brilliance that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. At the tender age of 12, Lin Yan accompanied her father to the northern realm, a land brimming with challenges and opportunities. After years of honing her abilities, she had now reached the age of 16, in the prime of her youth, yet already possessed a striking demeanor that rivaled any man. The general wished to propose to Xia Qing's son on behalf of his beloved daughter, believing that a successful union would benefit both families immensely, deepening their bonds of friendship and trust while strengthening their respective powers. Such a joyful occasion could only be met with overwhelming delight. Indeed, Lin Yan was truly an extraordinary woman. She is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, her movements agile and graceful, rendering even the most ordinary of men unable to withstand her slightest blow. Moreover, Lin Yan possesses a beauty that is both enchanting and ethereal. Her delicate eyebrows and pearly teeth, along with skin as smooth as cream, make her resemble a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Yet, do not be misled into believing she is merely a lovely vase devoid of substance. Her character is resolutely strong, and she never speaks of surrender in the face of adversity, always pressing forward with unwavering courage. Coupled with her integrity and kindness, treating others with genuine sincerity, she is deeply beloved and respected by the people of the Northern Realm. Lin Yan's father is none other than Lin Wei, a capable general under the command of Xia Qing. Lin Wei is renowned in the Northern Realm as a valiant commander, fierce in battle and celebrated for his numerous victories, instilling dread in the hearts of the enemy. His loyalty to Xia Qing is unwavering, and he would not hesitate to sacrifice everything for it. As for his precious daughter, Lin Wei dotes on her like a precious gem, always hoping she would find a suitable husband and live a stable and happy life. Xia Qing, too, holds Lin Yan's talents and virtues in high regard, genuinely appreciating this rare gem of a person. When he learned of Lin Wei's intention to propose for his daughter, he readily and enthusiastically agreed, deciding to betroth Lin Yan to his own son. Once this engagement was announced, the citizens of the Northern Realm hurried to share the news, offering their most heartfelt blessings. They proclaimed that this was a match made in heaven, destined to result in a blissful union. However, on the eve of her wedding, under the shroud of night, Miss Lin Yan sat alone in her chamber, tears pouring from her eyes like a torrent unleashed from a dam. In her grasp was a delicate piece of stationery, the words upon it seemingly burdened with countless thoughts and myriad sorrows. As she silently recited those lines, each word felt like a dagger, piercing her already shattered heart. At last, the flood of emotions could no longer be contained. Her tears cascaded like a string of pearls that had come undone, streaming down her exquisite face and soaking the paper in her hands. In that moment, she cried like a pear blossom ravaged by wind and rain, a sight both beautiful and heart-wrenching. She clutched the paper tightly, as if it were her final lifeline in this vast and chaotic world. To loosen her grip even slightly would mean plunging into the abyss of despair. Time passed slowly, each moment stretching into eternity, whether it be hours or even longer. Eventually, Miss Lin Yan slowly raised her head, her eyes swollen and red like walnuts, and with great effort, she stood up from the chair. Her steps were unsteady, as if all her strength had been drained from her, moving slowly towards the window. Upon reaching the window, she extended a trembling hand to gently push it open, and a cool breeze swept in, tousling her hair. She gazed quietly at the twinkling stars in the night sky, her expression hollow and lost, as if she had fallen into a trance. The people of the Northern Realm spoke of her marrying into a prominent family, declaring she had transformed into a phoenix, destined for a life of luxury and abundance. Yet, deep within her heart, she knew that no amount of wealth could fill the void that resided within. For in the depths of her soul, there lingered the figure of a youth she could never forget. That young man had once walked with her through fields of flowers in spring, listened to the cicadas in summer, admired the crimson leaves in autumn, and reveled in the snowy wonderland of winter. They had shared countless beautiful moments, those memories shining like brilliant stars embedded in the river of her life. Yet, fate can be cruel. That young man had long since departed from her life, leaving behind an endless longing and unforgettable memories, haunting her during each quiet night, making sleep elusive. Chapter 49. Rescuing Parents. The dashing young man, Wu Qian, had once invited her with heartfelt sincerity to escape the worldly turmoil, to explore the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, seeking a paradise where they could live freely and peacefully. Lin Yan had eagerly nodded in agreement at that time, dreaming of a future where they would soar together. However, fate revels in tormenting lovers. For reasons unknown, their pact and affections had been entirely unveiled to both sets of parents in the renowned war goddess residence. This sudden upheaval struck them like a bolt from the blue, delivering a heavy blow to both. Worse still, the young man's parents had unfortunately been captured and imprisoned in a cold, dark dungeon. Fortunately, Wu Qian was at Taiping Mountain, diligently honing his skills, and thus escaped this calamity. Coincidentally, he was among the 5 Seeking Yi fans helped to collect soul-nurturing herbs. With matters having reached this point, all was irrevocably lost. Lin Yan, left with no choice, agreed to marry the war goddess' son. Xia Minghui. At this moment, her chamber lay enveloped in an eerie silence, as if time had frozen in that instant. Outside, however, the The bustling streets of Beicheng were alive with noise and commotion, creating a stark contrast. People hurried to and fro, or paused to observe, entirely unaware that within a corner of this flourishing city, a heart-wrenching love story was unfolding. Suddenly, from the Beicheng prison, the night sky was illuminated as if it were daylight by raging flames, casting a glow over the chaotic crowd, mingled with screams and cries. Resembling a hellish feast, the high walls of the prison appeared particularly menacing under the blaze, the flames consuming the once cold iron bars, accompanied by ominous crackling sounds. Wu Qian stood before the prison, his heart a tumult of emotions, excitement at the impending execution of their plan, mixed with unease about the future. "Quick, run that way," he shouted, his voice drowned out by the chaos. Wu Qian's friends scattered around him like leaves in a tempest, fleeing in all directions, their eyes reflecting a blend of fear and anticipation. In their desperate attempt to rescue their parents trapped in the prison, the youths disregarded all else, but this endeavor proved to be far more complex than they had envisioned. The light of the flames illuminated their faces, revealing expressions filled with resolve and despair. Wu Qian silently prayed that his parents would survive this turmoil. Just then, the prison door was violently smashed open, and several cultivators seized the chaos to escape. Wu Qian's heart tightened. He understood that this fray was no longer merely a rescue operation, but a life-and-death struggle. "Don't stop. Keep moving," he shouted again, attempting to maintain calm among the chaos. In the crowd, some fell in panic, while many others rushed towards the city gates, fearful of becoming the next victims of the flames. Wu Qian wrestled with his emotions, knowing his parents were unjustly imprisoned, not meant to suffer in such a manner. Yet the situation had spiraled out of control. The guards of Beicheng had already sealed the gates, with soldiers searching for fugitives all around. Nearby, the flames soared higher, thick smoke filling the air, its acrid scent suffocating. A flicker of despair ignited within Wu Qian. His thoughts drifted back to the warm days spent with his parents, now shattered by this sudden catastrophe. He couldn't help but think of Lin Yan, her figure flashing before his eyes, causing him a pang of heartache. He had intended to escape with her from Beicheng, yet she had chosen to remain and marry the war goddess Sun. "Xia Minghui, I cannot give up like this," he silently urged himself, raising his head and casting his gaze towards the flames. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw several soldiers approaching, their faces grave and weapons drawn, evidently there to quell the chaos. "Run! Soldiers are coming!" he shouted, pulling a friend beside him to flee to the left. The surrounding crowd surged like a wave of panic, scattering in all directions, the scene growing ever more chaotic. Wu Qian desperately sought to break free from the throng, his mind fixated on the safety of his parents, yet the path ahead grew increasingly perilous. Amidst his struggle, a familiar voice called out to him, "Wu Qian, come here." It was his friend Xiaoli, vigorously waving at him. A surge of joy filled Wu Qian's heart as he dashed towards Xiaoli, relieved to find a companion in this maelstrom. "We need to find your parents quickly," Xiaoli exclaimed as they ran, sweat streaming down his face, appearing quite disheveled. Wu Qian nodded, his gaze resolute, although a sense of unease lingered within him. He knew that even if they found his parents, how would they escape the sealed-off Beicheng? The flames illuminated their faces, and a glimmer of hope flickered in Wu Qian's heart, perhaps amidst the chaos. They could find a path to survival. They quickened their pace, weaving through narrow alleys, the din behind them growing clearer, as if the entire Beicheng was ablaze, with everyone struggling for survival. A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the very earth, causing the world to tremble. Wu Qian and Xiaoli stumbled back from the shock, cracks forming in the wall before them, smoke swirling and suffocating them in an instant. Wu Qian's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly pulled Xiaoli aside to take cover. That moment, an idea flashed through Wu Qian's mind. If his parents had managed to escape the prison, where would they go next? He felt urgency rising within him. Yet the city gates were firmly shut, surrounded by soldiers. "We must find them quickly," Wu Qian declared to Xiaoli, determination glistening in his eyes. They had to devise a way to navigate through the chaos to locate their parents. Once more, they accelerated their pace, charging into the unknown, igniting a flicker of hope within this inferno of Beicheng. The struggle between life and death was only just beginning in the chaos of the prison brawl. Wu Qian resembled a frenzied beast, consumed by a singular thought. to burst forth from the city and locate his parents. Flames illuminated the night sky. The scorching air seemed to sear his skin, while the throng around him surged and scattered in panic, mingling screams of terror with roars of fury, creating a cacophony of chaos. He struggled desperately through the crowd, his mind racing with visions of his parents, the ruggedness of his father and the tenderness of his mother, which appeared strikingly vivid at that moment. These images surged forth like a tide. Solidifying his resolve, he must escape. He must find them. Chapter 50. The frantic escape moved quickly, head south. A voice rang in his ear. Wu Qian turned to find his friend Xiao Lin beckoning him towards a relatively broad alley. Wu Qian's heart tightened. Although he knew Xiao Lin was fleeing for survival, he was unwilling to leave his friend behind. His goal was clear. Only the safety of his parents occupied his thoughts. I cannot leave. I must find my parents, Wu Qian shouted vehemently, his tone resolute, almost vehemently rejecting Xiao Lin's suggestion. Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback, only to be interrupted by a cacophony of shouts. He anxiously glanced around, seemingly assessing the immediate danger. Wu Qian, don't be foolish. The North City is sealed off. We cannot escape through the gates. You will die. Xiao Lin's voice was filled with urgency and helplessness. Ignoring Xiao Lin entirely, Wu Qian had already made up his mind. He turned and dashed towards the other end of the alley, the sound of Xiao Lin's calls fading behind him, but he could not afford to look back. In the tumult of the crowd, he was like a lone wolf, weaving through the frantic figures, occasionally shoved aside, the screams ringing in his ears like a deafening chorus. Deep within the alley, he could faintly hear footsteps, as if the guards were in pursuit. His heart raced faster, sweat trickling down his forehead, mingling with dust and the remnants of flames. He could not afford to wipe it away. His sole desire was to find an escape route. Wu Qian, come here. It was Xiao Lin again. Wu Qian turned to see Xiao Lin pointing towards a concealed side door, which seemed to have gone unnoticed by the crowd. A flicker of hope ignited within him, and he sprinted towards it with all his might. Each step felt like a monumental effort, the cobblestones threatening to trip him, but he dared not pause, not even for a second. Pushing open the side door, he was met with a dark passageway. Wu Qian took a deep breath, sensing that this route might lead him out of the chaos of North City. Seizing the opportunity amidst the din of the crowd, he quickly slipped inside. The passage was damp and cold, the air thick with the scent of mildew, nearly suffocating him. Yet he forced himself to remain calm and continued forward. He could hear the footsteps behind him drawing nearer. The guards were clearly in pursuit. He prayed silently, hoping to evade their sight within this corridor. Wu Qian's heart brimmed with anxiety, contemplating how he would respond if captured. He could not allow his parents to be implicated. It's the end of the passage. A faint light seemed to emanate, igniting a flicker of joy in Wu Qian's heart, and he hurried towards it. Finally, he reached the exit of the passage, the brightness blinding him momentarily. Cautiously, he peered out, scanning the surroundings, only to find himself in a quiet alley, with distant echoes of shouts drifting through the air. Where am I? Wu Qian muttered to himself, yet he felt no sense of relief. He knew he must swiftly locate his parents. Time was running out. He darted through the alley, navigating several turns, until he finally glimpsed an open space at the street corner. It appeared to be a gathering place for more people. Wu Qian's heart raced with excitement. Perhaps his parents were there as well. He quickened his pace, rushing through the alley towards the open space. However, as he neared, the scene before him made his heart sink. It was a chaotic marketplace, strewn with scattered goods and torn fabric, merchants fleeing in every direction, their faces etched with fear and despair. Parents, where are you? Wu Qian's anxiety peaked as he began searching among the crowd. His gaze swept over every face, desperately attempting to spot a familiar figure. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance as several guards charged towards him, causing Wu Qian's heart to plummet. He knew he could no longer linger. He had to find a safe place. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he saw the guards closing in, their sinister grins instilling a profound fear within him. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qian was consumed by a singular thought: escape. He turned and bolted down another alley. Though filled with trepidation, he understood that survival was the only path to finding his parents and securing a future. In that moment, North City felt particularly cold and unfamiliar. The tumult of the prison erupted like a tempest, flames dancing and illuminating the night sky over North City. Amidst this chaos, The once imprisoned cultivators bore witness to it all, their hearts swelling with an uncontrollable desire for freedom. Those trapped in shadowy corners, weary in body and spirit, seized the opportunity to make their choice. Quickly, now is the time. An elderly cultivator with flowing white beard urged, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Surveying the surroundings, this elder, known as Wu Shuang, had once been a renowned alchemist in North City, now imprisoned due to a power struggle. He understood that if they did not seize this chance, they would face a lifetime of incarceration. With Wu Shuang's call to action, many cultivators sprang into motion. They gathered silently in the shadows of the prison walls, a flicker of hope igniting within their hearts, each pair of eyes shimmering with the desire for freedom. Some even silently prayed for a chance to find their own place in the world after their escape. The prison doors had loosened due to the jailbreak incident, and under the glow of the flames, the crowd surged towards the exit. Wu Shuang led the charge out of the prison, followed closely by a cadre of young and capable cultivators, each face a mixture of tension and exhilaration. As they burst forth from the prison, the chaos outside surged in like a tide, evoking both thrill and dread. "Hurry, do not stop." Wu Shuang's voice rang out like a commander, for he knew that time was of the essence. The cultivators followed closely behind him. Rushing through the prison yard, the flames and thick smoke nearly suffocating them, yet no one dared to halt. Just as they broke free from the prison, the outside world was already in disarray. Among the crowd, Wu Qian's figure flickered in and out of view, his emotions in turmoil. Relieved for his parents' escape yet anxious about his own chances of fleeing. At that moment, North City was no longer the serene place it once was. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood. The entire city seemed to tremble in anticipation of the impending storm. The cultivators surged forth from the prison in chaos, scattering in every direction. Wu Shuang led a small group towards the eastern city wall, seeking a way out. Yet upon reaching the wall, they were met with a shocking sight. The gates were firmly shut, and the battlements were lined with guards, cold and resolute, brandishing spears. "What do we do? We are trapped," a young cultivator asked anxiously, his voice sounding particularly helpless amidst the turmoil. Wu Shuang's heart sank as thoughts raced through his mind. "We cannot give up. We must find a breakthrough." He scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a corner of the wall obscured by flames, revealing what appeared to be a long-forgotten secret exit. Chapter 51. The Escape of Parents. Follow me. Wu Shuang decisively pointed towards the passage, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. He led the charge towards that direction, the cultivators trailing closely behind, their hearts brimming with anxiety yet emboldened by the thirst for survival. They navigated through flames and smoke, finally arriving at the passage. Wu Shuang summoned all his strength and pushed against the stone door, which had become somewhat rotten under the heat of the flames, but still yielded to his effort. As the door swung open, the crowd surged in like wild horses, pouring into the passage. "Quickly, quickly," Wu Shuang urged, the sound of the guards' pursuit echoing behind them, their footsteps heavy and rhythmic, as if the shadow of death were drawing nearer with each step. The cultivators raced through the passage, their hearts filled with longing for freedom, yet accompanied by the dread of the unknown. The end of the passage loomed in darkness, and Wu Shuang raised his weapon, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the path ahead. Not far off, the sound of flowing water could be heard, seemingly leading to the outside world. Wu Shuang silently rejoiced. If they could escape the prison, perhaps they could find hope for survival amid the chaos. However, as they drew closer to the exit, the sounds of their pursuers grew louder, and the flames on the city wall continued to spread, threatening to consume this space. Wu Shuang knew time was short. He urged everyone to quicken their pace, silently reminding himself, as long as they could escape, everything in the future would be worth fighting for. Thus, amidst the turmoil and despair, the cultivators, under Wu Shuang's leadership, finally burst forth from the passage, greeted by the long-awaited sensation of freedom. Yet, the night sky over North City remained ablaze with fire, and behind the chaos, what awaited them? Outside the prison in North City, the flames painted the horizon red, and the pandemonium unfolded like a nightmare. Seemingly inescapable, a flicker of hope ignited within Wu Qian's heart. His parents were somewhere within that turmoil. After a fierce struggle, they had finally carved out an opportunity for escape. At that moment, several of Wu Qian's friends stood by his side, anxious yet resolute, unwavering in their support for his audacious plan. "Wu Qian, we must hurry." his friend Shaoli urged, his eyes flickering with anxiety. The cacophony of shouts, the sounds of fighting, and the crash of shattering objects wove together like a chaotic symphony, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Wu Qian nodded, acutely aware that time was of the essence. They had to find a safe path to ensure Wu Qian's parents could successfully escape the besieged northern city. At that moment, the prison's gate had been shattered, and the cultivators confined within seized the opportunity to flee, scattering in all directions, transforming the streets of northern city into a veritable volcano of chaos. Quickly, follow me. Wu Qian led a few friends as they swiftly navigated through the throng, racing down a narrow alley. Shadows flitted in the alley, punctuated by occasional cries of distress, and Wu Qian's heart pounded like a drum. Fearful of missing a glimpse of his parents, they ran, and at last, in a hidden corner, they spotted Wu Qian's parents. The pallor on Wu father and Wu mother's faces revealed the fright they had endured. But upon seeing Wu Qian and his friends, expressions of surprise lit up their features. "What are you doing here?" Wu mother asked urgently, her eyes glistening with tears. "We've come to take you away," Wu Qian replied, striving to project a calm and resolute demeanor. He understood that time was against them. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment. His friends quickly gathered around Wu father and Wu mother, offering encouragement. "Uncle, auntie, come with us. It's absolutely safe," Shaoli declared. Though he too felt a twinge of nervousness, he knew he had to appear brave. "We have arranged a route that will lead you safely out of northern city." Another friend, Shaolin, added, urgency lacing his tone. Wu father and Wu mother exchanged anxious glances, yet they understood that further delay would only expose them to greater peril. Wu father nodded vigorously. "All right, we'll follow you." They sprang into action, with Wu Qian leading the way, his parents closely trailing behind, while several friends kept a vigilant watch at the rear, prepared for any pursuers. The alley led to a secluded marketplace. Bustling with people, yet amid the turmoil, it felt particularly cramped, a medley of sounds merging as if no one noticed their presence. Quickly, through the marketplace, Wu Qian pointed towards the exit on the opposite side, silently praying for a smooth passage. Despite the marketplace's din, Wu Qian sensed a flicker of safety within the chaos as they weaved through the throng. He could feel the tension radiating from his parents, and a wave of unease washed over him. Suddenly, a shrill cry shattered the brief calm. A soldier shouted, pointing at them, "There, someone's escaping." Wu Qian's heart plummeted. He realized the situation had escalated. Time was running out. He had to react swiftly. "Run that way?" Wu Qian gestured towards a side alley, fervently hoping to find a safe escape route. They swiftly turned and dashed towards the alley. The shouts behind them grew ever closer, and a sense of urgency surged within Wu Qian, his legs feeling as if they were encumbered by lead. Yet, he could not afford to give up. He would not allow his parents to suffer harm again. After navigating through the alley, they finally paused on an uninhabited path, where Wu father and Wu mother could catch their breath. Wu mother's complexion remained pale, yet a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. "Where are we going?" she gasped. "To the south. There's a small village, where it will be safer," Wu Qian replied, striving to maintain his composure. He recognized the urgency of their situation and knew they had to act quickly. No one spoke further. They all readied themselves to move at the fastest pace possible. Just then, Wu Qian heard footsteps approaching from behind, growing ever nearer. Panic gripped him as he turned, his expression grave. "Hurry. Let us go." They quickened their pace, darting through more alleys until, at last, Wu Qian spotted a small door in a secluded corner, leading to the road outside northern city. At that moment, a sense of relief washed over him. His parents were finally about to escape this place of turmoil now. "Quickly," Wu Qian urged, pushing open the small door. Beyond it lay a dim passageway, seeming to lead into an uncertain future, yet they had no alternative. Wu father and Wu mother followed closely, while a few friends stood guard at the rear, ever wary of potential pursuers. As they ventured deeper, Wu Qian felt a surge of hope. Although the chaos in northern city raged on, their path to freedom appeared to be gradually clarifying. Chapter 52. The hope of reunion. Wu Qian raced through the flames and chaos, a profound anxiety swelling within him. He pushed through the crowd, surrounded by the shrieks and cries of countless people, as if the entire northern city had become utterly vulnerable in this calamity. The flames engulfing the prison lit up the night sky, casting a glow upon his troubled yet determined face. At that moment, Lin Yin's image flashed repeatedly in his mind, the sole concern of his heart, when he and his friends had devised the plan to storm the prison. He had never anticipated it would devolve into such disorder. His parents had successfully fled, escaping Northern City with his friends, while he had chosen to remain behind, intent on confronting the girl who had pierced his heart so deeply, the one he had once cherished above all, who now seemed to have chosen to depart with the son of the Northern War God, Xia Minghui, whom he regarded as his rival. Wu Qian could not comprehend how everything he had fought for had culminated in such a conclusion. I cannot leave like this, he silently urged himself, his gaze once more scanning the tumultuous crowd. He recalled the hesitation reflected in Lin Yin's eyes, her face illuminated by the flames, growing ever clearer in his memory. Wu Qian halted, his heart racing. He knew he had to return, to seek her out, to uncover her true feelings. Wu Qian repeatedly reminded himself that he could not allow her to vanish from his life without a trace. Despite the city gates being locked and soldiers searching high and low, his resolve had solidified. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, he would never surrender in the midst of the chaos. He pivoted, heading in the direction where Lin Yin might be found. He silently chanted her name, as if each of her smiles urged him onward. Wu Qian navigated through a narrow alley, shadows dancing amidst the flickering flames. Reflecting his taut features, the surrounding clamor faded into the background, leaving him to wander alone in this desolate realm. Every step was laden with unease, yet he could not halt his advance. Despair and hope intertwined, like an invisible thread pulling him ever closer to Lin Yin. Just as he neared the place where Lin Yin had once lingered, a group of soldiers abruptly appeared before him. Their armor gleamed in the firelight, their expressions stern as they scoured the area for fugitives. Wu Qian's heart tightened, nearly compelling him to flee, yet the thought of Lin Yin steadied his resolve. He contemplated whether he could slip past the soldiers unnoticed amid the chaos. I must find her, Wu Qian encouraged himself, a flicker of courage igniting within him. He concealed himself in the shadows, cautiously inching forward, striving to remain undetected by the soldiers. Just then, he overheard their conversation. I heard the boy who stormed the prison did so to rescue his parents. Capturing him would bring a hefty reward. Wu Qian's heart sank. It appeared the soldiers had already identified him. A wave of suffocation washed over him as he realized that all his efforts might come to naught. He looked up at the night sky. The moon had begun its descent, stars twinkling in the darkness, seemingly guiding him towards a path. At that moment, a familiar figure materialized in his line of sight. It was Lin Yin. Her expression was frantic, as if she were searching for something. Wu Qian's heart skipped a beat, the world around him freezing in that instant. He almost leapt towards her, but reason held him back. He knew that being discovered by the soldiers would spell disaster. Lin Yin, he called softly, his voice swallowed by the tumult. His heart ached as he watched her scan the area, helpless to intervene. A wave of despair surged within him. He realized that if he did not act now, he might never see her again. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to approach her at any cost. He vowed to himself that he would not permit her to vanish, even if it meant plunging into an abyss of uncertainty. He stepped forward once more, but at that moment, soldiers' shouts rang out from behind him, and panic seized him. He understood that time was running out. Lin Yin, run! He could no longer contain himself, shouting above the clamor, his voice cutting through the chaos to reach her ears. She turned abruptly, surprise flashing in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. Wu Qian, what are you doing here? Lin Yan's voice rang clear against the night backdrop. Her gaze shone like a beam of light, illuminating the darkness in Wu Qian's heart. I came to find you, Wu Qian declared, his voice resolute and powerful, as if shattering invisible chains. Let us go together. Lin Yin hesitated, as if contemplating something. But at that moment, the soldiers had spotted them and were charging in their direction. Wu Qian's heart raced, despair and fear intertwined within him, yet an overwhelming courage ignited. Go! He reached out, grasping Lin Yin's hand, unhesitatingly sprinting towards the other end of the alley. Though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, he knew that only by standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yin could they discover a way out. His heart brimmed with a desperate resolve, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. He would not falter. Wu Qian traversed the narrow alleys of Beiqing with Lin Yin, his heart brimming with anticipation for her presence. As the night descended, The moonlight poured like water upon the remnants of crumbling walls, illuminating his furrowed visage. Following a night of chaos, Beijing lay ensconced in heavy lockdown, surrounded by soldiers, transforming once bustling streets into a realm of silence and shadows. His heart mirrored the oppressive night, tumultuous and restless. They hurried towards the alley where Lin Yin once resided, a place rich with echoes of their childhood laughter and joy. Wu Qian. Lin Yin's voice trembled, faint yet poignant. In this moment, a myriad of emotions surged within her. I thought I would never see you again. Wu Qian's voice quavered, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He yearned to reach out and grasp her hand, yet hesitated, fearing that such an action might discomfort her. Lin Yin took a slight step back, her gaze betraying a complex mix of emotions, surprise intertwined with fear. Internally, she grappled with the memories of their past, yet understood that she had made her choice and was no longer the carefree girl she once was. I have come to find you. I wish to leave Beijing with you, Wu Qian declared, his tone resolute and urgent, his eyes reflecting an insatiable longing, as if he hoped this decision might mend the rift between them. However, Lin Yin lowered her gaze, her fingers entwined, clearly lost in thought. She recognized that her choice to marry Xia Minghui was to appease her parents and safeguard her own future. But in this moment faced with Wu Qian, her heart felt as though it were being torn apart. You do not comprehend how dire the situation is. The city is sealed off, and my parents remain here. I cannot simply depart. Lin Yan's voice quaked, yet her resolve hardened. Wu Qian felt a pang of disbelief as he gazed at her, realizing that the bond they once shared had undergone an irrevocable transformation. Do you genuinely intend to marry Xia Minghui? He could not help but inquire, his voice laced with disappointment and reluctance. I cannot burden my parents. I must consider their well-being. Lin Yan's voice grew softer, as if justifying her choice to herself. The flicker of despair crossed Wu Qian's eyes. He understood that he could not alter her decision, no matter his efforts. Their gazes intertwined, and in that fleeting moment, all emotions and memories collided, suffocating. I do not wish to lose you, Lin Yin, Wu Qian finally confessed, his voice a deep sigh echoing through the night. Neither do I, but I have no alternative. Lin Yin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, grappling with the anguish of her decision. In that instant, Wu Qian felt an unprecedented helplessness. No matter how hard he tried, it seemed impossible to salvage their relationship. His heart was laden with sorrow, as if everything had collapsed in an instant. I will leave Beijing, but I hope you take good care of yourself. Wu Qian finally released her hand, silently wishing her well. He knew he could never reclaim the beauty of their past, yet he hoped Lin Yin would discover her own happiness. Lin Yin stood in silence, watching Wu Qian's figure fade into the distance, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. She understood that her choice would alter everything, and the hope of their reunion would ultimately dissolve into a reluctant farewell. Lin Yin positioned herself by the window, gazing at the night sky over Beijing, her heart a cacophony of emotions. Outside, flames flickered against the dark sky, the tumultuous clamor echoing in her ears, akin to an unending nightmare. Her heart raced, fueled by both the youth's impulsive fervor and the helplessness towards her future. Lin Yin, do not hesitate any longer, her mother's voice broke through her thoughts, tinged with anxiety and concern. Lin Yin turned to see her mother's face etched with wrinkles and fatigue, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. She recognized how dearly her mother wished for her to have a stable future, rather than an aimless attachment to Wu Qian. Mother, I truly wish to be with him. Lin Yan's voice was barely above a whisper, nearly drowned out by the external chaos. She yearned for Wu Qian, for the carefree days they shared, for his radiant smile under the sun. Yet, the voice deep within her urged her to prioritize safety and stability over peril and uncertainty. But look at how dire this situation is. He dares to rob a prison to save his parents. Should he be caught, the consequences would be severe. Her mother's tone was rife with desperation and pleading. We can no longer wait. The situation in Beijing grows increasingly precarious. You must think carefully. Lin Yin's thoughts spiraled into confusion. She was aware of the suffering Wu Qian's parents endured in prison and the life-threatening risks he took to rescue them. Yet her own parents needed protection, their safety paramount in these turbulent times. She could not allow herself to be swayed by emotion into making an irrational decision. I understand you love him, but you also have me and your father. We all need you. Her mother's words were like an invisible cord, binding Lin Yin's heart. She shut her eyes, striving to regain her composure. At this moment, she felt as if she were caught between two worlds, one of Wu Qian and the other of her family. If I marry Xia Minghui, at least I can provide my parents with a secure life. Lin Yin reflected internally. Xia Minghui, the son of the renowned war god Xia Feng, hailed from a relatively affluent background. He could offer her stability. With this thought, Lin Yin's resolve began to solidify. She knew this path betrayed Wu Qian, yet she could no longer afford to take risks. Mother, I have made my decision. Lin Yin finally summoned her courage, meeting her mother's expectant gaze. I will marry Xia Minghui. A flicker of astonishment crossed her mother's face before it softened. She stepped forward, gently grasping her daughter's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. My dear daughter, I will support every decision you make. I only wish for your happiness. Lin Yin nodded slightly, yet a bittersweet ache lingered in her heart. She understood that this was a path of her own choosing, yet at its end, would there truly be the happiness she yearned for? The image of Wu Qian's resolute face pierced her heart with anguish. She recalled the sweet words he had once whispered to her, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over her. I will take good care of myself. Lin Yin finally reassured herself, though her heart was fraught with unease. She stifled her tears, turning back to the window, gazing once more at the inferno engulfing Beicheng, silently praying for Wu Qian's safety. As the night deepened, the chaos outside showed no sign of abating. Lin Yin's thoughts surged like a tide, memories of her time with Wu Qian flashing vividly before her eyes. She understood that their love had become a thing of the past. Yet the longing remained deeply ingrained in her heart, impossible to sever. I will forever remember you. Lin Yin whispered softly, fully aware that this longing would accompany her through the days ahead. Regardless of what the future held, she would harness it as motivation, striving for a path that was both safe and stable. When she lifted her gaze again to the starry sky outside, her determination solidified. Though she had chosen a different path, she would endeavor to walk it with unwavering resolve, even as the scenery ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. She believed that one day, she would discover her own happiness, perhaps with Wu Qian's shadow lingering behind her. Meanwhile, Wu Qian sprinted desperately toward the outskirts of the city, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his breaths quickening. Yet, despair washed over him as the soldiers pursuing him multiplied, surging like a relentless tide. Realizing escape was futile, he clenched his teeth, a resolution bubbling within him to confront his pursuers in a final stand. Just as he prepared to turn and face the enemy, a deep, commanding voice echoed from a short distance ahead. Follow me. Startled, Wu Qian turned sharply to see a figure beckoning from a nearby street corner. As he recognized the familiar face, his eyes brightened. It was Yi Fan. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Qian raced toward Yi Fan, closely trailing behind him. Soon, they arrived at the inn where Yi Fan resided. Upon entering the room, Wu Qian collapsed into a chair, panting heavily, as if deflated. Yi Fan observed the weary Wu Qian, then spoke slowly. I had initially planned to leave, but upon hearing that the son of the war god, Xia Minghui, is to marry soon, I decided to stay. Yi Fan stood still, contemplating, in this delicate and crucial moment. The prince's sycophantic and calculating nature could very well lead him to ingratiate himself with the immensely powerful war god. Perhaps, at this very moment, the prince was meticulously preparing to dispatch trusted confidants laden with rare treasures as gifts. Hoping to leave a favorable impression on the war god and thereby solidify his own position and influence, it was even possible that the prince would lower himself to personally extend an olive branch. A glint of cold determination flickered in Yi Fan's eyes as he clenched his fists, silently vowing, if the prince truly appears, it would be the perfect opportunity to avenge Longli. Even if immediate retribution for the prince's blood debts cannot be exacted, one can at least begin to extract some interest from him, compelling him to bear the consequences of his past actions. Across every inch of the northern city, the officials and soldiers launched a meticulous search, the tense atmosphere resembling an invisible net enveloping the entire metropolis. The clamor of footsteps and stern shouts reverberated through the streets and alleys. At this moment, Wu Qian, shielded by Yi Fan, moved like a nimble shadow. Utilizing his acute awareness of the surroundings and exceptional intelligence, Yi Fan skillfully conjured various illusions to confound the soldiers, diverting their attention. Meanwhile, Wu Qian seized these fleeting opportunities, silently navigating through hidden corners and narrow passageways. His lithe and agile form resembled a raccoon in the dark of night, each movement executed with precision, neither excessive nor lacking. Finally, when the night grew deep and silence enveloped all, Wu Qian successfully evaded the relentless pursuit, finding refuge in a seemingly tranquil corner of the northern city, as if untouched by the turmoil, leaving only the gently swaying branches as evidence of his narrow escape. The moon hung high in the vast night sky, its silvery light cascading softly over the expansive earth, draping the world in a delicate veil of luminescence. Wu Qian, once a spirited youth, had just endured a harrowing escape, fraught with peril. The dangers and crises he faced sharpened his resolve, subtly fortifying his character. He gazed up at the luminous moon, contemplating the notion that there is always a way out. As long as one harbors hope and steadfastly clings to faith, after the long night, dawn will inevitably break, illuminating the path ahead. When the first rays of morning light pierced the horizon and bathed the earth, the oppressive lockdown of the northern city was finally lifted. However, the presence of patrolling soldiers remained evident throughout the city, their synchronized footsteps and solemn expressions indicating that the tense atmosphere had not entirely dissipated. As if an unseen hand still gripped the hearts of every inhabitant, today, the gaze of the entire Great Xia Empire was fixed upon Xia Minghui, the son of the northern war god Xia Qing. For today marked the auspicious day of his wedding. The city was adorned with festive decorations, vibrant red silks fluttering gently in the breeze, starkly contrasting with the soldiers' stoic armor. Nobles donned splendid attire, smiles gracing their faces as they flocked towards the wedding venue, while common folk paused at the roadside, whispering about the grand event and speculating on the changes it would bring to the Great Xia Empire. As the first gentle rays of sunlight bathed the entire war goddess mansion in warmth, the magnificent estate, already imposing and solemn, radiated a unique brilliance under the caress of the sun, appearing particularly fresh and vibrant. Stepping into the war goddess mansion, one would behold the meticulously arranged wedding venue, resembling a dreamlike garden plucked from a fairy tale. Following the winding path, the first sight to captivate the eye was a stunning corridor entirely carpeted with exquisite petals, unfurling like a vibrant tapestry before the onlooker. Flanking the corridor were clusters of pristine white roses and delicate baby-esque breath, some flowers blooming exuberantly, while others shyly bowed their heads in anticipation. The gentle breeze stirred them, as if they were softly whispering their heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds. The air was suffused with the enchanting fragrance of blossoms, uplifting the spirit and immersing one in delight. The entire wedding scene was adorned with an array of flowers and greenery, a breathtaking spectacle. Peonies in shades of pink, lavender in hues of purple, tulips in bursts of orange. These colorful blooms intertwined to form a resplendent sea of blossoms. Within this floral expanse, exquisite sculptures and charming fountains added an extra touch of vivacity. At this moment, the atmosphere was infused with endless romance and warmth. Each detail had been painstakingly crafted and refined, all to provide the couple and their guests with a visual feast akin to a dream. In this enchanting setting, one could easily forget the clamor and worries of the outside world, wholly immersing themselves in this beautiful reverie. Inside the grand hall of the war goddess mansion hung a breathtakingly large hand-painted mural. The mural, dominated by soft shades of blue and pink, intertwined harmoniously, reminiscent of the gentle and captivating colors of the morning sky. Above, the dawn had just begun to unveil a hint of light, warm rays penetrating the clouds and cascading down to the earth. Simultaneously, a flock of doves, as white as snow, took flight, their elegant wings dancing freely in the sky. This mural epitomized the purity of love and the beautiful aspirations and infinite hopes for the future life that lay ahead. Looking up, one would see a pair of exquisitely crafted crystal chandeliers suspended from the ceiling. These crystal lights sparkled like stars descending from the heavens, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Each translucent crystal had been meticulously polished and carved, skillfully refracting a splendid glow, akin to the brightest stars twinkling in the night sky. As the lights illuminated, the entire hall was instantly transformed into a space of transparency and brilliance, particularly as the soft light gently enveloped the newlyweds, highlighting the radiant beauty of Xia Minghui and Lin Yan's beaming faces. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the mural's intricate brushwork, flowing lines, and perfectly rendered details, as if imbuing the scene with boundless vitality. Observers, captivated by the mural, would find themselves transported into a world of enchanting dreams, their hearts swelling with an unquenchable yearning for true love. Chapter 55. The wedding scene. Sunlight filtered through the colorful glazed tiles. Cascading onto the resplendent hall, the groom, Xia Minghui, donned a splendid red wedding robe, standing tall and proud like a pine tree, his handsome visage adorned with a radiant smile that warmed the heart like the spring sun. While the beautiful bride, Lin Yin, wore a gown as pure as snow, her delicate features enhanced by a touch of makeup, rendering her even more enchanting. Her bright eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky, shimmering with boundless anticipation for their promising future. At this moment, they stood side by side at the center of the hall, their hands tightly clasped together, fingers interlocking, as if declaring their unwavering love to the world. The strength of their grip conveyed their deep affection and trust, moving all who witnessed it. Glancing around, the entire hall was transformed into a dreamlike spectacle. Lush blooms formed exquisite floral walls, overflowing with fragrance. Countless ribbons cascaded from the ceiling, weaving like a vibrant rainbow in the air, and delicate crystal lights emitted a soft, alluring glow, illuminating the hall in a breathtakingly beautiful and romantic manner. Every guest wore expressions of joy, offering their sincerest and most heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds, as laughter and cheer echoed throughout the hall, instantly filling the formerly solemn space with a celebratory and harmonious atmosphere. On this momentous day, the magnificent hall of the War Goddess Mansion bore witness to the love vows exchanged between Xia Minghui and Lin Yin, marking the commencement of their new life journey. From this moment on, they would walk hand in hand through the storms of life, together composing a chapter of happiness uniquely their own. The guest seats were arranged like well-drilled soldiers, meticulously positioned in a perfect semicircle. Each chair resembled a precious work of art, adorned with soft silk ribbons tied to the backs, embellished with petite, vibrant flowers, some as red as fire, some as pink as dawn, and others as white as snow, imparting a refreshing elegance. Progressing along the path, one would notice rows of exquisitely crafted candle holders standing proudly on either side. These lights flickered like stars in the night sky, quietly burning and radiating a warm and gentle glow. The light filtered through the lampshades, casting dappled shadows on the ground, creating a dreamlike ambience. Observing the tables, one would see that their arrangement was uniquely thoughtful. Pristine white tablecloths lay like clouds across the surfaces, delicately draped with layers of lace, resembling blooming lilies, exuding a subtle fragrance. At the center of each table, an assortment of flowers, some in bud and others in full bloom, intertwined to create a vibrant tapestry of colors. Additionally, shimmering silver cutlery and crystal-clear glassware were elegantly placed atop the tables, reflecting enchanting glimmers in the candlelight. At that moment, a melodious and captivating tune began to play, flowing through the hearts of the attendees like a gentle stream. This unique wedding, accompanied by the beautiful music, was officially commencing. The entire scene resembled a magnificent painting, each detail appearing as if it were the most delicate brushstroke of an artist, meticulously planned and arranged. From the entrance, the first sight to greet the eye was a series of neatly aligned welcome signs. The welcoming signs are exquisitely crafted, each intricately engraved with the names of the esteemed guests. The elegant script flowing gracefully, truly reflecting the host's profound regard and meticulous care for their visitors. As the guests tread upon the lengthy crimson carpet, they are instantly met with a breathtaking panorama of vibrant blossoms. A multitude of flowers, resplendent in a riot of colors, engage in a splendid display of beauty. Reds, yellows, blues, purples. The kaleidoscope of petals intertwines, creating a sight that is nothing short of mesmerizing. A gentle breeze caresses the blossoms, causing them to sway delicately, releasing waves of intoxicating fragrance that envelopes one in a dreamlike reverie. Nestled amidst the bustling north city of the Northern Territory lies an inn that appears utterly unremarkable. Yet, within this seemingly ordinary establishment, an extraordinary event of monumental significance is quietly unfolding. It is said that the crown prince of the Great Xia Empire, Xia Feng, has recently been consumed by an overwhelming flurry of activity. This is due to the sudden emergence of an organization known as Fanmen, which has risen with astonishing rapidity, sending ripples of alarm throughout the Great Xia court. Consequently, the Emperor of Great Xia, That exalted sovereign made a decisive choice to dispatch the crown prince to thoroughly investigate this matter. This task is no trifling endeavor. The members of Fanmin are a diverse lot, encompassing a wide spectrum of individuals, from ordinary citizens to skilled cultivators. From influential nobles to wandering merchants. Truly, it is a melting pot of society, overwhelming in its variety. What complicates matters further is the elusive nature of Fanmin's leader, whose whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery, leaving no one able to discern their true identity. Nevertheless, Fanmin's ranks continue to swell at an alarming rate, causing the emperor great distress over the potential threat to the stability and prosperity of the Great Xia Empire. Thus, he implored the crown prince to swiftly uncover the truth and eliminate any potential hazard before it could escalate. At this pivotal moment, the son of the war god of the north, Xia Minghui, is set to celebrate a momentous occasion, his wedding. This should be a cause for universal celebration. However, for the crown prince, preoccupied with the turmoil surrounding Fanmin, it presents an invaluable opportunity to garner support from both Xia Minghui and the illustrious war goddess family. Reluctantly, the crown prince sends his trusted subordinate, laden with lavish gifts, to extend his congratulations. Logically, these emissaries could have made their way directly to the war goddess manor, presented their tributes, and returned without delay. Yet, fate took an unexpected turn. This trusted subordinate, indulging in pleasures, particularly exquisite food and enchanting beauty, succumbed to temptation upon arriving in North City. He, accompanied by a retinue of followers, plunged into the inn, indulging in revelry and extravagance. Utterly disregarding his pressing responsibilities, by sheer coincidence, he inadvertently stumbled into the same inn as Yi Fan. Unluckily, before he could settle in, Yi Fan recognized him. Memories of his beloved Long Li, who had suffered at the hands of Crown Prince Xia Feng and now lay in an icy coffin, ignited a fierce rage within him. Chapter 56. Departing North City at this moment, vengeance consumed his thoughts, and the arrogant, imperious Crown Prince Xia Feng became his primary target. However, before that, he had to extract a measure of retribution from the Crown Prince's loyal subordinate. Thus, with a grim countenance and eyes glinting with cold resolve, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked against the door of the Crown Prince's subordinate's chamber. The door, which had been firmly shut, burst open with a resounding crash, splintering into fragments. Inside, the occupants, taken by surprise, stood frozen in shock, bewildered and disoriented. Yi Fan swung his sword with a swift motion, a flash of cold light illuminating the dim room. Like a wraith, he moved with ethereal grace, his footwork seamlessly complementing his lightning-fast swordplay. In an instant, the sword gleamed and vanished, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. One individual felt a sudden blur before a faint sting pierced his neck. Instinctively, he reached to touch the area, only to find his hand stained with warm blood. A thin line of crimson appeared on his neck, as if caressed by the sharpest of blades. His eyes widened in disbelief. His face a mask of shock, he attempted to utter a word, but only a choking sound emerged. Then, his body collapsed, lifeless, devoid of any further movement. At that moment, the others had yet to grasp their weapons. Yi Fan's movements were too swift, like a tempest, leaving no time for them to react. In the blink of an eye, several flashes of his sword passed, and the others found fatal wounds appearing on their necks, blood gushing forth. Confronted by these would-be assassins, Yi Fan felt no trace of compassion. To him, since they were aligned with Crown Prince Xia Feng, their fates were sealed. Regardless of their noble lineage, powerful connections, or vast influences, even if they were the Crown Prince of the Great Xia Empire, if they threatened his safety, their path could only lead to death. It is noteworthy that Yi Fan is merely a 15-year-old youth, his cultivation level only at the 4th stage of foundation establishment. Yet, this seemingly frail boy, within such a brief span, effortlessly dispatched 5 or 6 experts at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, and one who had reached the peak of the same realm. Such terrifying prowess, if not witnessed firsthand, would be difficult to believe. Yi Fan's sword danced through the air like a bolt of lightning cleaving the night, its speed astonishing. Each strike was precise, aimed unerringly at the vital points of his foes. Devoid of any miscalculation, his figure moved like a specter, weaving through the densely packed crowd with remarkable agility. Spectators could only catch fleeting glimpses of blurred shadows, unable to pinpoint his exact location. Let alone mount an effective defense, Yi Fan's swordplay was not only swift as the wind, but also ruthless to the core. Each swing bore the weight of his profound hatred and resolve. This murderous intent enveloped the air, chilling it to the bone, instilling a sense of dread in all present. Those unfortunate souls who felt Yi Fan's blade had not even the time to blink before their precious lives were claimed. At the moment of their demise, their expressions froze, a blend of terror and despair etched upon their faces, as though they only truly comprehended the infinite fear of death in their final moments. The yearning for life and the dread of death were indelibly imprinted upon their lifeless visages. In Yi Fan's eyes, a chill akin to millennia-old ice resided, his gaze devoid of any emotional ripples. Deep within him lingered an unwavering conviction to exact vengeance for himself and his beloved Long Li. Anyone who dared to threaten him would be met with merciless retribution, devoid of any mercy. This bloody slaughter did not prolong for long. Yi Fan and Wu Qian swiftly departed North City, resolutely heading towards the imperial capital of the Great Xia Empire. They understood that the path ahead was obscured by thick mists, concealing boundless unknowns and dangers. Yet, they remained undaunted, firmly believing that no obstacle could impede their forward march. Throughout their journey, Yi Fan and Wu Qian braved the elements, traveling day and night. The biting winds of the wilderness howled around them, as if warning them not to advance further, yet this only strengthened their resolve. Upon reaching a treacherous valley, surrounded by towering cliffs and jagged rocks, they discovered a narrow path winding through. As they stepped into the valley, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed, reverberating through the chasms. Yi Fan, do you think you can easily reach the capital? Today marks your burial ground. With the proclamation, a group of black-clad assassins surged forth from all directions. Their eyes blazing with malevolence, blades at the ready. Yi Fan snorted coldly, his figure flickering like a specter as he unsheathed his sword, its gleam illuminating the dim valley. Wu Qian, undeterred, wielded his long knife, positioning himself back-to-back with Yi Fan, prepared to face their foes together. The battle erupted instantaneously, the air filled with cries of battle and the clashing of metal. Yi Fan's sword carved a path through the chaos, each strike drenched in his deep-seated hatred and determination. Meanwhile, Wu Qian's knife sliced through the throng, repelling any who dared to approach. Despite being outnumbered, Yi Fan and Wu Qian's cooperation began to tilt the tide of battle in their favor. However, just as they seemed poised to repel this wave of assassins, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the valley, causing their hearts to tremble. A mysterious figure, veiled in obscurity, emerged, exuding a chilling pressure. You have come this far, which shows some skill, but this is where your journey ends, the enigmatic figure coldly declared, before darting towards Yi Fan and Wu Qian like a flash of lightning. Heralding a new chapter in their life and death struggle, Yi Fan and Wu Qian dared not relax their vigilance, quickly adjusting their stances, their eyes betraying a mixture of gravity and resolve. Yi Fan took the initiative, unleashing a fierce flurry of swordplay, the shadows of his blade weaving an impenetrable net aimed at the mysterious expert. The latter, however, moved with an ethereal grace, effortlessly evading Yi Fan's onslaught, before retaliating with a swift palm strike. The gust from his attack roaring like a crashing wave directed at Yi Fan. Seeing this, Wu Qian shouted, channeling all his strength into a horizontal slash with his long knife, the clash of blade against wind resonating with a thunderous boom, causing the surrounding rocks to tumble. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Yi Fan lightly tapped his toes and circled behind the enigmatic master, unleashing a flurry of rapid sword thrusts. Chapter 57. Full Concentration. Witnessing this, Wu Qian let out a thunderous shout, his long knife slicing through the air with the force of 1,000 pounds, the clash of blade and palm producing a resounding boom that sent rocks tumbling from the surrounding cliffs. Seizing this fleeting moment, Yi Fan deftly maneuvered, again delivering a series of swift sword strikes. The mysterious master, as if endowed with eyes on the back of his head, twisted his body at an uncanny angle, effortlessly neutralizing Yi Fan's onslaught and countering with a kick aimed squarely at Yi Fan's chest. Caught off guard, Yi Fan was sent flying several feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, he quickly regained his footing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing ever colder. The mysterious master, however, remained unperturbed, swiftly weaving hand seals before him, conjuring an energy shield that appeared instantaneously. Wu Qian's long knife struck the shield, sparking a cascade of fiery sparks, yet it could not breach even a fraction of its defenses. At that moment, Yi Fan took a deep breath, channeling all the power within him, concentrating it upon the blade of his sword. The sword shone brilliantly, and he surged forward like a shooting star, roaring, "Today, I shall break you." The mysterious master, sensing this overwhelming force, cast aside any notions of underestimation and prepared to face Yi Fan's lethal strike with all his might. Seizing the brief interval, Yi Fan lightly tapped his toes again, circling behind the mysterious master, launching another barrage of lightning-fast sword strikes. Yi Fan's eyes sharpened, and he decisively whispered to Wu Qian, "You must leave at once. Proceed to our agreed rendezvous and await my arrival. I have my own means of escape." Although Wu Qian felt a pang of worry, he recognized Yi Fan's extraordinary intelligence and chose to trust him without hesitation. While the enemy's attention was drawn to Yi Fan, Wu Qian cast a furtive glance around, spotting a fleeting opportunity, and with the agility of a cheetah, he swiftly vanished from sight. Once Wu Qian had successfully departed, Yi Fan hesitated no longer. He inhaled deeply, his internal energy beginning to surge wildly. His hands moved in swift, intricate patterns as he recited incantations. As the technique unfolded, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy began to coalesce before him, gradually forming a faintly discernible small cauldron. Though it appeared ethereal, it emanated a powerful and unsettling attractive force. Yi Fan's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripened apple, with veins protruding from his forehead like coiling dragons. The rapid flow of blood within his veins visible. Every cell in his body was fervently mobilizing the scant remaining spiritual energy, fully engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the mysterious master. Meanwhile, the enigmatic master suddenly felt an invisible yet immensely potent force coiling around his body like a constricting serpent. This force seemed to possess an inexhaustible allure, causing his body to involuntarily shift. Inching closer to the terrifying cauldron, the mysterious master was instantly filled with dread. His eyes wide, nearly bulging from their sockets, he exerted every ounce of strength to struggle against this terrifying binding force. Yet no matter how hard he fought, it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a towering tree. The powerful force continued to inexorably draw him toward the cauldron. Simultaneously, Yi Fan was not faring well either. As the mysterious master was gradually absorbed into the cauldron, Yi Fan felt as though he were a machine operating beyond its limits, on the brink of collapse under the immense pressure. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans streamed down his face like raindrops, soaking his cheeks and hair, dripping onto the ground. His once pristine white robe was utterly drenched, clinging to him as if he had just emerged from water. However, Yi Fan was acutely aware that any hint of relaxation now would render all his previous efforts futile. Therefore, despite his body being exhausted to the utmost, he gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling the heaven-devouring technique. Waves of robust, spiritual energy surged from his meridians, continuously flowing into the cauldron, refining the mysterious master who had already been absorbed within. Inside the cauldron, radiant light shone blindingly, making it impossible to gaze directly at it. The figure of the mysterious master appeared increasingly indistinct in the dazzling glow, gradually twisting and warping. Finally, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the entire form of the mysterious master vanished without a trace, replaced by pure, dense spiritual energy. This energy spiraled within the cauldron, reminiscent of lively little dragons frolicking joyfully. The energy surged forth like a torrent, overwhelming and unstoppable, crashing into Yi Fan's intricate network of meridians with the force of a tidal wave. Yi Fan felt an irresistible surge of energy surge through his body, as if every meridian was being stretched to its breaking point, on the verge of bursting. The sensation of pain was akin to thousands of steel needles piercing deep into his marrow, or countless hammers relentlessly pounding every inch of his skin, leaving him nearly despite Yi Fan having heightened his vigilance to the utmost, meticulously considering every action with utmost caution. A faint and elusive sense of unease still burgeoned deep within his heart. That feeling of disquiet was akin to a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, fixating upon him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end in an uncontrollable manner, as if sensing the chilling aura and lethal intent emanating from that mysterious presence. Yi Fan could not help but be engulfed by a disconcerting illusion, as if unseen, intangible eyes were silently concealed in some obscure corner, intently observing his every word and deed, every movement. These invisible eyes trailed him like a specter, their gaze ever present, scrutinizing his actions wherever he ventured. It was precisely this unknown threat, whose origin and nature remained uncertain, that perpetually lingered in his mind, akin to an inescapable gloom, leaving Yi Fan with no room for even the slightest relaxation or complacency. For he understood all too well that a moment's negligence might plunge him into an abyss of no return, rendering him prey to the beasts that lay in wait in the darkness. Thus, he mustered every ounce of his spirit, maintaining a state of heightened alertness in preparation for the dangers that could descend upon him at any moment. As Yi Fan approached the designated meeting place, he slowed his pace, cautiously drawing near. There he saw Wu Qian anxiously pacing in place. Upon spotting Yi Fan, a glimmer of relief appeared on his face. At last, you have arrived. I was beginning to worry something had befallen you. Wu Qian remarked. This place is not suitable for discussion. We must leave at once, Yi Fan replied solemnly. Just as they were about to depart, a ripple coursed through the surrounding space, and a myriad of runes flickered into existence, forming a colossal ceiling formation. Thinking of leaving? It won't be so easy. A cold voice reverberated within the formation. Immediately, a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes emerged from the corners of the formation, wielding various magical artifacts, their icy gazes fixed intently on Yi Fan and Wu Qian. Why? Yi Fan's heart sank. He knew a fierce confrontation was inevitable. Exchanging a glance with Wu Qian, they positioned themselves back to back, ready to face the impending battle. Who are you? Why do you obstruct us? Yi Fan demanded loudly. Humph, Yi Fan, you have slain so many of our brethren. Do you still wish to escape unscathed? Today marks your end. One of the black-robed figures bellowed. Why? Yi Fan scoffed. You were the ones who first laid hands on me and my beloved. I shall naturally seek retribution for this, assuming them to be sent by Prince Xiafeng. Yi Fan took the initiative, brandishing his longsword and unleashing a stream of sword energy that surged towards the black-robed assailants like a rainbow piercing the sky. Wu Qian, not to be outdone, swung his saber, launching a side attack against the enemy. The black-robed figures promptly unleashed their magical artifacts, and in an instant, a dazzling array of lights erupted as various spells clashed with the assaults of Yi Fan and Wu Qian. Resounding with thunderous booms, throughout the battle, Yi Fan discerned that the prowess of these black-robed figures was formidable. Their coordination was impeccable, and the enhancement provided by the formation made them all the more powerful. However, he felt no inclination to retreat. The hatred and fury within him only fueled his resolve. He continuously altered his sword techniques, seeking to uncover the formation's weaknesses. Meanwhile, Wu Qian valiantly defended against the enemy's onslaught, buying time for Yi Fan. His saber dance was relentless, each swing stirring a tempest of bloodshed. Amidst the fierce conflict, Yi Fan suddenly noticed a slight weakness in the energy fluctuations of the formation in a particular corner. A spark ignited within him. Seizing an opportunity during an attack, he swiftly dashed towards that direction. The black-robed figures, realizing his intent, attempted to encircle him, but Yi Fan's speed was astonishing. He employed every ounce of his skill to break through their blockade. Upon reaching the weak point in the formation, he let out a mighty shout, thrusting his longsword with all his might, unleashing a brilliant burst of light that clashed with the formation's energy. With a resounding boom, a fissure appeared in the formation. Seizing the chance, Yi Fan called out, Wu Qian, quickly escape. Hearing this, Wu Qian rushed towards Yi Fan. The two of them, under the barrage of the black-robed figures, exerted every effort to flee through the crack in the formation. However, just as they emerged, they found themselves confronted by an even more formidable foe. This individual exuded an overwhelming aura, his eyes radiating boundless intent to kill. Do you think you can escape my grasp? He said coldly. Yi Fan and Wu Qian felt a chill run down their spines. Yet they understood that retreat was no longer an option. They could only fight. Chapter 59. Upholding justice. The glint in Yi Fan's eyes was frigid, akin to two razor-sharp blades, firmly locking onto the figure ahead. Clad in a sleek black outfit, this person emanated a powerful aura, deep and unfathomable like an endless abyss. Each step he took resonated like the movement of mountains, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yi Fan's voice was chilling. capable of freezing the very air around them. Each word articulated clearly and deliberately. "Who are you? How dare you appear here with such audacity?" The black-clad figure was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of bloodshed, his eyes filled with hatred and ferocity. Resembling a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, with gritted teeth, he growled, "You little bastard, you killed my precious grandson. Today marks your end. Prepare to pay with your life." Upon hearing this, Yifan's brow furrowed slightly, but soon an understanding seemed to dawn upon him, and a cold smile crept onto his lips as he slowly replied, "So you are Jia Ren's grandfather, the Vice Pavilion Master Jia?" "Humph, I was wondering who had the audacity to seek trouble with me." The black-clad figure, upon having his identity exposed, let out a cold snort, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, clearly taken aback that Yifan could deduce his identity so swiftly. However, this surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by an intense fury. "What an arrogant little brat! My grandson led people to hunt you down, only for his soul token to shatter unexpectedly. Besides you, who else could have done such a thing? No matter what, you will not escape my grasp today." Yifan faced the black-clad man's accusations with unyielding composure, his expression remaining tranquil. Yet the words he uttered were sharper than the cold winds of winter. "Those who kill are always killed in turn. Your grandson, oblivious to his limits, dared to offend me, and thus he sealed his own fate as for you, as the Vice Pavilion Master of Long Dan Pavilion, instead of properly disciplining your own kin. You indulged their reckless behavior, even attempting to subvert authority. This is a crime deserving of death." At that moment, the previously calm air suddenly grew heavy, as if shrouded in an invisible, immense pressure. The entire space became tense, frozen in time due to the extreme standoff between the two. An exhilarating and life-and-death confrontation was poised to commence. Yifan stood upright, his form resembling a proud pine tree, despite facing a powerful enemy. There was no hint of fear on his face. Instead, he exuded a resolute determination, prepared to face death. The depths of his bright, piercing eyes seemed to burn with an unquenchable flame, evoking a profound sense of awe. The black-clad figure, the Vice Pavilion Master Jia of Long Dan Pavilion, was filled with rage, his body trembling with fury. Hearing Yifan's unyielding words only intensified his wrath, causing him to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha! What an ignorant fool! Today is your end." Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly waved his sleeve, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged toward Yifan like a torrential wave, thundering forward. Yifan realized he could not withstand this assault head-on, so he dared not delay for an instant. He lightly tapped his feet against the ground, his body darting to the side like a graceful swallow, executing a swift and clean evasion. Simultaneously, his hands moved with astonishing speed, forming intricate and mysterious seals, chanting incantations in a low, hurried voice, as if reciting an ancient and powerful spell. Just as the black-clad figure's fierce attack was about to strike Yifan, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted before him. In the blink of an eye, a massive golden shield emerged, standing before Yifan like an impenetrable fortress. With a thunderous crash, the black-clad figure's subsequent attack collided with the golden shield, igniting a dazzling display of sparks and energy fluctuations. Yet, despite the tremendous force of the impact, the golden shield Yifan conjured stood firm, showing not a single crack or blemish. "Humph! You think such trivial tricks can thwart my attack? What a delusion!" The black-clad Vice Pavilion Master Jia scoffed disdainfully, and before his words had fully escaped, his figure flickered, darting forward like a specter of the night. In the same instant, his large hand swept out, conjuring a thick, dark mist that surged toward Yifan's throat with menacing intent. Faced with this sudden and overwhelming assault, Yifan's eyes narrowed sharply, his gaze flashing with a fierce determination, in the blink of an eye. The formidable spiritual energy hidden within him surged forth like a deluge breaching a dam, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Following this, Yifan's footwork became agile and unpredictable, executing an extraordinarily intricate set of movements. His form flickered like a specter, evading the imminent danger with remarkable dexterity, successfully creating a safe distance from the cloaked figure. Yet, Yifan was not inclined to relent. He inhaled deeply, steadied his mind, and fixed his gaze resolutely upon the enigmatic figure before him. He declared with righteous fervor, Vice Pavilion Master Jia, at this juncture, do you truly intend to remain obstinate and unrepentant? Your grandson, Jia Ren, has been brazen and lawless within our Longdan Pavilion. He not only acts with impunity and engages in nefarious deeds, but also regards the lives of others as mere trifles, trampling upon them at will. Today, he dares to gather a band of followers to intercept me and intends to end my life. My actions in extinguishing him are merely a manifestation of cosmic justice, a fulfillment of righteousness. Yet you, as the esteemed Vice Pavilion Master of Longdan Pavilion, not only fail to restrain and penalize your grandson for his misdeeds, but instead, you obsessively plot to exact revenge upon me. Do you not fear the ironclad regulations and punishments of Longdan Pavilion? Each word from Yifan's mouth rang with conviction, echoing with the hope of awakening a flicker of conscience and reason within the cloaked figure. However, the figure remained unmoved, declaring, "Rules? To me, only familial blood ties hold significance. Prepare to pay with your life." With that, he drew forth a treasure emanating a ghostly glow from his robes, causing the surrounding space to distort ever so slightly. Yifan felt a sudden weight in his heart, as if a 1,000-pound stone had been placed upon him. He understood well that he was about to face an exceptionally arduous and fierce battle, with little chance of an easy victory. Taking a deep breath, he let the coolness fill his lungs, then exhaled slowly to calm his racing heart. He began to channel all his spiritual energy, continuously gathering it into the palm of his hand. His gaze was firmly fixed on the mysterious figure shrouded in darkness, who held the glowing treasure. The artifact appeared exceedingly strange, its radiance causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. Confronted with such a formidable and enigmatic opponent, an immense pressure surged within Yifan. Yet his eyes, bright like stars, remained unwavering. He understood that retreating at this moment would lead only to certain death. Conversely, if he fought valiantly, a slim chance of survival might yet remain. Vice Pavilion Master Jia, since you remain unrepentant and obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. With this furious declaration, Yifan launched his attack without hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, he drew the long sword from his back and unleashed his most adept skill. Lightning sword technique. In an instant, the sword light blazed brightly, like a resplendent rainbow slicing through the heavens, charging directly towards the cloaked figure with the force of a thunderclap. Seeing Yifan's fierce assault, the cloaked figure's heart quaked, and he dared not underestimate him any further. He swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, and a beam of light shot forth from his hands, merging seamlessly with the treasure. Under the figure's command, the artifact erupted in blinding brilliance, hurtling towards Yifan's advancing sword. The clash of their weapons resounded through the air, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The sound, akin to a thunderous storm, was deafening, causing the very space around them to tremble. The immense shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, sweeping across the surroundings like a surging tide. Buildings nearby began to shudder violently under the force, cracks appearing in the walls, while roof tiles tumbled down like rain, as if the structures were utterly defenseless against such terrifying power. Nonetheless, Yifan did not allow himself to be disheartened by the failure of his initial strike. His form flickered, agile and elusive, circling the cloaked figure with remarkable speed. Each step he took was light and swift, accompanied by whispers of wind, making it difficult for anyone to predict his movements. Simultaneously, Yifan's eyes remained fixed on the cloaked figure, keenly observing for any hint of a flaw. His long sword danced like the wind, casting numerous shadows, relentlessly launching wave after wave of assaults upon the figure. Yet, the cloaked figure remained remarkably composed, responding to each of Yifan's attacks with unwavering focus. Utilizing his formidable spiritual energy and the might of the treasure, he effortlessly neutralized Yifan's onslaughts. Thus, the two combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, and in the blink of an eye, several rounds had passed. Although both exerted their utmost efforts, neither could claim a definitive advantage. However, Yifan was acutely aware that if this stalemate continued, the longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would become for him. After all, the cloaked figure's strength was unfathomable, augmented by the artifact. In the long run, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Yifan, and he conceived a clever stratagem. He suddenly slowed his rate of attack, deliberately revealing a slight flaw in the transition of his techniques. Though minor, this gap was a potentially fatal oversight to an experienced master. The cloaked figure, not missing this opportunity, felt a flicker of excitement, believing he had finally found Yi Fan's weakness. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into the treasure with all his might, then swung his arm, transforming the artifact into a streak of light that surged towards Yi Fan with the force of a tidal wave. In that critical moment, just as the formidable artifact, wrapped in a fierce gale, was about to strike Yi Fan with devastating force, he flickered out of sight, executing his unique skill, Phantom Steps, in an instant. His body became ethereal, akin to a wisp of smoke, effortlessly evading the lethal blow, at the same time. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, locking onto the fleeting opportunity for counterattack. He swiftly summoned all of his spiritual energy, gathering it into a pinpoint-sized sphere, as if a myriad of rivers converged into the sea. With resolute determination, he thrust his long sword forward. Upon this action, the highly concentrated sphere of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a dazzling beam of light that surged towards the cloaked figure's chest with overwhelming momentum. The cloaked figure, despite his exceptional skills, was unable to evade such a swift and precise onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the beam struck true, impacting his chest with tremendous force. The cloaked figure's body was sent reeling, akin to a kite severed from its string. As he flew backwards in midair, blood spewed from his mouth, painting the sky with droplets of crimson. A striking sight, he crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His chest was a bloody mess, the life force pouring from him, staining the earth beneath. The once mighty artifact slipped from his grasp, falling with a clatter to the ground nearby, its luminous glow fading into dimness. Yi Fan's expression was as cold as ice as he approached the dying cloaked figure step by step. Upon nearing, he looked down upon the gasping figure, his countenance devoid of compassion. He coldly inquired, "Vice Pavilion Master Jia, at this point, do you have any final words?" Despite his grievous injuries and the precipice of death, the cloaked figure's eyes burned with unquenchable fury and deep-seated resentment. Gathering his last breath, he managed to rasp out, "You should not be too pleased, Jia family. We'll never let you go," however, before he could finish, blood gushed forth once more, and his head drooped, succumbing to silence as Yi Fan gazed upon the lifeless form of the Vice Pavilion Master Jia. A sense of relief did not wash over him. He understood that the enmity with the Jia family had likely just begun. With a grave expression, Yi Fan summoned a surge of spiritual energy to properly conceal the Vice Pavilion Master's remains. Subsequently, he and Wu Qian embarked on their journey towards the capital of the Great Xia Empire. As they traveled, the scenery transformed, yet concealed undercurrents simmered. Upon reaching a bustling town, they found the streets teeming with life and uproar. Suddenly, Wu Qian's gaze fixed upon a familiar sight, his heart racing with joy. His parents stood by the roadside. Scanning the crowd, he dashed towards them, embracing them tightly as tears of joy streamed down his face. At that moment, his friends Xiao Li and Xiao Lin emerged from a nearby shop, and their reunion was filled with warmth and excitement. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, a slight commotion arose not far off. Yi Fan's instincts kicked in. He noticed several distinguished but somewhat disheveled figures striding towards them. As they drew closer, Yi Fan recognized them to be the renowned Dan masters who had escaped from the northern city prison. The unparalleled alchemist, upon seeing Yi Fan, offered a slight bow, his eyes reflecting gratitude and determination. "Brother Yi, Brother Wu, I trust you are well. It was thanks to Brother Wu's assistance while we were imprisoned that I managed to escape. Now, having heard of a momentous event unfolding in the capital, one that seems intricately linked to the greater affairs of this world, we wish to investigate further, perhaps to play a modest role in it." Yi Fan nodded slightly. "If that is the case, then let us journey together, for it is wise to look out for one another." Thus, the group prepared their belongings, each harboring their own thoughts and aspirations, and set forth towards the capital in a grand procession. Along the way, they exchanged tales of their experiences and observations, expressing both nostalgia and amazement, filled with anticipation for their upcoming visit to the capital, yet subtly tinged with concern, for none could predict the opportunities and perils that lay hidden within the layers of mist surrounding the capital, awaiting their unraveling. As Yi Fan and Wu Qian stepped onto the soil of the capital, They were immediately enveloped by its clamor and splendor. His gaze remained composed, swiftly arranging suitable accommodations for the group before darting away like a specter towards the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed. As if the very air had solidified, the tranquil atmosphere heavy enough to stifle one's breath. Yi Fan stood at the center of the hall, facing the imposing figure of Long Tian, the master of the pavilion, who sat upright in his seat. With utmost respect, Yi Fan performed a deep bow before rising, his voice low yet imbued with an unshakable resolve. Master, I have personally executed Deputy Master Jia and his grandson, Jia Run. These two have long perpetrated heinous acts, oppressing the virtuous, and their crimes are utterly intolerable. As a champion of justice, I cannot allow them to continue their rampage. Long Tian sat in silence, a complex expression flashing across his profound gaze, surprise, doubt, and a hint of barely perceptible concern. Yet, he did not immediately respond, instead furrowing his brow and succumbing to a lengthy silence. After a considerable pause, Long Tian finally spoke, his tone unusually solemn. Yi Fan, while your actions have indeed vented your grievances, you must understand that this is the heart of the capital, where even the slightest disturbance can provoke a tempest. The Jia family holds considerable influence within the court, and they will not let this matter rest easily. They will surely seek retribution. However, he paused, fixing his gaze intently on Yi Fan, then continued, since the deed is done and you have committed no wrong, the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion shall not stand idly by. We will face whatever crises may arise together. Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that from this moment onward, his fate was inextricably linked to that of the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion. He clenched his fists. Master, I fear nothing, as long as it is a matter of justice. I, Yi Fan, will forge ahead, even if it means standing against the world at that moment, in the seemingly tranquil yet treacherous shadows of the capital. Countless eyes gleamed with greed and ambition. Various factions, like beasts long dormant, could no longer restrain their restless urges and began to stir. A colossal and intricate storm, unprecedented in scale and fraught with peril, was brewing, centered around Yi Fan and the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion, poised to sweep through the entire capital like a tempest. In this flourishing capital of the Great Xia Empire, the surface remained bustling and vibrant. Yet beneath the lively facade lurked turbulent undercurrents. The Crown Prince, Xia Feng, was startled to hear that his envoy sent to the northern city had met a gruesome demise, while at the same time, the influential Deputy Master Jia of the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion and his grandson had inexplicably vanished without a trace. This series of unforeseen events incited the Emperor's wrath, and in his fury, a decree was issued, commanding officials to thoroughly investigate the matter and punish the perpetrator. Despite Yi Fan's clever concealment of his true identity through an extraordinary mask and his meticulous caution throughout his actions, he ultimately could not evade the keen senses of the shrewd nobles of the capital. The prior incident involving Long Li's injury at the hands of the Crown Prince had already stirred the city, and coupled with the ambiguous relationship between Yi Fan and the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion, he naturally became the focal point of many suspicions. These nobles commenced clandestine investigations, seeking to unveil the mystery surrounding Yi Fan and the potential truths hidden beneath the surface. In a flash, the prominent families and sects of the capital observed from the shadows, each with their own agendas. Some sought to exploit the situation to topple the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion and secure a foothold in the game of power, while others were intrigued by the identity of Yi Fan, daring to stir the waters beneath the Emperor's very feet. Yi Fan was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his situation. Yet he remained undaunted. He traversed the streets and alleys of the capital, seeking to uncover the Crown Prince's influence, intent on delivering a blow to Xia Feng's power. Each step felt like walking on thin ice, each appearance a potential life-or-death trial. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion, Master Long Tian was diligently strategizing, simultaneously addressing external pressures to safeguard the pavilion's reputation and safety while covertly supporting Yi Fan's endeavors. He understood that if this matter was mishandled, both the pavilion and the entire capital could plunge into irretrievable ruin. In the ever-shifting landscape of the capital, Yi Fan and Long Tian resembled a solitary vessel navigating through a storm. The situation in the capital mirrored a tumultuous sea, with undercurrents swirling and dangers lurking. Facing immense challenges, Yifan and Long Tian had to commit to a decisive battle, risking everything to seek a glimmer of hope amidst the turbulent waves. They knew that only by pressing forward, undeterred by hardship, could they survive in this volatile capital. Chapter 62. Increasingly cautious within the ornate and splendid hall of the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the space, so heavy that it felt as though the very air might condense into droplets. This grand edifice bore witness to the passage of countless years, yet its dignity was now shrouded in a tense and oppressive emotion. Master Long Tian sat upon a throne symbolizing ultimate authority, his austere visage reminiscent of ancient ice, sending chills through those who beheld him. Nevertheless, even this icy exterior could not fully conceal the glimmers of appreciation for Yifan that flickered in his depths. After a period of deep contemplation, Long Tian slowly waved his broad sleeves, making a momentous decision: to permit Yifan to depart in pursuit of his own path of cultivation, in hopes that this journey would elevate his abilities. The master's gaze softened, akin to the warm sunlight of spring cascading upon Yifan. This young man, in Long Tian's eyes, was not only the ideal candidate for his granddaughter, but also the key figure carrying the future hopes of the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion. Long Tian gazed at Yifan, his heart swelling with immense pride and earnest expectation. He leaned slightly forward and spoke in a steady, resonant tone. "Yifan, your talent is indeed unparalleled, without a doubt. However, at this moment, even if you remain within the pavilion, it may not significantly aid in rescuing Li Air. The Great Xia Empire is like a ferocious beast, its vast power beyond our current capability to confront directly. However, you need not worry excessively. The Dragon Alchemy Pavilion has endured through generations, accumulating profound heritage and lofty prestige. While the Crown Prince harbors grand ambitions and seeks to easily unsettle our pavilion, such an endeavor will not be simple. Therefore, depart with confidence, wholeheartedly dedicating yourself to arduous training. Only when your cultivation has reached its zenith will you possess the strength to awaken the slumbering Li Air and ensure the safety and stability of our Dragon Alchemy Pavilion." Yifan stood rooted to the spot, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. He understood that every word spoken by Long Tian rang true, in this vibrant and perilous capital of the Great Xia. He felt like a mere grain of sand lost in a boundless ocean, insignificant and impotent. Faced with formidable enemies of great power, he found himself utterly without recourse. With this thought, Yifan sighed softly, then slowly raised his hands, clasping them respectfully in front of Long Tian. In a tone that was both firm and sincere, he declared, "Master, you speak wisely. Yifan will exert every effort, leaving no room for negligence, and will not betray your earnest expectations. Once my cultivation reaches a sufficient level and I possess the necessary strength, I shall return to awaken Li Air from her slumber and safeguard our Dragon Alchemy Pavilion." Having spoken these words, Yifan resolutely turned away, his steps light and swift, vanishing like a fleeting shadow as he departed the Dragon Alchemy Pavilion. He traversed the streets of the capital, first visiting the residences of his comrades, Wu Qian and Wu Shuang, who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Upon their reunion, although his dear friend's eyes reflected reluctance and concern, they were predominantly filled with trust and encouragement. They were acutely aware that Yifan was embarking on a journey laden with heavy responsibilities. Though words were scarce, an unspoken strength was exchanged in the depths of their gazes. After bidding farewell, Yifan slowly turned around, his profound and resolute gaze burning like a fierce flame, fixated on the distant direction of the Wanshou mountain range. There, the majestic peaks rose in layers, shrouded in swirling mists, resembling an enigmatic paradise. Yet for Yifan, it represented a realm fraught with endless unknowns and formidable challenges. Deep within his heart, however, a fervent flame ignited, a radiant beacon of his unwavering desire to grow stronger and conquer all adversities. With a gentle adjustment of his slightly disheveled attire, Yifan inhaled deeply, then summoned the immense energy within him. Propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, he traversed the void with astonishing swiftness. As light as a swallow, covering great distances in the blink of an eye, accompanied by the powerful currents generated by his rapid advance, the surrounding flora rustled, as if bidding farewell to this brave and undaunted youth. As Yifan raced onward, the rushing wind roared past his ears, resembling a stirring battle hymn that urged him ever forward. To this moment, his emotions were a complex tapestry, on one hand, the impending unknown trials stirred a hint of anxiety within him. On the other, thoughts of the beautiful, gentle-hearted woman, Long Li, flooded him with warmth and sweetness. Additionally, the deep-seated blood feud that lay buried in his heart remained ever present, the thirst for vengeance gnawing at his soul like a ferocious beast, compelling him to hasten his pace. Upon entering the Wan Shou mountain range, an overwhelming aura of primal wildness enveloped him, crashing over him like tumultuous waves. Raising his gaze, he beheld towering ancient trees that pierced the clouds, their lush branches intertwining to form an immense green canopy, obscuring the sky save for the occasional golden rays that trickled through, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The air was alive with a cacophony of sounds, the low, resonant roars of wild beasts, the melodious chirps of insects, and the sweet trills of birds, melding together to compose a grand symphony unique to this mysterious mountain range. Yet for Yi Fan, this symphony served more as a foreboding warning, reminding him of the myriad dangers lurking within. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Yi Fan moved cautiously forward, his eyes wide and alert as he scanned every corner, refusing to let his guard down. Suddenly, without warning, a fiery figure leapt from the nearby underbrush. Upon closer inspection, it was a fox, its fur a brilliant shade of flame. Its tail arched high, resembling a blazing inferno, tracing beautiful arcs in the air as it sprinted away. The fox moved with extraordinary agility, vanishing into the depths of the distant woods in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. He understood that this fox was no ordinary creature, but rather the legendary spirit fox of the Wan Shou mountain range. Despite its seemingly harmless and charming appearance, it possessed immense intelligence and was adept at ensnaring the minds of others with cunning tricks. Realizing this, Yi Fan tightened his grip on his weapon, growing increasingly vigilant. As he ventured deeper into the inner regions, Yi Fan encountered a pack of gale wolves. They were lithe and menacing, encircling him in a fan formation under the leadership of their alpha. Yi Fan swiftly drew his sword, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, ready to face the impending battle. The gale wolves emitted low growls, charging at him with the speed of black lightning. In an instant, the winds howled and dust swirled, creating a scene that was both breathtaking and terrifying. Yi Fan, refusing to show any signs of hesitation, moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the pack like a wraith. His sword danced in a flurry of strikes, creating a dazzling barrier of light that enveloped him in protection. However, the gale wolves were cunning and ferocious, coordinating their attacks from all angles. Their razor-sharp claws grazed Yi Fan's body, leaving behind ghastly gashes. Yet, immersed in the throes of battle, he felt no pain, his mind solely focused on one unwavering conviction: survive and grow stronger. As time slipped away, the intensity of the life-and-death struggle escalated. Yi Fan's garments were soaked in blood, sweat trickled down his forehead, yet his sword continued to move with unyielding grace, never faltering. Finally, after a grueling contest, he successfully repelled the vicious gale wolves. Breathless and exhausted, his body marred with wounds, Yi Fan gritted his teeth against the pain and fatigue, desperately searching for a temporary refuge. Fortune favored him, for he eventually discovered a concealed cave. Upon entering, he took a moment to catch his breath before tending to his injuries. Once the wounds were addressed, Yi Fan sat down slowly, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. As he practiced, his mind gradually calmed, and the gentle visage of Long Li floated into his thoughts. Recalling her affectionate gaze and encouraging words filled him with renewed strength, solidifying his resolve to enhance his cultivation. Days turned into weeks as Yi Fan persevered within the treacherous Wan Shou mountain range, gradually acclimating to the harsh environment. Each harrowing encounter with formidable beasts opened a door to higher realms. He remained fully engaged with each adversary, keenly observing their attack patterns and weaknesses, cleverly gleaning invaluable combat experience. While Yi Fan fought valiantly in the Wan Shou mountain range, Long Tianbak at Long Dan Pavilion kept a vigilant watch over his every move. He understood all too well that Yi Fan's trials would be fraught with thorns and challenges. Yet, it was precisely through such tribulations that Yi Fan could emerge as a formidable force capable of safeguarding those and that which they held dear in this tumultuous and chaotic era. Yi Fan's life within the Wan Shou mountain range was a tumultuous journey filled with unexpected challenges and hardships, On one occasion, he encountered a massive, fearsome python. The creature opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, lunging menacingly at Yi Fan. Undeterred by such a formidable foe, Yi Fan evaded the python's relentless strikes with agility, seizing the opportunity to strike back. After an arduous battle, he found the creature's vulnerability and ultimately defeated it. On another occasion, he faced a cunning fox demon adept at shape-shifting and employing various tricks to confound him. Yet, through his keen insight and quick wit, Yi Fan unraveled the fox demon's schemes. Emerging victorious, however, the gravest danger arose during an encounter with the colossal mountain monkey. While exploring the mountains, Yi Fan was blindsided by the creature's sudden attack. The mountain monkey was immensely powerful and quick as lightning, and Yi Fan was caught off guard, sustaining serious injuries. Despite the blood streaming from his wound and the searing pain threatening his life, Yi Fan harbored no thoughts of surrender. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he summoned his learned techniques to engage the mountain monkey in a desperate struggle. Perhaps it was divine favor, or perhaps it was Yi Fan's indomitable spirit that swayed the heavens. At a critical moment, he unleashed an astonishing surge of power, ultimately driving the mountain monkey away and narrowly escaping death. Though he faced countless setbacks and tribulations along the way, none could break Yi Fan's spirit. Instead, each challenge ignited the fierce determination that lay dormant within him. He understood deeply that to survive in a world fraught with peril and the law of the jungle, he must constantly transcend his limits and surpass himself. In those fleeting years, Yi Fan traversed the arduous path of cultivation, dedicating each day to deepening his understanding. Gradually, he began to comprehend and master the intricate flow of spiritual energy within him. This mysterious and potent force flowed joyously through his meridians, obedient to his will. Yi Fan recognized that mere theory would not forge a true warrior, and without hesitation, he applied his knowledge to combat. As time passed, his swordsmanship became increasingly refined and fluid, each strike and movement flowing as effortlessly as water, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. Like a flash of lightning cleaving the darkness, his presence resonated with awe. When night descended, blanketing the world in silence, Yi Fan would quietly slip away from prying eyes, seeking a tranquil sanctuary. Whether it be a serene valley, a peaceful lakeside, or a lofty mountaintop, he would find solace in solitude. There, beneath the luminous, silvery moonlight, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. His figure appeared ethereal, the flickering shadows of his sword dancing in harmony with the moon, as if he had become one with the vast expanse of the universe. Indistinguishable from it, the cool moonlight cascaded upon him, imbuing the scene with an aura of transcendent elegance. Meanwhile, within the distant Longdan Pavilion, the pavilion master, Long Tian, meticulously observed Yi Fan's gradual growth. With each stride forward that Yi Fan made, Long Tian felt a blend of gratification and anticipation in his heart. He understood that every small advancement brought Yi Fan closer to the grand aspiration he harbored. However, as one who had traversed this path before, Long Tian was acutely aware that the challenges awaiting Yi Fan would only grow increasingly arduous. The road to the pinnacle was strewn with thorns, fraught with countless uncertainties and perilous dangers. Yet, despite this, Long Tian steadfastly believed that as long as Yi Fan remained true to his original intent and persevered with unwavering determination, there would come a day when this young figure would stand tall at the zenith of the world. Becoming an unparalleled powerhouse admired by all. At that time, he would wield unmatched strength to safeguard all that they cherished, ensuring the light of justice forever illuminated the earth. Chapter 64. Perseverance in the vast and unending expanse of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Yi Fan trudged along alone, beset by thorns at every turn, yet nothing could deter his resolute steps. Armed with a sharp sword, he fearlessly confronted the ferocious and brutal beasts, engaging in heart-stopping, life-and-death battles. Each swing of his sword carried the force of thunder. Each nimble evasion showcased his extraordinary reflexes and physical coordination. These experiences in combat served as the finest honing stone for Yi Fan, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights, while his practical experience surged upward like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Observing his unique and elusive footwork, he moved with a lightness and agility akin to a ghostly specter weaving through the dense woods. Simultaneously, his lightning-fast and razor-sharp sword techniques complemented his elusive steps perfectly. At this moment, Yi Fan had mastered this set of sword techniques to an extraordinary degree, achieving an unparalleled level of proficiency. His figure danced like the wind, elusive and unpredictable, as the long sword transformed into flickering beams of cold light, mesmerizing all who beheld it. Each thrust of his sword was accompanied by a sharp, piercing whistle, cleaving through the air as if it could easily rend the very fabric of space itself. Moreover, the technique of condensing qi into a tripod had become increasingly versatile for Yi Fan. In the past, he could only form the tripod of true energy in specific positions to defend against enemy attacks, but after prolonged and diligent training, as well as countless battles, he could now control the true energy tripod to materialize around him at will. These tripods acted as fiercely loyal guardians, ever vigilant and prepared to shield Yi Fan from the torrent of fierce assaults coming from all directions. After enduring numerous harrowing battles and tirelessly practicing day and night, Yi Fan finally succeeded in elevating his cultivation to the 8th level of foundation establishment. This should have been a cause for celebration, yet a faint shadow of unease lingered in his heart. Refusing to dissipate, he understood deeply that despite his progress in cultivation, the strength of his body had reached a bottleneck, akin to a box filled with priceless treasures. Although the contents were invaluable, the exterior was alarmingly fragile. As his cultivation advanced, Yi Fan increasingly felt the overwhelming pressure that surged through him when attempting to transform his internal spiritual energy into even more powerful true energy, nearly shattering his body. This situation left Yi Fan in a state of anxiety. If he could not find a solution promptly, his future path of cultivation would undoubtedly become fraught with difficulties. Thus, Yi Fan began to ponder various strategies, tirelessly scouring the inner regions of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in search of potential spiritual herbs, hoping to glean insights for alchemy that would lead to the discovery of useful elixirs. However, each hopeful expedition resulted in yet another disappointment. Nevertheless, Yi Fan refused to succumb to despair. He remained steadfast in his belief that with perseverance, he would eventually uncover the key to breaking through his current predicament. Heaven does not forsake those who are earnest in their pursuits. After a long and arduous search, Yi Fan finally stumbled upon a mysterious waterfall deep within a secluded valley rarely trodden by human feet. From a distance, the waterfall resembled a colossal silver dragon cascading down from the heavens, roaring with thunderous might as it plunged into a bottomless pool below. The water crashed violently against the jagged rocks, creating countless crystalline droplets that danced like mist, ephemeral and dreamlike. The immense force of the water generated a deafening roar that echoed through the valley, as if the very earth trembled in response. Yi Fan stood quietly beneath the waterfall, the torrent crashing down like a wild stallion, striking heavily upon his seemingly fragile form. Each droplet felt like a hammer, delivering tremendous force that mercilessly pounded against his skin, muscles, and bones. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he endured the searing pain without a single sound escaping his lips. His legs seemed to root deeply into the ground, bracing against the overwhelming impact. The water relentlessly battered him, enveloping him in a cascade of droplets, rendering him a sculpture shrouded in a curtain of water. Day after day, Yi Fan steadfastly remained there, subjected to the unrelenting baptism of the waterfall. His once fair skin gradually darkened and roughened, covered in bruises and scars, yet he never entertained the thought of retreat, for he understood that to stand out on this perilous path of cultivation, one must possess an incredibly resilient physique. However, despite the sweat and effort he poured in, the enhancement of his physical strength progressed at a painfully slow pace. Whenever confronted by formidable magical beasts, he not only exhibits no fear but instead perceives them as exceptional opportunities to enhance his own prowess. He skillfully employs strategies to manipulate the surrounding natural energies, guiding them in accordance with the unique techniques recorded in the heaven-devouring art, allowing the lightning sword technique to circulate endlessly within his body. Consequently, the already formidable lightning sword technique is further augmented, while the accompanying elusive footwork becomes increasingly unpredictable and elusive. Each fierce battle is akin to a life-and-death examination for Yi Fan. However, it is precisely through these exhilarating trials that he continuously surpasses his own limits, gradually evolving from naivety to maturity. Hard work pays off. After years of relentless effort, Yi Fan finally experiences an exhilarating breakthrough. he is astonished to discover a significant enhancement in his physical strength. He can now effortlessly contain a greater volume of robust true energy transformed from natural essence, undoubtedly laying a solid foundation for his future ascent to greater heights. Determined to fully master this mysterious and powerful technique, Yifan resolutely chooses to enter the secluded depths of a cave, embarking on a journey of isolated cultivation. Time flows swiftly like a fleeting shadow, and mere days vanish in an instant. When Yifan finally concludes this prolonged period of seclusion and steps out of the cave once more, a tremendous and overwhelming aura erupts from his entire being. The extraordinary charisma he possessed has now transformed, radiating an intimidating pressure that is truly heart-stopping. Through this arduous and exceptional training, Yifan successfully breaks through the long-standing bottleneck of the 8th stage of foundation building, stepping into the brand new realm of the 9th stage. At this moment, the true energy within him surges like a mighty river, its intensity having multiplied beyond measure. His physique has become as solid as rock and as resilient as steel, far surpassing his former strength and endurance. Yifan strides forward on this extensive cultivation path with unstoppable momentum. However, as his cultivation level continues to rise, he comes to a profound realization. To travel further along this path and soar higher, merely increasing his true energy is no longer sufficient. Enhancing his physical strength has become a critical element. Unfortunately, the precious spirit crystals that once helped him establish a solid foundation have vanished without a trace since that fortuitous encounter, as if they had evaporated from existence. Meanwhile, those once revered body-refining pills, muscle-strengthening pills, and bone-refining pills, which had proven invaluable in his earlier stages, have gradually lost their efficacy as Yifan's strength has increased. Providing little assistance in his current advancement, faced with such adversity, Yifan does not yield to despair. Instead, he silently vows to discover new methods and pathways to further refine his physical form. In that serene and profound cave, Yifan sits quietly upon a cold rock, his eyes closed and brow furrowed, immersed in deep contemplation and meditation. He has been pondering here for quite some time, desperately seeking a new way to strengthen his physical body, yet each attempt ends in failure, akin to a headless fly flitting about without direction, unable to break through the impenetrable barrier. Day after day, Yifan's thoughts seem increasingly shrouded in a dense fog, leaving him feeling more lost and helpless, unable to find a single gap or exit to escape. However, just when hope seemed lost, one day, while he was fully engrossed in the cultivation of condensing energy into a cauldron, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly illuminated his mind, piercing through the dark and chaotic realm of thought. Yifan abruptly awakens from his stupor, his heart racing and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He takes a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions before closing his eyes again, concentrating all his energy to awaken the mysterious entity that has long slumbered in the depths of his mind, the spirit of the heaven-devouring cauldron, known as Shi Air. Reflecting on his arduous cultivation journey, Yifan can't help but chastise himself internally. Since embarking on this thorny and challenging path, he nearly forgot about this vital and unique companion. It is essential to remember that he cannot possibly be the first practitioner of the heaven-devouring art. Those pioneering predecessors who came before him, how did they cleverly utilize the heaven-devouring cauldron to successfully overcome the same physical strength bottleneck he faces now? With this thought, a powerful desire and anticipation ignites within Yifan's heart. He sincerely hopes that Shi Air can serve as a bright beacon, illuminating his path forward and assisting him in unraveling this long-standing conundrum. Chapter 66. Swift Attack. Yifan slowly closes his eyes, focusing his mind, allowing his consciousness to gently descend like a feather into the boundless sea of awareness. He silently whispers Shi Air's name in his heart, as if it were the key to unlocking a mysterious door. Time passes slowly, the surroundings enveloped in tranquility, with only the sound of Yifan's breath and heartbeat intertwining. After an unknown duration, suddenly, a faint glimmer of light flickers in the sea of awareness, resembling a shooting star traversing the night sky. Soon after, a playful yet slightly languorous voice wafts through the air. "Oh my, you finally remembered this girl." Yifan's heart leaps with joy at the sound, and he promptly replies, "Shi Air, I have encountered a dilemma. I hope you can help me find clarity." He proceeds to recount his current predicament in detail. After listening to Yifan's account, Ling Er remains silent for a moment before bursting into a melodious and delightful laughter. Haha, is this little matter truly worth your distress? Those predecessors, when they reached your current realm, sought after a rare treasure known as the Spirit Marrow Crystal. Coincidentally, the Spirit Crystal you previously discovered is precisely the Spirit Marrow Crystal. This crystal contains the purest essence of heaven and earth, as well as unparalleled vitality. If you can integrate it into your body, not only can it reshape your meridians to make them incredibly resilient, but it will also greatly enhance your physical form, far surpassing any pills you have previously used. However, at this point, Ling Er deliberately pauses. Yi Fan's heart leaps to his throat, eagerly inquiring. However, what? Ling Er chuckles lightly. However, the Spirit Marrow Crystal is exceedingly rare, often hidden deep within perilous places or guarded by terrifying magical beasts. But do not lose heart. As long as you can find Spirit Marrow flowers, you can also concoct Spirit Marrow pills to aid your cultivation. Although the efficacy of Spirit Marrow pills does not match that of Spirit Marrow crystals, they are sufficient for your current training. Moreover, compared to Spirit Marrow crystals, Spirit Marrow flowers are relatively easier to find. Yi Fan furrows his brows slightly, a resolute glimmer shining in his deep-set eyes, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. He clenches his fist tightly and declares, "What of the perilous places? To achieve my breakthrough, even if the path ahead leads to a den of dragons and tigers, I, Yi Fan, shall charge forth with unwavering courage." Standing beside him, Ling Er cannot help but display a hint of admiration. Nodding with a smile, "Indeed, your tenacity is commendable. However, you must understand that these perilous lands are fraught with danger. A moment's negligence could plunge you into an abyss of despair. Therefore, before you proceed, you must prepare thoroughly, not only enhancing your strength and adaptability to unforeseen circumstances, but also maintaining a calm and collected heart. Rest assured, when the critical moment arises, I will not hesitate to lend a helping hand." Encouraged by Ling Er's words, Yi Fan does not hesitate, turning to step into the dark depths of the cave. From this moment on, he resolves to cultivate in seclusion, striving to become even stronger. The cave is silent, save for the faint ripple of spiritual energy generated by Yi Fan's focused cultivation. He sits cross-legged, meticulously refining and honing his techniques, seeking to attain perfection. Simultaneously, he channels the spiritual energy from his body, gathering it like a gentle stream in his dantian, then slowly releasing it in an endless cycle. In addition to practicing his techniques, Yi Fan dedicates considerable time to meticulously studying the map of the Beast Mountain Range in his mind, using his past experiences to speculate on the various dangers he may encounter along the way. For each potential threat, he carefully devises strategies, leaving no detail overlooked. Time flies, and days pass in the blink of an eye. After this period of diligent training and careful preparation, Yi Fan finally feels ready to embark on the thorny and challenging path ahead. On that clear morning, sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Yi Fan takes a deep breath and strides confidently out of the cave. He raised his gaze towards the distant, enigmatic, perilous land, his eyes devoid of any fear, instead revealing a fervent desire and anticipation. Yi Fan's figure gradually vanished amidst the dense forest. He left behind a trail of clear footprints winding into the distance. Despite the uncertain future, fraught with countless unknown dangers and tribulations, Yi Fan's steps remained resolute and powerful, as if an unseen force was guiding him forward. Perhaps it was this indomitable spirit and unwavering belief that destined him to forge a glorious legendary chapter on this treacherous path. Yi Fan stood tall like a pine, his face as resolute as iron, and within the depths of his eyes shone a fearless light, as he bravely advanced into the heart of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Cutting through thorns and brambles in his mind, the inner sanctum might conceal invaluable spirit essence crystals and spirit essence flowers. If he could obtain them, his cultivation would surely ascend to new heights. As for the core of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, though he longed for it, he was acutely aware that he had no chance of entering at this moment. With his current level of cultivation, any rash intrusion would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Alone, he trudged through the inner sanctum, surrounded by an ancient forest so dense that sunlight scarcely penetrated. Within the forest, a mysterious mist wafted like a delicate veil, pervading every corner. The mist carried a slight chill, stealthily dampening Yifan's garments and shrouding his vision in a hazy curtain. Occasionally, the low growls of demonic beasts echoed through the air, resembling the rumble of distant thunder, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Each roar felt like a prelude to death, causing Yifan's nerves to tighten like a drawn bow, ever ready to confront any sudden peril. Yet, his steps showed no sign of retreat. Rather, they grew more steadfast, driven by the blazing desire for the spirit essence crystals and spirit essence flowers that fueled his relentless pursuit into the depths of the unknown. After an arduous search, Yifan finally arrived at the precipice of a deep valley. It seemed as though a spiritual vein lay hidden within, emanating intense and alluring waves of spiritual energy, yet within those waves lurked a faint aura of danger. As if an invisible behemoth lurked in the shadows, issuing a muffled warning. Yifan's expression turned grave as he approached the valley cautiously, taking deliberate steps. However, the moment he stepped into the valley, tranquility was shattered. A horde of fire spirit foxes surged forth from the depths of the valley like phantoms, launching a swift attack on Yifan. Surrounding them were flames that blazed fiercely, resembling flowing clouds of fire, their movements extraordinarily agile as they leaped across the rugged terrain of the valley with ease. They opened their sharp jaws, spewing forth torrents of flames, those flames of vivid crimson. Their tips sharp as arrows, howling through the air towards Yifan. A chill ran down Yifan's spine, and he dared not delay for an instant. He immediately focused his mind and swiftly cast his spells. With rapid hand gestures and incantations, he erected a shield before him, emanating a ghostly blue light. This shield rippled like water, deflecting the oncoming flames and scattering sparks in all directions. Simultaneously, Yifan drew his sword, its blade glinting with a cold sheen in the dim light of the valley. He wielded the sword, and in an instant, dazzling sword shadows danced as he engaged in a fierce duel with the fire spirit foxes. The foxes pressed their assault with unrelenting vigor, leaping and pouncing around Yifan, flames continuing to erupt, while Yifan parried and countered, at times bracing against the flames with his shield, at others forcing back the foxes with his sword. His feet moved swiftly across the valley, stirring up clouds of dust. After a fierce battle, he finally seized an opening amidst the foxes' relentless attacks, delivering a powerful strike that finally repelled them. However, this skirmish had drained much of his spiritual energy, leaving him slightly disoriented and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a brief moment of rest, Yifan resolutely pressed deeper into the valley. With each step, an ancient and secretive cave gradually came into view. Inside the cave flickered a strange and enchanting glow, a luminous blue interspersed with hints of gold, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky or the mysterious glimmer of treasures from the deep sea. Upon seeing this light, Yifan was overwhelmed with joy in his understanding. Such an extraordinary glow must be related to either the spirit essence crystals or the spirit essence flowers. Surely, the invaluable treasures lay hidden within this cave. Elated, he stepped into the cave, unconsciously quickening his pace. Little did he expect that his actions would awaken a long-slumbering stone-armored behemoth. In an instant, the colossal creature trembled slightly, then unleashed an enraged roar. The sound resonated like a thunderclap, causing stones from the cave walls to tumble and dust to swirl. The behemoth slowly raised its massive form, every muscle rippling with formidable power, and then surged toward Yifan like a tidal wave. Yifan instantly realized that the difficulty of the impending battle far exceeded his expectations. The behemoth's immense size and the overwhelming pressure it exuded made it clear to him the vast chasm between him and his foe. Yet, his gaze bore no hint of fear or retreat. Instead, it grew more resolute, like a sharpened blade, glinting with determination. He swiftly summoned all his spiritual energy, channeling it through his meridians, activating his entire being. In that moment, he unleashed a powerful technique from the heaven-devouring art. With a flourish of his hands, he conjured swirling black vortices of spiritual energy, dashing toward the stone-armored behemoth like lightning. In the ensuing chaos, his fists and feet clashed against the behemoth's formidable rocky armor, producing a cacophony of clashing metal, echoing through the valley like the sound of the heavens tearing asunder. Under the behemoth's tempestuous assault, Yifan found himself on the precipice of life and death, his survival hanging by a thread. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, unwilling to relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope. Yifan darted about, a ghostly figure weaving through the behemoth's attacks. Seizing the moment, he summoned the devouring cauldron, which expanded instantly, emanating a dark glow as it enveloped the behemoth. Sensing the threat, the behemoth's rocky scales bristled, forming a formidable armor as it shook fiercely, partially dissipating the cauldron's gravitational pull. Observing this, Yifan swiftly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations, as spiritual patterns flew from his palms and merged with the cauldron. The cauldron's radiance intensified, and its spirit, the devouring spirit, joined forces, unleashing a powerful suction that slowed the behemoth's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan advanced with his sword, gathering spiritual energy to execute a lightning-fast sword technique. Each strike carrying the force to split mountains and shatter stones, striking heavily against the behemoth's scales, sending sparks flying. After a protracted battle, Yifan finally discovered a chink in the behemoth's defenses. Pouring all his spiritual energy into a decisive thrust that pierced the creature's vital point. The behemoth let out a thunderous wail, its massive body gradually being absorbed by the gathering cauldron. Transforming into pure spiritual energy, breathing heavily, Yifan found within the depths of the cave guarded by the behemoth a spirit essence flower radiating a gentle glow. Eagerly, he began concocting the spirit essence pill. Absorbing its power as the essence and vitality surged into his body, his meridians felt as if they were being reshaped, his physical strength steadily increasing, advancing toward a higher realm of cultivation, nurtured by the power of the spirit essence pill. Yifan's body trembled slightly, every muscle and meridian undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. He could distinctly perceive the latent source of power within him gradually expanding and deepening, as if a gentle stream was converging into a surging river. As the process of physical enhancement progressed, Yifan's sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy sharpened. The once vague and elusive waves of energy now appeared as clear threads interwoven in the air. In the tranquil confines of the cultivation cave, Yifan's expression hardened, resolved to attempt the mysterious and formidable heaven-devouring art. He sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, and as the technique activated, a vortex of spiritual energy began to swirl around him. In a moment, spiritual essence surged toward him like a torrent, the speed of absorption exponentially greater than before. Furthermore, under the refinement of the heaven-devouring art, the energy became purer, with impurities being systematically eliminated. Akin to streams of refined spiritual springs flowing into his meridians, nourishing his body and dantian. Over the following days, Yifan immersed himself in cultivation, free from distractions. With each cycle of the heaven-devouring art, he felt an increasingly intimate connection with the celestial spiritual energy, the intricacies of the technique gradually clarifying within him. Finally, through relentless effort, Yifan successfully cultivated the heaven-devouring art to a minor completion stage. At this moment, with a mere gesture, he could sense the harmonious fusion of spiritual energy with his physical power, each complementing the other. Compared to his peers of the same rank, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Akin to a brilliant star rapidly rising along the path of cultivation, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance, Yifan slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling light emanating from them, piercing through the void before him. At this moment, not only had his physical strength reached unprecedented heights, but his overall prowess had also achieved a qualitative leap. His cultivation had attained a state of perfect foundation establishment, and he understood that this marked a significant breakthrough on his path to cultivation. The key to unlocking the doors to higher realms. However, Yifan was not content with this. He knew well that in this vast and boundless world of cultivation, countless unknown challenges and formidable opponents awaited him. Chapter 68. Immense comfort. After enduring countless hardships, Yifan finally elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. However, with the enhancement of his strength, he gradually realized that relying solely on the arduous training within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range had made it increasingly difficult to achieve significant breakthroughs. After much contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Yifan resolutely decided to return to Huashan sect in search of new opportunities and cultivation resources. Deep within Yifan's heart, besides his unwavering pursuit of the path of cultivation, lay a profound longing and concern for his family. Time had flown by like a fleeting shadow. It had been a considerable duration since he left home to embark on his journey of immortality. Whenever the night grew quiet, the kind faces of his parents and the innocent smile of his sister, Yi Qin, would inevitably surface in his mind, intensifying his yearning to return home. Thus, without hesitation, Yi Fan summoned his steed, the Fire Cloud Phoenix. A flash of fiery red light illuminated the air, and a magnificent phoenix, its plumage vibrant as flames, appeared before him. Yi Fan leapt gracefully onto the broad back of the Fire Cloud Phoenix. With a powerful flap of its wings, accompanied by a melodious cry, it soared into the eastern skies like a blazing comet. As they flew, Yi Fan traversed countless mountains and rivers at breakneck speed. When they reached the skies above Jiangxing, a sudden thought struck him, and images of Li Ming and his son, whom he had encountered there previously, flashed through his mind. Reflecting on the moment he had helped save Li Ming's father using the medical skills he learned from Huashan sect, it felt as if that event had transpired just yesterday. Yi Fan. It had been a trivial act of kindness, yet perhaps it was this fortuitous encounter and assistance that had irrevocably altered the tragic fate of the Li family. With this in mind, Yi Fan decided that since he was passing through, he ought to pay a visit to this father and son, to ascertain their current well-being. As for Long Tian, Yi Fan was already aware that he was currently at the Longdan Pavilion headquarters in the capital of the Daxia Empire, making it inconvenient for him to visit the Long family estate at this moment. However, Yi Fan understood that this bond would not fade with the passage of time or distance. He would certainly pay another visit when the opportunity arose. The Fire Cloud Phoenix unfurled its resplendent wings and, with a powerful thrust, ascended into the sky. Enveloped in a blaze of flames, it resembled a burning fireball, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Leaving a long trail of fiery red in its wake, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the heavens, before long, the Fire Cloud Phoenix had carried Yi Fan to the skies above Jiangxing. Gazing down from above, the city presented a scene of flourishing prosperity. The broad streets were bustling with traffic, as horse-drawn carriages and ox carts moved to and fro, the sounds of hoofbeats and rolling wheels intertwining to create a unique urban symphony. Pedestrians lined the roads, some hurrying along, while others strolled leisurely, engaged in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Guiding the Fire Cloud Phoenix, Yi Fan gradually lowered his altitude, ultimately landing steadily in a tranquil, secluded spot on the outskirts of the city. He gently patted the Fire Cloud Phoenix's head, signaling it to rest and conceal itself, then carefully stored it within his spirit beast pouch. After completing these tasks, Yi Fan set off toward Li Ming's residence. Along the way, Yi Fan observed the citizens of Jiangxing leading peaceful and content lives. Shops along the streets thrived, vendors enthusiastically calling out to attract customers. Children laughed and played, their cheerful giggles echoing in the air. Elderly folks basked in the sun at their doorsteps, leisurely chatting about daily life. This scene, brimming with the warmth of human existence, stirred a profound emotion within Yi Fan, prompting him to exclaim, "How remarkably beautiful and warm ordinary life in this world can be." Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fan had arrived at the entrance of Li Ming's courtyard. Though modest in size, the courtyard was impeccably maintained by its owner. The ground was spotless, devoid of any clutter. A few verdant plants thrived in the corners, stretching their leaves toward the sunlight, radiating vitality and lending the courtyard an air of natural elegance. Yi Fan approached with light, steady steps, extending his right hand to gently knock on the slightly weathered door. His movements soft and rhythmic, as if striving not to disturb those within. After a brief moment, a faint creak sounded, and the heavy door slowly opened a crack. A familiar figure emerged from the gap, Li Ming. Upon realizing that it was Yi Fan standing outside, he initially froze in surprise, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. Yet, in an instant, his previously calm countenance blossomed into a radiant smile of joy. Akin to spring breezes caressing a tranquil lake. "Yi Degu, what brings you here?" Li Ming's voice trembled slightly with excitement, infused with an unmistakable emotion akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Yi Fan smiled gently and stepped into the courtyard. His bright, star-like eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, soon spotting Li Ming's father seated by the table inside. That moment, Li father sat upright, his complexion rosy and his spirit robust. A stark contrast to his previously haggard state. "Yi Xiaoyu, what a rare guest." Upon seeing Yi Fan enter, Li father promptly rose and hurried over, his face alight with warmth and enthusiasm. The gathering soon became lively as everyone settled together. Li Ming appeared particularly animated, recounting various amusing occurrences in Jiangxing during the time that had passed, his gestures animated, prompting laughter from all. He also made sure to mention the significant changes in their family circumstances. His words brimming with deep gratitude toward Ye Fan. Ye Fan listened quietly, a smile gracing his lips as he attentively absorbed Li Ming's tales. He occasionally nodded in agreement or acknowledgement, signaling to Li Ming that he remained engaged with every word spoken. Observing the genuine joy and happiness radiating from the father and son before him, Ye Fan felt a warm surge in his heart. Reflecting on the moment he had unhesitatingly extended a helping hand to them, he felt profoundly gratified to have assisted such a kind and genuine family. Chapter 69. The realm of the mundane. As everyone sat within the house, laughter and cheerful conversation filled the air, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Just as the gathering reached its peak of merriment, Li Ming's previously bright demeanor suddenly shifted to seriousness. He paused his discourse momentarily, then cautiously reached into his bosom. His movements slow and solemn as he withdrew his hand. A faint, ethereal glow began to emerge. Once fully revealed, it became clear to all that it was a lustrous token in the dim light of the room. The token emanated a mysterious and captivating radiance, as if it contained boundless power and countless stories. Upon closer inspection, its surface was as smooth as a mirror, crafted from exquisite jade. Most strikingly, the two large characters etched upon its front, Fan Min, revealed a robust and ancient spirit. Compelling one to take notice, Li Ming reverently cradled the token in both hands. Stepping closer to Ye Fan, he slightly bowed, raising the token above his head with a grave expression, and sincerely stated, "Yi Degu, this is the organization that my siblings and I have gradually developed using the silver you left behind." Ye Fan was momentarily taken aback, his brow arching slightly, eyes revealing a subtle mix of surprise and curiosity. He gazed at the token, nodding thoughtfully, yet did not immediately reach out for it. Sensing Ye Fan's contemplation, Li Ming hurried to clarify, "Initially, we intended to wait for your return to discuss the name of the sect together. However, the growth of our Fan Min exceeded all expectations. After much deliberation, we ultimately decided to adopt the character Fan from your name as our sect's title. Moreover, everyone unanimously agreed that only you are qualified to assume the role of sect leader. My father and I are merely managing it temporarily. Ultimately, all of this is the legacy you have established." Upon hearing this news, Ye Fan fell into deep contemplation, his thoughts drifting back to the past. He recalled being a fledgling youth, filled with ambition. He remembered earnestly advising Li Ming to establish an organization dedicated to gathering intelligence, with the simple aim of amassing wealth to secure a foothold in this tumultuous world and to explore various tidings. However, what he never anticipated was that, after so many years of development, this initial concept, which he had casually mentioned, would evolve into such a formidable and remarkable force. Today, even the esteemed emperor of the Great Xia Empire and the highly revered crown prince find themselves troubled by this burgeoning power, highlighting the astonishing degree to which it has grown. Behind all these accomplishments lies the meticulous management and ingenious operations of Li Ming and his son. With exceptional wisdom and courageous decisiveness, they have gradually transformed a seemingly trivial remark made by Ye Fan into a tangible reality, continuously propelling its growth until it became a force capable of shaking the entire eastern region and beyond. Existing in the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, Li Ming and his son looked at Ye Fan with solemn expressions, beginning to detail the relevant information about the leaders across various regions. They meticulously conveyed everything from their physical characteristics to their personality traits, leaving no stone unturned. Subsequently, they discussed the unique signals and various secret symbols used by the Fan sect, explaining their meanings and usage rules. These signals were ingeniously designed, some hidden within seemingly mundane colloquial expressions, imperceptible without prior knowledge of their intricacies. Others were concealed within the layouts of specific buildings, requiring keen observational skills to uncover. Although the entire system of rules was complex, it was remarkably organized, with every detail carefully considered, showcasing the profound dedication and extraordinary intelligence of Li Ming and his son. Ye Fan listened quietly. Feeling a deep sense of gratitude, he understood that all of this had been meticulously prepared by Li Ming and his son as a way to repay the life-saving favor he had extended to them. This bond of friendship weighed heavily, making it impossible for him to refuse. Thus, when Li Ming and his son presented him with the confidential scroll containing the list of important personnel and the methods of contact. Yi Fan accepted it without hesitation, extending his hands to receive it steadily. He first examined the scroll closely, as if wishing to imprint every word deeply into his memory. Then, he carefully folded the scroll and placed it close to his chest, gently patting it to ensure its safety. After completing these actions, Yi Fan lifted his gaze, looking firmly at Li Ming and his son, nodding solemnly to indicate that he would not fail in his mission and would utilize this information effectively to accomplish his task. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the scroll that bore the weight of vital information regarding the lives and deaths of countless individuals, as well as the rise and fall of their sect. The scroll felt as heavy as a mountain, for it contained secrets that could impact many lives. Holding it in his hands, Yi Fan treated it as though it were an invaluable gem. His eyes riveted on the densely packed script, carefully studying it. Each line of text seemed to dance like musical notes, composing a mysterious yet tense symphony. After a while, he exhaled softly, appearing to have committed all the critical information to memory. Then, with gentle and cautious movements, he folded the scroll and placed it in what he deemed the most concealed and secure location. At this moment, Li Ming, standing beside him, had reddened eyes and a slightly trembling voice as he said, "Elder brother, this journey is long and fraught with danger. You must take great care. All of us in the Fan sect eagerly await your safe return, hoping you will lead us toward a brighter and more glorious tomorrow." Li Ming's words were imbued with deep reluctance, trust, and anticipation for Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard Li Ming's earnest admonition. His eyes, deep and resolute, seemed unwavering, as if no obstacle could impede his forward march. "Rest assured, my brothers. Once I have settled matters at home, I will return as swiftly as possible." With this declaration, Yi Fan resolutely turned and strode purposefully toward the door. As he reached the threshold, he suddenly halted, casting a lingering gaze back at the crowd behind him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, with a mighty surge of energy, Yi Fan launched himself forward, his body shooting out like an arrow released from its bow. His figure blurred as he soared through the air, covering dozens of zhang in an instant. Yi Fan raced eastward, his destination set on the remote corners of the eastern region, Mount Huashan. His speed was astonishing. The wind swirling at his feet, his garments billowing. Sunlight cascaded upon him, outlining his form in golden hues. As he pressed onward, his silhouette gradually diminished, yet he remained steadfast in his pursuit of the horizon. From afar, Yi Fan's figure shrank further until it became a mere insignificant. However, this small did not vanish. It continued to surge along its predetermined path, ultimately merging into the vast expanse of the world. Disappearing from sight. Chapter 70. The cozy courtyard. Yi Fan sped along like a tempest, seated atop the fiery phoenix, soaring through layers of clouds and mist. His heart had already flown to the Mount Huashan that he longed for. The yearning for Huashan sect burning within him like an unquenchable flame. Meanwhile, his concern for his family surged like a tumultuous tide, constantly rolling and stirring within his heart. He understood deeply that this return held profound significance. It was not merely to achieve breakthroughs in his cultivation journey, but more importantly, he sought to make amends for the neglect of his family while pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. This guilt weighed heavily upon him, like a massive boulder, nearly suffocating him. After several days of relentless travel, Yi Fan finally set foot on the sacred grounds of Mount Huashan. Upon seeing the familiar landscape, his eyes instantly welled with tears. Memories flooded back like a burst dam, recalling the carefree days of his childhood spent playing on this vast land, as if those moments had just occurred yesterday. Unable to contain himself, Yi Fan quickened his pace, his feet flying as he raced toward Mount Huashan. Along the way, he was captivated by the surrounding beauty. Mount Huashan loomed majestically, piercing the heavens, shrouded in mist. Like a dreamscape, a veritable paradise, Yi Fan climbed fervently along the winding mountain paths, each step imbued with strength and determination. The flora and fauna of the mountain seemed to recognize their long-lost friend, gently swaying as if to extend a warm welcome to Yi Fan upon his return home. Before long, Yi Fan arrived at the entrance of Huashan sect. Gazing at the solemn and majestic architecture before him, he was overcome with emotion. Though weathered by time and trials, it stood resilient, now bearing the marks of age that told tales of countless disciples who had diligently practiced and thrived within its walls. And it held within it an abundance of Yi Fan's cherished memories and feelings. Yi Fan approached the gate at a measured pace, retrieving a crystal-clear Huashan sect disciple token from his pocket and presenting it to the two gatekeeping disciples. Initially, the two disciples stood idly, but upon noticing the token in Yi Fan's hand, they were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. However, only moments later, expressions of joy spread across their faces. One disciple hastily bowing in respect, his voice brimming with honor and excitement. "Brother Yi Fan, you have returned." Yi Fan's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded in acknowledgement. Standing tall like a pine, he strode confidently into the sect. Inside the sect, numerous disciples bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon noticing Yi Fan's return, they all paused, casting eager glances his way, some filled with curiosity, others with admiration, and a few with envy. Yi Fan appeared oblivious to their stares, hurrying along as he first made his way to the task hall. Once inside, he submitted his record of external training tasks to the disciple in charge of registration and successfully completed the cancellation procedures. Without hesitation, he turned and swiftly made his way toward the alchemy hall. In front of the alchemy hall, a middle-aged man resembling a steward stood with his hands clasped behind him. Upon seeing Yi Fan approach, a glimmer of appreciation and expectation shone in his eyes. As Yi Fan neared, the steward smiled and said, "Yi Fan, I have heard that your recent external training has yielded remarkable results, achieving the consummate foundation building stage. Such an accomplishment is indeed extraordinary. Our sect is currently in a phase of vigorous development, and outstanding disciples like you should undoubtedly become the backbone of our community." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression grew increasingly respectful. He bowed deeply to the steward and sincerely replied, "Thank you for your generous praise, esteemed steward. I fully understand the weight of my responsibilities and will do my utmost to contribute to the prosperity of the sect. However, I have been away from home for many days and am quite concerned about my parents and younger sister, so I humbly request your permission to return home for a visit." The steward smiled and nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "That is only fitting. You should leave at once. After enjoying the reunion with your family, return to the sect, and we shall discuss important matters together." Yi Fan respectfully bowed deeply to the steward and then resolutely turned to depart, striding with determination and a hint of urgency toward the base of the mountain, where his family resided. Along the way, he felt a deep yearning, wishing to reach his loved ones without delay. Soon, that familiar little courtyard came into view before Yi Fan's eyes. The quaint courtyard, brimming with his countless childhood memories and familial warmth, appeared remarkably endearing at this moment. Yi Fan's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from his throat. He approached the courtyard gate with utmost care, gently extending his right hand to push open the somewhat weathered yet still sturdy door. The hinges emitted a faint creak, shattering the tranquility that enveloped the yard. Upon lifting his gaze, Yi Fan beheld his father, bent over, meticulously tending to the verdant vegetables in the garden. His mother sat on a small stool, engrossed in mending a piece of clothing, and his sister, Yi Qin, stood beside the clothesline, diligently hanging the freshly washed garments. This heartwarming scene filled Yi Fan with a surge of warmth. "Father, mother, I have returned." Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Yi Fan called out, his voice quivering slightly with exhilaration. The busy parents, upon hearing his voice, abruptly looked up. When they saw Yi Fan standing at the door, astonishment flickered in their eyes, soon replaced by disbelief and joy. Tears cascaded down their cheeks like a torrent breaching a dam. Hearing her brother's call, Yi Qin dropped the clothes in her hands with a soft thud. Without a moment's hesitation, she spread her arms wide and rushed towards Yi Fan like a jubilant bird. "Brother, you truly have returned." Yi Qin dove into Yi Fan's embrace, clinging tightly to him as if fearing he might vanish again should she loosen her grip. On that sunlit afternoon, the Yi family was finally reunited. They embraced one another tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces, cascading down their cheeks like a deluged eye. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The world appeared to consist solely of their intertwined figures and the overwhelming joy that enveloped them. This cozy little courtyard had witnessed myriad sorrows and joys, yet now it overflowed with happiness. Yi Fan felt the warmth of his family's embrace and listened to their choked words, a long-lost sense of tranquility swelling within him. This sensation resembled a ship, long adrift, finally finding its harbor. Able to dock in peace, or a traveler, lost in the desert, suddenly discovering an oasis, receiving the life-giving sustenance. Yi Fan silently vowed within his heart, no matter how arduous the path of cultivation ahead, he would steadfastly persevere, for he understood that only by becoming stronger could he protect this hard-won familial bond. He aimed to shield his family from life's storms, ensuring they would forever dwell in peace and joy. Simultaneously, Yi Fan recognized that as a cultivator, he bore an even greater mission, to explore the endless mysteries and pursue higher realms. To protect his loved ones, to awaken Longli, he yearned to forge ahead on this challenging path, continuously transcending himself, bringing glory to his sect, and bestowing blessings upon all living beings. In that moment, Yi Fan stood resolutely at the center of the courtyard, gazing steadfastly into the distance. There, countless unknown dangers perhaps awaited him. Yet he felt no fear. In the days that followed, Yi Fan seemed to forget all external disturbances, immersing himself completely in the warm atmosphere of family. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the courtyard, Yi Fan would rise early to assist his father in meticulously repairing the slightly worn farming tools. The father and son deftly handled the tools, sharing soft conversations, their laughter occasionally echoing in the air. By noon, Yi Fan would enter the kitchen to lend a hand to his mother. He diligently chopped and washed vegetables, occasionally seeking her advice on culinary techniques. Before long, a feast of delightful aromas and flavors would grace the dining table, where the family would gather, relishing this rare moment of togetherness. During the leisurely afternoons, Yi Fan would quietly sit in the courtyard, patiently listening to his sister recount the various amusing happenings in the village. Whenever she mentioned the challenges and confusions she faced in her cultivation, Yi Fan would pause his activities, thoughtfully consider her words, and offer detailed and practical advice, even demonstrating the corresponding cultivation methods to help her continuously surpass herself. However, this tranquil and idyllic life was not destined to last. One day, as Yi Fan sat in the courtyard, meditating and cultivating as usual, a powerful and malevolent aura suddenly flickered from a great distance. This mysterious presence swept through him like a chilling gale, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Yi Fan abruptly opened his eyes, his previously serene gaze now gleaming with sharpness, tinged with vigilance and deep concern. Drawing upon his years of cultivation experience, he immediately recognized that this aura was no ordinary phenomenon. Moreover, as time progressed, the sinister energy intensified, seemingly hurtling towards their village at an alarming speed. Yi Fan understood that a tremendous crisis was likely about to descend upon this land he cherished so deeply. With this thought, he quickly rose, his expression grave as he approached the house. Meeting the concerned gazes of his parents and sister, Yi Fan endeavored to maintain his composure, firmly instructing, "Father, mother, and little sister, it may not be safe outside. Please stay indoors and do not venture out. I will investigate the situation." Without waiting for their response, Yi Fan's figure vanished like a flash of lightning, racing towards the source of the ominous energy. As he drew closer, the foul aura became increasingly pungent and nauseating. Simultaneously, the previously stable and orderly spiritual energy of the surroundings began to stir wildly, thrown into disarray as if startled by some unseen force. Upon arriving at the scene, Yi Fan was taken aback by the sight before him. A dense, ink-black cloud loomed ominously overhead, threatening to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. Beneath this shroud, several shadowy figures clad in black robes materialized. Their faces obscured by shadows, they exuded an eerie and terrifying presence that sent chills down his spine. They were gathered around an ancient formation, chanting incantations in unison. The formation resembled a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, emanating a disquieting dark glow. This glow, akin to a ravenous demon, voraciously consumed the surrounding life force. The once lush flowers and trees withered upon contact with this light, stripped of their former vitality. Weaker creatures fell victim to this sinister radiance, their bodies convulsing briefly before collapsing lifelessly. Witnessing this, a fierce anger ignited within Yi Fan. With widened eyes, he bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you enact such malevolence here? Do you not fear divine retribution?" As Yi Fan's furious voice rang out, the leader among the black-clad figures slowly turned to face him. His eyes, concealed in darkness, regarded Yi Fan coldly, revealing a hint of disdain. Then, A strange, piercing laughter erupted from him, reminiscent of echoes from the depths of hell. Ha ha ha. You truly are oblivious to your own peril. How dare you question us? It matters little. This is the key to our grand revival. If you know what's good for you, depart at once, or we shall show no mercy and eliminate you. Yi Fan would not be easily intimidated by such scant words. His eyes widened, and the spiritual energy within him, for every sword strike embodies an immense and boundless spiritual power. Its might capable of cleaving mountains, shattering rocks, and severing gold and jade in the face of Yi Fan's ferocious and relentless assault. The cloaked figures showed no signs of retreat. The spells they unleashed were eerie and sinister. The black mist swirling like agile, venomous serpents, baring their fangs and claws as they coiled around, persistently attempting to erode Yi Fan's unparalleled sword aura. Chapter 72. A fleeting flaw. Yi Fan, with agility akin to a wisp of smoke, darted swiftly along the perimeter of the formation, searching for a weakness. He understood all too well that if this malevolent formation were to fully activate, the consequences would be dire, thus it was imperative to dismantle it swiftly. Suddenly, he detected a corner of the formation where the spiritual energy fluctuations were notably feeble. With a focused gaze, he lightly tapped his toes, initiating the elusive steps, propelling himself toward that very flaw like an arrow released from its bowstring. The leader of the cloaked figures, witnessing his attack being so effortlessly neutralized by Yi Fan, could not help but widen his eyes in fury, bellowing, "You insolent brat, cease your arrogance." With that, he swiftly formed intricate and mysterious hand seals. And as they concluded, several pitch-black energy pillars emanating a terrifying aura surged forth like lightning, hurtling toward Yi Fan. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Yi Fan exhibited no tremor of fear. Gripping his long sword firmly, his arm muscles tensed, veins protruding, the blade glimmering with a dazzling cold light. The speed at which he wielded the sword increased exponentially, the sword shadows multiplying, creating an impenetrable net of defense. A series of deafening booms erupted as the black energy pillars collided with Yi Fan's sword light, unleashing a blinding explosion of light and shockwaves. However, Yi Fan's prowess evidently exceeded the leader's expectations. Despite the formidable might of these energy pillars, he shattered them one by one. Nevertheless, the tremendous force contained within the pillars should not be underestimated. Causing Yi Fan's figure to falter slightly, his steps staggering before he managed to regain his balance. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, involuntarily tasting the metallic tang of crimson upon his lips. At that moment, a distant, anxious voice called out, "Brother Yi." The unexpected sound momentarily distracted Yi Fan, his previously razor-sharp focus wavering. The cloaked figures, having been waiting for such an opportunity, seized the moment to unleash a fierce spell, transforming into a black blade of light that shot toward Yi Fan with astonishing swiftness. Caught in a moment of distraction, he had no time to execute an effective defensive maneuver. Just as the blade was about to strike his body, instinct honed over years of training kicked in, and he abruptly sidestepped. Yet, despite his best efforts to evade, the blade grazed his shoulder, unleashing a shockingly vivid spray of blood. "Guardian Wang, you have come in person. What shall we do?" Yi Fan exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety and his voice trembling slightly with tension. However, in the face of this perilous situation, Guardian Wang stood resolute, his form steady as he swiftly executed graceful hand movements akin to a fluttering butterfly. Radiant spiritual lights surged forth with his gestures, showcasing the exquisite spells he had mastered over many years. Meanwhile, within the confines of Huashan sect, several venerable elders sat in solemn discussion. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in. Breathless, reporting, "Esteemed elders, fierce sounds of battle echo from the foot of the mountain." Alarmed by this news, the elders exchanged startled glances. After a brief deliberation, they resolved to dispatch Guardian Wang, accompanied by several capable disciples, to swiftly descend the mountain and ascertain the situation. Upon their arrival at the scene, Guardian Wang immediately recognized that the one engaged in a fierce struggle was none other than their own sect disciple. Without hesitation, he led the others into the fray, surging forward like a mighty torrent, joining the life and death struggle. With Guardian Wang and several senior brothers providing powerful support, Yi Fan, who had been feeling the strain of battle, suddenly felt the burden lifted. He seemed to be reinvigorated, radiating an unprecedented fighting spirit. The group moved in perfect harmony, alternating between offense and defense, their coordination seamless. Gradually, the tide of battle began to shift in their favor. Their advantage becoming increasingly apparent. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, like that of a hawk, as he focused intently on a fleeting flaw within the enemy's formation. He understood that this ephemeral opportunity must not be squandered. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his spiritual energy, channeling it into the tip of his longsword. In an instant, the blade erupted with a blinding brilliance, akin to the blazing sun illuminating the sky. With a mighty roar, Yi Fan thrust forward with all his strength. A thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the very valley as the seemingly indestructible malevolent formation finally succumbed under the weight of Yi Fan's thunderous strike. Shattering into fragments as the formation crumbled, countless beams of light shot forth like shooting stars, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the cloaked figures controlling the formation were struck by violent backlash, each one spitting blood and uncontrollably flung backward. Crashing to the ground, Yi Fan gradually sheathed his shimmering sword, taking steady strides toward Guardian Wang. Upon seeing that everyone around him was safe and sound, the tension that had gripped his heart began to ease, and he exhaled a long breath of relief. Yet, he was acutely aware that this semblance of calm was merely superficial. The sudden emergence of this malevolent force, daring to wreak havoc at the foot of Huashan, undoubtedly concealed a far more significant and sinister conspiracy. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was clear that their actions were far from over, and more unpredictable dangers were likely to follow. With this thought, Yi Fan clenched his fists, silently vowing to enhance his own strength swiftly. Only then would he possess the capability to confront the looming crises and protect those he cherished deeply. After bidding farewell to Guardian Wang and his senior brothers, Yi Fan set forth on his journey home. Along the way, he replayed the harrowing battle in his mind, contemplating how he could become even stronger. The moment Yi Fan pushed open the door to his home, his parents, who had anxiously awaited within, rushed to greet him. Seeing their son standing before them, unharmed, their long-held worries finally settled. His mother grasped Yi Fan's hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized him, while his father patted his shoulder, nodding with pride yet unable to mask his lingering worry. Yi Fan understood that the events that had transpired were merely the tip of the iceberg in a much larger situation. Given that this malevolent force had extended its reach to the vicinity of Huashan, it would not simply retreat without a fight. Furthermore, the true mastermind behind these schemes had yet to reveal themselves, leaving the extent of their sinister machinations shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 73. Remnants of the demon cult. In the days that followed, Yi Fan devoted himself wholeheartedly to his family, cherishing moments of domestic bliss. However, each night, once his family was fast asleep, he would quietly venture to the Huashan sect's library. There, the ancient tomes piled high, and undeterred by the daunting task before him, he immersed himself in the sea of books, delving into research. Every night, Yi Fan eagerly turned the yellowing pages, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for clues related to the recent malevolent force and the enigmatic formation. His eyes sparkled with determination under the candlelight, as if he were striving to unveil the secrets hidden within these ancient texts. Thus, day after day, night after night, Yi Fan toiled tirelessly, the long hours of reading often leaving his eyes weary and his body fatigued. Yet his yearning for the truth remained unquenchable. At last, the heavens rewarded the diligent. One quiet, moonlit night, as Yi Fan gently brushed the dust off an ancient scroll, a segment of mysterious text caught his eye. Upon careful examination, he was astonished to discover that this formidable malevolent force might well be the remnants of the demon cult, sealed away by righteous individuals 1,000 years prior, following the earth-shattering battle between good and evil. Though the demon cult had suffered grievous wounds, remnants of its power lay hidden in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. Now, they dared to attempt to harness an ancient, malevolent formation to gather the strength of countless living beings, aiming to unseal their long-imprisoned leader and revive the cult's former glory, unleashing chaos upon the world once more. Even more alarming was the thought that if this evil formation were to succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would the Eastern territories face utter devastation, but the entire vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent would likely be engulfed in an unprecedented crisis. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yifan resolved to take decisive action, determined not to allow this malevolent force a moment's respite to regain its strength. He understood that he must strike while they were still vulnerable, delivering a fatal blow to eradicate this looming threat. With his mind made up, Yifan promptly set off for the Huashan sect to report this shocking revelation to the sect leader and the elders, detailing his plans for a proactive strike. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the sect leader and the assembly of elders donned expressions of grave concern. After a moment of contemplation, they unanimously expressed their agreement and support for Yifan's proposal. With the endorsement of the assembly, the sect leader took decisive action, promptly selecting a group of exceptionally skilled and talented disciples from within the Huashan sect. Concurrently, he reached out to neighboring sects, appealing to their sense of righteousness, and successfully persuaded them to join this noble campaign against the demonic cult. Thus, a formidable coalition was formed, amassing a significant force. In the days that followed, the sect leader tirelessly dedicated himself to training this newly established alliance, generously imparting the unique techniques and invaluable experiences he had accumulated over the years to combat malevolent sorcery. However, during the training, Yifan keenly observed a concerning issue. Despite the coalition's considerable numbers and seemingly grand momentum, the disparities in individual strength were stark, and there was a profound lack of coordinated synergy among them. Without hesitation, Yifan promptly reported his observations to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, the sect leader furrowed his brow, lost in deep thought. After considerable contemplation, he devised a solution, dividing the coalition into several smaller teams based on the disciples' distinct strengths and varying levels of cultivation. Each team was assigned specific roles and tasked with clear objectives, accompanied by corresponding tactical arrangements. Subsequently, the coalition members immersed themselves in rigorous training according to the new structure and tactical requirements. Day after day, they trained diligently, honing their skills and striving to enhance their collaborative abilities. The efforts of the diligent did not go unrewarded. After a protracted and arduous period, the coalition's overall combat effectiveness underwent a transformative leap, achieving an unprecedented enhancement. Once all preparations were complete, the Huashan sect stood poised for action. The sect leader remained resolute within the mountain gates, like an unwavering anchor, instilling a sense of security and confidence among the ranks. Meanwhile, the venerable and formidable Grand Elder took command of the coalition alongside the other sects, embarking on the perilous and uncertain journey to confront the demonic cult. This grand assembly traversed treacherous terrain, following the faint traces left behind by the lingering evil aura, scaling mountains and fording rivers. They navigated dense forests, crossed daunting peaks, and waded through rushing streams, resolutely advancing towards the lair of the demonic cult. Throughout this journey, the Grand Elder's demeanor was solemn, acutely aware of the lurking dangers. A single misstep could spell disaster for the entire coalition. Thus, he repeatedly urged the disciples to maintain heightened vigilance and never let their guard down. After all, the treacherous and cunning demonic cult could lay traps at any moment, catching them off guard. After several days of arduous trekking, the coalition finally arrived at the valley that housed the demonic cult's lair. A thick shroud of black mist enveloped the valley, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Exuding a chilling and sinister aura, from within the valley, eerie sounds echoed, akin to the wails of malevolent spirits, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Yifan stood silently at the forefront of the valley, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the dense fog, discerning the myriad dangers concealed within. Gripping his long sword tightly, its blade shimmered with a cold, bone-chilling light, as if eager to taste the blood of its enemies. Observing this, the Grand Elder promptly issued orders for the coalition to form a tight defensive formation. The various teams coordinated closely, responding to one another as they cautiously advanced into the valley. Each step was fraught with difficulty, as though they were treading upon the precipice of an abyss that could collapse at any moment. Just as they entered this mysterious and tranquil valley, the surroundings suddenly seemed to tear open, unleashing a torrent of countless cultists. They surged forth like a tidal wave, their voices echoing with ghastly and bizarre chants that pierced through the air, reminiscent of cries from the depths of hell, striking fear into the hearts of all that. In response to this sudden onslaught, the coalition showed no signs of retreat. They launched a fierce counterattack, unleashing dazzling spells that illuminated the sky like fireworks. Intertwining with razor-sharp sword energies, creating a breathtaking yet lethal tableau in an instant. Both sides were engulfed in a tumultuous melee. Chapter 74. A reluctant roar of fury, Yi Fan wielded his sword with deadly precision, blood splattering in all directions as he executed swift maneuvers, weaving effortlessly through the ranks of cultists, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. Yet, the sheer number of cultists and their reckless ferocity began to overwhelm the coalition, which, despite their preparation, found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. The Protector Wang led a team skilled in supportive spells from the rear, continuously bolstering the coalition's defenses and enhancing their attacks while tending to the wounded disciples. However, among the cultists were those adept at countering enhancement spells, seeking to breach the front lines and strike at the coalition's rear. In this critical moment, Yi Fan sensed the enemy's intentions. He forced his way through their ranks and returned to the rear for support. Joining forces with the Grand Elder, the two combined their efforts to deploy a secret large-scale defensive formation of the Huashan sect, safeguarding the coalition's rear while countering the encroaching malevolent practitioners. The fierce battle raged on for an extended period, the battlefield strewn with corpses and the ground soaked in blood. Both sides incurred heavy losses, yet the stalemate persisted. Prolonged offensives yielded no significant results, and the morale of the coalition began to wane. At this critical juncture, Yi Fan stepped forward, acutely aware that further delays would be detrimental. After careful consideration, he resolved to venture alone into the enemy ranks, targeting their weak points to break the deadlock. Thus, he sought the counsel of several esteemed elders within the sect, receiving their support and blessings. Without hesitation, he surged forward, akin to a bolt of lightning, racing deep into the valley. The cultists, taken aback by Yi Fan's audacity to infiltrate their heartland alone, reacted with alarm, calling to their comrades to swarm after him in an attempt to intercept. However, Yi Fan's speed was akin to the wind, and his long sword danced with impenetrable precision, the fierce sword energies preventing any cultists from coming close. Thus, Yi Fan carved a path through numerous obstacles and traps. Though he bore several wounds, he gritted his teeth, showing no signs of retreat. Ultimately, after enduring countless trials, Yi Fan successfully reached the entrance of the mysterious demonic temple deep within the valley. The temple loomed ominously, radiating a chilling aura of malevolence. Yi Fan understood that this was undoubtedly the core of the entire evil force. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his sword, and resolutely stepped into the temple. As he entered, a wave of cold, damp air enveloped him. The interior was dimly lit, with eerie runes flickering along the walls, as if whispering secrets unknown to mortals. In the heart of the temple, Yi Fan discovered a colossal magical array. The array shimmered with a dark radiance, emanating powerful energy waves that sent chills down his spine. The focal point of the array, several elderly figures clad in black robes were frantically channeling their magical energy, striving to maintain the array's operation. Clearly, whatever was sealed within this magical array was of utmost importance, for the cultists were fiercely protective of it. Yi Fan's expression hardened, devoid of hesitation. He moved like the wind, charging directly towards the black-robed elders. The elders, initially engrossed in their task of channeling energy, sensed a formidable presence approaching and were startled into halting their actions. They turned to face Yi Fan, the atmosphere thick with tension as silence enveloped the scene. Neither side spoke, yet the air crackled with anticipation, as if a cataclysmic battle was on the verge of erupting. In the suffocating silence, Yi Fan suddenly sprang into action. In an instant, a ferocious clash erupted between Yi Fan and the black-robed elders within the grand, ominous temple. The elders unleashed their malevolent spells, insidious and ruthless. Tendrils of dark energy, resembling twisted, venomous vines, surged towards Yi Fan, seeking to ensnare him. Yet, Yi Fan's movements were as elusive as a specter, his sword dancing with impenetrable defense, creating a shimmering barrier of cold light. Each swing of his blade struck true, severing the encroaching dark tendrils with crisp snaps, dissipating them into wisps of black smoke. Throughout this intense confrontation, Yi Fan maintained acute awareness and swift reflexes, his gaze sharp as he sought openings in the elders' formidable techniques. At long last, he seized upon a fleeting gap, and without hesitation, lightly tapped the ground with the tips of his toes, propelling himself forward with the swiftness of a darting arrow in the blink of an eye. He had closed the distance to one of the black-robed elders, his long sword thrusting forth with an indomitable momentum. The elder, witnessing Yi Fan's ferocious assault, was instantly stricken with terror, his complexion shifting dramatically as he hurriedly sidestepped to evade the blow. Alas, despite his swift reaction, he could not entirely avert Yi Fan's lethal strike. A faint hissing sound resonated as Yi Fan's sword energy grazed his arm, leaving behind a deep gash from which dark blood gushed forth, splattering onto the cold, hard floor of the demonic palace and forming a shocking pool of crimson. Observing Yi Fan's formidable prowess, the expressions of the other black-robed elders shifted drastically, their trepidation growing like wild grass. They understood that if they did not suppress Yi Fan at this moment, he would inevitably become a lingering threat. Thus, exchanging resolute glances, they wasted no time in unleashing even more ferocious and frenzied attacks. In an instant, several black-robed elders moved with ghostly speed, their hands swiftly forming seals before them. Waves of dark, foul-smelling magical energy erupted from their palms, intertwining like sinuous serpents. This malevolent energy rapidly coalesced in the air, forming a vast and ominous encirclement that ensnared Yi Fan within its grasp. The magic within the circle seemed almost tangible, rolling and surging with a chilling howl, akin to demons seeking to devour their prey. Trapped within, Yi Fan remained remarkably composed, his gaze resolute and calm, devoid of any hint of panic. Drawing a deep breath, his inner spiritual energy surged forth like a raging river. Slowly, he closed his eyes, immersing himself in his being and channeling his power to the utmost. As his thoughts flowed, the spiritual energy coursed through his meridians with increasing velocity, crashing against the barriers like relentless waves. Each surge stronger than the last. Gradually, a blinding radiance enveloped his form, initially flickering like fireflies, then intensifying into a dazzling beacon that shielded him completely. The immense power contained within this light caused the surrounding magical encirclement to dissolve upon contact. Akin to snow melting beneath a blazing sun, accompanied by hissing sounds as if it were howling in defiance. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes flew open wide, revealing a steadfast determination and resolve. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, he raised his long sword high, its blade shimmering coldly, seemingly resonating with his overwhelming battle intent. Humming with energy, in the next moment, he swung the sword with ferocity, as if time itself had momentarily paused. A formidable wave of sword energy, manifesting as a tangible silver ring, rapidly expanded outward from the center of his blade. As the wave surged forth, the very fabric of space rippled, and the once impenetrable magical encirclement was torn apart as if it were fragile glass, creating a gaping chasm from which magical energy spilled forth, flashing with eerie luminescence. Without hesitation, Yi Fan transformed into a streak of light, darting through the breach. His gaze remained fixed on the magical array at the heart of the palace, which shimmered brilliantly, its runes flickering as though beckoning him closer. Without a moment's pause, he pressed onward toward the array, his silhouette standing resolute and solitary within the palace, akin to a valiant warrior bravely advancing into the unknown dangers ahead. The black-robed elders' expressions shifted to one of alarm, their hearts racing as they hurriedly pursued him, their voluminous robes billowing behind them. Their eyes were filled with urgency and ire, desperate to thwart Yi Fan's reckless endeavor before he reached the magical array. However, Yi Fan had cast aside all reservations, his mind singularly focused on dismantling the array. He concentrated fully, merging the profound techniques of the Huashan sect with his years of martial understanding, causing his true qi to whirl chaotically within him. In a fleeting moment, Yi Fan unleashed a transcendent technique, condensing qi into a cauldron. With rapid movements, he formed a massive, ethereal cauldron before him, shimmering with blinding radiance and turbulent currents of energy. As soon as it took shape, it surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, emitting a deafening roar as it raced toward the magical array at the center of the palace. Everywhere it passed, the ground was violently torn asunder, and the surrounding magical energy scattered like chaff before a storm. Under the immense suction of the cauldron, the magical array began to tremble violently, akin to a small boat tossed upon tumultuous waves. At the array's core, the light flickered like a candle on the verge of extinguishing, struggling in agony. The black-robed elders, witnessing this spectacle, were stricken with terror, their urgency compelling them to return to stabilize the faltering array. their robes flailing wildly in the tempest. They hastily chanted incantations, attempting to wield their formidable magical power to steady the collapsing formation. Yet, Yi Fan would not grant them such an opportunity. His form darted like a wraith, his long sword slicing through the air with relentless precision, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp sword energy, each strike resembling a silver dragon, howling fiercely as it surged toward the magical array. Wherever the sword energy struck, the defensive magical barriers surrounding the array were torn apart as if they were mere cobwebs. Under the overwhelming pull of Yi Fan's condensing chi technique and the tempestuous onslaught of his lightning-fast swordplay, the magical array could no longer withstand the pressure. With a deafening boom, the array collapsed like a colossal beast succumbing to its wounds, scattering countless shards of magical energy in all directions. The entities sealed within the array were also drawn forth by the surging power, becoming ensnared within Yi Fan's gathering cauldron. Within the cauldron, the light flickered as it began to refine its contents. Gradually, the sealed entities transformed into pure spiritual energy, flowing gently into Yi Fan's body like a meandering stream. Yi Fan felt a surge of potent and untainted power coursing through his limbs, his aura growing even more robust and profound in that moment. As the magical array crumbled amidst the earth-shattering cacophony, the malevolent cultists outside the valley, once empowered by the array's magic, found themselves robbed of their strength, as if their very spines had been severed. Their bodies trembled, their magical energy dissipating rapidly, faces contorted with terror and despair. Meanwhile, the allied forces, poised outside the valley, keenly seized this fortuitous moment, their morale soaring as they surged forward like a mighty tide. The soldiers of the Alliance charged valiantly, their battle cries echoing through the air, weapons glinting coldly as they encircled the powerless cultists. Capturing them effortlessly as if they were fish in a barrel, Yi Fan emerged from the demonic palace, his garments fluttering gently in the breeze. Appearing fatigued yet resolute, he lifted his gaze toward the valley, which was gradually regaining its tranquility. The once ominous landscape, tainted by malevolent energy, was now dissipating, sunlight breaking through to dispel the shadows, and the flora and fauna seemed to revive in that moment. The tension that had coiled tightly within Yi Fan finally relaxed. He understood the hard-won victory of this battle and the fulfillment of his mission, having rescued countless lives from the clutches of the malevolent cult. Following the successful resolution of this harrowing crisis, Yi Fan standing within the Huashan sect sword, becoming an admired paragon among the disciples. His heroic deeds spread like legend, recounted with reverence by his peers. Across the eastern realm of the cultivation world, Yi Fan's name shone brightly, earning widespread acclaim. Various sects, upon hearing of his exploits, sent gifts and heartfelt letters of gratitude. The Huashan sect was abuzz with celebration. To honor this monumental victory, a grand and elaborate banquet was arranged. The banquet hall was adorned with festive decorations, filled with laughter and joy, as renowned figures gathered in celebration. Yi Fan sat at the honored seat, receiving congratulations and admiration, fully aware that this was not merely a personal triumph but a testament to the unity of the cultivation community in their stand against evil. However, Yi Fan remained unfazed by the resplendent glory surrounding him. His gaze remained steadfast and composed, as if a towering mountain within him remained unmoved by the clamor and accolades from the outside world. Deep within his heart, only his profound love for his family and his cherished longing for Long Li burned like an unquenchable flame. He understood that on this arduous path of cultivation, fraught with thorns and peril, only by attaining extraordinary power could he shield his family beneath an impenetrable canopy of safety and recover Long Li's lost souls, allowing her to heal completely and reclaim her former vivacity and joy. Thus, amidst the chorus of praise, Yi Fan meticulously arranged for his parents' well-being. He secured them a tranquil dwelling, rich in spiritual energy, entrusting several trusted senior brothers to care for them, ensuring their health remained untroubled. Once everything was in place, Yi Fan resolutely stepped into the secluded chamber in the back mountains of Huashan sect, designated for intensive cultivation. The stone door of the chamber slowly closed. Sealing off the distractions of the outside world, Yi Fan embarked on a grueling journey of solitary cultivation. Chapter 76. Indomitable spirit and perseverance. Within that tranquil and profound chamber, Yi Fan felt as though he had been abandoned in the midst of an expansive and desolate ocean. The surroundings were shrouded in an inky darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence, with only the unwavering heart within him radiating a faint yet resplendent glow, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky. Day and night, he immersed himself in the profound study of the Huashan sect's secret tome, Shitian Gong. This ancient technique was imbued with boundless mysteries and profound philosophies. Every page, every line, resembled a hidden treasure trove concealed within the mists, awaiting his discovery to unveil its innermost secrets. With unwavering focus, he delved into the world of martial arts, meticulously dissecting and analyzing each move and technique recorded in the text, reconstructing and combining them within the recesses of his mind. He pondered how to unleash the full potential of these seemingly simple actions and techniques, thereby transcending the shackles of his current limitations and ascending to greater heights in martial mastery. Yet, the path to mastery was fraught with challenges. Yifan's initial endeavors were met with adversity. Despite his immense efforts, progress was excruciatingly slow. The spiritual energy within him flowed like a trickling brook in the mountains, consistent yet incapable of coalescing into a formidable force. Faced with such obstacles, Yifan remained undeterred. Instead, he actively sought solutions. Aware that the sect's spiritual veins housed rich and pure spiritual energy, he tirelessly searched for suitable locations. Once found, he did not hesitate to sit cross-legged in a nearby cave. Adjusting his breath to guide the vibrant energy to flow gently into his body. As time passed, torrents of spiritual energy began to surge into Yifan's meridians. This potent force, akin to a ferocious beast, rampaged through his fragile channels, inflicting excruciating pain that caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the torment with unwavering resolve, refusing to yield even a fraction. That moment, Yifan resembled a butterfly ensnared within a thick cocoon, exerting every ounce of strength to struggle free, yearning for the glorious moment of rebirth. As time flowed ceaselessly, Yifan's understanding of power deepened through relentless training, gradually touching upon the mysterious essence of strength. He devoted himself day and night to the study of the Huashan sect's foundational technique, Shitian Gong, while also contemplating its subtle connections to the lightning sword technique. After countless trials and failures, he ultimately succeeded in merging the quintessence of both, crafting a unique swordsmanship that was distinctly his own. With each swing of his sword, the air around him would convulse violently, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy. The sword's radiance surged forth like a bolt of lightning, dazzling the eyes. The sword's shadow flickered. It carved deep, bone-visible scars into the seemingly impenetrable stone walls of the chamber, rendering them as fragile as tofu beneath Yifan's blade. At the pivotal moment of his training, Yifan made a startling decision. He resolved to challenge his limits by attempting to compress the spiritual energy within him. This process was akin to rowing upstream against a torrential river. Any slight misstep could not only render all previous efforts futile, but also risk injuring his meridians due to the uncontrollable, violent energy, plunging him into a state of irreversible madness. However, in the face of such a daunting risk, Yifan exhibited no signs of retreat. He clenched his jaw, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet his gaze remained steadfast and resolute. In those long and arduous hours of training, whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, the profound longing for his beloved would surge within him like a clear spring, providing him with an unending source of motivation and courage, propelling him to overcome each formidable obstacle. Yifan's expression was as solemn as still water. His eyes tightly shut, as if he were channeling all his energy into mastering the control of the spiritual energy within it. That moment, he was wholly immersed in his inner world, single-mindedly guiding the tumultuous and vast spiritual energy. He cautiously directed his consciousness deep into his dantian, which resembled an immense universe, with swirling energies akin to nebulous clouds. Vast yet somewhat chaotic. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and resolutely embarked on the arduous journey of compression and refinement. Harnessing his formidable willpower and mental strength, he directed the scattered energies to converge towards the center. With each exertion of his will, these energies gradually coalesced into a massive sphere, beginning to withstand Yifan's powerful compression. Each round of compression was a harrowing battle for Yifan. Throughout this process, it became evident that the total amount of spiritual energy in his dantian was visibly diminishing. Yet, simultaneously, the quality of that energy underwent subtle yet profound transformations. Initially thin and nearly imperceptible, interspersed with impurities, the energy gradually expelled those impurities as if they had encountered a natural nemesis. This scenario resembled the meticulous extraction of precious metal from a rough or useless impurities were steadily cast out, replaced by strands of seemingly weak yet exceptionally pure spiritual energy. These energies gleamed like dazzling pearls within Yi Fan's dantian, radiating enchanting light, as they bravely faced the next wave of grueling compression. As time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, the once abundant spiritual energy in his dantian waned at a visible rate. The once tumultuous and unending flow had become sparse, yet astonishingly, its hue deepened and intensified throughout this transformation. It was as if a once murky stream had gradually transformed into a rich, sweet elixir through the passage of time and purification. At this moment, Yi Fan was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading from his forehead down his cheeks, soaking his garments. Each bead of perspiration seemed to be a testament to the immense pressure he bore within. Nevertheless, his gaze remained unwavering, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky, shimmering with indomitable spirit and perseverance. Chapter 77. A historic moment under Yi Fan's exquisite manipulation, the dense spiritual energy coalesced as if gripped by an invisible hand, continuously solidifying. Initially, this energy manifested in a gaseous form, swirling like smoke and mist, but as time passed, it underwent a marvelous transformation, taking on a liquid quality. This change was reminiscent of morning dew condensing into droplets, akin to clouds transforming into gentle rain, leaving one in awe. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The liquid spiritual energy soon surged toward solidification. Throughout this process, the energy continually condensed, its volume diminishing, while paradoxically, its density escalated sharply. The previously dispersed strands of energy appeared to be drawn together by an unseen force, gradually merging into a more compact and stable structure. Each fragment of energy underwent a monumental transformation, as if it were being forged in a raging fire and subjected to relentless refinement. All impurities were eradicated under such stringent conditions, leaving behind a core of pure and formidable spiritual energy. This core lay quietly within Yi Fan's dantian, emanating a soft luminosity. Though seemingly faint, the energy it contained was enough to send shivers down one's spine, as if it could penetrate all barriers and reach the very depths of the soul. At this moment, Yi Fan could vividly perceive the qualitative leap in the power within his body. This sensation was both foreign and familiar, stirring waves of excitement within him. For he understood that this was not merely a significant breakthrough in his personal cultivation, but a crucial step on the long and arduous path of spiritual ascent. Moreover, it represented a glimmer of hope to rescue his beloved. Long as he steadfastly pursued this path and continuously enhanced his abilities, he believed that one day he would triumph over insurmountable challenges and liberate Longli from her dire plight. With the continuous gathering and refining of spiritual energy within his dantian, it felt as if an invisible force was reshaping the world within him. The once slender and fragile meridians, limited in their capacity, were undergoing a transformative evolution. That pure and powerful spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, incessantly impacting and nourishing these channels. They greedily absorbed this potent energy, gradually becoming broader and more robust. The once narrow pathways, akin to winding trails, had now expanded into spacious and profound thoroughfares. The previously feeble walls of the meridians had grown increasingly resilient, resembling impenetrable fortifications. The current meridians resemble widened and deepened river channels, capable of accommodating the surging torrents of spiritual energy that rush through them. Whenever the spiritual energy circulates rapidly within the meridians, it triggers a slight tremor, as if the entire body resonates in unison. This sensation is both wondrous and soul-stirring, prompting one to marvel at the boundless potential that lies within the human body. Each flow of spiritual energy resembles a grand military parade, with countless streams of pure energy aligning meticulously, advancing in an orderly fashion along the meridians, creating a magnificent spectacle that leaves one in awe. Moreover, within this seemingly tranquil and orderly flow lies an immense potential for devastating power. Once unleashed, it would undoubtedly shatter the heavens. However, Yi Fan did not allow himself to bask in the glory of his recent achievements or become complacent. He understood that the path of cultivation is endless. Only through continual self-improvement can one ascend to ever greater heights. Thus, he resolutely embarked on a perilous and uncertain journey, attempting to fuse this refined spiritual energy with his own consciousness. It is worth noting that this is an exceedingly dangerous and arduous task. A moment's inattention could lead to his consciousness being overwhelmed by the violent force of the spiritual energy, plunging it into chaos and potentially leading to permanent dissolution in the void. Faced with such a daunting challenge, most would likely have retreated in fear, yet the deep yearning in Yi Fan's heart for Long Li and his unwavering determination to pursue the path of cultivation became the driving forces propelling him forward. He concentrated fully, carefully manipulating the spiritual energy and consciousness, guiding them closer with slow and cautious precision. Each step felt like walking on thin ice, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. As time passed, sweat gradually soaked his garments, yet Yi Fan remained undeterred, gritting his teeth and persevering. The moment when the first faint yet crucial flow of spiritual energy perfectly merged with Yi Fan's consciousness. He felt as though he had pushed open a colossal gate, hidden behind the mundane world, leading to a mysterious new realm. In an instant, his perceptive abilities soared like a rocket ignited, ascending at a geometric pace. At that moment, he could not only keenly detect the most subtle fluctuations in spiritual energy around him, even those fleeting like a candle flickering in the wind. More astonishingly, he acquired the extraordinary insight capable of penetrating thick mountains, allowing him to perceive the direction and unique rhythm of spiritual veins concealed deep within the earth. Simultaneously, Yi Fan's thoughts raced like a wild stallion, becoming more agile than ever before. His understanding of swordsmanship surged to unprecedented heights, leaping to a brand new pinnacle. The sword techniques that once perplexed him now appeared as clear as the intricate patterns laid out in the palm of his hand. In such a marvelous and powerful new state, Yi Fan resolutely embarked on the path of retraining in the lightning sword technique. Each time he wielded his sword, it was no longer solely reliant on spiritual energy. Instead, he deftly integrated the vast power of his consciousness into each stroke. Consequently, every sword shadow that swept through the air caused the surrounding space to warp slightly, sending ripples cascading outward. These ripples seemed to convey to the world the awe and reverence brought forth by this extraordinary power transcending the mundane. After countless arduous attempts and prolonged periods of training, Yi Fan finally arrived at this historic moment. With remarkable perseverance, extraordinary insight, and an unwavering pursuit of the sword path, he successfully achieved a seamless fusion between the lightning sword technique and his formidable spiritual consciousness. At that instant, it felt as if the entire world came to a standstill, time freezing in that fleeting moment. Yi Fan's sword gleamed with a dazzling brilliance, akin to divine thunder descending from the heavens. Imbued with the force to annihilate, the spiritual energy surrounding him surged like a torrential flood, continuously pouring into the sword's blade. Chapter 78. Fusion. This astonishing sword technique not only perfectly absorbed the essence of the lightning sword technique, its fierce and formidable power akin to thunder, its swiftness like lightning, and its exquisite intricacies that left one in awe, but also skillfully incorporated Yi Fan's unique method of spiritual energy manipulation, along with his remarkably agile and keen perceptive abilities. One could say that the emergence of this sword technique was akin to a brilliant star suddenly rising in the vast expanse of the cultivation world, illuminating all eyes and announcing that Yi Fan had officially entered the ranks of the pinnacle powerhouses. With such unparalleled sword skills at his side, he established an indomitable and unmatched foundation of strength for his forthcoming journey to seek his beloved Long Li and retrieve her lost souls. At this moment, Yi Fan's already chiseled visage bore an air of gravity, his profound eyes sparkling with determination and focus. He understood deeply that on this arduous and perilous path of cultivation, only through continuous self-breakthroughs and daring innovations could he face the increasingly formidable challenges with composure and ultimately rescue his cherished love, Long Li. Thus, at this critical juncture, Yi Fan unhesitatingly resolved to once more delve deeply into the fusion of the two sword techniques he had recently painstakingly comprehended with the enigmatic and profound Devouring Heaven technique. He yearned to create a new sword technique more powerful and formidable than ever before through this unprecedented bold endeavor. One of them was the fearsome Lightning Soul Devouring Sword. This sword technique was a product of Yi Fan's arduous journey, perfectly merging the enigmatic Devouring Heaven technique with the renowned Lightning Sword technique of the Huashan sect. When cultivating this miraculous sword technique, Yi Fan first had to carefully guide the spiritual energy within him, allowing it to flow along the unique and intricately complex route of the Devouring Heaven technique. Simultaneously, he had to unleash the surging spiritual energy within, letting it gallop wildly through the meridians like untamed steeds. At the moment of unleashing the sword, the turbulent spiritual energy within Yi Fan would intertwine and merge with the condensed energy that formed the tripod. These immense forces seemed to be drawn by an invisible gravitational pull, continuously gathering onto the sword in his hand. In an instant, the previously unremarkable blade was enveloped by a layer of elusive, swirling light, shimmering like a dream. From afar, it appeared as though a lively stream danced joyfully around the sword's body. Whenever Yi Fan wielded this mighty sword, it was accompanied by a deafening roar, akin to thunderclaps echoing through the heavens, as if dazzling bolts of lightning were cleaving through the vast skies, bringing with them a terrifying force capable of annihilation. The sheer magnitude of this power was unfathomable, easily tearing apart the fabric of space and creating a bottomless rift. Even more terrifying was the immense suction force generated by the tripod, which served as an auxiliary to this unparalleled destructive power. This extraordinarily strange suction, once applied to an enemy, could instantly penetrate their defenses and directly invade their body. It could mercilessly pierce through the opponent's seemingly indestructible flesh like a razor-sharp blade, while simultaneously devouring their spiritual energy, causing their strength to plummet. Over time, the enemy's meridians and organs would suffer severe damage, plunging them into excruciating agony from which they could not escape. The other dread-inspiring sword technique, the Lightning Soul Sword, was a remarkable masterpiece born from Yi Fan's countless explorations of the soul and his masterful control over it, ingeniously merging it with the Lightning Sword technique. When Yi Fan decided to unleash this unparalleled sword technique, he first needed to concentrate, summoning the vast power of his consciousness. With his eyes slightly closed and hands firmly gripping the hilt, he focused intently on guiding the consciousness energy to gather continuously. As time passed, this consciousness energy gradually solidified into a formidable force, tightly entwining around the sword. This energy resembled countless fine yet immensely strong invisible threads, exceptionally sensitive and capable of precisely capturing even the faintest fluctuations emitted by an enemy's soul. Even the slightest movement would not escape its perception. Just as Yi Fan prepared to strike, the consciousness energy wrapped around the sword suddenly erupted with radiant brilliance. Immediately, these lights transformed into mysterious spiritual patterns resembling lightning, hurtling with the speed of lightning and wind toward the depths of the enemy's soul. With a thunderous roar, the spiritual patterns struck the enemy's soul with unerring accuracy. In that instant, the enemy's soul seemed to be pierced by thousands of lightning arrows, the excruciating pain indescribable in words. Under such a terrifying assault, the enemy's consciousness was thrown into chaos, leaving them utterly disoriented and devoid of judgment. Not only that, but their souls are likely to suffer severe damage from the immense impact, plunging them into an abyss of darkness and profound fear, ultimately rendering them incapable of continuing the battle. At this moment, Yi Fan stands in a vast, desolate valley, surrounded by an eerie stillness, with only the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. He grips the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze resolute and focused, as he contemplates how to seamlessly merge two vastly different yet immensely powerful sword techniques, thereby creating an unprecedented ultimate sword skill, Lightning Soul Devouring Sword. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan slowly closes his eyes, instantly entering a state of complete immersion. He concentrates his mind, deeply pondering the mysteries and connections among these three forces. First, Yi Fan meticulously guides the formidable spiritual energy generated by the Devouring Heaven technique, which he has cultivated for a long time, allowing it to flow gently within his dantian. This spiritual energy resembles an unfathomable vortex, greedily absorbing the natural spiritual essence from the surrounding space, continuously gathering it and enhancing its already overwhelming power. Simultaneously, he vividly recalls the essence of the Lightning Sword technique. He skillfully activates the lightning power embedded within the sword, merging it with the spiritual energy circulating in his dantian. In an instant, the previously calm and tranquil spiritual energy is infused with an intensely violent electric attribute, akin to a sudden tempest rising beneath the placid surface of a lake. As time progresses, Yifan's understanding of the fusion of these three powers deepens. Gradually, he becomes acutely aware of every thread of spiritual energy, every flicker of electric force as they intertwine, creating subtle changes and interactions. This extraordinary sensation excites him, yet he remains undistracted, maintaining a high level of concentration as he continues to explore the boundless potential of this new sword technique. Chapter 79. Lightning Soul Devouring Sword Technique. Next, Yifan takes a deep breath and cautiously extends his right index finger, delicately guiding his powerful spiritual consciousness into the mix. It is crucial to note that this is the most vital and perilous stage of the entire process. Even the slightest error could result in his fragile consciousness suffering a violent backlash from the overwhelming spiritual energy and the furious electric force. Yifan is entirely focused, channeling all his energy and attention. His finger manipulating the spiritual consciousness like a master craftsman meticulously sculpting a rare and exquisite treasure. He meticulously divides the consciousness into fine strands, carefully intertwining them with the spiritual energy, lightning force, and the enigmatic devouring heaven power, gradually weaving them into a complex yet tightly knit energy. As seconds tick by, beads of sweat begin to Yifan's forehead, trickling down his cheeks and evaporating upon contact with the ground. Simultaneously, his body starts to tremble uncontrollably. Evidently, such a degree of manipulation poses a significant burden and challenge for him. However, despite the indescribable agony accompanying each fusion of powers, Yifan grits his teeth and perseveres, refusing to relent. After countless days and nights of relentless effort, enduring unimaginable hardships and pouring forth immeasurable sweat and dedication, he finally arrives at that exhilarating moment. He successfully merges the three distinctly different yet complementary forces. At this juncture, the technique known as the Lightning Soul Devouring Sword has undergone a metamorphosis, radiating an astounding power. It not only inherits the devastating destructive capability of the Lightning Soul Sword technique against physical forms, but also possesses the extraordinary ability of the Lightning Soul Sword technique to deliver precise strikes against the soul. As Yifan gently swings the sword in his hand, a dazzling brilliance suddenly erupts from its blade. This radiance encompasses the horrifying oppressive force of the devouring heaven power alongside the thunderous ferocity of lightning. While deep within that radiant glow lies an elusive and mysterious aura of spiritual consciousness. With such a miraculous sword strike, it feels as though the most severe judgment from the heavens has abruptly descended upon the world. Whether it is the enemy's indomitable physical form or the concealed depths of their soul, both will instinctively tremble before this astonishing sword, shattering like fragile porcelain, disintegrating into dust and disappearing without a trace. Undoubtedly, this unparalleled strike will become Yifan's most powerful and reliable ally on his path to redemption. Yifan tightly grasps the long sword in his hand, attuning himself to the surging and inexhaustible power of the Lightning Soul Devouring Sword technique. Deep within him, there is a profound joy stemming from the emergence of this new sword technique, intertwined with a weighty solemnity regarding the unknown challenges that lie ahead. He is acutely aware that despite the current extraordinary power displayed by this technique, fully realizing its potential necessitates consistent practice and refinement on his part. Only then can he wield this unparalleled sword technique to navigate the arduous journey of seeking Long Li's soul. Overcoming numerous obstacles along the way, determined to master this mysterious and powerful sword technique, Yifan resolutely embarks on a quest to find a secluded location for his training. After several days of searching, he finally discovers a tranquil and profound valley. Here, the mountains are lush, the waters crystal clear, and the air is fragrant with the songs of birds. The valley is suffused with rich spiritual energy, as if it were a gathering place for the essences of the heavens and the earth. The cliffs surrounding the valley rise majestically into the clouds, forming natural barriers that isolate the clamor and disturbances of the outside world, creating a serene and safe environment for Yifan's cultivation. In this haven, he can immerse himself wholeheartedly in the study of sword techniques. Yifan understands that mastering a skill is no simple feat. It requires a tremendous investment of time and effort. Thus, from the moment he stepped into the valley, he began an unrelenting regimen of intensive training. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the valley, Yifan is already wielding his long sword, darting through the forest like a bolt of lightning. With each swing of his sword, a fierce wind slices through the air, accompanied by the howling of spiritual energy, the fury of lightning, and the intense fluctuations of consciousness. However, every beginning is fraught with difficulty. Initially, despite Yi Fan's utmost efforts, the execution of the lightning soul-devouring sword technique appeared somewhat clumsy and rigid. The three different attributes, spiritual energy, lightning force, and consciousness, encountered various issues during the fusion process, preventing the full potential of the sword technique from being realized. Faced with such adversity, Yi Fan did not succumb to despair. Instead, he relied on his indomitable willpower. Practicing repeatedly, he meticulously observed the changes in the three forces with every sword stroke, attentively sensing their interrelations, continually adjusting the rhythm of the spiritual energy's flow. The intensity of the lightning force and the alignment of consciousness with the former two. Thus, after countless trials and failures, Yi Fan gradually grasped the essence of the technique, mastering key skills and insights. As time passed, his application of the lightning soul-devouring sword technique became increasingly adept, the execution of the sword technique growing ever more refined. Now, Yi Fan no longer experiences any stiffness when drawing his sword. Instead, each motion flows seamlessly, as natural and fluid as water. The shimmering sword energy, imbued with a cataclysmic force, instills fear in all who behold it. As his training deepens, Yi Fan realizes that the lightning soul-devouring sword technique resembles a treasure trove filled with endless mysteries. When he infuses his emotions and will into it like a gentle stream, the power of the sword technique undergoes a qualitative leap, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. He channels his profound yearning for Long Li, his unwavering determination to save his beloved, and his blazing fury against the evils of the world into the sword. At this moment, the lightning soul-devouring sword technique seems to possess a life of its own. With each swing embodying Yi Fan's emotions, its power resounding like thunder, capable of shaking the valley and provoking a resonance of spiritual energy, akin to a rousing and impassioned symphony. Chapter 80. Bittersweet anecdotes in that secluded retreat for cultivation. Yi Fan immerses himself wholly in the ultimate exploration of the sword path. However, the journey of training is fraught with peril in the depths of the valley, as he unleashes his unparalleled sword techniques. A fierce energy radiates like surging waves. Yi Fan unlocks a mysterious restriction, and in an instant, the ground trembles violently, revealing a group of rune puppets slowly materializing. Each of these puppets is hulking and radiates an unusual glow. Evidently crafted from rare materials, their shells are as hard as iron, seemingly capable of withstanding any attack. Their eyes gleam with a haunting light, harboring formidable spiritual energy, as if they could penetrate the soul. Upon witnessing this, Yi Fan shows no sign of retreat. His eyes reflect bravery and determination. In a flash, he moves like a black lightning bolt, swiftly executing his unique lightning soul-devouring sword. This sword technique is as swift as a meteor. With layers of sword shadows, each strand of sword energy carries a chilling force, leading to a breathtaking and life-and-death struggle against the puppets. Yi Fan moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a wraith, effortlessly weaving through the encirclement of puppets as if he were a fish frolicking in water. Wherever he passed, sword shadows flickered like bursting starlight. The chilling gleam that followed rendered the puppets' seemingly indestructible forms as fragile as parchment, easily tearing them apart, leaving severed limbs strewn across the ground. Yet the puppets seemed inexhaustible, surging forth in relentless waves, displaying a semblance of intelligence as they constantly altered their formations and adjusted their tactics. Intent on ensnaring Yi Fan within this iron cage until he succumbed to exhaustion and demise. In this moment of peril, a fierce brilliance ignited in Yi Fan's eyes as he channeled all his spiritual energy, elevating the power of the lightning-devouring soul sword to its zenith. In an instant, a tempest of spiritual force, potent enough to raise the heavens and obliterate the earth, erupted from his core. Within this storm, silver serpents danced wildly, and lightning roared like an enraged dragon. Waves of spiritual consciousness surged like a torrent, overwhelming all in its path. Under the wrath of this tempest, the surrounding puppets crumbled like ants. Reduced to mere dust, the once terrifying restrictions within the valley also disintegrated under this unstoppable force, dissolving into nothingness. Yi Fan exhaled deeply, slowly sheathing his sword, emanating an aura of sharpness and confidence, as if proclaiming his invincibility to the heavens and the earth. After enduring a long and arduous trial, Yi Fan finally emerged from his seclusion amidst the eager anticipation of the multitude. At this moment, he had perfected the unparalleled lightning-devouring soul sword. Reaching an extraordinary state of mastery, he stood proudly, his stature as upright as a pine, exuding an aura of deep reverence akin to towering mountains. His presence grew increasingly steady and profound, reminiscent of a majestic mountain. With boundless spiritual energy coursing through him, yet it remained understated and reserved. His gaze was deep and bright, akin to the radiant stars in the night sky, reflecting a blend of confidence and determination. As if nothing in the world could hinder his path forward, Yi Fan walked with composure, gradually stepping out from the tranquil realm of his closed-door cultivation. With each step, a robust and subtle aura emanated from him, spreading like ripples in water. Within this aura resided not only his profound power, but also the unique sharpness and dominance of the perfected lightning-devouring soul sword technique. He slightly raised his chin, gazing toward the sky of the sect, his eyes piercing through the clouds like arrows, revealing unwavering resolve. It was as if countless unknown challenges and opportunities awaited him in the boundless expanse of the heavens. And he was fully prepared to inscribe his legendary tale in this realm with his exceptional swordplay. Yi Fan understood that the journey to seek Long Li's soul would undoubtedly be fraught with thorns, laden with unpredictable difficulties. Yet, at this juncture, the foremost thoughts in his mind were not of the myriad crises that lay ahead but rather the safety and well-being of his family and their future. This deep concern for his family flowed through his resolute heart like a warm current. Thus, he quickened his pace, hurrying toward his parents' abode. In the courtyard, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. While his parents busied themselves with trivial household matters, his father's rugged hands skillfully manipulated the objects at hand, while his mother gently offered reminders from the side. The passage of time had etched lines of experience upon their faces, yet their companionship radiated warmth. Upon seeing Yi Fan's figure, his parents' eyes instantly brimmed with pride and affection. Their gaze seemed to convey that regardless of the tempests outside, having their child nearby was the most beautiful thing in the world. Yi Fan approached slowly, his movements gentle yet resolute, as he grasped his parents' weathered hands. Though those hands had lost their youthful softness, they conveyed boundless warmth and strength. He began to recount the fruits of his closed-door cultivation, as well as his forthcoming journey to seek Long Li's soul, sharing every detail with his parents. His voice was deep and steady, each word imbued with respect and love for them. As he spoke, he carefully retrieved some invaluable elixirs and mystical artifacts radiating enigmatic light from his bosom. These treasures were the fruits of his arduous cultivation, acquired through countless challenges and fortuitous encounters. He presented the elixirs and artifacts to his parents one by one, patiently elucidating their uses and methods of application. He demonstrated the steps to consume the elixirs and the wondrous effects of the artifacts in terms of defense and daily assistance, ensuring that his parents could fend off any potential dangers and live safely after his departure. His parents listened attentively, nodding frequently. Though they might not fully grasp the profundities of these cultivation treasures, they understood that they embodied their son's deep love and concern. Soon after, Yi Fan's steps led him toward Yi Qin's chamber. At that moment, Yi Qin was wholly engrossed in her own cultivation, her figure appearing lively and focused amidst the interplay of light and shadow within the room, surrounded by ethereal energy that seemed to be drawn to her diligence. When the door was gently pushed open, Yi Qin lifted her gaze and, upon seeing her brother Yi Fan, her previously tranquil expression blossomed into a radiant smile akin to spring flowers, her eyes sparkling with surprise and affection. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang up, bounding toward Yi Fan like a joyful fawn. Observing his sister's exuberance, Yi Fan's heart swelled with fondness. He gently raised his hand to stroke Yi Qin's head, an action imbued with infinite care and affection, as natural and warm as their countless interactions throughout their lives. Then, his voice emerged softly, imbued with the concern unique to an elder brother, inquiring about Yi Qin's progress in her cultivation and the trivialities of her daily life. Yi Qin obediently responded, sharing her confusions encountered during cultivation, her small breakthroughs, and snippets of joy from her daily experiences. Yi Fan listened intently, nodding and smiling intermittently. Once Yi Qin finished speaking, he solemnly retrieved a sword manual from his bosom. This manual had been meticulously selected from numerous texts, perfectly complementing Yi Qin's cultivation traits and current level, poised to assist her in advancing further along the path of swordsmanship. He handed the manual to Yi Qin while generously imparting the insights and experiences he had accumulated over the years. His eyes shimmered with hope as he earnestly advised, "Sister, I am about to embark on a journey. During my absence, you must diligently practice this sword manual, integrating my teachings to continually enhance your abilities, so that you may possess the strength to safeguard yourself in this ever-changing world." Yi Qin grasped the sword manual tightly, nodding earnestly, her eyes reflecting determination and trust in her brother. Once all matters were meticulously arranged, Yi Fan slowly turned, his countenance marked by a grave yet resolute expression, as if enveloped in an unyielding conviction. Resolutely, he lifted his foot and, with strides infused with the weight of 1,000 burdens, began to depart, leaving behind his parents and sister bathed in love and concern. His gradually receding figure appeared solitary yet determined along the expansive and enduring path of the sect. Each step resonated in the still air, echoing like a thunderous proclamation of his unwavering resolve to leave behind all hesitations. The solid footprints he left were deeply imprinted upon the stone path of the sect, much like the indelible mark he had carved in the hearts of many, a figure of immense tenacity. Never retreating, invoking both awe and respect, Yi Fan's heart was as clear as a mirror. He understood that the unknown journey ahead resembled a perilous path shrouded in fog, fraught with innumerable challenges and hardships, each capable of devouring him like a fierce beast. Yet, deep within, the image of Long Li shone like a radiant star, illuminating his path forward, bestowing upon him boundless courage and strength. For Long Li, for that fervent love burning deep within his heart, he had cast aside all fears and doubts. Even in the face of the world's hostility and obstacles, he would not falter, but press onward. His resolve stood as firm as a mountain. He would use his own hands to shatter the barriers, transcend the boundaries of existence, reclaim Long Li's lost soul, and restore the perfect union of body and spirit with his beloved. Yi Fan's figure darted like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had once more crossed the majestic threshold of Huashan sect. His steps were steadfast and powerful, devoid of hesitation or pause. As if each stride bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, in his profound eyes flickered an unwavering light, radiating a sense of relentless determination that would not look back. Thus, Yi Fan resolutely bid farewell to the land that had nurtured his growth. With a soft whoosh, he leaped gracefully, akin to a nimble bird, landing securely upon the broad and sturdy back of the Fire Cloud Phoenix. Sensing her master's arrival, the Fire Cloud Phoenix excitedly raised her head and let out a jubilant cry that echoed through the heavens, reverberating across the wilderness, startling the creatures of the forest into flight. Following this, the Fire Cloud Phoenix unfurled her enormous wings and with a powerful flap, unleashed a torrent of searing heat, akin to a raging inferno. Bearing Yi Fan, she transformed into a dazzling meteor of flame, racing with lightning speed toward the distant Jiangcheng. As Yi Fan drew closer to Jiang City, the bustling sounds of the city gradually reached his ears. Upon entering the city, he dared not linger for even a moment, hastening directly towards the locations of the Fangate and the Long Dan Pavilion. Upon stepping into the Fangate, he was greeted by a scene brimming with fervor and vitality. Numerous disciples were diligently practicing in the spacious training ground, drenched in sweat. Some wielded long swords with grace, while others executed powerful fist techniques, their momentum akin to a raging torrent. The entire sect operated in an orderly manner, with affairs proceeding methodically, devoid of any hint of chaos or error. Not far away, the Jiang City branch of the Long Dan Pavilion was enveloped in a rich aroma of medicinal elixirs. A steady stream of customers and practitioners flowed in and out, some intently selecting their desired elixirs, while others gathered in small groups, exchanging insights on alchemy. The atmosphere was lively and extraordinary, yet everything remained meticulously organized. Both internal management and daily operations showed no signs of disarray. After confirming that all was well, Yi Fan's heart, which had been in a state of trepidation, finally found a modicum of solace. However, he was acutely aware of the immense responsibility he bore. The mere thought of Long Li's current condition caused his brow to furrow tightly. Long Li's situation was indeed dire. Her soul had suffered grave damage and she urgently required 3 rare treasures: soul-nourishing grass, soul stones, and soul crystals, to facilitate her recovery. Let us first discuss the soul-nourishing grass. It is said to grow only in the perilous depths of the ghostly abyss, a place shrouded in dense, ominous mists that obscure the myriad dangers lurking within. Moreover, it is rumored that powerful malevolent spirits guard the vicinity of the soul-nourishing grass, and any foolhardy enough to approach and attempt to harvest it would inevitably face a series of daunting trials. Next, we turn to the soul stones, a precious commodity that is believed to only manifest in the core areas of ancient battlefields. The remnants of a cataclysmic conflict still reverberate through that hallowed ground, echoing with terrifying energy fluctuations. Additionally, formidable prohibitions are in place, and many ferocious beasts roam the area, rendering it an absolute forbidden zone that instills fear in all who approach. Lastly, there are the soul crystals, whose existence is steeped in mystery. Legend has it that the only chance of finding a soul crystal lies at the unfathomable depths of the soul abyss, a place beset by relentless soul tempests that distort the very fabric of space. The dangers here far exceed the realm of human imagination. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Chapter 82. A shuddering realization yet. Yifan's gaze burned with an intense fire, devoid of even a flicker of fear. He clenched his fists tightly, the strength of his grip seemingly capable of crushing steel, while deep within him, a silent vow took root. Regardless of the arduous trials and tribulations that lay ahead, be it thorny paths or fiery chasms, dragon lairs or tiger dens, he would spare no effort to procure those three extraordinary treasures, thereby ensuring the survival of Long Li's beleaguered soul. After a brief respite and adjustment, Yifan resolutely embarked on the perilous journey to seek the soul-nourishing grass. Guided solely by the scant clues he possessed, his figure gradually receded, ultimately vanishing into the vast unknown of the distant horizon. Nevertheless, the unwavering determination and fearless courage he left behind resonated in the air like a stirring battle hymn. Lingering long after he had departed, at this moment, Yifan's gaze was unyieldingly resolute, akin to two brilliant stars embedded in his steadfast countenance. After a period of profound contemplation, he had devised a clear plan. Although numerous paths lay before him, he ultimately resolved to first venture into the heart of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to uncover its secrets. The reasoning behind this choice was simple. Compared to the myriad unfamiliar and unpredictable locales, this vast expanse of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range offered him a semblance of familiarity. In years past, he had ventured into this mysterious mountain range on 2 occasions. Albeit cautiously skirting its peripheries, the enigmatic core region, however, had always eluded his daring steps. Those 2 indelible experiences, even as time flowed on, remained vividly etched in his memory. Recalling his initial foray into this enigmatic realm, he had been nascent, akin to an unrefined jade, naive and inexperienced. When he cautiously traversed the outskirts, he had not anticipated encountering such a multitude of ferocious low-tier beasts, their sharp fangs and malevolent eyes glinting ominously. They lay in wait amidst the underbrush or ambushed from the treetops, rendering evasion nearly impossible. The scene was nothing short of heart-stopping. A moment's negligence could spell doom. Fortunately, his extraordinary wit and courage enabled him to navigate the perilous situation with composure. He adeptly utilized the surrounding environment to evade attacks and seize opportunities for counterstrikes. Perhaps a touch of serendipity favored him, ultimately allowing him to extricate himself from dire peril unscathed. After a period of arduous training, his strength had seen a modest enhancement. Thus, fueled by courage and a thirst for exploration, he boldly plunged once more into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, this time daring to enter the more treacherous inner regions. Here, the number of beasts was greater, their cunning and ferocity surpassing those he had previously encountered. They were intimately familiar with the terrain, adept at setting lethal traps amidst the complex landscape. Furthermore, the miasma that pervaded the inner areas was a constant companion. A single careless inhalation could induce dizziness or even unconsciousness. Beneath this seemingly innocuous surface lay unfathomable traps, and a misstep could yield catastrophic consequences. Each step taken here felt like a dance on the precipice of death, the cold breath of mortality ever present. Despite the harrowing nature of these 2 trials, it was through these near-death experiences that he gained profound insights into the geography of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. He became acutely aware of where beasts tended to lurk and which paths were relatively safe. Simultaneously, he began to discern the habits and unique attack methods of various beasts, gradually uncovering patterns. Moreover, he became adept at detecting lurking dangers, such as miasmas and traps, allowing him to skillfully evade them. All these invaluable insights and experiences undoubtedly laid a robust foundation for his future adventures in the martial world, equipping him to face myriad challenges. At this moment, Yi Fan was embarking on his third venture into the mysterious and perilous 10,000 Beasts mountain range. With each entry, he felt a profound sense of reverence. He understood that the core region of this vast expanse was akin to a death trap, fraught with endless dangers and challenges. In that heart of darkness, powerful high-tier beasts roamed freely, their territorial instincts fiercely protective. Any intruder daring enough to trespass would incite their wrath, triggering a breathtaking battle for survival. Moreover, the density of spiritual energy here defied imagination, nearly coalescing into a tangible form. Yet, this abundant energy was no gentle companion. Rather, it was a tempestuous force, exceedingly difficult to master. For practitioners, the potential for rich resources was tantalizing, yet a moment's carelessness could result in being overwhelmed by this surging power, plunging them into irretrievable despair. Additionally, the terrain of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was intricate and ever-changing. Towering peaks soared into the clouds, while bottomless ravines crisscrossed the landscape. Dense, shadowy forests obscured the sun, concealing countless ancient and mysterious prohibitions. These prohibitions lay in wait like beasts lurking in darkness, ready to mercilessly devour the unwary. Despite the thorny path ahead, fraught with challenges, the thought of Long Li propelled Yi Fan forward without hesitation. Resolutely advancing into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, his slender yet determined figure gradually faded into the dense thickets, leaving behind a trail of unwavering footprints. These footprints served as a silent declaration of Yi Fan's indomitable spirit, showcasing his resolve to press on, undeterred by adversity. With the utmost caution, Yi Fan approached the core region of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, each step feeling as though he were treading upon the edge of a knife. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if the very air held its breath, save for the faint sound of his footsteps and the weighty rhythm of his breathing. Suddenly, a deep, earth-shattering roar erupted, reverberating as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld, causing the ground to tremble in response. Chapter 83. In the crucible of fate in that instant, Yi Fan's previously tranquil gaze transformed into a piercing sharpness, akin to two icy blades, scanning the surrounding space with heightened vigilance. What lay before him was a serene facade, yet beneath this calm surface lurked boundless peril. Suddenly, a deep and heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest, accompanied by the creaking of branches and leaves being trampled. Shortly thereafter, a gigantic, fearsome black-scaled demon tiger slowly emerged from the shadows. Its immense body resembled a moving hill, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. The demon tiger's eyes burned like two fierce blue flames, fixated intently on Yi Fan, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Undoubtedly, this black-scaled demon tiger was one of the undisputed overlords of this area, emanating an oppressive aura so potent that it seemed to freeze the surrounding air, making it difficult to breathe. Faced with such a formidable foe, Yi Fan dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of negligence or carelessness. He took a deep breath, slowly reaching for the sword at his waist, which had accompanied him for many years. As the blade was drawn inch by inch, a faint glimmer of light reflected off it, shimmering with a cold, icy radiance. However, before Yi Fan could fully prepare himself, the black-scaled demon tiger could no longer contain its ferocity and launched a fierce attack. It propelled itself forward with its powerful limbs, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it lunged at Yi Fan. Simultaneously, it opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp, menacing fangs, while its massive claws sliced through the air, stirring up a foul wind. Observing this, Yi Fan pushed off the ground with force, swiftly sidestepping the tiger's direct assault by a hair's breadth. In one fluid motion, he swung his sword towards the demon tiger's flank with great ferocity. Yet, the black-scaled demon tiger, a battle-hardened beast, reacted with remarkable agility. Just as the sword's light was about to make contact, it twisted in midair, skillfully evading the strike. Moreover, its thick, powerful tail lashed out like an unyielding steel whip, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh aimed at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. and with a light tap of his toes, he sprang backward like an arrow released from a bow, narrowly escaping the razor-sharp strike that whipped past, leaving a stinging sensation on his cheek. Understanding the unfathomable strength of the beast before him, Yi Fan knew that confronting it head-on would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Only by finding a chink in its armor could he hope for survival. Suddenly, he shifted his form, employing his agile technique, phantom steps. His figure danced like a wraith, weaving around the massive black-scaled demon tiger with incredible speed. In an instant, the area was filled with flickering afterimages. Dazzling to behold. The demon tiger, incensed by Yi Fan's series of bizarre maneuvers, roared angrily, its deafening roars echoing through the forest, while its claws slashed through the air with increasing ferocity. However, amidst this fierce battle, Yi Fan remained composed. As time passed, he gradually calmed himself and keenly noted that after each of the tiger's lunges, a fleeting defensive gap appeared at its right rear. This revelation filled Yi Fan with elation, and after careful consideration, he resolved to take a risk. When the black-scaled demon tiger lunged again, Yi Fan pretended to falter and retreated repeatedly. The tiger, sensing an opportunity, bounded forward with its powerful limbs, pursuing Yi Fan at full speed. As its form stretched to the extreme, the gap at its right rear was fully exposed. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he swiftly turned around. At the same time, a torrent of spiritual energy surged within him, flooding into his sword. In an instant, the blade radiated a brilliant light, akin to a flash of lightning cleaving through the heavens. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, Yi Fan summoned all his strength and thrust forward with tremendous force. This strike was swift as the wind and powerful as thunder, roaring towards the exposed gap at the demon tiger's right rear. Yi Fan's sword technique was as rapid as a gale, resembling a meteor streaking through the night sky, aimed directly at the tiger's vulnerable spot. The fierce sword energy whistled through the air, trailing a dazzling brilliance. Yet, the black-scaled demon tiger, the ruler of this forest, despite its massive size, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Upon sensing the lethal threat approaching from behind, it immediately attempted to sidestep. However, Yi Fan's speed was simply too great. Despite the tiger's utmost effort, it could not entirely evade the strike. A muffled thud resonated as the razor-sharp blade effortlessly pierced through the tiger's tough scales, embedding itself deep within its body. In that instant, blood gushed forth, resembling a blood-red flower blooming against the night sky, a sight both shocking and horrific. The injured black-scaled demon tiger emitted an earth-shattering roar of agony, its voice reverberating through the heavens, sending chills down one's spine. Concurrently, it began to thrash its massive body in a frenzy, attempting to dislodge Yi Fan from its back with sheer brute force. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious struggle, Yi Fan showed no signs of retreat. He gripped the hilt tightly, exerting all his strength to twist the blade. As he did, more blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground red. Without hesitation, Yi Fan withdrew his sword and swiftly leaped back. At this moment, the wounded black-scaled demon tiger had descended into a state of utter frenzy. Its already crimson eyes burned like raging flames, filled with boundless fury and murderous intent. Ignoring its injuries, it opened its gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs, and lunged recklessly toward Yi Fan. After such an intense confrontation, Yi Fan's spiritual energy was already depleted by more than half. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the fatigue and pain, focusing intently on the charging black-scaled demon tiger, bracing himself for its next round of violent assault. Just as life and death hung in the balance, a melodious flute sound suddenly resonated from afar. The clear and enchanting notes, akin to celestial music, pierced through the layers of dense foliage and gently reached everyone's ears. Even more astonishing was that this flute melody seemed to possess an enigmatic power, gradually slowing the frantic movements of the rushing black-scaled demon tiger. Clearly perplexed and unsettled by the unexpected flute sound, the tiger halted, pricking its ears to listen to the exquisite melody, the ferocity in its gaze slowly subsiding. Though reluctant, under the influence of the flute's enchanting notes, it finally cast one last glance at Yi Fan and, with heavy steps, retreated into the depths of the dense forest, vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 84. The mysterious elder Yi Fan exhaled a long breath, the taut strings of his heart finally loosening somewhat, yet his curiosity regarding the mysterious flute sound intensified. Unable to resist, he raised his head and gazed towards the direction from which the melody emanated. Pondering inwardly, this flute sound is so strange and captivating. Could it conceal some unknown secret? Perhaps in that place, I could find the soul-nurturing grass I have long sought, or other unexpectedly precious treasures. With this thought, Yi Fan hesitated no longer and resolutely made his way toward the source of the flute sound. As he drew closer, the peculiar sensation within him grew ever stronger, as if an invisible, powerful force was guiding him forward, while the surrounding scenery subtly transformed without his notice. The originally lush and verdant forest began to thin out, replaced by a vibrant, colorful meadow adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers. Countless blossoms, flickering with faint bioluminescence, dotted the meadow, appearing like dazzling stars fallen from the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful, as if he had stepped into a dreamlike fairyland. Continuing onward, Yi Fan soon arrived at the center of this meadow. There, he beheld an elderly figure clad in a pristine white robe, leisurely playing a delicately crafted flute. The elder's hair was as white as snow, and though his face was lined with wrinkles, his expression radiated a profound sense of tranquility and serenity, imparting an impression of being untroubled by worldly conflicts. Even more astonishing was the extraordinary aura emanating from the elder, rendering it impossible for others to gauge the depth of his true cultivation. Once the melody concluded, the elder slowly opened his eyes, which were deep and tranquil like a still pond. Locking onto Yi Fan's gaze eye in that instant, Yi Fan felt as if he were completely seen through by the elder. As though even the most hidden corners of his soul were laid bare. "Young man, why do you venture so recklessly into this perilous heart of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and dare to engage in fierce combat with that exceedingly ferocious black-scaled demon tiger?" The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his figure appearing somewhat enigmatic under the dim moonlight. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing through the eerily silent valley as if traversing through time and space. Yi Fan, not daring to exhibit any semblance of laxity, hurriedly performed a respectful salute and sincerely replied, "Esteemed elder, I come here for a reason. My beloved, Longli, has suffered severe injuries, and her soul has been gravely damaged. We urgently need the soul-nurturing grass to prolong her life. Additionally, we also require soul stones and soul crystals to assist in her treatment. Thus, I have risked everything to venture into this place, solely in search of these treasures." Upon finishing, a glimmer of anxiety appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. The elder, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, then gently stroked his long beard, deep in thought, and remarked, "I see. However, you must understand that the soul-nourishing grass is a rare spiritual herb, extraordinarily precious. While it may be possible to trace its existence in the heart of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, any place where such a spiritual entity flourishes will undoubtedly be guarded by formidable beasts, just like the black-scaled demon tiger you encountered earlier, which is merely a minor player in this grand scheme. As for the soul stone and soul crystal, they are even more elusive and hard to come by." At this, Yi Fan's heart grew heavy, yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. He took a deep breath and once more cupped his hands in respect towards the elder, saying, "What you say is indeed true, Senior. Yet, even if the path ahead is fraught with thorns and challenges, I shall endeavor with all my might. I humbly request that, out of respect for my earnest heart, you might bestow your guidance upon me." The elder smiled gently, his expression warm as the gentle sunlight of spring. His gaze resting on Yi Fan with apparent admiration, he spoke softly, "Young man, since you possess such unwavering conviction and fearless courage, I am more than willing to lend you a hand. Deep within this vast and undulating mountain range lies a mysterious and ancient relic. According to legend, the miraculous herb that nourishes the soul-nourishing grass, grows within this relic, however." Here, the elder paused momentarily, his tone growing grave as he continued, "This relic is not easily accessible. It is riddled with various intricate traps and mechanisms, and a powerful ancient prohibition silently protects it. Only by successfully unraveling the profound and enigmatic puzzle at the entrance can one hope to step into this mysterious realm." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan could not help but furrow his brow, contemplating the arduous challenges that lay ahead. Yet he quickly lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes, and bowed respectfully to the elder once more, saying, "Thank you for your words of wisdom, Senior. Even if the road ahead is perilous and fraught with danger, I shall give my all to attempt it, the elder, observing Yi Fan's unwavering demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. Then stroked his gray beard thoughtfully, saying, As for the soul stone and soul crystal you seek, I possess a modicum of knowledge. It is said that at the very end of this mountain range lies a place known as the Soul Abyss. There, a chilling aura permeates the air, thick with the fluctuations of soul energy, and it is highly likely that what you seek is concealed there. But do exercise caution, for the Soul Abyss is an exceedingly treacherous place, teeming with countless powerful and ferocious souls that roam freely. A moment's negligence could lead to your body being seized, leaving you as a mere shell of your former self. Thus, you must remain doubly vigilant. Yi Fan stood quietly, fully absorbed in the elder's words, which were imbued with wisdom and care. Each word struck his heart like a hammer, stirring an indescribable warmth and gratitude within him, as the elder's voice faded. Yi Fan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He gazed upon the kind, yet imposing elder before him, his heart swelling with appreciation, akin to a beacon of light illuminating his path through darkness. Yi Fan slowly bent at the waist, his movements gentle yet solemn, as if addressing something profoundly sacred. When he reached a 90-degree bow, he paused for a moment before gradually rising again. This deep bow not only conveyed his boundless respect for the elder, but also encapsulated his unwavering commitment. Standing tall once more, Yi Fan fixed his determined gaze upon the elder and earnestly declared, Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall remember your words and strive with all my might, ensuring that I do not disappoint your earnest expectations. With that, he turned and strode forward confidently into the depths of the mysterious mountain range. As Yi Fan ventured further away, his figure gradually melded into the lush, thriving forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him, while a gentle breeze caressed his clothing, almost as if bidding him farewell. Despite the rugged and treacherous path ahead, Yi Fan's steps never faltered. With hope and conviction for the future, he pressed onward into the unknown. His steadfast silhouette ultimately vanished among the verdant hills, leaving behind an aura of tranquility and vibrant life. The elder shook his head gently, saying, Do not thank me too soon. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range, having endured the ravages of time, harbors many secrets and dangers. Your journey there is indeed fraught with peril. Allow me to bestow upon you a protective talisman, which may save your life at a critical moment. With that, a talisman radiating golden light appeared in the elder's hand, which he extended to Yi Fan. Yi Fan cautiously accepted the talisman, and as it touched his palm, a warm energy surged within him, flowing like a gentle stream. This power quickly spread throughout his body, instantly calming his previously anxious heart and significantly bolstering his confidence. After bowing deeply in gratitude to the elder who bestowed the talisman, Yi Fan resolutely turned and marched forward into the depths of the mountain range. Each step he took was steady and decisive, as if he had cast aside all fear of life and death. He understood that awaiting him were not only unknown dangers but also formidable challenges, yet he felt no fear, resolutely pressing on. Following the elder's directions, Yi Fan hastened deeper into the mountains, where the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and foreboding. The cold mountain winds howled past, rustling the leaves in a whispering chorus, as if countless invisible spirits were murmuring secrets. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped the air, elusive yet omnipresent, sending shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, Yi Fan was undeterred by the terrifying environment. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He remained acutely aware of his surroundings, leaving no abnormality unnoticed. After an arduous trek, Yi Fan finally reached the entrance of the relic. Before him stood a grand and imposing stone door, towering into the clouds like an insurmountable barrier. The surface of the door was intricately carved with a myriad of strange runes and patterns, each unique in form and flowing in line. Some resembled serpentine dragons, others evoked soaring birds, while still others resembled blossoming flowers. They intertwined to create a breathtaking yet perplexing tapestry. What was even more astonishing was that these runes occasionally flickered with a soft radiance, dimming and brightening, as if they were recounting ancient and unknown tales to Yi Fan. With wide eyes, Yi Fan scrutinized the intricate puzzle of runes on the stone door. He discerned that their flickering was not random but followed a specific rhythm and sequence. Thus, he calmed his mind and focused intently on unraveling the secrets within. Closing his eyes, he took several deep breaths, gradually soothing his restless heart. Next, he concentrated, cautiously channeling the powerful energy within him, allowing it to flow like a gentle stream toward the stone door before him. At the moment of contact, it was as if a stone had stirred 1,000 waves. The previously dull runes on the door suddenly erupted into a brilliant glow, akin to radiant stars in the night sky. However, simultaneously, some runes appeared to lose their vitality, extinguishing into darkness. Yi Fan fixated on the changing runes, his mind racing as he sought to find a thread of connection amidst the seemingly chaotic phenomena to unlock the mysteries hidden behind the stone door. Time slipped by unnoticed, each passing second stretching into eternity. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Yi Fan's forehead, trickling down his cheeks, yet he remained oblivious, his thoughts entirely consumed by the enigma of the mysterious array. Just as he felt the strain mounting, pushing him to the brink of surrender, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning. He recalled having seen references to similar arrays in the ancient texts of the Huashan sect. This sudden memory flooded his heart with elation, akin to a lost ship in a vast sea spotting a distant lighthouse. He quickly recalled the key points and crucial aspects from those records, decisively adjusting the output method and intensity of his energy. With this newfound insight, Yi Fan launched another assault on the stone door. With a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day, the massive stone door began to shift slowly, accompanied by a series of deep, resonant rumbles, gradually opening a narrow gap. An ancient, decaying scent surged forth from the crevice like a flood breaching its dam. Rushing toward Yi Fan, the odor was pungent and repugnant, making him feel nauseous. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black abyss, as unfathomable as an endless chasm, with no end in sight. Yi Fan steadied his mind, drawing in a deep breath before resolutely gripping the sword at his waist and stepping into the treacherous and enigmatic ruins before him. As he entered this mysterious realm, a chilling sound of a mechanism springing to life echoed in his ears, startling him and prompting an immediate reaction from his body. With a nimbleness akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and vaulted into the air like an arrow released from a bow. In the very spot he had just occupied, a multitude of sharp, glimmering stone spikes erupted from the earth, seemingly intent on piercing anything that dared to approach. In midair, Yi Fan executed a graceful somersault and landed securely on a nearby passageway. This corridor was dark and profound, stretching endlessly into the unknown, shrouded in an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he cautiously advanced along the corridor. Flanking the walls, flickering green phosphorescent flames intermittently illuminated the space, casting a ghostly silhouette of his elongated form. As he continued, Yi Fan arrived at a fork in the path. He halted, his gaze sharply scanning the two passages with vigilance, drawing upon his keen instinct and years of adventure. He could distinctly sense that both the left and right corridors concealed formidable, unknown dangers. Yet, simultaneously, a faint whiff of soul-nourishing grass emanated from the left passage. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Fan resolutely chose the left corridor. He took a few steps forward when suddenly, a swarm of ferocious bat-like beasts swooped down upon him like a black whirlwind. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty crimson hue, emitting piercing shrieks that sent chills down his spine. Confronted with such peril, Yi Fan did not dare to underestimate the threat. With swift precision, he drew his long sword, and with a flick of his wrist, a flurry of sword energy erupted forth. He then executed his signature evasive technique, weaving through the horde of beasts like a wraith. Simultaneously, his sword transformed into streaks of lightning, striking down upon the creatures with the force of thunder. With each swing, blinding flashes of light erupted, reminiscent of thunderclaps from the heavens, infused with an overwhelming spiritual power. The air was filled with the sound of thuds as the bat-like beasts fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. However, despite Yi Fan's formidable assault, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, seemingly endless. In the midst of this fierce battle, Yi Fan moved like a specter, skillfully darting between the numerous bat-like beasts. His gaze was sharp and focused as he engaged in combat while keenly searching for any vulnerabilities among the ferocious foes. As time elapsed, he persisted in his quest for a weakness, and at last. Fortune favored the diligent. He discerned that the underbellies of these creatures appeared more vulnerable than other areas. Seizing this opportunity, Yifan quickly adjusted his strategy, concentrating his attacks on their exposed abdomens. What followed was an arduous and grueling struggle. Yifan unleashed all his skill, his longsword carving through the air with a series of fierce strikes aimed at the belly of the beasts. Each attack was accompanied by his furious roars and the anguished cries of the creatures, saturating the battleground with the scent of blood and gunpowder. After an extended and bloody confrontation, Yifan ultimately succeeded in repelling the relentless horde of beasts. Breathing heavily, he stood amidst the fallen creatures, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Yet he knew better than to relax, for countless unknown dangers still lay ahead. After a brief respite, Yifan continued his journey along the winding paths of the ruins. As he ventured deeper, the routes became increasingly convoluted, resembling an intricate labyrinth that bewildered the senses. Suddenly, he emerged into an expansive and grand hall. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the soul-nourishing grass on the central stone pedestal. Emanating a soft blue glow, these plants resembled the most resplendent stars in the night sky, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura. However, to his dismay, a transparent barrier encircled the grass, shimmering with a faint yet undeniable light. Clearly marking it as an insurmountable obstacle, Yifan approached cautiously, scrutinizing the barrier closely. He extended his hand, tentatively channeling his spiritual energy towards it, but the moment his fingertips made contact, an immense force rebounded violently, sending him staggering back several steps. Regaining his composure, Yifan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. He recalled the protective talisman given to him by the Elder in White before his departure. Perhaps this talisman could be the key to dispelling the barrier before him. Yifan inhaled deeply, carefully retrieving the mysterious talisman from his bosom. It glimmered with a faint spiritual light, as if harboring boundless secrets and power. He focused his mind, drawing upon his internal spiritual energy, flowing it into the talisman like a gentle stream. As he continued to infuse energy, the talisman began to tremble slightly, its runes gradually illuminating and radiating an increasingly brilliant glow. Firmly gripping the talisman, Yifan sensed the potent energy surging within, and without hesitation, he charged towards the barrier. The moment the talisman's light collided with the barrier, the entire space erupted in a blinding flash. Instinctively, Yifan shut his eyes, yet he could still feel an overwhelmingly powerful force violently tugging at him. He felt as though it sought to tear him asunder, causing him immense pain. Nevertheless, Yifan refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he fought to maintain his footing, striving to resist being swept away by the force. As seconds ticked by, the blinding light gradually dimmed. Slowly, Yifan opened his eyes, initially greeted by a vibrant green landscape. To his astonishment, he realized he had successfully traversed the barrier and stood before the coveted soul-nourishing grass. The plants thrived lushly, each exuding a potent spiritual aura, as if they were ethereal beings birthed by nature itself. Yifan's heart swelled with exhilaration, and he eagerly reached out, gently plucking the precious grass. The moment his fingertips brushed against the leaves, he could distinctly feel the immense soul power contained within. This force surged like a roaring tide, crashing against his spirit. With utmost care, Yifan placed the soul-nourishing grass into the prepared storage ring, fearful that a moment's negligence might harm its delicate essence. At that moment, his heart brimmed with hope, believing he was one step closer to rescuing Longli. However, just as he indulged in his joy, a shrill alarm reverberated throughout the ruins. This sudden turn of events sent a jolt of alarm through Yifan. He realized that the commotion from breaching the barrier had triggered the defensive mechanisms hidden deep within the ruins. Without a moment's delay, he spun around, urgently scanning for an exit. Yet, the intricate maze of corridors and chambers momentarily disoriented him. He understood that failing to find a swift escape could lead to dire consequences. Amidst the chaos and panic, he dashed about like a headless fly in his frenzied flight. He inadvertently stumbled into a deeply concealed secret chamber. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of soul energy, akin to an invisible wave wrapping around him. Yifan steadied himself, eyes wide as he surveyed the surroundings. Scattered across the chamber floor were several blocks of soul stones, glimmering with a dim light. The faint yet profound glow seemed to possess a mysterious allure, compelling Yifan to approach. He crouched down, carefully picking up a soul stone and examining it in his palm. The stone felt warm to the touch, its surface smooth and delicate, with wisps of soul energy flowing within. Drawing upon his years of experience, Yifan determined that these soul stones were not only of exceptional quality but also exceedingly rare treasures. To his delight, these stones were precisely what Longli had long coveted and sought after. However, the current situation left no room for indulgence in this newfound joy. For not far behind him, the relentless danger was closing in, akin to a ferocious beast poised to devour him whole. Yifan dared not linger. He quickly gathered his thoughts, relying on the dim memories lodged in his mind. He acutely sensed the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surrounding air, desperately searching for an exit from the ruins. After a tense search, he finally discovered another exit. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifan bolted towards it like an arrow released from a bow. The instant he burst forth from the ruins, he swiftly altered his course, racing towards the soul abyss at the mountain's end. The journey ahead promised to be fraught with peril. A myriad of formidable beasts surged forth from all directions, launching relentless and fierce assaults upon Yifan. Yet, he remained undaunted by the overwhelming challenges before him. Instead, he adeptly harnessed the precious resources acquired within the ruins, skillfully employing the newly mastered skills and artifacts at his disposal. Coupled with the steady enhancement of his own strength, as well as several potent talismans purchased during his initial venture in Jiang City, Yifan successfully navigated crisis after crisis, advancing without peril. Chapter 87. A heart full of concern at long last. After a protracted and arduous journey, he arrived at the chilling vicinity of the soul abyss. The sight that unfolded before him made him gasp in trepidation. A bottomless chasm, seemingly leading straight to the netherworld. The endless darkness was thick as ink, devouring all light and leaving behind an abyss of silence and terror. From the profound depths of the chasm, haunting cries of tormented souls echoed intermittently, resembling the wails of countless ghosts, or the desperate screams of malevolent spirits enduring torment in the depths of hell. These sounds intertwined, forming a heart-stirring wave of sound that assailed the very core of his being. Even more fearsome, an immensely powerful soul storm raged within the abyss, roaring like a frenzied dragon, twisting and contorting the surrounding space into a bewildering spectacle. Yifan stood solemnly at the edge of the soul abyss, contemplating strategies in his mind as he gazed into this death-laden realm. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel his internal spiritual energy, gradually enveloping himself in a faint ethereal glow, forming a robust protective barrier. Once prepared, Yifan cautiously took a step forward, slowly descending into the depths of the soul abyss. As he descended, the pressure around him escalated at an astonishing rate. With each small drop in altitude, the invisible weight bore down upon him, as if he were carrying an immense burden, making each step increasingly laborious. Nevertheless, Yifan pressed on, gritting his teeth and enduring the strain on his body. Gradually, deep within the abyss, he discovered several crystals shimmering with an unusual luminescence. These crystals emitted a mysterious glow, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky. Captivating his attention, Yifan instantly recognized them as the soul crystals he had desperately sought. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Just as he reached out to grasp the soul crystals, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The already ferocious soul storm intensified, its power multiplying manifold. Simultaneously, countless dark shadows emerged from all corners, resembling ghastly apparitions with twisted visages, exhaling plumes of black smoke imbued with deep malice and resentment, surging toward Yifan like a relentless tide. These shadows were the vengeful spirits lurking within the soul abyss, having sensed the presence of this intruder. They mobilized in an attempt to corrode his soul. Seeking to ensnare him eternally in this lightless abyss, Yifan, fully aware of the urgency, wasted no time. He swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, and unleashed the techniques he had gleaned from the heaven-devouring art. In an instant, a torrent of potent spiritual energy surged forth from within him, coalescing into a colossal and ancient cauldron before him. Meanwhile, Yifan firmly gripped his sword, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Emanating an aura that instilled dread at this moment, Yifan's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to swiftly eradicate these vengeful spirits and rescue the still ailing Long Li. Clenching his jaw, veins bulging upon his forehead, he summoned every ounce of strength to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the multitude of vengeful spirits. As time passed, Yi Fan discovered that the cauldron, formed from the gathered spiritual energy, possessed astonishing might. The massive vessel, born of ethereal essence, greedily devoured the approaching spirits. With each spirit consumed, a brilliant light erupted from within the cauldron, followed by the anguished wails of the spirits. After being refined, these spirits transformed into exceedingly pure soul power, continuously flowing into Yi Fan's own soul. Nourished by the abundant soul power, Yi Fan's soul flourished as if quenching a long-standing thirst, visibly growing stronger. His already formidable spirit became even more terrifying, its power far surpassing his current cultivation level. Moreover, Yi Fan's soul gradually coalesced into a smooth, rounded soul Dan, radiating a mysterious and profound light. With the formation of the soul Dan, his perception of the surrounding environment significantly heightened. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yi Fan's form became elusive as a specter, his feet executing a marvelous footwork technique that rendered him nearly undetectable to the vengeful spirits. Meanwhile, the sword in his hand transformed into streaks of lethal lightning, striking fiercely at the spirits with soul-devouring force. Coupled with the extraordinary technique of the cauldron, the synergy among the three elements unleashed an unimaginable power. Finally, after a grueling confrontation, Yi Fan successfully vanquished all the vengeful spirits, utilizing the cauldron to refine them into pure soul power, which he absorbed entirely into the soul Dan nestled within his mind. At this juncture, the soul Dan had grown immensely large, subtly indicating signs of evolving into a soul embryo. After this breathtaking and perilous battle, Yi Fan managed to gather a sufficient number of soul crystals. At this moment, he resembled a small boat that had just weathered a tumultuous storm, appearing utterly fatigued and haggard. He painstakingly climbed out of the abyss fraught with peril and darkness. Each ascent seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength, and his once resplendent garments were now tattered and stained crimson with blood. Gory wounds crisscrossed his body, some still oozing blood, yet despite this, the depths of his eyes sparkled with unmistakable joy and relief. For Yi Fan understood that the soul crystals painstakingly collected through trials and tribulations signified a crucial first step toward rescuing his beloved, Long Li, to restore her to her former self. He now required the soul-nourishing grass, soul stones, and soul crystals to jointly safeguard the last vestige of her soul. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan wasted no time, resolutely embarking on his journey home. His figure darted through the dense jungles of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range like an arrow released from a bow. Despite his extreme exhaustion, having nearly collapsed several times from fatigue, the fervent hope for Long Li's swift recovery propelled him onward. After several days of relentless travel, Yi Fan finally reached his destination, Jiang City. This familiar city remained bustling and vibrant, yet at this moment, Yi Fan had no heart to admire the scenery, his sole focus being the urgent need to reach the Long family estate. Upon his arrival at the Long residence, the sight of numerous servants revealing cautious expressions upon his return filled him with a sense of urgency. However, with his heart solely occupied by thoughts of Long Li, he had no time to spare for them. He hurriedly maneuvered through the crowd, making a beeline for the room he once inhabited. Chapter 88. Nourishing the remnant soul inside the room, the light was dim and gentle, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Long Li lay quietly upon the bed, resembling a slumbering fairy, serene and peaceful. Yet, her pallid complexion and slightly furrowed brow betrayed her deteriorating condition. Yi Fan stood gravely at her bedside, gently extending his hands to carefully remove Long Li from the heaven-devouring cauldron, placing her gently upon the bed. This moment, Long Li remained in a deep slumber. Her eyes tightly shut, her once lovely visage now appearing somewhat haggard. Yi Fan slowly sat beside her, tenderly grasping her cool hand. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his abundant spiritual energy, gradually infusing it into Long Li's body through his palm. As the spiritual energy flowed, her previously weak and chaotic aura began to stabilize. Having accomplished this, Yi Fan dared not linger, rising once more to approach the table nearby. Upon it lay several soul-nourishing grasses radiating an unusual glow. A few translucent soul stones, and a soul crystal shimmering with mysterious light. Yi Fan first picked up a soul-nourishing grass and placed it into a small cauldron. He ignited the cauldron's fire and commenced the refinement of the herb. As time elapsed, the soul-nourishing grass gradually melted, releasing a rich green mist. Yi Fan meticulously controlled the heat, painstakingly extracting the purest essence of soul-nourishing power. Once fully extracted, he swiftly retrieved a soul stone. Holding it in his hand, guiding the nourishing power to flow down his arm and ultimately into Long Li's sea of consciousness through his fingertips. Despite his overwhelming anxiety, Yi Fan's movements were exceptionally careful. Fearful that a moment's negligence could inflict further harm upon Long Li next, he lifted the soul crystal and gently positioned it upon Long Li's forehead. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, continuously pouring forth his formidable soul power. He served as a bridge with the power of his own soul, intertwining the vast energy from the soul crystal with the nurturing force that had previously flowed into Long Li's sea of consciousness. Gradually, these two disparate forces harmoniously merged, forming a warm and potent healing energy that began to nourish and repair Long Li's damaged soul. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, each passing second dragging by as slowly and laboriously as a snail's crawl. Within this room, so quiet that it quickened the heartbeat and softened the breath, a rich aura of soul power emanated continuously, almost palpable in its intensity. This soul energy, as if imbued with life, interwove and entwined, creating countless ethereal threads of shimmering light. These threads crisscrossed through the air, reminiscent of a mysterious web of life, enveloping the entire room. At this moment, Yi Fan's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat. The beads of perspiration, akin to the size of mung beans, trickled down his resolute and chiseled face, one after another. When they fell to the ground, they produced a faint sound upon striking the hard stone floor, stirring up a modicum of inconsequential dust. Yet, even this seemingly trivial dust caught the attention of those present in the stillness of the atmosphere. Yi Fan's body began to tremble involuntarily, evidently due to the astonishingly rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. Each surge of energy that erupted from the depths of his being brought with it a piercing, bone-deep fatigue, as if someone were wielding a heavy hammer, striking him repeatedly with relentless force, nearly pushing him to the brink of endurance. Nevertheless, Yi Fan's gaze remained unwavering, akin to a towering mountain that would not sway in the face of howling winds and torrential rains. He clenched his jaw tightly, to the extent that his gums bled from the exertion. The trickles of blood mingled with the metallic taste in his mouth, gradually spreading, yet even in the face of such pain and discomfort, Yi Fan did not relent in the slightest. On the contrary, he transformed this suffering into a driving force, persevering resolutely. Under Yi Fan's tireless efforts day and night, the last flicker of Long Li's soul finally began to exhibit remarkable changes. This flicker resembled a dying ember, gradually solidifying under Yi Fan's ceaseless nurturing. The once feeble soul energy, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, now began to emit faint yet vibrant glimmers. As Yi Fan, in a brief moment of respite, gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath, slowly exhaling thereafter. With each inhalation and exhalation, the turbulent energy within him began to stabilize, resembling the serene surface of a tranquil lake, devoid of any ripples. Every breath was meticulously harmonized, as if he were chiseling a precious work of art, allowing no imperfections to exist. Simultaneously, he employed his unique cultivation technique to dispel the lingering fatigue from his body, which dissipated like shadows in the darkness, vanishing without a trace before his formidable power. Once the chaotic energies and exhaustion were duly addressed, Yi Fan opened his eyes, which now sparkled with a sudden resolve, akin to a flash of lightning piercing the night, illuminating everything around him. Without hesitation, he took his first step into the unknown journey toward the West Territory. The West Territory was a vast and daunting expanse, stretching endlessly before him, where an unbounded desert sprawled out like a ravenous beast, seemingly intent on devouring the entire world. The scorching yellow sands, driven wild by the ferocious winds, danced in the air like a stampede of untamed stallions, obscuring the sun. This scene evoked a haunting image of an approaching apocalypse. Above, the blazing sun hung in the sky like a colossal fireball, mercilessly pouring down its unbearable heat. The sunlight pierced the earth like countless searing steel needles, rendering the land unbearably hot. Here, life appeared to have lost its inherent vibrancy and color. The environment was harsh beyond measure, as if nature itself had devised a cruel trial, one only the strongest and bravest could endure. However, Yifan's courage and conviction stood unwavering, akin to a colossal boulder that had withstood the ravages of time, indomitable and steadfast, without a trace of retreat in his heart, without a hint of hesitation. He boldly ventured into the depths of the desert, a place that inspired fear and reverence even from afar. Soon, a gripping and electrifying battle commenced in this desolate land. Before him loomed a colossal sand beast, its size beyond imagination, resembling a towering hill that reached for the heavens. Its body was shrouded in a thick layer of coarse fur, as tough and resilient as ancient walls built by time itself. Whenever the sand beast charged, its overwhelming presence felt as if it could bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, each movement infused with titanic strength. With every charge and pounce, it stirred a tempest of sand and stone, sending countless grains flying as if caught in a miniature sandstorm. Yifan's feet danced lightly upon the ground, as agile as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, his form elusive and unpredictable. The intricate footwork he employed made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to discern his trajectory. In that moment, he resembled a gust of wind, swiftly weaving through the ferocious onslaught of the sand beast. His sharp gaze remained fixed on the creature, determined to identify even the slightest flaw in its defenses. Suddenly, he swung his sword, which emitted a crisp, resonant hum. Instantly, a formidable aura radiated from him, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of lightning-fast sword techniques, the blade transforming into a brilliant flash of lightning that dazzled in the scorching sun and swirling sands, casting a chilling glow. Yifan's strikes were as swift as the wind, relentless as a torrential downpour. Each swing was accompanied by a piercing whistle, as if striving to tear the very air asunder. The sand beast, undaunted, opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs, and brandished its powerful limbs in a breathtaking life-and-death struggle against Yifan. The battle was fraught with peril, each moment brimming with the weight of life-altering choices. As Yifan engaged the beast, he honed both his skills and resolve. Initially, he appeared somewhat flustered by the beast's relentless assault. But as time passed, he adapted to the intense confrontation, mastering his techniques with increasing finesse. After a series of harrowing encounters, Yifan gradually seized the initiative on the battlefield, launching relentless counterattacks against the sand beast. Ultimately, in a breathtaking and exquisitely crafted duel, he, like a leopard, keenly detected a flaw in the beast's defenses. In that instant, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes, and with the sword gripped tightly in his hand, he thrust it forward with lightning speed, the blade cutting through the air with a thunderous whoosh, striking directly at the beast's vital point. The sword pierced through the creature's tough scales with ease, embedding itself deep within and delivering a precise blow to its core. The sand beast let out a chilling wail, its massive body collapsing to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Breathing heavily, Yifan's chest heaved, yet he dared not relent. He swiftly approached, carefully slicing open the beast's abdomen with his sword and reaching inside. In a short while, he felt a round object emanating a mysterious glow, an invaluable inner core. This core was crystalline and translucent, resembling a dazzling gemstone, yet within it surged a boundless energy, exuding a powerful and majestic aura, as if it were a hidden treasure trove of energy, waiting for someone to unlock and harness its strength. Yifan was overwhelmed with excitement, acutely aware of the significance this inner core held for his cultivation journey. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered a relatively quiet corner and quickly made his way there. Once settled, he sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and gradually calmed his mind. He then closed his eyes and began to channel his vital energy, employing a unique technique derived from the Devouring Heaven technique, condensing energy into a cauldron. With swift movements, he conjured streams of energy that coalesced before him, forming an ethereal cauldron. With a commanding shout, he placed both the sand beast's remains and the inner core into the cauldron. As he infused it with his vital energy, the cauldron began to rotate slowly, emitting a faint azure glow. Under its influence, the beast's body and inner core gradually melted away, transforming into pure, refined spiritual energy that swirled within the cauldron. Yifan took a deep breath, guiding the spiritual energy through his meridians and into his body. As the energy entered, a refreshing and soothing sensation spread throughout him, as if every cell were rejoicing. The energy began to circulate, cleansing his bones and nourishing his organs. Throughout this process, Yifan remained utterly focused, carefully monitoring the trajectory of the spiritual energy as he controlled its flow to maximize its effects. Time passed, and Yifan's aura grew stronger, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding air due to his cultivation. As the continuous influx of spiritual energy flowed into Yifan's body like a gentle stream. He could distinctly perceive his meridians expanding at a visible rate. Each meridian transformed into a meticulously crafted jade conduit, not only widening but also becoming increasingly resilient, capable of withstanding any powerful force. Meanwhile, the profound strength within him surged like an unstoppable tide, rising higher and higher. This sensation filled him with both exhilaration and tension, for he knew he was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. With each elevation in power, Yifan could clearly sense a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all undergone a qualitative leap. Such significant advancement undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for his impending adventures across the vast and enigmatic land of the 9 provinces. Yet, despite his newfound prowess, Yifan felt no sense of complacency. He understood deeply that countless unknown secrets and challenges still awaited him in the distant West Territory, beckoning him to explore and conquer. Fueled by an insatiable curiosity for the unknown and a resolute determination to reach greater heights, Yifan resolutely continued his journey deeper into the West Territory. At last, after a long and arduous journey, Yifan arrived at an ancient ruin steeped in the weight of history. The remnants of crumbled walls bore witness to the relentless passage of time, yet still emanated a solemn dignity that commanded respect. As Yifan cautiously navigated through the desolate ruins, he suddenly noticed some peculiar runes scattered in the corners. These runes shimmered like twinkling stars in the night sky. Although their light was faint, they were strikingly captivating. They seemed to harbor a profound mystery, silently narrating ancient tales that had long faded into the annals of history. Instantly, Yifan was drawn to these enigmatic symbols, unable to suppress the urge to halt his steps and gaze intently. With his innate extraordinary perception and the vast knowledge accumulated through arduous training, Yifan began to decipher these seemingly chaotic yet intricately concealed runes. His mind raced, linking the shapes, sequences, and potential meanings of each rune. Continuously pondering and validating his thoughts, time passed minute by minute, and Yifan gradually became immersed in this world brimming with enigmas. Chapter 91. Resonance. After several days of relentless contemplation, his already extraordinary intellect seemed to be struck by a flash of inspiration. And he successfully comprehended 2 astonishingly new formations, the Qinkuan Locking Spirit Array and the Qinkuan Gathering Spirit Array. Once the Qinkuan Locking Spirit Array was meticulously arranged, it could firmly seal the spiritual energy within a certain range, akin to an impenetrable fortress. Consequently, not only would intruders find their movements severely hindered, akin to being trapped in a quagmire, but it also possessed a remarkable ability to continuously draw the locked spiritual energy toward the array's creator. Thus, when the creator launched an attack, their power would be significantly amplified, akin to a tiger gaining wings. The Qinkuan Gathering Spirit Array, on the other hand, was an equally marvelous existence. It could gather all the spiritual energy within a defined perimeter and channel it into the creator's body, greatly enhancing their cultivation efficiency and progress. With a heart full of joy, Yifan set forth on his journey to continue exploring the unknown realms, brimming with confidence and armed with the newly acquired formations. Before long, he arrived at a valley shrouded in mystery. This valley appeared strikingly different, perpetually enveloped in a thin mist that evoked a dreamlike ambience. Within that delicate haze, low, thunderous roars of beasts occasionally echoed, instilling a sense of trepidation. However, the courageous and undaunted Yifan did not falter. Instead, he cautiously stepped forward, slowly entering the enigmatic valley. The moment he set foot inside, his gaze was immediately captivated by the sight before him. A large congregation of imposing fire-linned beasts resided within. Each fire-linned beast exuded an air of majesty, their bodies ablaze with fierce flames, resembling messengers from the underworld. Moreover, their speed was akin to lightning, capable of teleporting from one location to another in the blink of an eye. Coupled with their terrifying offensive power, they were truly formidable opponents. Fully aware of the fire-linned beast's might, Yi Fan did not dare to underestimate them in the slightest. In a flash, he darted like a wraith through the valley, his hands weaving intricate gestures as beams of spiritual light shot forth from his fingertips, embedding themselves beneath the ground surrounding the valley. Moments later, a vast and mysterious Qinkuan locking spirit array took shape, enveloping the entire valley and effectively constraining the Fire Lin beast's movement. With the array set, Yi Fan gripped a gleaming long sword and resolutely charged toward the fierce Fire Lin beasts, sensing the immense threat posed by Yi Fan. The beasts roared in unison, baring their razor-sharp fangs, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves as they lunged at him. Undeterred by such ferocious attacks, Yi Fan maintained his composure, wielding his sword with fluid grace. Executing a set of exquisite lightning-fast sword techniques, in an instant, the sword light flickered, and sword energy crisscrossed as he engaged in a breathtakingly fierce clash with the Fire Lin beasts. With the formidable support of the array, Yi Fan gradually gained the upper hand. His agile movements allowed each strike to precisely target the beast's vital spots, inflicting significant damage. However, the Fire Lin beasts were not to be trifled with. Their resilient hides and indomitable vitality enabled them to fiercely resist, presenting considerable challenges to Yi Fan. Yet, he did not retreat even an inch. Instead, he grew increasingly tenacious in battle. After an arduous struggle, the last Fire Lin beast finally succumbed to Yi Fan's blade. At this moment, Yi Fan was covered in blood, yet his eyes remained bright as stars, radiating resolve and confidence. Following the battle, Yi Fan did not rest immediately. Instead, he initiated a remarkable spell, condensing qi into a cauldron. With hands forming intricate seals and reciting incantations, swirling white spiritual energy converged from all directions, coalescing into a three-legged, two-eared azure cauldron before him. Yi Fan cautiously extracted the crystal core from within the Fire Lin beasts and placed it into the cauldron. Subsequently, he once again gestured with his hands, manipulating the gathered energy within the cauldron, gradually purging the impurities from the crystal core and ultimately refining the purest flame power. After completing these tasks, Yi Fan sought a tranquil spot, seated himself on the ground, gently closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, allowing his mind to attain complete serenity. Then, he slowly raised his hands, palms facing upward, as the freshly refined flame power spiraled in his palms like two lively crimson serpents, radiating intense heat. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan began to guide this flame power, allowing it to flow through his meridians and into his dantian. As the flame power continuously infused, Yi Fan could distinctly sense a wondrous transformation occurring within his inherent spiritual energy. This transformation resembled a fierce chemical reaction, causing his spiritual energy to shift from tranquility to ferocity, brimming with boundless power and majesty. What once was pure and unblemished, akin to crystal-clear spring water, now blazed like an inferno, radiating an intense heat and a wild aura that sent shivers down the spine. Each thread of spiritual energy's flow and operation seemed to carry the terrifying heat capable of scorching the heavens and earth, as well as the violent force sufficient to obliterate any obstacle. Just as he prepared to test the might of this newfound flame power, its novel attributes unfurled without reservation. With a sharp whoosh, a piercing stream of spiritual energy shot forth like lightning, slicing through the void with astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the surrounding air ignited as if thrust into a furnace, crackling with heat and swirling into layers of distorted, seething waves. Upon striking its target, a blazing inferno erupted instantaneously, wrapping its victim in relentless flames that consumed mercilessly. Astonishingly, after Yi Fan's initial attempt, this surging flame was absorbed by another flame he had fortuitously obtained from the dragon family's ancestral home. The two flames intertwined, resonating with each other, as if bound by an unfathomable connection. Even more wondrously, the Dan fire Yi Fan had originally acquired from the dragon family's abode also seemed to respond, beginning to resonate with the new flame power. Chapter 92. Devouring power. The Dan fire, akin to a sentient being, keenly sensed the existence of this shared power and began to tremble slightly. It was as if long-lost relatives had finally reunited, with the Dan fire eagerly welcoming the new flame power, opening its embrace to absorb it. As time progressed, the two energies continually merged and intermingled. Each instance of fusion brought about remarkable changes, as the Dan fire's original hue deepened from a light crimson to a jewel-like, profound red. The very shape of the flames underwent astonishing transformation. No longer resembling the simple flickering of ordinary flames, but twisting and coiling like a lively fire dragon soaring through the air, or blooming like a resplendent red lotus, revealing captivating brilliance, within which endless mysteries awaited exploration and discovery. Yifan's full attention was captivated by this revitalized Danfire, as an indescribable epiphany surged within him. He perceived this Danfire to be like the first ray of dawn breaking through the dark sky at the dawn of creation, though faint. It was filled with hope and boundless possibilities. Thus, after careful contemplation, Yifan resolved to bestow upon this Danfire a name of profound significance, Enlightenment Danfire. This name not only represented the immense energy and potential it contained, but also symbolized its role in guiding Yifan along an unprecedented path in alchemy. Simultaneously, the Dan furnace he had previously acquired from the dragon family's ancestral home also radiated newfound vitality, resonating mysteriously with the Enlightenment Danfire. With a mere thought, Yifan bestowed upon this furnace a fitting new name, Enlightenment Dan Furnace. It was as though fate had conspired, for the Enlightenment Dan Furnace and Enlightenment Danfire appeared destined to be a harmonious pair, complementing each other and embarking together on a legendary journey within the realm of alchemy. Upon acquiring the Enlightenment Danfire and Enlightenment Dan Furnace, Yifan seemed to have unlocked the gateway to the exalted realm of alchemy. His exploration along this path progressed at an astonishing pace. Unstoppable and relentless. In pursuit of superior alchemical skills and rare elixir formulas, Yifan tirelessly traversed mountains and rivers, seeking out those elusive spiritual herbs hidden within deep valleys and secluded forests. Whenever he embarked on his alchemical journey, the Enlightenment Danfire sparkled like a lively and spirited sprite, joyfully dancing and eagerly releasing its fervor and vitality. With an almost artistic grace, it meticulously controlled the temperature and timing. Methodically breaking down the diverse essences of the myriad herbs within the furnace, refining and flawlessly merging them together. After countless trials and tribulations, the elixirs Yifan crafted had undergone a profound transformation. In terms of both quality and efficacy, these elixirs far surpassed his previous creations. Their potent effects were astonishing. A single pill would allow one to swiftly feel the vigorous flow of qi and blood coursing through their body, as well as the surge of true energy. Moreover, due to the unique enhancement of the Enlightenment Danfire, these elixirs also contained a distinctive flame power. When someone required healing from an injury, consuming Yifan's elixirs would instantly evoke a torrent of vibrant life force surging within them, akin to a raging river. This formidable vitality could rapidly mend damaged meridians and tissues, significantly accelerating the healing process. Should one wish to utilize the power of these elixirs to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation realm, then these miraculous elixirs imbued with Danfire's essence would be the unparalleled choice. At critical moments, the power of the Danfire would erupt suddenly, like an unyielding sword, assisting the user in shattering multiple obstacles, thereby rendering their cultivation path increasingly smooth and unimpeded. At this moment, upon the vast and mysterious lands of the distant west, Yifan was wholly immersed in an unprecedented depth of cultivation. The surroundings were tranquil and silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. Amidst this serene and harmonious atmosphere, suddenly, a dazzling spiritual light appeared, akin to a brilliant meteor slicing through the pitch-black night sky, illuminating the depths of Yifan's mind without warning in an instant. All his thoughts were captivated by this unexpected spiritual radiance, concentrating intensely in a fleeting moment. As his gaze deepened, Yifan discovered that this luminous essence originated from the miraculous technique that had accompanied his growth and advancement, devouring heaven technique. Since embarking on the journey of cultivating this technique, he had profoundly appreciated the boundless mysteries and extraordinary potential it harbored. Yet, even with a considerable understanding of this technique, each new insight and discovery continued to evoke endless shock and delight within him. At this moment, confronted with the new chapter unveiled by this spiritual light, an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up within Yifan's heart. Closely intertwined with this was the enigmatic devouring heaven cauldron, standing silently as if it had traversed from the primordial chaos of ancient times. Its unique and bizarre appearance imparted an aura of unfathomable depth. The entire cauldron emanated a profound and mysterious essence. As if it were imbued with the darkness of the universe's inception, A closer inspection revealed the cauldron's surface adorned with peculiar patterns and glimmers, these designs and lusters interplaying as if they concealed the most primal and ancient laws of power in existence. Observing the cauldron's spirit, devouring spirit, who typically maintained a taciturn demeanor and rarely engaged in communication, Yifan understood that its existence was far from coincidental. It undoubtedly held profound and significant meaning. The devouring spirit resembled a guardian concealed in the shadows, silently observing all that transpired around it, rarely revealing itself, yet would not hesitate to offer assistance when needed. Standing before the devouring heaven cauldron, Yifan fell into deep contemplation, reminiscing about the technique he had once comprehended, the method of condensing qi into a cauldron. He could not help but feel a wave of admiration for this astonishing and groundbreaking accomplishment. By harnessing his spiritual power, Yifan could gather it together, forming an illusory cauldron of qi. Though this cauldron was not a physical entity, its power was undeniably formidable. It seemed to possess an insatiable ability to devour, effortlessly absorbing and refining the intricate and exquisite medicinal properties of various rare herbs, as well as the wild and immense essence contained within powerful beasts. He recalled the perilous adventure he had undertaken in the heart of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, where he encountered numerous wandering spirits. While other cultivators might have felt helpless against these troublesome entities, Yifan remained undaunted. He swiftly executed the technique of condensing qi into a cauldron, summoning the illusory cauldron to materialize in midair. Unleashing a powerful suction, the vengeful spirits could not withstand the cauldron's terrifying devouring force, being drawn into it and ultimately transformed into pure soul power for Yifan to absorb. Chapter 93. The nameless liquid. It was these ceaseless streams of soul power flowing into Yifan's body that filled the gaps within his originally weaker spirit. Akin to a mighty torrent, under the nurturing and strengthening influence of this soul power, Yifan's spirit gradually solidified and strengthened, ultimately culminating in the successful formation of the Soul Dan, of paramount importance to him. At this moment, Yifan's bright and keen gaze pierced through layers of clouds, fixating on the vast expanse of the western lands before him. In this realm, the golden-hued desert resembled an endless ocean, surging and undulating, occupying the majority of the land. Yet, beneath this seemingly desolate and monotonous desert, who could have imagined the wealth of diverse mineral resources hidden within? Given that the cauldron in his possession possessed the miraculous ability to refine all things, why not boldly attempt to refine these minerals concealed beneath the earth? As this thought flickered through Yifan's mind, it ignited like a spark in a parched prairie, rapidly spreading into a roaring blaze, expanding with astonishing speed, akin to wild grass flourishing within his heart, growing ever more intense until it became nearly uncontrollable. Yifan understood the importance of seizing opportunities, thus he acted without hesitation. With agile movements, he carefully retrieved a portion of the mineral samples he had tirelessly gathered from his invaluable storage treasure. These minerals varied in shape and appearance. Some exhibited irregular polyhedral structures, their surfaces shimmering with a faint yet captivating metallic luster, while others emanated an ancient and weighty aura, as if they bore the weight of time and history. Taking a deep breath, Yifan steadied the operation of his robust spiritual energy. He then concentrated, drawing upon the familiar principles of condensing qi into a cauldron, focusing his spirit energy in his palms, gradually shaping it into a delicate yet powerful illusory cauldron. Finally, he guided this illusory cauldron closer to the minerals laid out before him, officially commencing this journey of refinement filled with the unknown and challenges. Initially, the refining process proved to be fraught with difficulties and setbacks. The seemingly ordinary mineral, at this moment, exhibited an extraordinary will of its own. Displaying remarkable stubbornness and resilience, it stood steadfast within the cauldron, unwavering in the face of the powerful spiritual energy and refining force that surged towards it, resolutely resisting all attempts. Yifan, standing before the cauldron, devoted himself entirely to controlling the influx of spiritual energy. As time wore on, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and falling to the ground. Yet, despite the immense pressure, Yifan's gaze remained unwavering, growing increasingly resolute. He continuously adjusted the output intensity and refinement techniques of his spiritual energy, striving to uncover the key to breaking through the mineral's stubborn defenses. Each subtle adjustment was accompanied by Yi Fan's total immersion and contemplation, while the mineral within the cauldron remained impervious, steadfastly guarding its final line of defense. Thus, after numerous arduous attempts and relentless effort, finally, at a certain moment, when Yi Fan once again infused an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy into the cauldron, guiding it with exquisite precision, a miracle occurred. The once impenetrable mineral began to slowly transform. A gentle radiance emerged upon its surface, followed by the appearance of fine cracks spreading across it from these fissures. A nameless liquid, emanating a peculiar glow, began to flow forth. This liquid sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky, gradually coalescing into a pool within the cauldron. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Fan's face. Yet, he understood that this newly generated mysterious substance was merely a beginning. To truly comprehend and master its properties and uses, extensive exploration and numerous attempts were still required. With this thought in mind, Yi Fan took a deep breath, calming his inner excitement. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he set about embarking on the next phase of his work, conducting a myriad of experiments and studies on this entirely novel substance. He carefully unscrewed the lid of the container holding the mysterious liquid, and a refreshing fragrance wafted forth, enveloping his senses. Dipping his finger into the liquid, he gently applied a small amount to the skin of his arm. The moment it made contact, he felt a wondrous transformation taking place. The skin, which had previously appeared somewhat dull, seemed to be infused with boundless vitality, beginning to radiate a subtle glow. This luminescence was not merely a superficial adornment, but rather a manifestation of health and vigor emanating from within. Moreover, he astutely perceived that his ability to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy had markedly accelerated, and his capacity to channel it had also been enhanced. It was as if a once narrow passage had suddenly widened, allowing more spiritual energy to flow in effortlessly. A spark ignited within Yi Fan, prompting him to delve deeper into the effects of this miraculous liquid. He pursed his lips slightly and cautiously ingested a small sip of the liquid. As it slid down his throat and into his abdomen, a wave of coolness swiftly coursed through his entire being. Shortly thereafter, he was astonished to discover that the meridians within him were gradually becoming more resilient under the soothing influence of this chill. The previously fragile and vulnerable channels now felt as though they were enveloped in an invisible protective membrane, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught of more potent spiritual forces. This astounding revelation sent Yi Fan's heart racing with exhilaration, his joy spilling over. For a long time, he had traversed the arduous path of cultivation, perpetually shackled by the limits of his own physical body in the face of spiritual energy. Although various precious elixirs had provided him with significant assistance, as his cultivation level elevated, the benefits of those ordinary potions had diminished to insignificance, failing to meet his needs for breaking through his bottleneck. Yet now, this mysterious liquid, extracted from ore, shone like a bolt of lightning piercing through the dark night sky, illuminating the foggy path ahead of him. Its emergence undoubtedly offered Yi Fan a glimmer of hope and potential for overcoming his predicament and achieving breakthroughs. In that moment, he envisioned himself journeying further along the path of cultivation in the future, ultimately becoming a peerless powerhouse of his generation. Chapter 94. Endless mysteries. The effects it produced were nothing short of astonishing and remarkable, however, compared to the lengthy and intricate processes of traditional alchemy, which required an arduous search for rare medicinal herbs. It was as if there existed an insurmountable chasm. The art of alchemy not only demanded a significant investment of time and energy to gather those invaluable herbs, but also required navigating a series of complex and meticulous refining steps. A minor misstep could lead to utter failure. In contrast, this new method flowed like a refreshing stream, liberating practitioners from countless worries and troubles. At that moment, a glint of resoluteness flickered in Yi Fan's eyes, shining brilliantly like a shooting star across the night sky. Without a hint of hesitation, he decisively reached into his robes and retrieved all the ores that could be of use. These stones, some crystalline and translucent, others resplendent in vibrant colors, sparkled alluringly under the sunlight. In an instant, Yi Fan felt as though he had been reborn, transforming into a fearless adventurer, unhesitatingly plunging into this fierce contest against his own limits. In the days that followed, Yi Fan became wholly immersed in a state of near manic cultivation. He worked tirelessly day and night, unflaggingly employing the method of condensing energy as a furnace, meticulously refining the essence of those precious ores. Subsequently, he resolutely began to integrate these potent liquids into his own body. Each fusion elicited a wave of excruciating pain, akin to countless venomous insects gnawing at his marrow. Simultaneously, it triggered intense surges of spiritual energy that crashed against his meridians like tumultuous waves. Nevertheless, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and persevered through the torment. His face contorted in agony, yet his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of retreat. As time progressed, under the continuous nourishment and enhancement from this miraculous liquid, Yi Fan's physique began to undergo extraordinary changes. His once slight muscles gradually swelled, taking on defined lines and exuding strength. Within him, the meridians expanded like widened rivers, effortlessly accommodating the surging torrents of spiritual energy. At this moment, Yi Fan had undeniably transformed into a true powerhouse, possessing strength capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. Finally, after countless days and nights of relentless effort and the indomitable spirit he exhibited in the face of numerous challenges, Yi Fan's path of cultivation experienced a monumental qualitative leap. Throughout the prolonged and grueling journey of cultivation, Yi Fan maintained unwavering faith and relentless perseverance, continuously exploring the mysteries of higher realms of power. In that instant, all his sacrifices bore fruit, and he successfully transcended from the condensing Yuan realm to the remarkable Golden Core realm. This breakthrough was not merely a simple elevation in realm. It resembled a comprehensive eruption of internal power, signifying an unprecedented activation and release of Yi Fan's strength and potential. As his cultivation advanced, he could sense the true essence within him flowing like a raging river through his meridians, filling every acupoint with abundant energy, an exhilarating sensation that stirred his very soul. However, the surprises did not cease there. Just as Yi Fan basked in the joy of his breakthrough, he suddenly perceived that within the depths of his mind, the Soul Dan was subtly undergoing some extraordinarily peculiar changes. The once pristine and radiant surface of the Soul Dan began to reveal a faintly discernible outline of a phantom. Yi Fan widened his eyes, fixating intently on this gradually clarifying apparition, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. When the phantom fully took shape, he was astonished to find that it was a diminutive, vividly lifelike version of himself, Mini Yi Fan. This miniature version of Yi Fan hung silently above the Soul Dan like a finely crafted piece of art, its features and demeanor indistinguishable from Yi Fan himself, even down to the minutest expressions and gestures. Moreover, as time progressed, Yi Fan sensed a profound connection forming between his soul and this phantom, as if they were engaged in a deep, ineffable exchange and fusion. This wondrous phenomenon led Yi Fan to realize that the anomaly occurring within the Soul Dan might herald the advent of a new stage in his cultivation. The emergence of this miniaturized version of himself could very well symbolize a deeper evolution and metamorphosis of his soul and corporeal form. With the successful breakthrough of his realm and the sudden manifestation of the mysterious mini-phantom within the Soul Dan, Yi Fan was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of shock and delight. He became acutely aware that he had stepped into a brand new realm of cultivation, filled with unknown opportunities yet accompanied by numerous formidable challenges. After careful contemplation, Yi Fan resolutely chose to remain temporarily in the land of the Western realm, determined to delve into the endless mysteries concealed behind this marvelous transformation, while also striving to master and adeptly wield this newfound potent power. From that moment on, Yi Fan devoted himself wholeheartedly to attempting communication with the mini-phantom. However, initially, the miniature version of Yi Fan merely floated silently within the space of the Soul Dan, resembling a mute statue, unresponsive to all external calls. Yet, Yi Fan did not allow himself to be disheartened or to abandon his efforts. Each day, he dedicated considerable time to deep meditation, cautiously inching his spiritual consciousness closer to that phantom, akin to a gentle butterfly brushing against a flower's stamen, striving to construct a bridge of spiritual connection between them. Thus, day by day passed, and Yi Fan persevered in his unwavering efforts. Finally, after an incredibly lengthy and arduous meditative journey, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his heart, as though a faint response was emanating from a distant place. This sensation was reminiscent of a gentle touch from the depths of his soul, as if he and another version of himself were traversing the river of time and space, overcoming the barriers of consciousness, and gradually drawing closer, at that very moment. Yifan's exploration and research into the mysterious liquid extracted from the ores never ceased. After countless nights of tireless experimentation and analysis, he gradually unraveled numerous secrets hidden within this enigmatic liquid. Yifan was elated to discover that when he carefully blended this liquid with a unique, spiritual plant exclusive to the Western realm, it would unexpectedly give rise to an unprecedented energy crystal. This brand new crystal radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if it harbored endless mysteries and formidable power within. Chapter 95. Mysterious Crystal. Delving deeper into his research, Yifan was further astonished by the purity of energy contained within this crystal. It resembled the most pristine spiritual spring in the world, devoid of impurities and continuously releasing robust spiritual energy. Whether in the midst of fierce battles or engaged in solitary cultivation, any practitioner possessing such an energy crystal could swiftly replenish their spiritual power, thereby restoring their strength or accelerating their cultivation progress. Remarkably, this energy crystal also possessed the extraordinary ability to stabilize the mind of the cultivator during their practice. It is widely acknowledged that the path of cultivation is often fraught with numerous trials and tribulations, where even the slightest misstep may lead one astray. However, with the assistance of this crystalline essence, the hearts of cultivators can remain as tranquil as a still lake, their thoughts clear and focused, significantly mitigating the risks of errors arising from fluctuations in their mental states. Furthermore, this energy crystal possesses a marvelous efficacy in accelerating the comprehension of the celestial laws. Many practitioners find themselves stagnating in their pursuit of higher realms due to an inability to grasp the arcane forces of these profound principles. Yet, with the aid of this crystal, they experience an epiphany akin to a sudden illumination, enabling them to break through bottlenecks and ascend to new heights with greater ease. Yifan is acutely aware that in order to advance further along the path of cultivation, he must acquire more rare spiritual plants to assist him. Thus, he resolutely ventured into the mysterious and ancient forest of the Western realm. This forest is vast and boundless, with towering ancient trees and an abundance of rich spiritual energy. Yet it also conceals countless unforeseen dangers. Various peculiar creatures traverse the woods, some of immense size and strength, while others excel in stealth, striking with lethal precision when least expected. Additionally, the ground is strewn with an array of perilous traps, where a moment's carelessness could lead to irreversible doom. However, having endured numerous life and death trials, Yifan has transformed beyond recognition. Drawing upon his formidable strength and years of accumulated combat experience, he navigates this treacherous forest with ease. In moments of peril, he remains composed, skillfully employing techniques and artifacts to turn danger into safety. Thus, Yifan forges ahead, finally arriving at the innermost depths of the forest. Here, he is delighted to discover a spiritual plant radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. This plant, akin to a rare treasure, gleams with an eye-catching brilliance, surrounded by a formidable barrier clearly designed to deter others from harvesting it. Faced with such a powerful restriction, Yifan refrains from rash action. Instead, he quietly observes from the sidelines for several days, meticulously studying the barrier's operational patterns and weaknesses. During this time, he contemplates methods to breach the barrier, integrating the newfound powers he has recently comprehended. After numerous attempts, Yifan finally identifies a breakthrough. With a decisive gesture and incantation, he channels his spiritual energy, coalescing a tremendous force akin to a cauldron of spirit. With a commanding shout, the energy-formed cauldron strikes the barrier with tremendous impact. A resounding crash echoes through the air, and the barrier shatters, unleashing a radiant explosion of colors. Quick as lightning, Yifan reaches out to secure the precious plant. With this hard-won spiritual plant in hand, Yifan embarks on his return journey, his heart brimming with joy. Upon returning to his cultivation site, he immediately begins the process of refining the energy crystal. He first extracts several precious ores, melting them in a cauldron, and then carefully adds the newly obtained spiritual plant. Under Yifan's meticulous control, the concoction gradually melds together, ultimately crystallizing into several translucent energy crystals. Gazing at the faintly glowing crystals before him, Yifan's heart swells with anticipation. He takes a deep breath and places one of the energy crystals in his mouth. In an instant, a torrent of immense spiritual power surges into his body like a raging river. Yifan hastily channels this energy, guiding it throughout his limbs and bones. Moments later, he feels his previously depleted spiritual energy rejuvenate, and even the bottleneck that has long plagued him seems to show signs of loosening. Witnessing this transformation, Yifan's spirits soar, and he resolutely decides to seize the moment, entering a state of seclusion to strive for even higher realms. During the protracted period of seclusion, the diminutive shadow of Yifan appears to come to life, gradually becoming clearer from its initial indistinct form. Initially, this shadow simply stood quietly beside him, but as time progressed, it began to engage Yifan in dialogue. Each exchange became a feast of knowledge for Yifan. This shadow served as an inexhaustible treasury, continuously revealing to him unprecedented perspectives on cultivation and extraordinary techniques. These unique insights seemed to unveil the mysterious trajectories of energy flow between heaven and earth, allowing Yifan to glimpse the deeper secrets of the cultivation world. The techniques elevated the devouring heaven technique to an entirely new echelon, revealing its profound essence in its entirety. Yifan felt as though he had acquired the most precious treasure in the world. Fully immersed in listening to the shadow's teachings, unhesitatingly adjusting his spiritual energy's flow and cultivation methods according to its guidance. Throughout this process, he explored, experimented, and refined, striving for perfection in every detail. Thus, day after day, month after month, after enduring a long and arduous period of seclusion, Yifan successfully stabilized his cultivation at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, through relentless effort, he steadily progressed toward the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Step by step, at this moment, his strength had undergone a transformative change. Whether in the richness of his internal spiritual energy or in the precision and power with which he wielded various spells, he far surpassed other practitioners of the same realm. However, despite achieving such substantial progress, Yifan remained humble and uncomplacent. He understood that within the vastness of the Western realm, countless hidden secrets awaited his discovery. What lay before him was merely the tip of the iceberg. His thrilling and perilous adventure was just beginning. Yifan's exploration of the Western realm resembled a journey through fog, each step laden with the unknown, filled with thrilling dangers and delightful surprises. As his understanding of the devouring heaven technique reached new heights and his application of newfound powers became second nature, he began to sense a slumbering giant beneath the land, seemingly concealing an ancient and potent source of power, awaiting his awakening. Chapter 96. Tension mounts within the vast and enigmatic ancient ruins of the Western realm. Yifan advanced with steadfast and cautious steps, seeking the secrets hidden within this uncharted territory. Upon entering a dimly lit cavern, several flickering glimmers caught his attention. Approaching closer, he discovered mysterious runes etched into the stone walls, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Casting a faint yet captivating glow, Yifan gazed intently at these runes, feeling an inexplicable sensation surge within him. Suddenly, he noticed the devouring cauldron in his mind beginning to tremble slightly, as if it shared an ineffable connection with these runes. Without hesitation, he paused, inhaled deeply, and slowly closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness entirely, employing his formidable spiritual awareness to meticulously investigate the mysteries concealed behind these enigmatic runes. After an extended period of contemplation, Yifan made a significant discovery. These runes were not mere decorations or markers, but rather an ancient and powerful seal. Beneath this seal lay an incredibly pure star power. This star power was vast like the ocean, boundless and infinite, seemingly originating from the distant depths of the cosmos, encompassing many mysteries from the birth of the universe. Faced with such a staggering revelation, Yifan's exhilaration was difficult to contain. He understood that if he could successfully unravel this seal and harness the star power within, it would greatly enhance his strength. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Yifan resolved to take the plunge and attempt to unlock this mysterious seal. He took a deep breath and swiftly summoned all his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his palms. Simultaneously, he employed the technique of condensing energy into a cauldron, gradually manifesting a small cauldron formed of spiritual energy. Next, Yifan recalled the various techniques imparted by the miniature shadow of himself and seamlessly fused them together, creating an indomitable force. However, breaching such an ancient and powerful seal was no simple task. The moment Yifan made contact with the runes, the seal unleashed an immensely powerful recoil, striking him with brutal force. In an instant, Yifan felt his internal energy surging tumultuously, causing him to involuntarily stagger back several paces. Despite enduring such a heavy blow, Yi Fan did not succumb to despair. Gritting his teeth, he bore the excruciating pain and summoned the courage to charge toward the rune seal once more. Thus, time and again, his failures only fueled his determination, igniting a fervent desire for victory and an insatiable thirst for power. After countless persistent attempts, a faint crack finally appeared in the seal, with hope glimmering before him. Yi Fan's spirits soared, and he continued to unleash his full strength in an all-out assault. At last, after numerous arduous trials, Yi Fan gathered every ounce of his strength for one final charge. With a sharp crack, the seemingly impenetrable seal shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly splintering apart. In that moment, the star power surged forth like a flood released from a dam. Overwhelming in its intensity, confronted by this torrent of star power, Yi Fan dared not hesitate or relax for even a moment. His eyes closed tightly, he focused solely on channeling the unique technique he had cultivated for many years. Devouring heaven motion, as the condensed cauldron frantically refined this wild star power, directing the purified energy into his body in an unending stream. The moment when the star force made contact with Yi Fan's body. An indescribable, wondrous sensation welled up within him. He felt as though his body were akin to parched earth, greedily absorbing the nourishing rain that sustains all life, while his soul resembled a flower basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. Reveling in this unprecedented baptism, simultaneously, the golden core within Yi Fan began to undergo astonishing transformations. It spun wildly at an incredible speed, absorbing vast amounts of star force with each revolution. Gradually, a dazzling radiance emanated from the surface of the golden core, which, once humble and unassuming, now metamorphosed into something akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky, shimmering brilliantly. As time progressed, an increasing amount of star force flowed into Yi Fan's being. He could distinctly feel his strength growing at an exponential rate. His once limited spiritual awareness, which could only cover a range of several dozen miles, now expanded multifold in an instant, allowing him to perceive even the minutest movements of an ant within a 1,000-mile radius. More astonishingly, the golden core in his dantian had completely evolved into a true star core. From a distance, it appeared as a miniature celestial body embedded within him. The energy contained within this star core was beyond imagination, significantly amplifying the power of the spells Yi Fan cast. With a mere wave of his arm, he effortlessly summoned the power of the surrounding stars, which converged into dazzling, colorful beams of stellar light, hurtling forward with tremendous force. However, the sudden emergence of the star force was akin to a flash of lightning cleaving through the night sky, instantly attracting the attention of powerful forces lurking in the shadows of the Western Territory. These factions harbored trepidation towards the astonishing power Yi Fan wielded, fully aware that should he continue to grow stronger, it would inevitably threaten their own positions and interests. Thus, a covert conspiracy began to unfurl. A vast and formidable coalition gradually took shape under the leadership of the War Goddess Mansion in the Western Territory. This coalition gathered elite warriors from various factions, all united by a singular purpose: to thwart Yi Fan's further ascension. Unbeknownst to him, this coalition advanced like a surging undercurrent, inching closer to Yi Fan's location. Sensing the impending threat, Yi Fan remained undeterred, opting instead to contemplate a strategy. He resolved to utilize the wondrous, ever-changing mask bestowed upon him by Long Tian to conceal his true identity. At this moment, he stood with an unfamiliar visage, resembling a steadfast mountain, quietly awaiting the arrival of the coalition. Finally, the formidable coalition came into view. Faced with adversaries encircling him, Yi Fan's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any hint of fear in his eyes. This impending battle was not merely a life-and-death challenge, but a pivotal juncture on his path to legend. As the distance between them narrowed, a tense atmosphere enveloped the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The breathtaking clash was on the verge of erupting, and Yi Fan was fully prepared, vowing to inscribe his glorious chapter upon the ancient lands of the Western Territory through his wisdom, courage, and increasingly formidable strength. Chapter 97. Growing stronger in battle, the coalition spread out in a fan shape, densely encircling Yi Fan at the center, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, so heavy it felt as though the surrounding air were on the brink of solidification. The leader of the coalition, a man of imposing stature, emanated a chilling aura, standing there like an immovable mountain. He broke the silence first, his deep and commanding voice resonating through the air. "Young man, regardless of your true identity and origins, although you indeed possess extraordinary talent, this star force is not meant to be monopolized by you alone. Should this power spiral out of control, the entire Western territory will descend into irreparable ruin, causing untold suffering. Thus, we have gathered here today to seal this dangerously potent star force." In response to this proclamation, Yi Fan merely scoffed dismissively. "Humph! Spare me the pretense of justice and righteousness. At its core, you are merely fearful of my burgeoning strength and seek to seize this star force for your own use." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Fan took the initiative. He swiftly waved his hands, and the previously tranquil star force ignited like flames, dancing joyfully at his fingertips in the blink of an eye. This star force transformed into countless gleaming star blades, surging towards the coalition like a violent tempest. However, the coalition was evidently prepared for this. The soldiers of the war goddess mansion reacted with remarkable speed, raising their shields without hesitation. Mysterious runes began to flicker with radiant light upon their shields, forming an impenetrable barrier. A series of crisp clinks resounded as the rushing star blades were mercilessly blocked by the sturdy shields, sparking showers of sparks. Meanwhile, elite warriors from various factions unleashed their most potent techniques. In an instant, a dazzling display of magical light intertwined with surging streams of fighting spirit, weaving together with overwhelming force as they surged towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan moved like a wraith, swiftly darting through the air, each movement leaving behind an elusive trail. His elusive steps seemed to meld him with the surrounding space, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fan appeared like a flash of lightning on the left flank of the coalition. In his palm, a mighty star force rapidly coalesced, forming an enormous star force sphere in the blink of an eye. This sphere radiated brilliant light, brimming with boundless energy. With a vigorous thrust of his arm, the star force sphere launched forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the left flank of the coalition. The resulting explosion resounded with a deafening roar, the powerful shockwave sweeping through with tremendous force. The soldiers on the left flank of the coalition had no time to react before being overturned by this terrifying power, cries of anguish erupting in an instant. However, the deputy commander of the war goddess mansion was a nimble individual. Unfazed by Yi Fan's sudden assault, he swung his long knife, igniting it with blazing flames. The deputy roared, charging at Yi Fan like a ferocious tiger, his fiery blade slicing down with fierce momentum. Yi Fan, seeing this, remained composed, once again executing his elusive steps, narrowly evading the deputy's deadly strike. The licking flames merely grazed his garment, scorching the hem in an instant. At this juncture, the battle had entered a fevered intensity. Amidst the fierce clash with the coalition, Yi Fan keenly discerned the presence of a mysterious formation master concealed among their ranks. This formation master had been lurking in the rear, manipulating the formation to launch attacks against Yi Fan. He was seen constantly shifting hand seals, chanting incantations. As he did so, a massive hexagram formation gradually materialized beneath his feet, pulsating with eerie black light and exuding a chilling aura. Subsequently, an unending stream of black chains surged forth from the hexagram formation. These chains writhed like serpents, rapidly coiling towards Yi Fan. Alarmed, Yi Fan summoned all his star force in a desperate attempt to break free from their constraints. Yet no matter how much effort he exerted, the chains tightened as if provoked. In this dire moment, his expression grew grave as he formed seals with his hands, focusing intently on channeling the vast spiritual power hidden within him. The surging spiritual energy surged toward his dantian like a flood breaking through a dam. With his full concentration, a brilliant spiritual light shot skyward from his being. Following this, an ancient, mysterious silhouette of a cauldron began to materialize behind him. This cauldron emanated a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine, as if it could devour the heavens and the earth. The overwhelming devouring power emanated from the cauldron, manifesting as an invisible net, ensnaring the tightly bound black chains ahead. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the once impenetrable black chains began to show fine cracks under the strain of this immense force, spreading visibly before one's eyes. Simultaneously, as the battle intensified, Yi Fan, leveraging his keen insight and exceptional combat prowess, gradually unraveled the coalition's attack patterns and tactical arrangements. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. And he had formulated a response plan. In a heartbeat, Yi Fan's figure flickered, slipping like a ghost into the coalition's ranks. He danced with his hands like the wind, executing exquisite moves to fend off enemy assaults while seamlessly integrating his cultivated star force with the formidable heaven-devouring technique. In that instant, an unprecedentedly powerful attack method was born. Now, Yi Fan began to chant in a low, rhythmic tone, his voice resonating across the battlefield. As his incantation echoed, the once calm starry sky around him became tumultuous and restless. The countless resplendent powers of the stars seemed to respond to a mysterious summons, converging upon Yi Fan's location with a frenzy akin to a tidal wave in the blink of an eye. These stellar energies coalesced around him, forming intricate whirlpools of star power, each brimming with boundless might. These vortices spun at an astonishing speed, generating an immensely powerful suction force. Many within the allied forces, caught unawares, were swept into their embrace. Once ensnared within the whirlpool, they immediately felt immense pressure from all directions, their bodies swiftly crushed by the star power, scattering into clouds of blood mist in the air. However, for Yi Fan, these deaths were not without significance, as their forms were annihilated by the star power. The pure spiritual energy contained within them dissipated and was absorbed by the celestial devouring cauldron he conjured, rapidly replenishing the vast reserves he had depleted in his relentless battles, thus further enhancing his own strength and emboldening him to fight on. Chapter 98. Resolving the current crisis. Yet, how could the allied forces easily concede? Faced with Yi Fan's terrifying prowess, they swiftly devised a counter-strategy and began to adjust their tactical formation. Several formidable warriors stepped forward, using their immense strength to firmly restrain Yi Fan, denying him even a moment's respite. Meanwhile, the rest seized this opportunity, working tirelessly to establish a grand and powerful sealing formation. At that moment, the renowned general of the war goddess Manner personally entered the fray. A blinding golden light erupted from his entire being. Dazzling and magnificent, like a golden sun ablaze with fierce flames, charging directly towards Yi Fan with unparalleled might and force. Yi Fan, undaunted, resolutely met the oncoming assault, his iron fists enveloped in endless star power. Striking out with the ferocity of two shooting stars, in an instant, the collision of star power and golden light erupted in a thunderous roar, shaking the very heavens and earth. The sound wave seemed capable of rending the void, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble violently, on the brink of collapse. The two sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain a distinct advantage. However, in this critical moment, Yi Fan suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of danger surging from the depths of the earth beneath him. It turned out that the cunning allied forces had stealthily planted a mysterious and exceptionally unique talisman stone amidst the chaos of battle. At this moment, these talisman stones had been successfully activated, unleashing an incredibly potent binding force. This power spread upwards like an invisible net, attempting to ensnare Yi Fan and render him immobile. Yi Fan's heart tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. Without hesitation, he channeled the vast and surging spiritual energy within him to his feet and forcefully stomped downwards. With a sharp crack, the seemingly impenetrable ground split open, and Yi Fan deftly utilized the immense recoil to propel himself skyward. Narrowly escaping the grasp of the binding force in the air, Yi Fan loomed over the allied forces like a war deity. His deep, resolute gaze radiated determination. At that moment, he was resolute in his decision to unleash his most formidable spell, fully aware that it could inflict unbearable damage upon himself. Yet, with the stakes of this life-and-death battle at hand, he had no other recourse. Yi Fan took a deep breath, slowly bringing his hands together in prayer. And then, the star power surged forth from every part of his being like a tumultuous ocean, while his spiritual energy ignited like a blazing fire. Even the enigmatic phantom energy converged towards his palms without reservation. As these formidable energies continued to gather, a massive gaseous cauldron began to take shape within his hands, emanating a chilling aura that seemed capable of devouring all things in existence. The allied forces quickly sensed this terrifying power, their faces turning pale with dread and their panic. None dared to slacken their efforts, straining every sinew to bolster their defenses. In that moment, various defensive treasures sparkled with resplendent light, and powerful formations were pushed to their limits. Attempting to withstand Yi Fan's impending lethal strike, however, the cauldron in Yi Fan's grasp continued to spin rapidly, accompanied by deafening howls that echoed like the furious roars of ancient beasts, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. Simultaneously, the suction emanating from the cauldron grew increasingly potent, resembling a bottomless black hole, voraciously pulling everything nearby. The defensive treasures of the Allied forces began to flicker violently under the influence of this terrifying suction. The once indestructible shields began to ripple with faint waves, quickly spreading outward. Under such immense pressure, the expressions of the warriors turned grave, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, yet they gritted their teeth, straining with all their might to uphold the faltering defensive formation. At this moment, the commanding general of the war goddess Manor, exuding an imposing presence, suddenly widened his eyes in fury, his hair standing on end. He unleashed a thunderous roar that seemed capable of shattering mountains and resonated through the skies. Following this, he unhesitatingly poured forth the boundless divine power from within him into the main formation of the Allied forces like a flood breaking its dam. Simultaneously, other elites from various factions exerted themselves to the utmost. Some even resorted to burning their precious blood essence to enhance the power of their treasures. Others closed their eyes, chanting ancient and mysterious incantations, attempting to summon long-dormant powerful guardian spirits to bolster their defenses. Yet, how could Yi Fan's formidable spell be so easily thwarted? The petite yet terrifying cauldron emitted a suction force as unfathomable as an abyss. As time passed, this suction began to erode the Allied forces' sturdy defenses. Gradually, some of the weaker cultivators on the periphery of the Allied formation found themselves uncontrollably lifted off the ground. Despite their desperate struggles, all efforts seemed futile against the overwhelming and unmatched force. These unfortunate cultivators could only cry out in terror and despair. In this critical moment, several top-tier experts skilled in spatial magic among the Allied forces stepped forward without hesitation. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously cast their most adept spatial spells. In an instant, powerful and mysterious energies intertwined in the air, ultimately creating a small spatial rift in front of the Allied forces. This rift resembled a gaping maw, exuding a chilling aura as if it sought to consume everything in its path. The purpose of these experts was clear: to harness the cauldron's terrifying suction and divert it into the rift, thereby diffusing the crisis at hand. However, how could Yi Fan allow them such ease? His deep, abyss-like eyes narrowed, unleashing an unparalleled aura that erupted from him. He promptly channeled a portion of the vast star power within him into the cauldron in his grasp. Chapter 99. Severely damaged meridians empowered by Yi Fan's star energy, the cauldron seemed to come alive, radiating a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, it unleashed a magnificent star power barrier, akin to an indestructible shield. Racing toward the spatial rift with blinding speed, a thunderous boom echoed as the star power barrier collided violently with the rift. A kaleidoscope of brilliant colors and chaotic energy surged between the two, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. Though the spatial mages among the Allied forces were formidable, they could not withstand the counterattack of Yi Fan and the celestial devouring cauldron. Soon, the once menacing spatial rift was completely sealed. Falling silent, at that moment, Yi Fan's already taut body was pushed to its limits, teetering like a mountain on the brink of collapse. His clothes fluttered like banners in a tempest, each movement emitting sharp, crisp sounds on his exposed skin. Veins bulged like grotesque worms, crisscrossing his body in a shocking display. More terrifyingly, droplets of crimson blood began to seep from his pores, gradually staining his attire, rendering him a ghastly figure akin to a blood-soaked demon. Yet, despite being in such dire straits, Yi Fan gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring. His resolute visage appeared somewhat contorted from the strain, yet his eyes remained bright like torches, revealing an indomitable will and unwavering determination. He exerted every ounce of strength within him, continuously channeling it into the small cauldron in his grasp. As the immense suction intensified, the robust defensive line established by the Allied forces began to reveal undeniable flaws. Initially, the relatively weaker magical artifacts succumbed to the terrifying pressure, emitting mournful cries before shattering into countless fragments that scattered like meteors, swiftly dissipating into faint wisps of spiritual light, leaving behind only subtle energy fluctuations to attest to their former existence. Subsequently, even the seemingly impregnable defensive formation began to manifest intricate fissures. These cracks, initially as fine as a hair, rapidly spread at an astonishing rate, gradually forming broad, dark gaps through these openings. One could clearly discern the terror-stricken faces of the Allied forces and the despair reflected in their eyes. Witnessing this scene, the Allied forces were struck with alarm. They understood all too well that if this defense continued to crumble, a cataclysmic disaster awaited them, at this critical juncture of life and death. Some of the more impulsive cultivators could no longer suppress their fear and anger, resolutely opting to strike first. They unleashed their full arsenal, wielding their magical artifacts to transform into dazzling streams of light. Recklessly charging towards Yifan, they aimed to disrupt Yifan's casting of this terrifying, almost forbidden spell through close combat, seeking to carve out a sliver of hope for themselves. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yifan could not help but scoff, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a deft manipulation of his hands, he commanded the small, exquisite yet enigmatic cauldron, which was formed from condensed spiritual energy, to tremble slightly. In an instant, several chains of starlight erupted from the cauldron, shimmering like agile serpents, sweeping towards the reckless cultivators with lightning speed. Every chain of starlight contained immense destructive power, as if capable of annihilating all existence. Upon contact with the cultivators, they were instantly ensnared. In the face of such devastation, the cultivators had no means of resistance. In the blink of an eye, their vitality was extinguished, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Subsequently, their bodies exploded, transforming into torrents of pure energy that surged outward. At this moment, Yifan's second skill, the Starlight Chains, which evolved from the Devouring Heaven technique, showcased its unparalleled might and marvel. This skill not only aided Yifan in condensing his true energy into a formidable cauldron, but also allowed for precise targeting and refinement of the locked targets through the Starlight Chains. Just moments ago, Yifan had maximized the cauldron's suction to its utmost limits, causing the previously unassailable defensive system of the Allied forces to collapse entirely. The remaining cultivators, realizing the dire situation, attempted to flee, but it was too late. An irresistible force surged forth from the cauldron, like an invisible hand gripping them tightly, mercilessly dragging them inside. Once inside the cauldron, a nightmarish fate awaited these cultivators. The cauldron was filled with a chilling, terrifying power that swiftly disintegrated their souls and bodies, ultimately transforming them into the purest form of energy. This pristine energy continuously flowed into Yifan, becoming the inexhaustible source of his growing strength. Yifan gazed quietly at the unfolding scene. Despite the palpable aura of victory surrounding him, his heart felt no joy. He was acutely aware that while this fierce battle had culminated in triumph, the cost he bore was exceedingly heavy. At this moment, his once robust body was on the verge of collapse, with numerous meridians severely injured, and he had expended more than half of his precious ethereal soul power. Each breath and movement ignited excruciating pain. Yet this suffering did not compel Yifan to yield or abandon his resolve. He understood deeply that in this ruthless world of survival of the fittest, if one could not continuously grow stronger, they would be incapable of safeguarding those individuals and matters that were of utmost importance and value to them. After a brief and arduous respite, Yifan slowly rose to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his weary body resolutely onward, embarking once more on his own protracted journey in the Western realm. He stumbled forward, enduring the intense pain emanating from every part of his body, laboriously advancing deeper into the enigmatic West. Along the way, he relied on the medicinal pills he carried and the occasional rare spiritual herbs he could gather to barely maintain his injuries from worsening. Simultaneously, he exerted every effort to summon the dwindling spiritual energy within him, striving to mend his severely damaged meridians. Chapter 100. The Celestial Tower. As Yifan delved deeper, the surrounding environment grew increasingly perilous. The howling winds echoed like the wails of tormented souls, while the thunderous roars of ancient beasts reverberated from afar, akin to the deafening sound of thunder that sent shivers down one's spine. In a valley perpetually shrouded in mist, imbued with an endless aura of mystery, Yifan unexpectedly stumbled upon an ancient, weathered stone tablet. The tablet was intricately inscribed with an array of strange symbols and enigmatic patterns, which shimmered with a faint yet unique glow, as if silently narrating tales from a bygone era. Yi Fan cautiously approached the stone tablet, carefully extending his spiritual sense to probe its depths. In an instant, a wave of uncontrollable ecstasy surged within him as he realized the intricate, profound connection between this tablet and the devouring heaven technique he had diligently practiced. It might serve as a more advanced, transcendent guide to cultivation, or perhaps it held the key to unraveling the obscure mysteries embedded within the devouring heaven technique. Resolutely, Yi Fan decided to enter a state of seclusion and cultivation right there. He aimed to harness the mysterious power contained within the tablet to both heal his unhealed injuries and delve into the new, tantalizing realms of the devouring heaven technique. With deft precision, he swiftly set up defensive formations around the tablet, weaving together shimmering spiritual lights that intertwined and coalesced into an extraordinarily sturdy protective barrier, safeguarding him from any unforeseen disturbances by the ancient beasts. Once everything was prepared, Yi Fan gradually entered into a meditative state, his consciousness drifting like wisps of smoke as he immersed himself in the world of the tablet symbols. Within this wondrous and resplendent realm, he witnessed the awe-inspiring scenes of ancient powers practicing the devouring heaven technique. Those ancient beings, with but a mere flick of their hands, could shatter stars into dust and change the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Their cataclysmic power left Yi Fan profoundly shaken, planting within him a fervent desire for greater strength. As time flowed silently, Yi Fan became enveloped in profound insights and rigorous cultivation, unwavering in his focus. Akin to an unyielding statue, eventually, his injuries gradually healed, like snow melting under the warm sun, while his comprehension of the devouring heaven technique ascended to a deeper, more mysterious level. Throughout this process, he seemed to break free from his cocoon, successfully shattering the seemingly impenetrable bottleneck of his previous realm, propelling his power to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, as if a rocket soaring into the sky at this moment. The starlight within him flowed like a crystal-clear stream, becoming increasingly pure and refined through layers of filtration. The circulation of spiritual energy within his meridians resembled impeccably lubricated gears, operating more smoothly and efficiently, each cycle pulsing with surging power. Moreover, his ethereal soul power underwent a qualitative leap, transitioning from an ephemeral state to a tangible essence, exuding an aura that inspired Yi Fan strode forth with determination, resolutely departing the valley that had borne witness to his growth and transformation, continuing along the unknown yet challenging path ahead. During his travels, he chanced upon tales of a legendary celestial tower standing proudly at the distant western edge. In the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, no one knew the origins or reasons for the tower's existence. It loomed quietly at the fringes of the Great Xia Empire, resembling a mysterious giant. Although it belonged to the Great Xia Empire, the empire had not assigned anyone to manage it. The reason being, while the tower housed countless treasures akin to stars and opportunities that could drive one to madness, it was also fraught with unimaginable dangers. Throughout history, countless self-assured powerful beings, driven by hope, had attempted to enter and uncover the infinite mysteries and treasures within, yet most had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the abyss of darkness and peril. The inhabitants of the Jiuzhou continent harbor a profound reverence for this tower, and few dare to venture into its vicinity lightly, coupled with the fact that the Western realm is predominantly characterized by desolate deserts and harsh environments. This place has gradually descended into a mysterious land, shrouded in neglect. Only occasionally do a handful of audacious adventurers, fueled by fervor and fearless courage, arrive to challenge the celestial tower. Yet, without exception, they are akin to meat buns thrown to dogs, entering but never returning, leaving behind an infinite echo of regret and sighs in the barren western wasteland. Rumors abound that this tower resembles a mysterious and unfathomable beast, possessing astonishing peculiarities. It dynamically adjusts the difficulty of its internal challenges in accordance with the entrance level of cultivation. Much like a chameleon, initially, the obstacles encountered align with the challenger's own realm, yet as exploration deepens, the difficulty skyrockets, pressing towards the pinnacle of higher realms. This signifies that only warriors with extraordinary abilities to challenge beyond their level can hope to find a sliver of survival in this treacherous den. While ordinary cultivators who rashly intrude are akin to moths drawn to a flame, their chances of survival as scant as a grain of sand in the vast sea. However, deep within Yifan's heart, a blaze of indomitable fire seems to burn eternally, an overwhelming impulse surging like tumultuous tides within him. His gaze sparkles with a resolute glimmer akin to steel, as he resolutely sets his grand ambition to conquer the celestial tower. Vowing to face the perilous challenges hidden within the depths of the unknown, to seize greater power firmly in his grasp, and to boldly advance towards the pinnacle of his cultivation journey. Unflinchingly facing even the thorn-laden cliffs ahead, Yifan traverses the wilderness, enduring hunger and fatigue, relentlessly pressing forward through trials and tribulations, much like a fearless warrior. After a long and arduous journey, he finally arrives before the fearsome celestial tower. Gazing up, the tower rises like a colossal pillar piercing the clouds, its surface shimmering with an eerie and enigmatic glow, reminiscent of memories crystallized through the ages, silently recounting the tumultuous changes of the past and the countless mysteries sealed by time. Surrounding the tower is a peculiar mist, both picturesque and treacherous, within which dangerous arcs of electricity slither like silver serpents, flashing with a chilling light. Strange runes flicker in and out, as if emanating from a cursed realm, exuding a disquieting aura. Chapter 101. Entering the tower, Yifan tilts his head slightly and takes a deep breath, feeling the air circulate within his chest, as if coalescing his courage and strength. With unwavering resolve, he lifts his foot and steps into the dreamlike yet perilous mist, and no sooner does he enter than an overwhelming pressure crashes upon him like a tidal wave. This pressure feels as if it originates from a primordial beast of ancient times, threatening to crush his body and obliterate his very soul. Yet, Yifan has long since been tempered through countless harrowing battles and arduous training. His will stands firm, akin to a majestic mountain weathered by millennia of storms. Resolute and unyielding, he swiftly calms his mind, channeling the spiritual energy within him, which flows like a roaring river through designated meridians, quickly coalescing into a shimmering shield around his body. Under the protection of this shield, he strides forward with steady and determined steps towards the tower's enigmatic entrance. The moment his feet cross the threshold, it feels as though he has entered a realm entirely detached from the world. Surrounding him is an endless darkness as thick as ink, seemingly tangible, intent on consuming all. The only illumination comes from a faintly glowing path beneath his feet, winding forward like a solitary spirit snake. Yifan cautiously advances along this mysterious path, the silence only broken by the sound of his own soft footsteps. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice, akin to that of the underworld, resonates without warning in the stillness. To venture into this tower is to have no retreat. It is a journey of peril, where only those who succeed may live. This proclamation echoes ominously throughout the space. As the voice fades, a group of ethereal guardians emerges from the depths of the darkness. They appear as phantoms woven from shadows and arcane forces, emanating a chilling glow. Despite their insubstantial forms, the aura they exude is palpable, powerful enough for Yifan to keenly sense the oppressive force bearing down upon him. Without hesitation or exchange of words, the guardians, akin to programmed machines of destruction, brandish their gleaming weapons and surge towards Yifan with ferocious speed. Yifan's expression remains steely, his eyes reflecting calm determination. As the guardians launch their onslaught, his sword dances like a spirited dragon, suddenly coming to life. He unleashes a ferocious lightning sword technique, gathering stellar energy upon his blade, which bursts forth in a dazzling display. Intertwining magnificently with his formidable spiritual power, in an instant, brilliant waves of attack, like solidified lightning, tear through the surrounding darkness, hurtling towards the guardians. The guardians, however, do not relent. Their attack patterns are bewilderingly elusive, akin to specters. They flicker in and out of the shadows, making them difficult to track at times. They appear silently behind Yifan, their weapons trailing a biting wind as they strike at vital points. At others, they launch surprise attacks from the sides, with angles so peculiar that evasion seems impossible. Yet, Yifan, having endured countless battles, possesses rich combat experience. Drawing upon his extraordinary perceptiveness, he seems able to anticipate the guardian's movements. In an instant of recognizing danger, he employs the elusive footwork technique, his form becoming a wisp of smoke, deftly avoiding lethal strikes and successfully averting crisis. Amidst the fierce clash, Yifan gradually uncovers a startling secret. These guardians appear to be composed of a unique and mysterious energy. Each time his attacks connect, a small portion of this strange energy detaches from the guardians, flowing along his blade and into his being. An audacious notion begins to take shape in Yifan's mind. He consciously channels his internal spiritual energy, condensing it into a core, enhancing the devouring power within his sword technique. Thus, his strikes become not only more forceful but also capable of greater contact with the guardians, allowing him to absorb more energy. As the energy accumulates, Yifan distinctly feels his strength growing, akin to a silkworm consuming leaves. His internal spiritual energy surges, and his meridians become more resilient and expansive under this nourishing force. This burgeoning power inflates his confidence, and his attacks grow increasingly fierce, each swing carrying the momentum to obliterate all obstacles in his path. After a harrowing and grueling battle, Yifan, through tenacity and exceptional combat wisdom, finally triumphs over the formidable and elusive guardians. Though his attire is tattered and adorned with minor wounds and bruises, his gaze remains steadfast, brimming with indomitable spirit. After a brief respite, he resolutely continues along the path illuminated by faint light. At the end of the path, a vast and magnificent hall unfolds before him. The hall's ceiling soars high, seemingly piercing the heavens, imparting an overwhelming yet oppressive sensation. In the center of the hall, a colossal energy vortex spins languidly, radiating a dazzling light and an overwhelming aura that leaves one breathless. Within the vortex, rare treasures glimmer enticingly, and formidable cultivation manuals seem to softly beckon to the fated. The power and value they embody ignite a fervent desire within Yifan. Yet, approaching this coveted energy vortex proves no simple task. Surrounding it is a barrier exuding a cold luminescence. This barrier appears transparent yet seems unassailable, like an insurmountable chasm separating Yifan from the treasures. Yifan's eyes fixate on this daunting barrier, and he takes a slow, deep breath, striving to steady himself, focusing all his mental acuity and spiritual energy. He initiates the technique of condensing energy into a core. Instantly, his internal spiritual force converges like a surging river, coalescing into a luminous core that glows with the brilliance of a starry sky. Then, several chains forged from stellar energy surge forth like enraged dragons, roaring towards the energy barrier. The chains, shimmering with starlight and exuding immense power, collide against the barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of light and potent energy waves. However, to Yifan's astonishment, the seemingly transparent barrier stands resolute, akin to an immovable mountain, showing no signs of yielding or damage. Not only that, but it also rebounded Yifan's ferocious attack entirely, a formidable force of recoil, as overwhelming as a surging tide, swept forth in an instant, causing the blood within Yifan's body to surge violently, a sweetness rising in his throat as he nearly spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His figure staggered backwards several steps under the impact of this force, barely managing to steady himself. Chapter 102. The first layer. Yifan furrowed his brows tightly, his countenance laden with gravity. As he plunged into a profound contemplation, his thoughts seemed to break free from the shackles of time and space, drifting languidly into the past. Those breathtaking and perilous battle scenes unfolded like vivid scrolls in his mind, each moment resonating with the critical grasp of subtlety amidst life and death confrontations, and the unique insights gleaned from his exploration of the enigmatic and profound heaven-eating technique. These realizations now sparkled in his consciousness like countless stars, each one illuminating his recollections. Immersed in this ocean of memories and reflections, time appeared to come to a standstill. Suddenly, Yifan's previously locked gaze brightened, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Dazzlingly brilliant in that instant, it seemed as though he had been graced by a mysterious inspiration. A brilliant idea flickered in his mind. His expression shifted to one of focused caution as he slowly summoned the ethereal power of the void soul from the depths of the abyss within him. This void soul energy, like an invisible serpent, gradually intertwined with the radiant star power emanating from the starry chains. As the void soul energy infused into the star power chains, they trembled slightly, their brilliance becoming even deeper and more enigmatic. Yifan manipulated this amalgamation of void soul energy and star power chains, inching closer to the barrier that radiated a chilling luster. the moment of contact. An unusual suction surged from within Yi Fan, prompting him to attempt to absorb the energy from the barrier. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed his exquisite lightning sword technique, the blade dancing as fierce sword energies cleaved through the barrier like lightning. At this juncture, the vastness of the star power, the purity and mystery of the void soul energy, and the enigmatic devouring power bestowed by the heaven-eating technique intertwined, forming a unique and powerful force. This force resembled a ravenous beast, gradually consuming the strength of the barrier. As time passed, the once indomitable barrier, exuding a formidable aura, began to lose its potency, akin to a lake on the verge of drying up. Gradually shedding its former might and majesty, in this moment, Yi Fan resembled a sun breaking through the clouds, radiating a resplendent light, his presence formidable. The power within him surged like a roaring river. Rushing through his meridians, converging in the long sword he held, he bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell, causing the air around him to hum, as he thrust his sword once more at the rock-solid barrier with a thunderous strike. As the sword was drawn, the star power shimmered like a vast sea of stars, the void soul energy coiling like a shadow, and the devouring force swirling like a black hole vortex. These three elements merged flawlessly, transforming into an astonishing energy blade. This blade struck the barrier with tremendous force, and in an instant, the barrier appeared as if awakened from slumber, spiderweb-like cracks emerging on its surface. Glimmers of ghostly light flickered within. As if it were struggling in resistance, Yi Fan would not relent. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the remainder of his strength into the energy blade. As his power continued to pour forth, the cracks seemed to come alive, rapidly spreading like frenzied vines across the barrier, expanding recklessly. Finally, with a deafening roar, the barrier could no longer withstand the burden and shattered into countless brilliant energy specks, dissipating into the void. Yi Fan gazed at the shattered barrier, his heart swelling with excitement and exhilaration, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. His eyes blazed with fervor, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky, as he strode eagerly toward the alluring energy vortex radiating captivating light. As he approached, his gaze became like a blazing torch, meticulously searching among the mountain of treasures and ancient tomes. These treasures shimmered in diverse hues, and the tomes emanated an aura of ancient mystery. Yet Yi Fan's heart was as clear as a mirror. He carefully discerned based on the characteristics and needs of his cultivation path. Ultimately, he selected several items intimately connected to his journey, capable of aiding his breakthrough, along with a few tomes that could expand his cultivation realm and enhance his technique system. Subsequently, Yi Fan discovered a tranquil corner within the hall, resembling a paradise. Serene and peaceful, isolating him from the tumult of the outside world, he gradually settled into a meditative posture, adjusting his breath to enter a state of transcendental clarity. After a moment, he eagerly picked up one of the tomes, greedily scanning the text and illustrations, diving wholeheartedly into the depths of comprehension. Each line of text seemed like a key unlocking new doors of understanding in his cultivation. Each illustration shone like a guiding light illuminating the unknown paths ahead. Yi Fan immersed himself in this pursuit, oblivious to the passage of time. His sole desire to absorb the wisdom and power contained within the tomes, striving to elevate his strength to new heights. Time flowed like a gentle stream, silently passing. Yi Fan resembled an adventurer sailing alone in the ocean of knowledge, wholly absorbed in the cultivation world constructed by the tomes, undistracted, casting aside the cacophony of the outside world. Each page of the tome became to him a treasure trove brimming with endless riches, as he delved into its profound mysteries with unwavering enthusiasm and focus, meticulously integrating the newly acquired techniques into his already formidable power system, weaving them together in perfect harmony like gears and chains. In this state of selfless cultivation, as the stars shifted and time transformed, Yi Fan finally arrived at the moment of harvest. After this lengthy and arduous period of focused training, he could distinctly sense that his strength had undergone a revolutionary and qualitative leap. Like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, every inch of his skin, every breath he took, radiated with newfound power and confidence. At this moment, he slowly rose, his posture as upright as a towering pine, resilient and unyielding. The determination and confidence in his eyes shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the path ahead. Taking a deep breath, He adjusted his attire and resolutely continued forward into the unknown. The atmosphere in this space was thick with a more substantial, mysterious energy. This essence felt like a tangible mist, swirling around, instilling a sense of reverence. The moment Yi Fan appeared, he encountered a group of unprecedentedly peculiar beings. These entities were not ordinary flesh and blood, but ethereal forms coalesced from enigmatic energies. Their shapes were illusory and elusive, appearing as if they hailed from another dimension. However, despite their spectral forms, they emanated a chillingly dangerous aura, akin to surging undercurrents in the air, quietly gathering strength. Chapter 103. A prime opportunity in an instant. These ethereal beings, like phantoms, lunged toward Yi Fan without warning. Their movements were swift and unpredictable, making them difficult to grasp. Yet, Yi Fan showed no fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement and determination graced his face. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword in his hand seemed to come alive, emitting a resonant hum. He then unleashed his razor-sharp lightning sword technique, and in an instant, sword shadows flickered. Intertwining like 1,000 flashes of lightning, Yi Fan skillfully merged the star power, spiritual energy, and void soul energy, three distinct yet complementary forces, into his sword technique. Instantly, the sword blazed with brilliance, resembling a tempestuous energy storm sweeping forth with unstoppable force. The moment those ethereal beings made contact with this dazzling light, they emitted piercing shrieks that sent chills down one's spine. Under the illumination of the light and the impact of the force, their forms began to twist and dissipate, ultimately transforming into specks of energy and vanishing into the mysterious space. Yi Fan slightly sheathed his sword, his demeanor stoic, continuing to advance steadily, ready to face the next unknown challenge. Yet, this was merely the prelude to his journey. As Yi Fan pressed deeper into this enigmatic layer, the surrounding environment grew increasingly perilous and treacherous. Within this space, powerful energy whirlpools erupted without warning, roaring forth like primordial beasts intent on devouring anything in their path, leaving chaos in their wake. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a tragic fate, leaving no trace behind. Yi Fan understood the gravity of the situation. He had to muster every ounce of focus and concentration, exerting his full strength to resist the relentless onslaught of energy surges while remaining vigilant for any sudden new threats. Within a silent yet eerily charged hall, Yi Fan's gaze was suddenly captivated by an ancient and mysterious star map. This map, adorned with countless twinkling stars, seemed to harbor the profound secrets of the universe. Instantly drawn to it, Yi Fan found himself seated before the star map, gently closing his eyes, calming his mind, and attempting to utilize his star power to delicately touch the map, aspiring to decipher the supreme secrets it contained. As his stellar energy gradually intertwined with the vast expanse of the star map, he found his consciousness inexplicably tugged by an invisible yet immensely powerful force, plunging him into an infinite and boundless celestial realm. Within this enigmatic world, he bore witness to the birth of stars, a moment both resplendent and awe-inspiring, followed by their eventual demise, succumbing to the endless abyss of darkness and void. He profoundly sensed the infinite mysteries and profound depths interwoven within the fabric of time and space. This breathtaking and profoundly significant experience granted Yi Fan a newfound and deeper understanding of his own stellar energy manipulation. At that moment, the stellar energy within him seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, becoming increasingly profound and majestic, akin to the surreptitious currents pulsating in the depths of the cosmos. Seemingly tranquil on the surface, yet containing an overwhelming power that, once unleashed, could obliterate all existence. Yi Fan stood resolute, unwavering as he pressed forward on his path. Suddenly, a colossal guardian beast emerged, imposing and formidable, blocking his way. The beast's form towered like a mountain, evoking a sense of reverence. Its entire body was encased in an impenetrable layer of scales, shimmering with a cold metallic luster under the faint light. Its eyes burned with an intense flame, resembling two suns that would never extinguish. Each breath it took sent shockwaves through the surrounding space, causing the energy to surge like tumultuous tides, distorting the fabric of reality around it. Yi Fan remained clear-headed, fully aware that the battle before him would be an unprecedented struggle. He immediately focused his mind, summoning the wellspring of power within him. Three distinct yet complementary forces began to surge within him like three rivers in relentless flow. These energies intertwined and coalesced, gradually condensing upon the long sword he gripped tightly in his hand. In an instant, the blade radiated a brilliant light, its dazzling brilliance akin to the sun hanging high in the sky, banishing the surrounding darkness entirely. With a thunderous shout, Yi Fan charged toward the guardian beast like an arrow loosed from a bow. In that moment, the collision between man and beast resembled two meteors streaking across the heavens, colliding fiercely within the mysterious and majestic tower. In an explosive flash, a blinding brilliance erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The immense force radiated outward from the point of impact like ripples on a stormy sea, causing the surrounding space to splinter with delicate cracks, as if fragile glass had shattered. The fierce battle between Yi Fan and the colossal guardian beast quickly escalated into a heated stalemate. The beast let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies, then suddenly swung its massive, pillar-like arm. The motion conjured a howling tempest of energy, a cataclysmic force that seemed capable of crushing everything in its path. Yet Yi Fan moved with the grace of a specter, deftly navigating through the gaps in the energy storm. He unleashed his signature lightning sword technique, the blade weaving an impenetrable web of strikes. Each one as sharp as a shooting star, crashing against the beast's scales. Each clash ignited dazzling sparks, which burst like fireworks in the air, brief yet radiant. Although Yi Fan's relentless assault failed to inflict fatal wounds upon the resilient guardian beast, it was not without effect. Gradually, the beast's once nimble and swift movements, akin to a collapsing mountain or a rushing river, began to slow, reminiscent of a colossal, rust-ridden machine struggling to function. With keen insight, Yi Fan seized this fleeting opportunity. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full force of his ethereal soul energy, which transformed into wisps of elusive shadows that danced through the air like ethereal spirits. As Yi Fan's soul energy wove through the air, it traced peculiar arcs, ensnaring the guardian beast's fiery eyes with astonishing speed. Disoriented by the ethereal onslaught, the beast's massive frame swayed uncontrollably, its once precise and fierce attacks devolving into blind chaos. Accompanied by a cacophony of enraged yet bewildered roars, Yi Fan would not let this critical moment slip away in an instant. He focused his stellar and spiritual energies, converging them upon his sword like rivers merging into the sea. The sword shimmered with a dazzling light as the three distinct energies intertwined, coiling together to form an energy wave potent enough to shatter the heavens. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan shouted fiercely, channeling every ounce of strength into a single thrust of the sword. A strike akin to Panga's mythic axe, fueled by an unstoppable momentum and the power to rend space itself, it surged toward the guardian beast's vital point. The strike, radiant like a rainbow piercing the sun, thrust into the beast's rock-solid shoulder. The injured guardian beast emitted a deafening roar, its voice echoing like a mighty bell, sending ripples through the air, distorting the very space around it. Its colossal form began to tremble violently, muscles convulsing in agony, scales quivering with distress. Like a maddened giant, it thrashed wildly, attempting to shake Yi Fan off its back. Yi Fan's expression hardened as he gripped the sword's hilt with unwavering determination, relentlessly pouring his energy into the blade. As he continued to channel his power, the blade's radiance intensified, blazing like the sun, hot enough to seem as though it would melt everything around. Once the sword penetrated the guardian beast, the energy within surged forth like a torrential flood, mercilessly ravaging its meridians and organs. Under Yi Fan's relentless assault, the guardian beast could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing like a crumbling mountain, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky and lingered in the air. Yi Fan gazed at the fallen guardian, exhaling a sigh of relief as he slowly withdrew his bloodied and radiant sword, which still pulsed with residual energy. After a brief moment of respite, he resumed his journey. Before long, he entered an extraordinarily bizarre space. Upon stepping into this realm, Yi Fan keenly sensed that both time and space were entangled in a chaotic disarray. At times, he felt as if he were amidst a smoke-filled, cacophonous ancient battlefield, the clanging of metal and the cries of soldiers echoing in his ears. At other moments, he seemed to drift into a desolate future, surrounded by the silent ruins of shattered celestial bodies drifting through the dark cosmos. Yi Fan understood that if he could not swiftly extricate himself from this chaotic disturbance, he would inevitably be ensnared within it, with no hope of escape. Thus, he steadied his mind and, drawing upon his formidable willpower, he forcefully resisted the overwhelming tide of chaos, resolutely pressing onward step by step in the depths of that space. An atmosphere of deathly silence and mystery intertwined. Yi Fan's footsteps echoed softly in the disordered time and space. His gaze resolute and sharp, as if he could pierce through the layers of fog and chaos, at the core of this region. He finally discovered an extraordinarily peculiar crystal, suspended in midair. This crystal emanated a dreamlike, multicolored radiance, resembling the shattered remnants of a rainbow after a rainstorm, brilliant and imbued with an air of mystery. Upon closer inspection, he could see within the crystal a myriad of complex and arcane cultivation techniques and divine powers flowing quietly, like lively tadpole script constructing a grand and mysterious cultivation world within that small crystal. A spark of fervor and determination ignited in Yi Fan's eyes, for he understood the immense opportunity hidden within this crystal. He cautiously approached the enigmatic gem. The moment his palm brushed against the crystal, a deluge of ancient and boundless information surged into his mind, as if a torrential wave had crashed upon him without warning. This information was intricate yet orderly, encompassing a profound understanding and mastery of the laws of the universe, wisdom that transcended mundane comprehension, revealing the fundamental codes of existence established at the dawn of creation, now unfolding before Yi Fan's consciousness. Instantly, Yi Fan found himself immersed in this vast ocean of knowledge, his mind swimming like a nimble fish amidst the sea of information, constantly seeking enlightenment. Time seemed to lose its significance in that moment. He could not discern how long had passed, perhaps a fleeting instant or a millennium. Yi Fan finally opened his eyes, revealing a brilliant amalgamation of wisdom and power that shimmered like the brightest star in the night sky, evoking a sense of awe that made it difficult to gaze directly upon him. Through this profound enlightenment, his strength experienced a qualitative enhancement, achieving a more exquisite and refined mastery over the integration and application of his own power. He could now manipulate the celestial force, spiritual energy, and ethereal soul power within him with greater ease, as if these three forces were tamed dragons, harmoniously cooperating under his command, unleashing an even more formidable might. After fully absorbing the vast information contained within the mysterious crystal, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, akin to a roaring tide. The energy that once flowed through his meridians now ignited like a raging inferno, rampaging through his body with a more robust and pure intensity, as if every inch of flesh and bone was being meticulously crushed and reforged by this immense force. This transformative sensation made Yi Fan acutely aware that he stood on the brink of a new pinnacle of power. Without hesitation, he continued to navigate through the perplexing and disorienting temporal space. At this moment, he was vastly different from when he first arrived. Armed with a profound and soul-stirring comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, his consciousness seemed endowed with a magical ability, enabling him to perceive the intricate and elusive threads of the surrounding time and space, much like a masterful artist painting a stunning canvas. He could sense the chaotic currents of time swirling beside him, while the folds of space undulated like waves. Each step he took felt as though he were traversing the gaps of time, seeking a delicate balance between chaos and order as he ventured deeper into this enigmatic realm. Chapter 105. Entering the second layer suddenly, the surrounding space appeared to be mercilessly twisted and reshaped by invisible hands. Yi Fan felt an irresistible force grasp him, swiftly pulling him into a fantastical scene filled with mystery and wonder. Before his eyes lay a trial ground intricately woven from pure law energy. The sky shimmered with the brilliance of the laws, intertwining like resplendent brocade, while the ground glimmered with mysterious runes that seemed to whisper the universe's oldest secrets. At that moment, ripples spread through the surrounding space, and countless phantoms identical to Yi Fan emerged like specters. Each phantom mirrored a fragment of Yi Fan's strength and skill, their icy gazes and agile forms exuding a chilling aura. Yi Fan understood that this was an unprecedented confrontation with himself. There was no retreat, no compromise. He had to overcome all the phantoms to break free from this bizarre predicament and continue onward. He slowly tightened his grip on the sword, feeling its hilt imbue him with boundless strength and courage. His gaze grew resolute, sharp as a blade, capable of piercing through layers of fog and obstacles. With a mighty shout, Yi Fan launched his assault, unleashing his ultimate technique, the lightning sword technique in an instant. The blade radiated with brilliance, shimmering like a multitude of dazzling stars and slicing through the air like fierce lightning. The force of his sword surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, crashing toward the phantoms like a tidal wave. However, these phantoms were no ordinary adversaries. They swiftly countered with identical sword techniques and power, mirroring his every move. The air crackled with the clash of sword shadows, creating dazzling sparks and a deafening cacophony. Yi Fan's eyes flashed as he transformed his form into a fleeting shadow, utilizing his newfound understanding of time and space. In that critical moment, he darted between the phantoms, moving with unparalleled speed that seemed to transcend the confines of time and space. Leaving only a blur in his wake, at the same time, he subtly unleashed his ethereal soul power, weaving it like wisps of shadow through the air, attempting to infiltrate the phantoms' consciousness and disrupt their judgment. Creating an advantageous opportunity for himself, the battle raged like a tempest, growing increasingly fierce and intense. Yi Fan keenly discerned that these phantoms, strikingly similar to him, possessed an astonishing ability. They continuously learned and evolved during the fierce combat. After each encounter with Yi Fan, the phantoms appeared to absorb lessons, becoming increasingly formidable and cunning in their strategies. This realization made Yi Fan acutely aware that to emerge victorious, he could not remain stagnant. He must innovate and adapt his tactics relentlessly. Thus, in this perilous battlefield, Yi Fan embarked on a bold endeavor. He focused intently, intertwining his celestial force and spiritual energy like two dancers, achieving an unprecedented fusion in a meticulous ratio. This process was fraught with challenges, requiring precise control and delicate perception of his powers. The vastness of the celestial force intertwined with the ethereal fluidity of spiritual energy, colliding and flickering with light, creating an exquisite dance of energy. After numerous trials and adjustments, Yi Fan successfully forged a more explosive and agile form of attack. Once unleashed, this new technique erupted with the ferocity of a long-dormant volcano, its molten fury surging toward the enemy like an unstoppable tide. It also moved with the grace of a bird weaving through a dense forest, adeptly evading obstacles and striking at vital points in the blink of an eye. Amidst the thrilling clashes and cautious explorations, Yi Fan, through unyielding determination and extraordinary wisdom, gradually uncovered the phantom's hidden vulnerabilities shrouded in layers of mist. These weaknesses shone like distant stars in the night. Though faint, they held the key to turning the tide of battle. Seizing the moment, he executed the lightning sword technique. At that instant, his sword seemed to be infused with a soul, its brilliance blinding. As the three forces, celestial force, spiritual energy, and ethereal soul power, converged along the blade, concentrating at the razor-sharp tip. Then, with the speed of lightning, Yi Fan lunged toward a phantom's core weakness, the strike swift as a bolt. Precise beyond measure, as the tip of his sword met the phantom's vulnerable point, a faint hissing sound resonated, as if space itself groaned under the impact of such immense force. In the